Chapter 1876. Chapter 1874 Treasure in Hand.
What is this?
Natasha asked.
Hee hee. I don't know either. But it must be a treasure.
The dirty old man said.
Name your price.
Jiang Fei said calmly. The dirty old man clearly did not know what this treasure was. Otherwise, he would not have taken it out and sold it. It was obvious that this pearl was a piece of stolen goods. After the dirty old man stole it, he did not know its origin. That was why he wanted to find a buyer at the immortal feast. Moreover, he had been paying attention to Jiang Fei and the dirty old man for a long time. Jiang Fei and the dirty old man had spent a lot of money at the immortal feast. Natasha's snacks alone were worth several middle-grade spirit stones. Such a young lady and young master, who was not old, but had spent a lot of money, immediately became the dirty old man's target. However, the dirty old man clearly did not expect Jiang Fei to have a divine skill like the eye of the violet. He could see through the essence of matter with one glance. Therefore, Jiang Fei immediately became interested in the pearl. As for whether the pearl was stolen or not, Jiang Fei did not care. As long as it was in the hands of Jiang Fei, the name of this thing would be Jiang.
This young master is obviously someone who knows the value of goods.
The dirty old man complimented Jiang Fei. At the same time, he tried to look for any clues on Jiang Fei's face. Although he did not know what this thing was, he had seen countless people. He could completely judge the value of an item based on the buyer's expression. This was also a skill that could be used to sell stolen goods.
Hurry up and give me a price. I'm very busy.
Jiang Fei showed an impatient look. Moreover, his gaze did not linger on the pearl for too long. It was similar to the expression he had when he bought snacks for Natasha.
This little guy is good. He doesn't show his emotions. Is it because he's shrewd?
Or is it because he's not interested in this thing?
Jiang Fei's indifference made the dirty old man hesitate. Because he had been with Jiang Fei for some time. He knew that Jiang Fei and Natasha spent money very casually. Even if it was not something that they particularly liked, they would still spend money to buy it. However, the problem was that if they did not like the pearl and only wanted to buy it out of curiosity, then the dirty old man could not ask for too much. Otherwise, the buyer would run away.
Hey, are you selling it or not?
On the other side, Natasha also urged. She was not cooperating with Jiang Fei. She just thought that the pearl was ugly, so she was not interested at all.
How about this, young master? 1 upper grade spirit stone. And this treasure is yours.
The dirty old man made up his mind. As the saying goes, if you want to run away, don't ask for less. Therefore, he offered a price that he thought was relatively high.
Okay.
Jiang Fei threw out 1 upper grade spirit stone expressionlessly.
Hiss.
The dirty old man was a little regretful. Whether it was because Jiang Fei simply did not care about the money or because the item was priceless, it was obvious that he still wanted less. However, the price was his own. Now that Jiang Fei nodded, it was too late for him to raise the price.
Give me the pearl.
Jiang Fei extended his hand toward the old man. The old man wanted to go back on his words, so his eyes rolled around.
Kid, there's a way to heaven, but you don't want to go. There's no way to hell. So you barge in.
At that moment, the dirty old man's savior arrived. Someone had suddenly appeared here. Humph. Jiang Fei snorted coldly. This guy was none other than Zhang Chen Sr., who had followed them all the way.
What an annoying fly.
Jiang Fei glanced at Zhang Chen Sr. with extreme disgust.
Kid, hurry up and hand over that first-class inner core. Otherwise, don't blame Grandpa for not leaving your corpse intact.
Zhang Chen Sr. shouted.
Don't you run away.
Jiang Fei saw that the dirty old man who had taken the money wanted to take the opportunity to run away.
So he glared at him fiercely.
Hiss.
With just one glance, the dirty old man's heart trembled. In an instant, he felt the threat of death. At that moment, Zhang Chen's 2 senior brothers had already rushed up. They pulled out the long swords on their waists. Clearly, they were planning to kill Jiang Fei.
Natasha, turn around,
Jiang Fei said to Natasha.
Why?
Natasha asked curiously.
Listen to me.
Jiang Fei smiled at her.
Okay.
Seeing that her idol was smiling at her, Natasha immediately turned around unconditionally. Her back was facing Zhang Chen's 2 senior brothers.
Sigh. The sins of the heavens can still be forgiven, but the sins of the self cannot be lived.
Jiang Fei sighed. Then, he opened the fingers of his right hand and pushed forward. Then, his 5 fingers gathered into a fist and squeezed hard.
Bang!
Bang! With 2 muffled sounds.
Jiang Chen's two senior brothers were instantly turned into dust. They did not even have time to scream. Clang! Clang! The two sharp swords fell to the ground. However, as a breeze blew past, the two people who were holding the long swords seemed to have never existed. True! 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 True immortal! The dirty old man was so scared that his upper and lower teeth were chattering. His entire body was in a mess. Although there were countless experts in the 5 directions, there were also quite a number of true immortals. However, other than the core disciples of the big sects, there were still very few ordinary people who had seen true immortals. To them, true immortals were legendary figures. Handsome! Can I turn back now? Natasha asked. Yes. Jiang Fei nodded. Where are the two idiots? Natasha asked curiously. They were scared away by me. Jiang Fei laughed. He had just told Natasha to turn around because he did not want her to see him make such a bloody move. What a bunch of trash. In order to escape, they even gave up their weapons, said Natasha as she pouted. To her, Jiang Fei was her idol. Her idol would not lie. Therefore, no matter what Jiang Fei said, she chose to believe him. On the other hand, Natasha had absolute faith in Jiang Fei. However, the dirty old man, who had witnessed Jiang Fei's murder scene, was so scared that he almost wet his pants. He was now afraid that Jiang Fei would kill him to silence him. Therefore, his entire body had turned into a ball. Where's my pearl? Jiang Fei walked to the dirty old man and asked. This. The dirty old man handed the pearl to Jiang Fei. Okay. Jiang Fei nodded. After identifying the pearl, he put it into the ring's space. This. Sir. That pearl is my gift to you. You should take the money back. The dirty old man was extremely regretful. He was not picking a buyer. It was as if he had picked the Grim Reaper for himself. Why would I want your things for free? Just take it. Jiang Fei smiled. Sir, I don't dare to take it. The dirty old man was on the verge of tears. The more Jiang Fei smiled at him, the more afraid he was. If Jiang Fei really scolded him, he would kick him in the ass. Then, he would tell him to scram. That way, he would feel at ease. Forget it. Natasha, let's go! Jiang Fei could not be bothered with the dirty old man. Anyway, he had obtained the treasure. This made him very happy. Chapter 1877. Chapter 1875. Main ingredients were hard to find. After leaving the dirty old man's place, Jiang Fei brought Natasha back to the Xie family's exhibition area. This place was equivalent to a safe zone. It was more suitable for him to look at the treasures that he had just obtained. Handsome! What did you just buy? Natasha asked curiously. Hee. A good thing. Jiang Fei did not know what the real name of this thing was. However, he could clearly see the effects of this thing through the violet eye. Humph. Don't tell me. Natasha pouted. She thought that Jiang Fei did not want to tell her. Hee. Jiang Fei did not deliberately explain. After that, the two of them came to a tea house. After Jiang Fei ordered a pot of tea and a plate of tea and snacks, he began to study the pearl in his hand. Natasha, on the other hand, was angrily drinking tea and eating tea and snacks. She deliberately turned her face away from Jiang Fei. Under the eyes of the violet orchid, the pearl had completely taken on the form of an energy string. The vibration frequency of these energy strings was very strange. They appeared to have a strange resonance. It released a kind of fusion energy factor. This thing should be something like the 10 complete nourishing pills. Right. Although Jiang Fei had a lot of knowledge about alchemy cauldron, he had not seen many real things. Therefore, although he knew the function of this thing, he did not know its name. Forget it! You shall be called the 10 complete supplement pill. Jiang Fei thought to himself. Based on the energy contained in the 10 complete supplement pill, Jiang Fei's brain was working rapidly. He began to calculate the specific effect of the pill after taking it. After about 15 minutes, Jiang Fei's calculation came to a conclusion. Good God! The effect of this pill is actually comparable to the top-tier blood alchemy pill. Jiang Fei could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Previously, although Jiang Fei had refined a blood alchemy pill, the main ingredient was only the heavenly giant tree of the tribulation stage. However, the effect of this perfect supplement pill was equivalent to the blood alchemy pill refined by the body of a true immortal-level ferocious beast. It was enough to allow an expert of the distraction stage to directly reach the tribulation stage. Handsome! Have you seen enough? Natasha pouted and said. I've seen enough. Where do you want to go? Jiang Fei asked with a smile.
The reason why he wanted to go shopping again was because he had received inspiration from this 10 complete supplement pill. When he saw this 10 complete supplement pill, Jiang Fei thought of the blood alchemy pill. He could refine this kind of pill himself. The only thing he lacked was the main ingredient, which was the body of a top-tier ferocious beast. Don't forget that this was the place. This was the Immortal Feast. It was the best place to shop.
Yes! Yes!
When Natasha heard that she was going to continue shopping, she was so excited that she immediately grabbed Jiang Fei's hand and ran out of the tea house. Jiang Fei did not have time to ask the waiter to change the money. He threw a low-grade spirit stone on the table and followed Natasha out. Jiang Fei and Natasha strolled around for 3 days. It was not that there were no ferocious beasts sold at the Feast of 10,000 Immortals, but most of them were below the Void Interpretation stage. Jiang Fei had only seen one of them at the Mahayana stage. There was not even one at the Tribulation stage, let alone one at the True Immortal stage.
Handsome! What are you looking for?
Natasha was tired of shopping after 3 days. She did not want to go shopping anymore.
I'm just looking around. Natasha, don't you like shopping?
Jiang Fei replied casually.
I don't like it now. Handsome, I'll wait for you at the inn. You can shop by yourself.
After Natasha said that, she ran away quickly.
Hee hee. Girls are afraid of shopping?
Jiang Fei shook his head inexplicably. Then, he continued to search for what he wanted at the Feast of Immortals. On the other side, Jiang Fei went to a few more shops. However, he still did not find anything. However, at that moment, someone suddenly called out to him.
Is that Mr. Jiang Fei in front?
Jiang Fei turned his head and saw a woman standing at the corner of the street with a few guards. This woman was none other than Xiao Yuhan of the Xiao family. She had met Jiang Fei once before.
So, it really is you, Mr. Jiang. Yuhan thought that she had mistaken you for someone else.
Xiao Yuhan walked in front of Jiang Fei in a few steps. When she saw Jiang Fei's back, she felt that he was very familiar. However, she did not dare to use her parapsychic sense to spy on others. Therefore, she could only try and ask. She did not expect that it was really Jiang Fei.
Hee hee. So it's the lady of the Xiao family. What a coincidence.
Jiang Fei laughed.
Yes. My father mentioned you to me 2 days ago.
Xiao Yuhan said politely.
Is that so? When you go back, please send him my regards too,
said Jiang Fei.
Mr. Jiang, is there anything that you need from the Immortal Feast?
Asked Xiao Yuhan.
Hee hee. I do want to buy something. Unfortunately, am not fated to do so,
said Jiang Fei with a sigh.
I wonder what Mr. Jiang wants to buy. Perhaps I can help you,
Xiao Yuhan said.
Oh, I want to buy a true immortal level ferocious beast inner core and body,
Jiang Fei said.
Age?
Xiao Yuhan was shocked when she heard that.
What's wrong? Is it difficult to buy it?
Jiang Fei asked in surprise.
It's not just difficult to buy it, Mr. Jiang. It's best that you don't mention this to anyone else,
Xiao Yuhan said with a troubled look.
What's wrong?
Jiang Fei asked.
Mr. Jiang, can I have a word with you?
Xiao Yuhan saw that there were a lot of people around. So she said to Jiang Fei.
Okay.
Jiang Fei nodded and followed Xiao Yuhan to a quiet place.
Mr. Jiang, please don't say that you're buying the corpse of a true immortal level ferocious beast here. That's a taboo,
Xiao Yuhan said.
Jiang Fei was stunned. There's something I have to tell you. But please don't tell anyone.
Xiao Yuhan lowered her voice and said to Jiang Fei.
What is it?
Jiang Fei asked.
This myriad immortal feast is organized by the Xie family. This Xie family is not human.
Xiao Yuhan first looked around vigilantly before she spoke to Jiang Fei carefully.
I see.
Jiang Fei pretended to be enlightened.
Therefore, do not mention to the Xie family that you want to buy the corpse of a true immortal level beast,
Xiao Yuhan said.
But isn't the Xie family shop selling the things of a true immortal level beast?
Jiang Fei asked curiously.
Normal beasts and true immortal level beasts are two different things. The Xie family can be said to be the agent of the entire mountain of 10,000 beasts. The mountain of 10,000 beasts is made up of true immortal level beasts. Normal beasts are just ants in their eyes. Killing some of them would not have anything to do with humans exchanging for resources. However, true immortal level beasts are equivalent to their clansmen. Why would they exchange the remains of their clansmen for items?
Xiao Yuhan explained.
I see.
Jiang Fei thought about it carefully. No wonder the Xie family looked at him strangely when he proposed to buy a true immortal level beast's body.
Mr. Jiang, how about this? I'll escort you out of here first so that the Xie family won't target you.
Xiao Yuhan suggested. Chapter 1878, Chapter 1876. One should never offend a villain.
That won't be necessary. The Xie family will do something to me,
Jiang Fei said to Xiao Yuhan with a smile.
But
Xiao Yuhan was clearly grateful to Jiang Fei. After all, if Jiang Fei had not intervened, Xiao Tingsu, the pillar of the Xiao family, would have died. If that happened, not only would the Xiao family decline, Xiao Yuhan's father's side would not have a good ending.
It's okay. You don't have to worry about the Xie family. I just want to know where I can get a true immortal level beast's body.
Jiang Fei was not afraid that the Xie family would harm him. After all, the ancestors of the Xie family still had something to ask of him. Although Jiang Fei might have been disrespectful to the beast family by purchasing a true immortal level beast's body, he was not going to hunt a true immortal level beast. Therefore, there was not much animosity between the two sides. The Xie family would not risk their own children's lives just because of such a small matter. Xiao Yuhan was a little hesitant. However, in the end, she still said to Jiang Fei,
Mr. Jiang, you may not know this. Although there will be fights between humans and true immortal level beasts,
there are very few deaths and injuries. Even if a human powerhouse really killed a true immortal level beast, they would still clean up the matter. Otherwise, if the Myriad Beast Mountain finds out about this, on one hand, they will take revenge. On the other hand, they will also ask the powerhouse to return the true immortal beast's corpse and inner core. Therefore, even if someone gets what you want, they will use it secretly for their own use. They will never tell anyone about it.
I see. Jiang Fei nodded. The Mountain of Beasts was even stronger than the valiant Martial Hall and the Moon Goddess sect. In the 5 directions of heaven and earth, although the overall strength of humans was slightly higher than the ferocious beasts, one should not forget that the power of humans was complicated. There were hundreds of sects and sections. However, what about the ferocious beasts? As long as they were true immortal level ferocious beasts, they were almost all members of the Mountain of Beasts. Therefore, although the overall strength of the human race was slightly stronger, they were unusually scattered, and the beast race was a united group. So no human sect interfered to provoke the Thousand Beast Mountain. Therefore, once the situation that Xiao Yuhan had described happened, basically, the human experts would make a judgment after killing a true immortal level beast. If this matter was done without anyone knowing, then they would take the beast's corpse and inner core, and then use it secretly for themselves, absolutely not revealing it to the outside world. But if this matter was leaked, then, after the human experts killed the true immortal level beast, they would have to take the initiative to go to the Myriad Beast Mountain and beg for forgiveness, and send the beast's corpse back. Moreover, the Myriad Beast Mountain was a reasonable place. Killing a true immortal level beast didn't mean that they would have to pay with their lives. This was because they were afraid that if the humans were forced into a corner, they would unite and attack them. Therefore, as long as the human experts who took the initiative to beg for forgiveness admitted their mistakes and offered enough treasures, then the Myriad Beast Mountain wouldn't pursue the matter. Of course, this was only under normal circumstances. If they killed the son of a certain big shot of the Myriad Beast Mountain, then things would not be so simple. In short, it was a matter of weighing the pros and cons between the big forces. So, Mr. Jiang, if you really want the true immortal level beast body, then the Myriad Beast Mountain is probably the only way. Xiao Yuhan said.
You can't get it through the Xie family?
Jiang Fei asked.
I really don't know about that. But it should not be so simple. The Xie family is just the representative of the entire Myriad Beast Mountain. Although they are powerful, they should not have the authority to make such decisions.
Xiao Yuhan said.
Okay.
Jiang Fei nodded. Although the Xie family had a request for him, even so, the Xie family could only help him get a true immortal level beast carcass. However, Jiang Fei's demand was not limited to that. He had a large group of girls around him who needed to increase their strength. Therefore, he needed a large number of true immortal level beast carcasses.
Looks like I'll have to go to the Mountain of Beasts once.
Jiang Fei thought to himself. The Mountain of Beasts was a faction formed by true immortal level beasts. Although true immortal level beasts rarely died, after tens of thousands of years of accumulation, there should be quite a number of true immortal level beasts' corpses in their graves. At this moment, Jiang Fei was clearly eyeing this point. After making up his mind, Jiang Fei bade farewell to Xiao Yuhan and returned to the core area of the gathering alone. This time, as soon as Jiang Fei returned, someone came looking for him.
Fifth Elder. It's this guy.
A shop assistant pointed at Jiang Fei from afar and said to a person, "That's right."
The fifth elder of the Xie family was stunned. These shop assistants and shopkeepers might not know Jiang Fei, but as the fifth elder of the Xie family, he had seen Jiang Fei before. He also knew that this kid had a close relationship with the old ancestor.
"All right. This matter ends here. Don't tell anyone about it. I will handle it."
The fifth elder suppressed the matter. He did not know the relationship between Jiang Fei and Xie Tianqin, so he did not dare to make a rash decision. Now, he could only invite Jiang Fei back to the Xie family and let the old ancestor Xie Tianqin decide everything.
"Young Master Jiang, take care."
After making up his mind, fifth elder came to Jiang Fei.
"Ah, so it's fifth elder. What's the matter?"
Jiang Fei had also met fifth elder in the Xie family.
"Sigh. Young Master Jiang, the last time you left without saying goodbye, the old ancestor had scolded us harshly. He said that we did not treat you well, which made you feel neglected,"
said the fifth elder. It was obvious that he was criticizing Jiang Fei. As for the scolding, it was all nonsense because Xie Tianqin had not returned after leaving with the blood mistress.
"Hee. Last time, it was because I had something important to deal with. Grandma Xie was not around, so I did not have the time to ask her for leave. Moreover, Grandma Xie said that I could enter and leave the Xie family at will, so I did not pay too much attention to it. I did not expect that fifth elder would be reprimanded. What a sin,"
Jiang Fei said with a cold smile. Although he apologized, the meaning was clear. What is the relationship between me and your ancestors? When do I come, and when do I leave have anything to do with a servant like you?
Hee.
The fifth elder laughed awkwardly. Although he was choked by Jiang Fei, he did not dare to flare up.
"Fifth elder, is there something you need from me?"
Jiang Fei asked.
"Aye."
The fifth elder suddenly did not know what to say. He originally wanted to invite Jiang Fei back to the Xie family, and then wait for the ancestor to make the decision himself. However, Jiang Fei's meaning was clear now. He was very close to the ancestor. He did not need anyone's permission to enter and leave the Xie family. He was just a servant. How could he ask for an invitation?
"All right. If you have nothing else to say, I'll be leaving first,"
Jiang Fei said and turned around to leave. He originally did not have any objections to the fifth elder. However, this fellow actually spoke to him with a questioning tone. How could Jiang Fei tolerate it? Seeing that Jiang Fei had left, the fifth elder felt humiliated.
"Humph. Kid, you don't even know that you're about to die."
The fifth elder made up his mind and decided to go around Xie Tianqin. He would directly report the matter of Jiang Fei spying on the true immortal level beast's corpse to the Myriad Beasts Mountain. Chapter 1879, Chapter 1877. Soul Transplantation. Jiang Fei could not have predicted the fifth elder's evil intentions. Therefore, he was not prepared for it. After leaving the fifth elder's place, Jiang Fei returned to the inn and found Natasha.
"Handsome, did you find what you were looking for?"
Natasha asked.
"No."
Jiang Fei shook his head.
"Then, do you still want to continue looking?"
Natasha continued to ask.
"I'm not looking anymore."
Jiang Fei sighed. Since Xiao Yuhan had already told him that no one would sell the body of a true immortal level beast at the grand banquet, Jiang Fei naturally would not continue to waste his time here.
"Then, where shall we go next?"
When Natasha heard that Jiang Fei was not looking anymore, she immediately became excited.
"Let me bring you to a fun place,"
Jiang Fei said after thinking for a moment.
"Where are we going?"
Natasha asked curiously.
"To the Xie family."
Jiang Fei smiled. He also wanted to see if Xie Tianqin and the blood mistress had returned. After helping Xie Tianqin save her grandson, Jiang Fei planned to go to the Mountain of Beasts once. After all, he was still very interested in the corpses of the ferocious beasts.
"Xie family? Sure.
Natasha did not care where they went, as long as it was a novel place and she had Jiang Fei, her idol, to accompany her. She would be happy wherever she went.
"Then, let's go,"
Jiang Fei said as he walked out of the inn.
Okay.
Natasha nodded as she followed him out. After that, the two of them came to the outside of the no-fly zone. Then, they rode on their swords, as they had come to the Xie family once. Jiang Fei was very familiar with it this time. Soon, the two of them arrived in front of the Maha tree. Jiang Fei activated the Maha tree using the same method that Blood Mistress had used before. Instantly, the illusion dissipated and the teleportation circle was revealed.
"I really don't want to sit in this teleportation circle,"
Jiang Fei sighed in his heart. However, there was no other way. If he wanted to go to the Xia family, he had to go through this teleportation circle. After the two of them stepped into the teleportation circle, Jiang Fei activated the teleportation circle. Instantly, a wave of dizziness enveloped Jiang Fei and Natasha.
Yeah! 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 Yeah!
Natasha's screams continued to ring in Jiang Fei's ears. This made Jiang Fei feel a lot better. Sometimes, people were like this. Although he was unlucky, he would feel much better if he had someone by his side. Last time, although he had Blood Mistress by his side, the little girl had a cold expression on her face. Even when she was sitting in the teleportation circle, she did not have any expression on her face, let alone screaming like Natasha. Therefore, Jiang Fei could not feel the pain of Blood Mistress at all. Therefore, he felt extremely uncomfortable. After an unknown period of time, when Natasha felt that she was about to vomit her intestines out, the teleportation had finally ended.
Ugh!
Natasha's reaction was even more intense than Jiang Fei's back then.
I'll be fine after a while.
Although Jiang Fei was also feeling very uncomfortable, he felt much better when he saw Natasha like this. A moment later, while Natasha was still retching, a few disciples of the Xia family rushed over.
Oh! It's Mr. Jiang Fei. The ancestor is looking for you.
One of the disciples recognized Jiang Fei.
Oh! Grandma Xia is back?
Jiang Fei asked.
Yes. She just came back yesterday. She wants to see you as soon as she's back,
the disciple said.
Okay. Take me to her,
Jiang Fei said.
Please follow me.
The disciple nodded and said, although not everyone could meet Xia Tianqin, Jiang Fei was clearly an exception, because Xia Tianqin had something to ask of Jiang Fei at the moment. As soon as she came back, she had instructed the Xia family's disciples to immediately bring her to see Jiang Fei. As soon as she saw Jiang Fei, she immediately brought him to see her. Under the leadership of the two disciples, Jiang Fei and Xia Tianqin went through the house and passed through the courtyard. Soon, they arrived at Xia Tianxin's small courtyard.
Mr. Jiang Fei, please wait for a moment. I will go in and inform them,
the disciple said to Jiang Fei.
No need. Let them in.
Before Jiang Fei could answer, Xia Tianxin's voice came from the small courtyard.
It's the ancestor.
The two disciples bowed to the small courtyard and then said to Jiang Fei.
Mr. Jiang Fei, the ancestor invites you in. All right.
Jiang Fei smiled faintly and then walked in. Natasha did not know what fear was and immediately followed him in.
Little one, you're finally back.
Xia Tianqin was very happy when she saw Jiang Fei. Then, she looked at Natasha and asked,
This is? Could it be that she's one of them? No. 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 She's a friend that I met outside,
Jiang Fei said.
Oh. I see.
Xia Tianqin nodded. Then, she said to Blood Mistress,
Junior sister, arrange a place for this young lady first. We'll have a meal together later. Okay. Senior sister?
Blood Mistress nodded. Of course, she knew that her senior sister was trying to send Natasha away on purpose.
Handsome brother. Aye.
Natasha clearly did not want to leave.
You go first. He'll come and find you later,
Jiang Fei said.
All right.
Natasha nodded obediently. After all, sometimes, the words of her idol were more effective than the words of her own father. After Natasha left, Jiang Fei asked Xia Zhen.
Senior, you're in such a hurry to see me. I'm afraid that the matter of your physical body has been settled. Right. Hee hee. Little guy, you're really smart. I have indeed prepared a suitable physical body,
Xia Tianqin said.
Can I take a look at that physical body?
Jiang Fei asked.
Of course.
Xia Zhen nodded. Jiang Fei was the one who had to perform the soul transfer. Therefore, he would see the physical body sooner or later. Now that he was looking at it, he would be able to detect the problem in advance. After that, Xia Tianqin brought Jiang Fei to a secret chamber. There was a crystal coffin in the secret chamber. There was a naked, bald man lying inside.
It's him.
Xia Tianqin pointed at the crystal coffin and said,
Okay.
Jiang Fei came before the crystal coffin. At the same time, he opened his violet eye and began to examine the body.
Senior, what a good trick,
Jiang Fei said to Xia Tianqin after 10 minutes. The bald man in the crystal coffin was not dead yet. His consciousness was already in chaos. But it was still there. His body was also perfectly preserved. He did not suffer any damage.
Can I use it?
Xia Tianqin asked the question that he was most concerned about.
Yes.
Jiang Fei nodded. This body was very perfect. As long as he used his mind power to wipe out this guy's consciousness body, he would be able to perform a perfect soul transplant. Other than that, Jiang Fei also realized that this man was not a transformed ferocious beast. Instead, he was a human expert. However, Jiang Fei did not mention anything about this person's identity and background. In any case, he was only responsible for helping Xie Tianxin's grandson to transplant a soul. As for how this body came about, he did not care at all.
That's great. Little guy. When can the soul transfer begin?
Xie Tianxin asked. This was because when she returned this time, she heard that Old Seven was sick again. Moreover, he was very sick. She was really afraid that Old Seven would not be able to wait. Chapter 1880. Chapter 1878? Another one?
We can start anytime.
Jiang Fei replied.
That's great. Brother Seven's health has been getting worse lately. I'm worried.
Although Xie Tianxin did not explain it clearly, Jiang Fei had completely understood what she meant.
Then, it'll start tonight. Where's the patient? I'll take a look at the situation first.
Jiang Fei said.
All right. Follow me,
said Xie Tianxin as she led Jiang Fei to a small building at the back. When they reached the front of the small building, Xie Tianxin said to Jiang Fei,
This is where Old Seven lives. Because Old Seven likes to be quiet. Very few people come here on weekdays. Okay.
Jiang Fei nodded and followed Xie Zin into the small building. The small building was not big. It was only 3 stories tall. Moreover, there were only 3 to 4 rooms on each floor. Jiang Fei followed Xie Tianxin to the second floor very quickly.
Ancestor, you're here. Master Seven has just fallen asleep.
An old man who looked like a butler said to Xie Tianxin.
Okay, let's go up and take a look.
Xie Zin nodded.
Ancestor, do you need me to wake Master Seven up?
The butler asked.
Do I need to?
Xie Tianxin looked at Jiang Fei.
No need.
Jiang Fei shook his head.
Then there's no need to wake him up. Let him have a good rest.
Xie Zin sighed. Her heart ached for this 7th grandson from the bottom of her heart.
Yes. Ancestor.
The butler nodded and brought Jiang Fei and Xie Tianxin to the 3rd floor. In a small room, Jiang Fei finally met Xie Tianxin's 7th grandson. However, from the looks of it, this guy looked like a grandfather, as he was very weak. The traces of time were especially obvious on his face. In addition, this person was seriously ill. Therefore, he looked even more haggard and aged.
Swish!
Jiang Fei opened the violet eye and began to observe the patient on the bed.
Hiss!
After seeing the patient, Jiang Fei could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. This guy was able to live until now because Xie family was rich and generous. They used all kinds of treasures to hang his life. Otherwise, she would have been able to do it herself. Now, the corpse had rotted away. At this time, the patient on the bed was already beyond cure. Almost all the organs in his body had already collapsed. Even his mental strength was beginning to decline. It was already impossible to treat him with normal methods. Otherwise, Xie Tianxin, who loved him so much, would not have given up on treating him. However, normal methods were no longer effective. However, Jiang Fei's method was not a problem at all. Because it was a soul transplant, the changes in the body were no longer important. However, there was one thing that made Jiang Fei very troubled. That was that the guy's spiritual power had begun to shrink. If he were to be transplanted in such a state, he might suffer some damage. If he were to turn this guy into a half-fool and half-evil, would Xie Zin be able to avoid Jiang Fei?
What's wrong? Can he still be saved?
Xie Tianxin clearly saw that Jiang Fei was in a difficult position.
His spiritual power is starting to weaken. This is not easy to handle.
Jiang Fei hesitated for a moment, and then told Xie Tianxin the worst outcome.
Mental damage?
Xie Tianxin had clearly not thought of such a possibility. So she was stunned for a moment.
It's just a possibility,
Jiang Fei said.
Even so, save your life first.
Xie Zin gritted her teeth and said,
Grandma Xie, don't worry. I will do my best. An injury to Chili is only the worst case scenario. I will use some remedial measures midway. However, it is not a 100% success rate. So I will inform you in advance,
Jiang Fei said.
Yes, I know. Do as you wish. No matter what, the Xie family will remember your kindness.
Xie Tianxin knew that Jiang Fei was giving her a shot in the arm. She was afraid that she would vent her anger on Jiang Fei if something went wrong during the rescue process.
Okay, then, you can transfer the patient downstairs tonight. Leave the rest to me,
said Jiang Fei.
Okay.
Xie Zin nodded. when she said Jiang Fei downstairs. She looked at her grandson, who was lying on the bed lovingly. When he came down from the small building, Jiang Fei said goodbye to Xie Tianqin and returned to his own small courtyard. At this time, Jiang Zhong and Natasha were already waiting for him.
Captain, what's the meaning of this? Are you taking him in again?
Jiang Zhong ran to Jiang Fei's side and asked in a low voice.
Accept my ass. That's Natasha. Don't you know her?
Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. After all, when Jiang Zhong was still 0541, Jiang Fei did not hide anything from him.
I know she's Natasha. But the problem is that you guys,
Jiang Zhong said and winked at Jiang Fei. Then, he put on a knowing expression.
Don't talk nonsense.
Jiang Fei glared at Jiang Zhong. Then, he walked up to Natasha.
Handsome, you're finally back. This guy is too poor. How annoying.
As soon as she saw Jiang Fei coming over, Natasha immediately went up to him. Then, she hugged Jiang Fei's arm and began to complain.
Tisk, you're already hugging him. Who would believe that he's fine?
Jiang Zhong pursed his lips at the side.
Ignore him. He's just a talker.
Jiang Fei glared at Jiang Zhong again. On the other hand, Jiang Fei arranged for Natasha to stay in the small courtyard. Then, he called Jiang Zhong over and said,
I'm going to help Xie Tianxin's grandson perform a soul transfer tonight. Keep an eye on her. Don't let her get into trouble. Don't worry. Captain,
Jiang Zhong said with a smile.
Okay.
Jiang Fei nodded and began to prepare the things that he needed for tonight. After dinner, the Xie family members came to invite Jiang Fei. After all, Xie Tianqi was burning with anxiety. She hoped that her grandson would be able to recover as soon as possible. Following the Xie family's disciples, Jiang Fei came to the bottom of the small building. At this time, Xie Tianxin's grandson and the human true immortal master were already in position. At this time, there were 2 beds in the empty space below the small building. On one of the beds was Xie Tianxin's grandson, and on the other bed was the unlucky guy who was about to be possessed.
Little guy, you're finally here.
When Xie Tianqin saw that Jiang Fei had arrived, she took the initiative to welcome him.
Hee hee. Grandma Xie. Let's begin. It's still the same old rules. You will help me protect the Dharma. However, I won't call you. No matter what happens, you must not interfere.
Jiang Fei reminded her.
Yes, I know.
Xie Tianqin knew that although she was very powerful, however, she knew nothing about this soul transfer. If she were to do something in a hurry, it would only help Jiang Fei. Therefore, she said to Blood Mistress beside her,
Junior sister, if I am impulsive later, I will remember to hold me back. Okay.
Blood Mistress was still expressionless. After everything was settled, Jiang Fei began to make his move. The large-scale cultivation pod was released. Then, Jiang Fei put the unlucky guy in. At this time, because his consciousness was still there. Therefore, Jiang Fei had to deal with it before the official start. Chapter 1881, Chapter 1879, was not completely resurrected.
Brother, I'm sorry. Who asked you to be so unlucky?
Jiang Fei muttered to himself as he looked at the unlucky guy who was placed in the cultivation pod. However, the unlucky guy could no longer understand Jiang Fei's words. Although he still had his consciousness had already been messed up by Xie Tianqin. He was like a fool.
Brother, when you get there, you have to remember the right person. It was the ancestors of the Xie family who caused you to be like this.
Jiang Fei said in his heart. If Xie Tianqin heard this, she would probably be so angry that she would roll her eyes.
All right, let's do it.
Jiang Fei suddenly activated the violet eye. At the same time, his spiritual power surged out and squeezed into the unlucky fellow's consciousness. Although this unlucky fellow had become a fool, his consciousness was still fighting bravely out of his survival instinct.
Sigh.
Jiang Fei sighed and increased the intensity of the corrosion. Although this guy was stronger than Jiang Fei, his spiritual power was not as strong as Jiang Fei's. Moreover, he could only fight back through his instincts. Therefore, he was not Jiang Fei's opponent at all.
Ah! Arg!
The painful wails penetrated the cabin door. The people outside could not help but feel a chill down their spine. After about 10 minutes, the poor guy's consciousness was completely devoured. Jiang Fei had benefited greatly from this. After all, such powerful mental strength was not a small tonic to him.
All right.
Jiang Fei heaved a sigh of relief. Consuming this guy's consciousness was also very exhausting for him.
Aye.
Xie Tianqi was about to say something, but Blood Mistress covered her mouth.
Blood Mistress waved at Xie Tianqin. Xie Tianqin immediately remembered what Jiang Fei had told her. She knew that she could not disturb him at this time. Xie Tianqin could not help but ask a question just now. Now that she had calmed her mind, she naturally would not cause any more trouble for Jiang Fei. Bang! Jiang Fei waved his hand and released another cultivation pod. Thank you, Grandma. Put your grandson in this cultivation chamber, Jiang Fei said to Grandma Xie. Okay. In response to Jiang Fei's request, Xie Tianqin immediately came over and carefully put her grandson in the cultivation chamber. Bang! The hatch door closed. Then, Jiang Fei pressed the button. A helmet fell from the cultivation chamber and landed on Xie Tianxin's grandson's head. Prepare to extract consciousness. Jiang Fei pressed the start button. The instrument began to operate. Extracting. Memory extraction 89%, 95%, 99%, 100%. The moment the memory extraction was completed, Jiang Fei pressed a red button. In an instant, nerve gas was injected into the cabin. Xie Tianxin's grandson instantly breathed in too much nerve gas. The organs in his body, that were already on the verge of collapse, instantly began to fail. In less than 3 seconds, Xie Tianxin's grandson lost his vital signs. Seventh brother's aura has disappeared. What happened? Xie Tianqin was anxious. She immediately wanted to pounce on him, but was stopped by Blood Mistress. Senior sister? Don't be rash. Blood Mistress held Xie Tianqin tightly. Yes. 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 This might be a normal step. Xie Tianqin suppressed the worry in her heart. She did not even dare to look in the direction of the cultivation cabin. Memory transfer. Jiang Fei continued to control the device and began to transfer Xie Tianxin's grandson's memories. Actually, there was one thing that Jiang Fei did not tell Xie Tianqin. His soul transfer was just a facade. His technology was just the cloning technology of the Merak people. Back then, when the Mechs were exploring the galaxy from afar, once the crew members' lifespans were used up, they would clone their own bodies and transfer their memories over. This way, their knowledge could be continued. However, it was not a true resurrection. What Jiang Fei did was the same. The last thing he created was a combination of Xie Tianxin's grandson's memories and that unlucky guy's body. Although the newly born guy had Xie Tianxin's grandson's aura, Xie Tianxin's real grandson had already been poisoned to death by Jiang Fei. Although Jiang Fei had already resurrected many people, which of those people were previously alive? Be it Bella and the other girls or 0541. They were just a part of the program. Therefore, they did not need to kill the main body at all. They could just transfer it directly. However, Xie Tianxin's grandson was different. Even if Jiang Fei transferred his memories and cloned them into a new carrier, Xie Tianxin's grandson was still alive. In order to avoid being seen through by Xie Tianqin. Therefore, Jiang Fei could only go all out and directly poison Xie Tianxin's grandson. This way, after the birth of a new person, he would have all of Xie Tianxin's grandson's memories. He would not realize that he was a clone. Therefore, as long as Jiang Fei did not say anything, his actions could be said to be flawless. No one would be able to see through him. Moreover, Jiang Fei had fulfilled all of Xie Tianxin's requirements. The newly resurrected guy had all of Xie Tianxin's grandson's knowledge and memories. He could also become the new decision maker of the Xie family. Moreover, he would not realize that he was just a clone. Therefore, from a certain perspective, as long as Jiang Fei did not tell anyone about this guy would be Xie Tianxin's biological grandson. As time passed, the transfer of the memory was completed very quickly. Wake up! Jiang Fei started the next step of the program. The equipment in the training chamber began to operate crazily. It began to help the memory and brain fuse. Are you almost done? Xie Tianqin asked Blood Mistress in a low voice. This was because when 0541 was resurrected, it was almost over. I think so. Blood Mistress was not too sure. Bang! At this moment, Jiang Fei opened the cabin door. A large amount of dark green culture liquid poured out, revealing the person inside. Swish! Jiang Fei, who was already prepared, took out a cloak and draped it over the person's body. Is it ready? Xie Tianqin asked. Almost, although it has not woken up yet. The soul transfer was very successful, Jiang Fei said with a smile. That's good. That's good. At that moment, Xie Tianxin's attention was completely focused on her new grandson. Jiang Fei quietly pressed a button. Immediately, a new liquid was injected into the incubator, completely corroding Xie Tianxin's grandson's body. After doing all of this, Jiang Fei let out a long sigh. Although his resurrection was fake,
and it was a little unfair to Xia Tianxin's grandson. That kid was already terminally ill. He would end his life in advance. Letting him be reborn in another way could also be considered compensation. Chapter 1882. Chapter 1880. You have to pick the bigger boasting.
When will my grandson wake up?
Xia Tianxin asked.
Not necessarily. Maybe a little while. Maybe a day.
Jiang Fei shrugged.
Oh. It's okay. It's okay.
Xia Tianxin quickly nodded. Even if it was a day, it did not matter. At least her grandson had been saved.
Junior sister, please take little friend Jiang to rest first. He'll handle this,
Xiezhen said to Blood Mistress. Because Jiang Fei had saved her grandson, she had changed her way of addressing Jiang Fei.
Okay.
Blood Mistress nodded and brought Jiang Fei back to his residence.
Oh right. Blood Mistress, what is the name of Grandma Xia's grandson?
Jiang Fei asked after he returned to his residence. He had heard from Grandma Xia that his grandson was extremely intelligent and had been the decision-maker of the Xia family's matters in the past. This time, he had obtained a strong body and was free from the burden of illness. It was very likely that he would continue to be the leader of the Xia family in the future. Therefore, it was necessary for Jiang Fei to learn more about him.
That is senior sister's 7th grandson. His name is Xie Jin.
Blood Mistress said whatever she asked without saying a word.
Then, what kind of person is he?
Jiang Fei continued to ask.
It's hard to say. I don't know much about him. However, I heard that he's very shrewd. Even when he's facing human profiteers, he has never suffered a loss.
Blood Mistress said.
I see.
Jiang Fei frowned. From Blood Mistress' description, this Xie Jin was also a powerful character. However, it was no wonder. If he was not so powerful, Xie Tianxin might not have taken him so seriously. An old man like Xie Tianxin, who had lived for thousands of years, was actually already very indifferent to relationships. Even if they were family, she would not care if they were worthless. Although Xie Tianxin and Blood Mistress were both ferocious beasts that had lived for thousands of years, the Xia family was flourishing. They did not have the same reproductive difficulties as the blood demon bees. Therefore, they did not take their children as seriously as Blood Mistress. Jiang Fei stayed in the Xia family for another 2 days. During these 2 days, Natasha appeared to be quite obedient. She did not run around and did not bother Jiang Fei. Instead, she got along well with Jiang Zhong. One day, when it was almost noon, a disciple of the Xia family came to Jiang Fei's small courtyard.
Mr. Jiang, the ancestor has invited you.
The disciple of the Xia family bowed to Jiang Fei.
Okay, I got it.
Jiang Fei nodded. Then, he gave Jiang Zhong and Natasha some advice. Then, he brought Blood Mistress to Xia Tianxin's small courtyard.
Come! Sit down.
This time, Xia Tianxin was much more enthusiastic toward Jiang Fei.
Hee. Grandma Xia, are you looking for me because of Xie Jin?
Jiang Fei asked.
Hee. Old 7 has already woken up for a day. He is recovering very well now. He did not forget about what happened before. I am here today to thank you,
Xia Tianxin said with a smile.
Grandma Xia, you are too kind. It was just a piece of cake for me,
Jiang Fei said with a smile.
Don't say that. Although I don't quite understand the method you used. My grandson is alive and recovering very well. I understand that.
Xia Tianxin was very happy at that moment. Clearly, she did not know that. The current Xie Jin was no longer the same Xie Jin from before.
I'm relieved that I did not hurt the patient's memory.
Jiang Fei smiled. Naturally, he would not expose his tricks. Anyway, if he did not say anything, no one would know that the current Xie Jin was just a clone.
Oh right. Little Fei, I heard that you want the corpse of a true immortal level beast. Is that right?
At that moment, Xia Tianxin's address of Jiang Fei changed again. After Xie Jin was resurrected, his recovery was better than expected. Therefore, Xie Tianxin naturally became closer to Jiang Fei. This was how a beast was. As long as she felt that Jiang Fei was really treating her well, she would treat him well without holding back.
That's true.
Jiang Fei knew that he could not hide it from her. So he nodded and admitted it.
Why do you want it?
Beside him, Blood Bell's face darkened. Clearly, the corpse of a true immortal level killer was a taboo for all members of the Myriad Beast Mountain.
I'm doing a research.
Of course, Jiang Fei could not say that he was going to refine pills.
Research?
Xie Tianxin and Blood Lady looked at Jiang Fei in confusion.
Actually, I don't just want the corpse of a true immortal. I also want the corpse of a human true immortal,
Jiang Fei said.
Can you tell me more about it?
Xie Tianqing asked.
Of course. There's nothing to hide.
Jiang Fei pondered for a moment. Then, he said,
I've been doing some research recently. It's about transcending tribulations and becoming a true immortal. If my theory is correct, then perhaps anyone can transcend tribulations and become an immortal. After becoming an immortal, there might be a new realm.
What? Jiang Fei's words were really shocking. As soon as he said that, Xie Tianqing and Blood Mistress were so shocked that they stood up from their chairs.
Hee hee.
Jiang Fei shrugged and continued.
Does it sound incredible? Yes. Yes.
Xie Tianqing and Blood Mistress nodded in unison.
Yes. At first, I also thought that it was a fantasy. However, after some small experiments, I felt that my idea and possibility were true. Therefore, I need to find a true immortal level corpse to do more experiments.
At this time, Jiang Fei had already turned on the pretense mode. All sorts of boastful words were coming out of his mouth.
How is this possible?
Xie Tianqing widened her eyes and cried out.
If my theory can be proven on the corpse, then I will have to do experiments on living bodies. If no one is willing, I don't mind doing experiments on myself.
As Jiang Fei said this, his eyes actually revealed the kind of madness that only scientific freaks would have.
Junior sister, do you think what he said is true?
Xie Tianqing turned to Blood Mistress and asked.
Senior sister, it's hard for me to say. After all, I don't believe what he said about being able to save old Seven.
Blood Mistress' words were a great help to Jiang Fei. After all, in the theory of the 5 directions of heaven and earth, Xie Jin's life was already over. There was no way to cure him. But Jiang Fei had forcefully saved him. Therefore, in the eyes of Blood Mistress and Xie Tianqing, Jiang Fei was already a god in the field of medicine. Therefore, no matter how ridiculous his words were, Xie Tianqing and Blood Mistress did not dare to believe him.
His.
Xie Tianqing pondered for a moment. Then, she asked Jiang Fei,
Little Fei, who have you mentioned this theory to? Just the two of you. No one has ever asked me before. After all, it's just a theory. I don't know if it will work in the end. So I didn't tell anyone.
Jiang Fei said.
Don't tell anyone else yet. Just wait for me here for a few days. I'll be back soon.
Xie Tianqing said.
Senior sister, could it be that you?
Blood Mistress looked at Xie Tianqing in surprise.
It's fine if this is fake. If it's true, we definitely can't let the human cultivators monopolize it.
Xie Tianqing said to Blood Mistress telepathically. Chapter 1883, Chapter 1881. The Ambition of the Myriad Beasts Mountain.
Yes, I understand.
Blood Mistress nodded. Xie Tianqing's words were very clear. She needed to return to the Myriad Beasts Mountain and report the matter to the higher-ups. If the higher-ups of the Myriad Beasts Mountain approved it, it was not impossible for them to provide Jiang Fei with some corpses for research purposes. After chatting with Xie Tianqing for a while, the three of them had lunch together again. After that, Jiang Fei and Blood Mistress returned to their own residence. Xie Tianqing left the Xie family and headed to the Myriad Beasts Mountain.
Captain, you seem to be very happy.
After Jiang Fei returned, Jiang Zong smiled and asked,
Perhaps Xie Zhen can bring me some good news this time.
Jiang Fei smiled and said,
What good news?
Natasha jumped and ran over.
Hee hee. You won't understand even if I tell you.
Jiang Fei smiled at Natasha. After all, Natasha was a player, so Jiang Fei could not tell her everything.
Oh.
Natasha pouted and nodded. Although she was already quite familiar with Jiang Fei was still her idol. Therefore, in her heart, she was still a little afraid of Jiang Fei. In the next few days, Jiang Fei had a more leisurely life. During this time, he even took the time to return to the scout ship. At this time, the Lonely Star class unmanned scout ship was still in automatic navigation mode, traveling through the endless space. Due to the time flow, it was still quite a distance away from Skoda Star. This time, when he returned to the scout ship, apart from confirming the coordinates of the scout ship, Jiang Fei also adjusted the auto-navigation route. After that, he returned to the 5 directions of heaven and earth. Although Jiang Fei was only delayed on the scout ship for less than half an hour. However, including the time difference, and the time he had to rush back to the Talon Star from planet Taibai, a night had passed. On the 5th day after Xie Tianqing left the Xie family, she finally returned to the Xie family. However, Xie Tianqing looked very tired and did not look very well.
Senior sister, what's wrong? Blood Concubine came to Xia Tianxin's side and asked. Although she did not usually talk much, she knew her senior sister very well. Xia Tianxin did not immediately go to look for Jiang Fei when she returned. That meant that her trip to the Myriad Beasts Mountain did not go smoothly. Those old guys are crazy! Xia Tianxin was full of anger when she mentioned this matter. What's wrong? Blood Mistress asked. Humph. Those old guys are so greedy, Xia Tianxin said. They don't want to provide the corpses as test subjects? Blood Mistress asked. No. They agreed to it without even considering it. They said that the corpses of their own kind are not allowed to be desecrated. It's all because these old guys fooled those young people. Bah! Xia Zhen spat as he said this. What's going on? Blood Mistress asked. Humph. They asked us to control Jiang Fei and let him do research for us. Xia Zhen laughed coldly. Hee. Although I have not spent much time with Jiang Fei, I know that this guy is not simple. It will not be easy to control him. Blood Mistress laughed coldly. That group of old guys have long been blinded by power. Once they see the possibility of benefits, they will go crazy, Xia Tianxin said. Then, should we remind Jiang Fei? Blood Mistress asked. Later. You can go and have a breather with him. Consider it a good deal for us. Those old men have gone crazy. I have to find a way out for my family, Xia Tianxin said. This time, after Xia Tianxin returned to the Myriad Beast Mountain, she had held back. This time, Xia Tianxin did not mention to the big shots of the Myriad Beast Mountain that Jiang Fei had the ability to travel between the main universe and the 5 directions. Therefore, the big shots of the Myriad Beasts Mountain did not know that it was impossible for them to capture Jiang Fei. Okay. Blood Lady did not care. Although she was also a member of the Myriad Beasts Mountain, she was alone. Her only child was still waiting for Jiang Fei to save her life. Therefore, at worst, she would follow Jiang Fei and leave the 5 directions of heaven and earth. After coming out from Xia Tianxin's place, Blood Lady was thinking about how to tell Jiang Fei about this matter. As she did not usually communicate with others, she was somewhat at a loss when it came to her choice of words. Blood Mistress, what are you thinking about? Jiang Fei asked when he saw the troubled look on Blood Mistress' face. My senior sister is back. Blood Mistress did not usually communicate with others, let alone lie. Oh, Grandma Xia is back. Jiang Fei's heart skipped a beat. He thought that Xia Tianxin had brought him good news. Yes, but the result might not be as good as you think, Blood Mistress said. What? They don't want to take out the corpse for me to study? Jiang Fei asked. That's not true. They are willing to give you the corpse. But? Blood Mistress suddenly did not know how to continue speaking. Although she and Jiang Fei were only hired. After spending some time together, she also felt that Jiang Fei was a good friend. However, now that the Myriad Beast Mountain wanted to control him, Blood Mistress felt that she had let her friend down. But what? Jiang Fei asked. Puzzled. Those people want you to work for them. Blood Mistress could not think of a more tactful way to put it. In the end, she could only tell the truth. What do you mean? Jiang Fei raised his eyebrows. I want to capture you and focus on working for them, Blood Mistress said. Hee. Jiang Fei laughed coldly. He did not expect that the ferocious beasts would be so greedy. It seemed that things like power could really corrode human nature, even if the ferocious beasts were simple-minded. Once they had power, their ambitions began to swell. However, senior sister and I are on your side, Blood Mistress added. Why are you on my side? Are you going to fight against the Myriad Beast Mountain with me? Jiang Fei asked with a cold smile. At this moment, he was angry, so his attitude toward Blood Mistress was not very good. I'm fine with it, but I'm afraid that senior sister can't do it. She can't drag the Xia family into eternal damnation, Blood Mistress said. Hee hee. Jiang Fei laughed coldly. However, senior sister will secretly send us a message. Blood Mistress put in a good word for Xia Tianxin. Captain, I think that Xia Tianxin is already good enough to do this. After all, the Xia family is so big here. She can't just ignore everything and help you, said Jiang Zong. Although Jiang Fei had helped Xia Tianxin save her grandson, a grandson was not comparable to the entire Xia family. That's true. Jiang Fei nodded. Oh right. My senior sister gave this to you. She said that it's compensation for you, said Blood Mistress as she handed over a jade pupil scroll. What's this? Jiang Fei asked curiously. This is the Xia family's martial arts technique, answered Blood Mistress. You're giving it to me now. Jiang Fei was stunned. Initially, Xia Tianxin had given the martial arts technique to him because she wanted him to marry Huqin Cheng. Yes. Under the current circumstances, It's impossible for you to hold a wedding in the Five Directions world. Senior sister said that she believes in your character. You will definitely keep your words,
said Blood Mistress. Chapter 1884. Chapter 1882 was a game. Jiang Fei was not as happy as he had expected. Although the Myriad Beasts mountain could not actually threaten him. After being targeted by such a group of people, Jiang Fei's future actions in the five directions of heaven and earth would definitely be hindered.
Thank me for telling Grandma Xia that no one wanted to do this. Let her not blame herself too much.
Although Jiang Fei had a bad impression of the beasts in the Myriad Beasts mountain, it was just as Jiang Gong had said. Xie Tianxin and Blood Mistress had already done their best. There was nothing more for him to criticize.
I will tell Senior Sister. If you want to give up on the Five Directions, I will leave with you,
Blood Mistress said to Jiang Fei.
Thank you.
Jiang Fei could see the sincerity in Blood Mistress' eyes. The reason why she left with him was not only to save his child, but also because she felt guilty towards Jiang Fei. Most of the ferocious beasts were relatively simple. They valued friendship between friends. This time, Jiang Fei was targeted by the higher-ups of the Thousand Beast Mountain. Both Blood Lady and Xie Tianxin felt guilty towards Jiang Fei. Xie Tianxin was dragged down by the Xie family. It was impossible for her to stand together with Jiang Fei on the surface. However, she would also help him in secret. On the other hand, Blood Lady did not have any scruples. She was alone and did not need to care about the thoughts of the higher-ups of the Thousand Beast Mountain. After Blood Mistress left, Jiang Fei began to think. He needed to change his original intentions. The ambition of the Thousand Beast Mountain this time had made it necessary for him to reduce his chances of showing his face in the world of the Five Directions. Otherwise, he would really be entangled by those guys. Other than using the 10th dimension and the 9 rotating star plate to escape, Jiang Fei really did not have any good ideas. After all, those big shots of the ferocious beasts were on the same level as Xie Tianxin.
Jiang Zong, I have a plan.
After Jiang Fei pondered for a few hours, he suddenly said to Jiang Zhong,
Captain, please speak.
Jiang Zhong immediately came over.
I want this.
Jiang Fei told Jiang Zhong his thoughts through telepathy.
I see.
Jiang Zhong looked troubled.
Don't worry. He'll give Lux out as well. When the time comes, he'll let you two reunite,
Jiang Fei said.
Captain, are you serious?
Jiang Zhong's eyes immediately lit up.
A gentleman's word is a horse's whip.
Jiang Fei laughed.
Deal.
Jiang Zhong's troubled expression immediately relaxed.
Kid, you were just pretending. Right. You were waiting for me to say that. Right.
Jiang Fei rolled his eyes at Jiang Zhong.
Hee hee.
Jiang Zhong smiled embarrassedly. It was obvious that Jiang Fei had seen through his thoughts.
All right. You can go and prepare later. I will pass the things to you when the time comes,
Jiang Fei said to Jiang Zhong.
Yes, Captain.
Jiang Zhong nodded and went down.
Looks like I have to play a big game,
Jiang Fei said to himself. Just as Jiang Fei was making up his mind, Natasha appeared out of nowhere.
Handsome, what did you just say to Jiang Zhong? Why is he not free to play with me anymore?
Natasha pouted and asked.
Well, I have something to do, and I might be away for a while. So, I asked Jiang Zhong to help me,
Jiang Fei said with a smile.
What favor? Can I help you?
Natasha's eyes lit up. As a fan, it was an honor to be able to help her idol.
Well, your mission is to help me protect Jiang Zhong. Don't let anyone harm him,
said Jiang Fei after thinking for a moment. Natasha might only have the strength to cross the tribulation stage. However, this little girl had countless treasures on her. Moreover, these, exclusive tools were very powerful. Even a true immortal expert might not be able to withstand them.
Okay, handsome brother. I promise to complete the mission.
Natasha stomped her feet in excitement.
Thank you. Then, next time when I come, I will bring you a gift,
Jiang Fei said with a smile.
Okay, it's a deal. Pinky swear,
Natasha said to Jiang Fei with her small hand.
Okay, pinky swear.
Jiang Fei hooked his finger with Natasha's and poked her again. After everything was settled, Jiang Fei stood up alone and went to the small courtyard where Xie Tianxin lived.
Little Fei, come in.
Before Jiang Fei could knock on the door, Xie Tianxin's voice came from the small courtyard.
Grandma Xie, I'm sorry to bother you so late at night.
Jiang Fei smiled as he walked into the small courtyard.
Sigh. I know that the incident at the Myriad Beast Mountain has caused you some trouble. But don't worry. I will think of a way to protect you,
Xie Tianxin said.
Thank you, Grandma.
Jiang Fei bowed to Xie Tianqing.
Sigh. You don't have to thank me. If I had not reported the incident to the higher-ups, I'm afraid that you would not be in this state.
Xie sighed.
Jiang Fei, if it doesn't work out, let's leave the world of the 5 directions,
said Blood Mistress, who had been silent the whole time.
I have an idea. I don't know if I should say it.
Jiang Fei spoke very slowly. As he spoke, he was carefully choosing his words.
Little Fei, Grandma doesn't treat you as an outsider. If you have something to say, just say it,
said Xie Tianqing.
Okay, then he'll say it.
Jiang Fei nodded. Then, he said to Xie Zin,
Grandma Xie, I want to meet the higher-ups of the Myriad Beasts Mountain.
What?
Xiao Fei, are you crazy?
Xie Zin shouted.
Didn't they want me to do research for them? My goal is to confirm whether my idea is correct or not. I think we can work together,
Jiang Fei said.
Little Fei, although I am also a member of the Myriad Beasts Mountain, you are the benefactor of our Xie family. Therefore, there are some things that I cannot hide from you. They do not want to work with you. They want to control you and make you serve them.
Xie Tianqing said very seriously to Jiang Fei.
My research results can be handed over to the Myriad Beasts Mountain. That will not be a problem,
Jiang Fei said with a smile.
It's not about the research results. They want to control you. Regardless of whether your research is successful or not, they will never let you leave. They want you to serve the Myriad Beasts Mountain for the rest of your life. For free. Like a slave.
Xie Tianqing had already said that. It could be seen that the ferocious beasts were indeed more grateful than humans. They would not betray their benefactor even when faced with the benefits that were right in front of them.
Let me tell you the truth. Do you think the Myriad Beasts Mountain can control me?
Jiang Fei smiled.
Age? What do you mean?
Xie Tianqing was stunned.
Hee. Let me put it this way. Since I dared to walk into a trap, I have the confidence to escape. To be honest, I value these true immortal level dire beast corpses very much. I really want to perfect my experiment,
Jiang Fei said.
Are you really confident that you can escape?
Xie Tianqing asked when she saw that Jiang Fei had made up his mind.
Yes.
Jiang Fei nodded.
All right then. I won't persuade you anymore.
Xie Tianqing closed her eyes and stopped talking. Chapter 1885, Chapter 1883. The first visit to the 10,000 Beasts Mountain. Xie Tianqing did not say anything. However, Jiang Fei had to say something. After all, he still needed Xie Tianxin's help to carry out his plan smoothly.
Grandma Xie, how about you do me a favor?
Jiang Fei said with a smile.
What favor?
Xie Tianqing asked.
Help me contact the leader of the 10,000 Beasts Mountain. Let us meet. Leave the rest to me. How about it?
Jiang Fei did not want Xie Tianqing to participate too much. After all, his goal was to scam the 10,000 Beasts Mountain. If Xie Tianqing was involved too much, she might get involved. Now that the 1,000 Beast Mountain had asked Xie Tianqing to control Jiang Fei, Xie Tianqing had sent Jiang Fei to the 1,000 Beast Mountain under orders. If Jiang Fei had scammed the 1,000 Beast Mountain, then the big shots of the 1,000 Beast Mountain would not blame Xie Tianqing.
You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. There are countless people with my strength in the 1,000 Beast Mountain. When the time comes, don't get yourself involved. When that time comes, even if I want to save you, there's nothing I can do.
Xie Tianqing still wanted to persuade Jiang Fei to give up.
Grandma Xie, I know what to do,
Jiang Fei said to Xie Tianqing with a straight face.
All right then. I will send you to the Myriad Beast Mountain.
Xie Tianqing saw that Jiang Fei had already made up his mind, so she did not try to persuade him further.
I will go with you,
Blood Lady said with a little worry.
No need. If the big shots in the Myriad Beast Mountain see you with me, then based on your relationship with Grandma Xie, the Xie family will still be implicated.
Jiang Fei waved his hand. Then, he asked Blood Lady to wait for him at the Xie family. When the time came, he would naturally come and meet Blood Mistress.
All right.
Blood Mistress nodded. After making up his mind, Jiang Fei stayed at the Xie family for another 2 days. During these 2 days, he arranged everything that needed to be arranged. Then, he followed Xie Tianqing to the 1,000 Beast Mountain. The 1,000 Beast Mountain was opposite the Valiant Martial Hall. It was located at the North Pole of the Town Star. Although it was not as sacred as Mount Wuji in the Town Star, its reputation was also known by everyone. 2 days later, Jiang Fei and Xie Tianqing arrived at the foot of Mount Wanshou.
Grandma, from here on out, we cannot be so close to each other. Otherwise, I'm afraid that we will implicate the Xie family Jiang Fei said to Xie Tianqin. Thank you for thinking of the Xie family. Xie Tianqin had a good impression of Jiang Fei. Hee hee. You are too kind. Senior. Jiang Fei cupped his fists at Xie Tianqin. Kid. From now on, you can count on yourself. Xie sighed. As the saying went, there was no turning back. Now that things had come to this, she could only do what Jiang Fei had said before. As they had followed Xie Tianqin here, Jiang Fei and Xie Tianqin could be said to be unimpeded in the Myriad Beast Mountain. Xie Tianxin's strength was ranked among the top in the entire Myriad Beast Mountain. In fact, she was also one of the big shots in the Myriad Beast Mountain. Otherwise, the Xie family would not be able to monopolize all the trade between the ferocious beasts and humans. In other words, Xie Tianqin was the big shot who held the financial power in the entire Myriad Beast Mountain. However, when it came to Jiang Fei, although she was biased toward him because Jiang Fei had done the Xie family a favor, she was still alone, facing the determination of the other big shots. She was still unable to protect Jiang Fei. Greetings, Grand Elder. Grand Elder, you're back? Along the way, Jiang Fei was used to seeing high-tier ferocious beasts bow to Xie Zin. Although these ferocious beasts had also reached true immortal level, they were still very respectful to Xie Tianqin. Oh right. Senior, can I see the mystical maiden of the 9 heavens? Jiang Fei suddenly remembered something. Back then, when he had stopped players from completing quests, he had heard that there were 2 mystical maiden of the 9 heavens in the 5 directions. One of them was the Saintess of Valiant Martial Hall, and the other was the female beast queen of the Myriad Beasts Mountain. That depends on your luck. For 100 or so, such a thing would not alarm Her Majesty the Empress. Xie Tianqin shook her head. Oh, I hope to have the honor of meeting her. Jiang Fei smiled and said, I don't think so. Xie Tianqin shook her head. Although this female beast empress was extremely powerful, she was temperamental. It could be said that a second ago, she was still nice to you and drank happily with you. However, in the next second, you might die in her hands. I see. After listening to Xie Tianxin's explanation, Jiang Fei could not help but break out in a cold sweat. Although he was holding the 9 rotating astrolabe and the 10th dimension's 2 great escape weapons. However, if he really had to face a powerhouse who could instantly suppress him, Jiang Fei might not be able to escape. Because of Xie Tianxin's leadership, no one dared to stop Jiang Fei and Xie Tianqin on the mountain. Soon, the 2 of them arrived at the top of the mountain from the foot of the mountain. The few of you go and call the others over, Xie Tianqin said to the few servants after they arrived at a palace. Jiang Fei could clearly sense the aura of a Mahayana stage ferocious beast from these servants. How powerful! Jiang Fei thought to himself. Even the servants serving tea had the strength of a Mahayana realm. How powerful was the entire Myriad Beasts Mountain? Let's drink some tea first. They will be here soon, Xie Tianqin said to Jiang Fei. All right. Jiang Fei nodded. Then, he drank his tea and waited quietly. After about the time it took for a meal, a few powerful auras came from outside the palace. Jiang Fei could almost feel that these people had the strength of Xie Tianqin. Ha ha! Tianqin, you're quite fast. A bald man walked in with a loud laugh. He looked at Xie Tianqin with a hint of affection in his eyes. Clearly, this bald man was interested in Xie Tianqin. Of course. Who doesn't know that Boss Xie wants to be swift and decisive? If she were to dawdle, our 1,000 Beast Mountain would have long been defeated. A middle-aged beautiful woman came in with a strange tone. Even though Jiang Fei did not know these people at all, he could sense that this woman was not on good terms with Xie Tianqin. Is this the guy? He doesn't look like a godly doctor. He's too young. But his strength is just SOSO. A pleasant-looking fatty entered. However, he clearly doubted Jiang Fei's medical skills. Well, know if he's capable or not. Why are you wasting so much time? The last person to enter was a woman with a scar on her face. If she was not disfigured by the scar, she should be a peerless beauty. Her beauty was at least above Xie Tianqin and her old enemy. Where are the others? Xie Tianqin ignored the bald man and his old enemy. Instead, she asked the friendly fatty. They were all called away by Her Majesty the Empress. I wonder what happened, said the fatty with a shrug. Kid, if you have the ability, show it to me first. The woman with a scar on her face seemed to have some hostility toward Jiang Fei. However, Jiang Fei did not know that this woman had hostility toward any doctor. This was especially true for those who were known as godly doctors. None of these people could heal the scar on her face. Chapter 1886. Chapter 1884. It was impolite not to reciprocate. You want to see what I can do? That's easy.
Jiang Fei did not wait for Xie Tianqin to speak up for him. He stood up on his own.
Kid, don't be too arrogant. If I find out that you're just a fraud, I'll make sure that you'll be begging for death.
The scar-faced beauty said with a cold smile.
Hee hee. Beauty, don't be so full of yourself. There will be time for you to thank me.
Jiang Fei smiled slightly. He had just observed the scar-faced Bowtie's injuries through the violet eyes. He knew that the reason why the scar on her face was difficult to remove was because there was an even stronger force preventing it from healing. Although there was not much of this force left, its purity was extremely high. Moreover, the level of the force was very high. It was impossible for an ordinary person to remove it. Although the so-called divine doctors were very skilled in medicine, they were unable to remove the remaining force. Therefore, they were naturally unable to remove the scar. In other words, although the scar-faced Bowtie's injury did not affect her own combat ability, it was essentially the same as the third lady of the Wang family. The residual power in her body could not be removed, so her injury could not be healed. However, such a thing was not a problem for Jiang Fei. The purer the remnants of the power, the higher the level. On the contrary, Jiang Fei was happier because this was a great tonic for him.
Lecher, if you continue to spout nonsense, I will cut off your tongue.
Although Jiang Fei was confident about the scar-faced Bowtie's injuries, he had never heard of such frivolous words.
Hee hee.
Jiang Fei smiled slightly, but did not say anything. However, he slowly walked towards the scar-faced beauty.
Kid, don't go too far.
For some reason, when the scar-faced beauty saw Jiang Fei walking towards her, she suddenly felt a sense of panic in her heart.
Little Fei, please don't cause any trouble.
Xiezhen muttered to herself in her heart. However, her face showed an indifferent expression.
Interesting. The star of calamity has yet to fade away, and her lust has risen again.
Xie Tianxin's opponent snorted coldly.
Isn't this kid a little too lawless?
The bald man frowned.
This kid is really something. He actually dared to flirt with the Black Widow. He's really a man.
The fat man was smiling as if he had seen something interesting. As Jiang Fei was not far from the scarred-faced beauty, he arrived in front of her in a few steps. The two of them were almost standing face to face. The tip of their noses were almost touching. Jiang Fei could even smell the orchid-like musk on the other party's body.
Not good.
The moment he smelled the fragrance, Jiang Fei knew that he had been poisoned.
Damn! This woman is so powerful!
Jiang Fei thought to himself. At this moment, his body had been poisoned by a strange poison. When he first ingested it, the poisoned person would not have much of a reaction. However, very soon, his limbs would become numb and his movements would become sluggish. If he was not treated at that moment, his organs would quickly fail, and he would die an unnatural death. After feeling the power of the poison, Jiang Fei closed his eyes slightly. He shifted his attention to his own body. Although it was equivalent to giving up on external defense, Jiang Fei believed that these people would definitely not attack him at this time. The poison in Jiang Fei's body was definitely a test given to him by Black Widow. If Jiang Fei passed the test, these big shots of the Myriad Beast Mountain would believe in Jiang Fei's medical skills. Only then would Jiang Fei be able to obtain the true immortal level ferocious beast corpses. Otherwise, why would they give such a precious thing to a guy of unknown origin? After closing his eyes, Jiang Fei entered the state of inner vision. Due to the activation of the Eye of Violet, Jiang Fei could see that his body had already turned into the most basic state of the energy string.
These are the poisonous particles. Right.
Jiang Fei quickly discovered the basic particles that made up the poison.
Boom!
Jiang Fei began to attempt to stir the energy string. Under the guidance of Jiang Fei's spiritual power, the energy strings were slowly being stirred. As Jiang Fei had already reached a certain level of proficiency in the study of energy strings, although Jiang Fei could not remember the vibration frequency of the energy strings corresponding to all the particles at this time. However, he had already firmly grasped the corresponding frequency of his own origin power. Therefore, Jiang Fei used his spiritual power to change the vibration frequency of the energy strings, converting all the poisonous energy into his own origin power. When Jiang Fei opened his eyes, his body had already memorized the changes in the vibration of the energy cords. When Black Widow's poison was once again absorbed into Jiang Fei's body, there was no need for Jiang Fei to deal with it himself. His body would instinctively convert the poison into source power and store it away.
Immune!
This was the ultimate skill that Jiang Fei had created for himself through his research on the energy cords. At that moment, Jiang Fei was like a holy warrior. The same skill would not work on him twice.
Hee hee. Pretty lady. You smell so good. What kind of powder did you use?
Jiang Fei asked Black Widow with a smile.
Humph. At least you have some skill.
Black Widow snorted coldly. Although her poison was not untreatable, the fact that it was removed so quickly was enough to prove that Jiang Fei's medical skills were godly.
Kid, you have some skill.
Fatty laughed.
Beauty, it's not polite to not reciprocate. I have a gift for you too.
As Jiang Fei said this, he suddenly raised his right hand and swept it across Black Widow's face. When Jiang Fei's hand moved to the center of Black Widow's brows, Jiang Fei's middle finger gently tapped the center of her brows.
You?
When had Black Widow ever been treated this way? Just as she was about to cripple Jiang Fei, she suddenly felt a cool sensation on her forehead. The hateful energy that had been bothering her for a long time was instantly cleared away.
This.
Black Widow was instantly dumbfounded. She no longer had any intention of teaching Jiang Fei a lesson because her heart was very clear. After this hateful energy was cleared away, her scar did not need anyone to heal it. She could heal it herself. Appearance was something that was very important to any woman, especially an extremely beautiful woman like Black Widow. They could not tolerate a single flaw in their beauty. After so many years, Black Widow did not even dare to look at herself in the mirror. She was afraid to see her disfigured face. However, things were better now. Although she did not look at herself in the mirror to verify it, she was very clear in her heart that her beauty had returned.
F***CK! This is impossible!
When Jiang Fei's large hand gently brushed across Black Widow's face, the fatty immediately widened his eyes. At that moment, the scars on Black Widow's face were fading away at a speed visible to the naked eye. Chapter 1887, Chapter 1885, Black Widow's Invitation. This time, Jiang Fei was truly astounded. The problem of Black Widow's scar was an old problem that the Mountain of Beasts had not been able to solve for hundreds of years. Speaking of which, the Mountain of Beasts was such a large organization. It could be said that it was a place where almost all the true immortal level ferocious beast masters gathered. They had not been able to solve this scar for hundreds of years. That was enough to show how difficult this scar was to deal with.
Is this true?
Black Widow stroked her cheeks with both hands. The original scar had long disappeared. At this time, her face was so exquisite that even a magnifying glass couldn't find a single flaw.
Shay!
Xia Tianxin's old rival curled his lips. Although she had no beef with Black Widow, women were always jealous. The return of the former goddess of Mount Wanshou naturally made her feel somewhat ashamed of her inferiority.
Hee hee. Sister, congratulations.
Xia Tianxin was genuinely happy for Black Widow. First of all, she was a businesswoman who had fallen into the eyes of money. Her interest was far more important than her appearance. Therefore, she was not so jealous of Black Widow. Secondly, it was also because of Jiang Fei. Now that Black Widow had received Jiang Fei's benefits, it could be considered that she owed him a favor. In this way, Jiang Fei would be considered as one of the big shots in the Mountain of Beasts. With two backers, Xia Tianxin could be considered to have gained an ally.
Sister, pinch me. Is this true?
Black Widow was like a little girl at this moment. After all, the pain that had accumulated in her heart for hundreds of years was suddenly lifted. This made her feel very unreal.
Of course it's true. My silly girl.
Xia Tianxin smiled and said,
Thank you. I owe you a favor.
Black Widow was excited for a long time before she turned around and said to Jiang Fei,
Hee hee. It's my honor to serve a beautiful girl.
Jiang Fei smiled slightly.
Not bad. Kid, not only are you good at medicine, you're also good at flirting with girls. You're quite similar to me when I was young.
The fatty moved closer to Jiang Fei and said,
Hee hee. Hee hee. I didn't.
Jiang Fei smiled awkwardly.
Didn't what?
Since you're still alive, it means that the #1 beauty of the Myriad Beast Mountain still has a good impression of you. Otherwise, based on your flirtatious words just now, the grass on your grave would be more than a meter tall now.
The fatty laughed.
Hey, don't you guys have anything important to do?
Xia Tianxin's enemy, who was standing at the side, said in a very unpleasant manner.
Tianxin, this kid seems to be quite capable. We might be able to give it a try.
The bald man kept his eyes on Xia Tianxin, even when he was facing the #1 beauty of the Thousand Beast Mountain. He did not even look away. From this, it could be seen that the bald man was really infatuated with Xia Tianxin.
Do you guys want to give it a try? You guys can discuss it. If it's not a profitable business, I'm not interested.
Xia Tianxin deliberately kept her relationship with Jiang Fei aside so that when she helped him in the future, others would see through her.
Alright. What do you guys think?
After seeing Xia Tianxin's attitude, The bald man could only turn to the others and ask.
I don't have any objections.
Fatty said.
I don't have any objections either. However, how are we going to settle this kid?
Xia Tianxin's old enemy said.
Stay at my place first.
Black Widow took the initiative to speak before anyone else could speak. This time, even the bald man was dumbfounded. After all, there was not even a male rabbit around Black Widow's cave. It was really something new for her to let a man stay at her place.
Holy sh*T. Girl, you're not really interested in this human. Are you? Although he has healed your injuries, you don't have to give yourself up to him.
Right? The fatty clearly did not expect this outcome. Although he had just said that Black Widow had a good impression of Jiang Fei, he was only teasing Jiang Fei, based on Black Widow's hatred towards males. How could she be interested in a man?
Cut the crap. He has done me a favor. I don't want him to be harmed by others.
As Black Widow said this, she did not forget to glare at Xia Tianxin, her enemy.
I see.
Fatty and Baldy nodded. As members of the Dire Beast clan, they could understand Black Widow's thoughts of repaying a favor. Xia Tianxin's enemy had already shown a strong hostility towards Jiang Fei just now. Therefore, it was understandable that she would protect Jiang Fei like that.
Hee.
Jiang Fei laughed bitterly. He had long known that he might face a situation where he could not help himself once he entered the Mountain of Beasts. He did not expect this situation to happen now. However, in order to obtain the true immortal level beast corpses, Jiang Fei had to endure it for the time being. After Black Widow requested for Jiang Fei to stay with her, no one else in the area raised any objections. Even Xia Tianxin's enemy did not dare to say anything. Although Black Widow was only a woman, she was a ruthless person. It was difficult to describe how strong she was. However, there was one thing that everyone in the entire Mountain of Beasts knew. The wound on Black Widow's face was left behind by the strongest human being the shadowless sword god Dai Li. The fact that Dai Li was able to escape unscathed with only a scar on his face showed how powerful Black Widow was. In the Mountain of Beasts, other than the female Beast Queen, she was the only one who could defeat Black Widow. It was unclear if anyone else could defeat her. However, based on her strength, she would definitely be able to squeeze into the top 5. Therefore, when Black Widow made Jiang Fei stay with her in the name of repaying her kindness, no one dared to open their mouths again. After all, among the ferocious beasts, the most important thing was freedom. The second thing was repaying kindness. In front of these two righteousness, no one dared to provoke her. Otherwise, it would be a life and death battle.
Oh right. Tianxin, when are you going back?
When the bald man saw that Jiang Fei's matters had been arranged, he asked Xia Tianxin politely.
I will be staying in the Myriad Beasts Mountain for a period of time. If possible, I will ask the Empress to summon me,
Xia Tianxin said. After all, she was not very confident in Jiang Fei, so it was impossible for her to return to the Xia family immediately.
That's great. I have been staying in the Thousand Beasts Mountain recently. Let's get together more often when we have time.
The bald man's feelings towards Xia Tianxin were obvious. See. Xia Tianxin's answer was high. She neither agreed nor refused. She would not allow the bald man to hang around. It was not a good idea to advance or retreat.
You, come with me.
Black Widow did not want to stay here any longer. Therefore, she called Jiang Fei and got up to leave the hall.
Okay.
Jiang Fei nodded and followed Black Widow out. At the same time,
he gave Xia Tianxin a reassuring look. After leaving the hall, Black Widow walked in front without saying a word. It was not because she did not like to talk like Blood Mistress, but simply because she hated men. It was because Jiang Fei had healed her scar. That was why Black Widow let him stay at her place in order to protect Jiang Fei. However, her hatred for men would not change. Chapter 1888, Chapter 1887. Good news. After Jiang Fei was brought to Black Widow's cave, he stayed there. Although he had 3 good meals a day, no one paid any attention to him. At Black Widow's place, Jiang Fei stayed for 3 days. Although he was now technically living with Black Widow, Black Widow's cave was very large. Jiang Fei lived in a small courtyard. He did not even know where Black Widow was. Therefore, during the time that Jiang Fei stayed here, other than researching the metal-type martial arts that Xia Tianxin gave him, he had nothing else to do. 1 or 2 days was fine. After a long time, he could not sit still anymore.
Hey, go and ask your boss for me. See what she means.
One day, Jiang Fei finally could not hold it in anymore. He grabbed the servant who brought him food. Don't look at him as just a servant. This guy was a ferocious beast with the strength of the Mahayana stage.
Boss?
The servant looked confused.
Oh, it's the person who brought me here the other day,
Jiang Fei explained.
So, you're talking about the fourth elder.
The servant suddenly understood. At this time, Jiang Fei finally knew Black Widow's position in the Myriad Beasts Mountain.
Go and ask her what she wants from me. Don't leave me here.
Jiang Fei rolled his eyes and said, although there was good food and drinks here, he was not here to retire. Moreover, the unmanned scout ship was still moving towards Skoda Star, although there was a 12 times time flow deficit. Jiang Fei could not stay here forever.
All right. I will ask the fourth elder for instructions.
The servant nodded. After putting down Jiang Fei's food and drink, he turned around and left. Around dinner time, Jiang Fei suddenly heard the sound of the door being knocked.
Who is it?
Jiang Fei quickly asked.
It's me.
Black Widow's voice came from outside the door. However, even though Jiang Fei knew that she was outside, he could not sense her aura at all.
What a powerful concealment technique.
Jiang Fei could not help but sigh in his heart. Those who could possess such a technique were all top-notch assassins.
Beauty, you're here.
Jiang Fei laughed as he opened the door. Although Black Widow was not very fond of him, Jiang Fei was already used to being called a beauty. Therefore, she was too lazy to change her words.
I heard from a servant that you're looking for me,
Black Widow said expressionlessly. Jiang Fei's way of addressing her made Black Widow very uncomfortable. If it was someone else who called her that frivolously, that person would have long been lying dead in the wilderness. However, Jiang Fei had healed her scar. It was considered a favor to her. Moreover, this kid was just a little frivolous. Therefore, Black Widow did not attack Jiang Fei.
Yeah. What exactly are you holding me for?
Jiang Fei was also pretending to be confused.
They want to hold you.
I don't know what they want you to do, Black Widow said expressionlessly.
F***CK's sister. You didn't even understand the situation and left me here?
Jiang Fei rolled his eyes at Black Widow's words.
Although I don't know what they want you to do. At least with me. You want die for no reason,
said Black Widow calmly. Jiang Fei was speechless after hearing Black Widow's words. After all, when he was in the main hall, Jiang Fei had also felt the hostility from Xie Tianqin.
Alright. You'll ask them.
Black Widow did not seem to want to be alone with Jiang Fei for too long. After saying that, she turned around and left. From the moment she entered Jiang Fei's room to the moment she left, it was less than a minute in total.
Do I smell bad?
Jiang Fei frowned and sniffed himself again. Although there was no girl's fragrance, there was no strange smell. Jiang Fei shook his head helplessly and returned to his room. Then, he began to study the cultivation techniques Xie Zhen had left behind. Xie Tianqin was really a good beast who knew how to repay kindness. She had passed all of the Xie family's metal-type cultivation technique to Jiang Fei without holding anything back. Therefore, over the past few days, Jiang Fei had finished studying this set of metal-type cultivation technique. He had already completed his origin power. In the blink of an eye, another 2 days passed. That evening, Black Widow came to Jiang Fei's door again.
Jiang Fei, are you there?
Black Widow stood outside the door and asked.
Yes.
Jiang Fei quickly stood up and opened the door.
I've asked them. They seem to want you to study something. They even want to use the corpse of a true immortal level beast as a raw material. What exactly do you want?
Black Widow stared into Jiang Fei's eyes and asked.
I'm researching a theory. If my guess is true, anyone would be able to break through to the true immortal realm. Those who have reached the true immortal realm by relying on their own strength would have a chance to advance even further.
Jiang Fei naturally continued to brag.
Are you telling the truth?
Black Widow was stunned. Although she had participated in the last time, she did not know much about it. This was because when Xie Tianqin returned to the Myriad Beasts Mountain for the first time, she was not there.
It's just a thought. Whether it works or not will depend on the results of the experiment. That's why I need the corpse of a true immortal level beast. If this first step is successful, I might need a true immortal level expert from both humans and beasts to conduct a live experiment.
Jiang Fei said.
How confident are you in confirming your guess?
Black Widow asked with a serious look on her face.
About 40%.
Jiang Fei said, as if he did not have much confidence.
40%? That's enough.
Black Widow nodded.
Age? What's enough?
Jiang Fei was stunned.
This chance is enough to take a gamble,
Black Widow said.
But I have been here for so long, and no one has mentioned this. I thought you guys were not interested in this.
Jiang Fei shrugged and said.
They went to consult Her Majesty the Empress. Unfortunately, Her Majesty did not agree. But don't worry. If you are really 40% sure, I will go to Her Majesty the Empress,
Black Widow said. There seemed to be an unusual light in her eyes. However, this light flashed and disappeared. Jiang Fei even thought that it was his own illusion.
If you can get Her Majesty the Empress to agree, I will do my best,
Jiang Fei said.
I hope you can succeed. Otherwise, I will let down my brothers, who cannot rest in peace.
Black Widow sighed. Using the body of the deceased was very disrespectful to the deceased. However, if it could greatly increase the strength of the ferocious beasts, the price was worth it. After that, Black Widow said goodbye to Jiang Fei and went to the palace where the female beast empress lived. Jiang Fei did not know how she would persuade the female beast empress. However, Black Widow soon brought good news to Jiang Fei.
Jiang Fei, Her Majesty has approved it. Do you have any other requests?
The next morning, Black Widow appeared in front of Jiang Fei's door. Chapter 1889. Chapter 1887. Everything was ready.
Okay. I still need a laboratory,
Jiang Fei said to Black Widow.
A laboratory?
Black Widow was stunned.
It's an absolutely quiet and absolutely safe secret room. I still need these equipment and materials inside.
Jiang Fei then listed out a lot of things that he needed. Other than the materials needed to refine the blood alchemy pill, there were also other rare materials. Moreover, there was a huge amount of them.
So many.
This time, even Black Widow was shocked.
That's right. This set of experiments is quite complicated. Moreover,
I still need to repeatedly experiment to confirm the results,
Jiang Fei said. The reason why he wanted so many things was to hide his true purpose. Although few people knew about the dispensing room of the blood alchemy pill, it was definitely not an ancient one. There might be someone in the 10,000 Beasts mountain who could recognize the recipe. When that time came, not only would Jiang Fei's purpose be exposed, he would also have no chance to obtain the true immortal level ferocious beast's body. However, now that Jiang Fei had hidden the ingredients of the blood alchemy pill among hundreds of other precious ingredients, it was difficult for others to suspect him.
All right. I will go prepare the ingredients for the secret room.
Although Black Widow felt that there were a lot of ingredients, Jiang Fei's experiment had obtained the approval of the female beast empress. Although these ingredients were precious, the mountain of beasts could still afford it.
Then, I will have to trouble you, beautiful lady.
Jiang Fei smiled. After leaving Jiang Fei's place, Black Widow went to Xie Tianxin's residence in the Mountain of Beasts. After all, this was the god of wealth in the Mountain of Beasts. The Xie family held the financial power in the Mountain of Beasts. Naturally, she had to ask for these precious materials from them.
Sister, why have you come to look for me?
Xie smiled at Black Widow, as both of them were on Jiang Fei's side. Xie Tianxin's attitude toward Black Widow had become much closer.
Jiang Fei has obtained some experimental materials, so I came to your place to search for treasures.
Black Widow smiled at Xie Tianxin. She only harbored resentment toward men. Therefore, she still had a smile on her face when she faced Xie Tianxin.
Look at what you're saying. Sister, I'm just the butler of the Myriad Beasts Mountain. What's mine is yours. Whatever you want. Just say it.
Xie Tianxin smiled and said,
This is the list that he wrote.
Black Widow handed Jiang Fei's list to Xie Tianxin.
Good God. This kid really dares to open his mouth.
Xie Tianxin was speechless after reading the list. Even though she was used to the world, she was still shocked by Jiang Fei's big mouth.
What's wrong? Sister? Can't we take out these things?
Asked Black Widow. As she was not in charge of logistics, she did not know much about these things.
It's not that we can't take them out. It's that we can't bear to.
Xie gritted her teeth as she said this. Even though the Xie family had monopolized the trade between the berserk beasts and the humans for thousands of years. However, such a huge sum of money still made her heart ache.
Sister, you can't think like that. This matter was decided by Her Majesty the Empress. Moreover, once it's done, our Myriad Beast Mountain will definitely become the overlord of the entire 5 directions of the world.
At that time, what's the point of such a small price?
Black Widow advised.
But the problem is that that kid might not succeed either.
At this time, Xie Tianxin was not trying to undermine Jiang Fei. She was just being a simple businessman. She could not bear to part with such a huge sum of money.
He said that he has a 40% chance. Both the Empress and I think that it's worth it,
Black Widow said.
40% chance? That's a gamble.
Hearing Black Widow's words, Xie Tianxin immediately nodded. She was a businessman. She knew that risk and profit were proportional. Logically speaking, the profit that Jiang Fei had promised was enough for the ferocious beast race to dominate the 5 corners of the world. Even if the profit was equivalent to a 1% success rate, there would still be people who would take a gamble, let alone a 40% success rate.
Then, I'll leave it to you, big sister.
Black Widow smiled at Xie Tianqin.
Leave it to me. I'll send it to the Thousand Beast Mountain when I'm ready.
Xie Zhen nodded. She could not bring so many materials with her. Therefore, she had to return to the Xie family.
Thank you for your hard work, sister.
Black Widow smiled. After leaving Xie Tianxin's place, Black Widow headed to another corner of the Mountain of Beasts. This place was the abode of a true immortal level ferocious beast. However, because it met Jiang Fei's laboratory requirements. Therefore, Black Widow had no choice but to ask the original owner to move out first. The ferocious beast did not say anything about Black Widow's request. On the same day, it cleared out the abode. After all, when faced with an elder-level big shot like Black Widow, how could a small fry like them have the courage to go against her? The next morning, the laboratory that Jiang Fei requested was ready. Under Black Widow's lead, Jiang Fei visited his new laboratory, although he did not intend to use it at all. In Jiang Fei's plan, as long as he got the true immortal level beast's corpse and materials, he was ready to run away. Who would stay here to work for the beasts? Moreover, it was an impossible project.
How is it? Are you satisfied?
Black Widow asked.
Yes, I'm very satisfied.
Jiang Fei smiled.
That's good. Sister Xie will send the materials over as soon as possible. You can start your experiment then,
said Black Widow.
Yes. If the results are out, I will be the first to inform you. You have to give me a reward when the time comes,
Jiang Fei said casually.
Reward? What reward do you want?
Jiang Fei did not expect Black Widow to actually take him seriously.
Let's have dinner with a beautiful lady,
Jiang Fei said casually.
All right. If you succeed, I will agree to your request.
Black Widow was silent for a moment. In the end, she agreed. However, she definitely did not expect that Jiang Fei's invitation was just nonsense. He would never do such a laborious experiment. Moreover, it was impossible for the experiment to produce any results. After the laboratory was arranged properly, Jiang Fei moved his own residence over. Anyway, his food and drinks were taken care of. No one would pay attention to him if he stayed at Black Widow's place. It was better to move over for peace and quiet. 5 days later, Xie Tianqin returned to the Thousand Beast Mountain again. This time, she also brought back the materials that Jiang Fei needed. The 4 storage bags were filled with precious treasures. Almost every single one of these treasures was priceless. Only a monopoly-level tycoon like the Xie family could gather all of them in such a short time.
Beauty, when will my main experimental materials arrive?
Seeing that all the materials had arrived, Jiang Fei began to ask about the true immortal-level ferocious beast's corpse.
Her Majesty has already passed down this matter. I reckon that the first corpse will be transported here very soon,
Black Widow replied.
Arriving? Aren't the bodies buried in the Mountain of Beasts?
Jiang Fei asked curiously.
Of course not. If so many bodies were buried in the Mountain of Beasts, it would be very unlucky.
Black Widow rolled her eyes at Jiang Fei. Chapter 1890, Chapter 1888. Stealing Energy. After another 2 days, the first true immortal level beast's corpse arrived at the Mountain of Beasts. Black Widow handed it over to Jiang Fei.
This is the first corpse. The rest will arrive in a few days,
Black Widow said to Jiang Fei.
It's okay. There's no rush.
Jiang Fei smiled. Although he could not wait for Black Widow to hand over all the corpses in one go. He knew that the Mountain of Beasts would not trust him 100%. If he could not produce any results, how could they hand over all the corpses of the ferocious beasts to him?
All right. You can go ahead and do your work. I won't disturb you anymore.
Although Black Widow said that, she did not have the slightest intention of leaving.
Hee.
Jiang Fei smiled. He had already expected this. Regardless of whether Black Widow was curious or wanted to supervise Jiang Fei had already expected that she would leave this behind. Therefore, for the next 2 days, Jiang Fei was busy all day. He did not even know what kind of experiment it was. Anyway, it was all kinds of bottles and reagents mixed together. It was as if it was real. Black Widow also came to watch it every day. However, even Jiang Fei himself could not understand these experiments, let alone Black Widow. Finally, on the 3rd day, Black Widow only stayed at Jiang Fei's place for half a day. She asked Jiang Fei in annoyance.
How many days do you need for this experiment? Experiment? My experiment hasn't started yet. Now! It's all preparation work,
Jiang Fei said casually.
Oh?
After hearing Jiang Fei's answer, Black Widow was really disappointed.
Then, when will the experiment start?
Black Widow asked.
About 3 or 4 days,
Jiang Fei said.
Oh. In that case, it'll come back in a few days,
Black Widow said dully.
Okay. Sure.
Jiang Fei replied without turning his head. He was still fiddling with the bottles and jars in his hands. Seeing that Jiang Fei was still busy, Black Widow turned around and left. Through the 2 days of observation, Black Widow could not understand anything because she was a layman in medicine. Moreover, the things that Jiang Fei fiddled with were even more baffling. Sometimes, there were no effects. And sometimes, it was very magical. In any case, she could not understand it. In fact, Black Widow did not know that Jiang Fei had been fiddling around for half of the past 2 days. The remaining half of the time was spent fiddling with chemical experiments in high school. Various reagents were mixed together to create bubbles, flames, and so on, although these more obvious effects were useless. In a place like the Five Directions world, they were very effective in scaring people. As expected, Black Widow was intimidated by these chemical experiments. After looking at them for 2 days, she finally came to a conclusion, although she did not understand. They looked very powerful. After leaving Jiang Fei's place, Black Widow went straight to the female Beast Empress Palace. This time, apart from cooperating with Jiang Fei to complete the experiments, she also acted as a supervisor. After all, the true immortal level ferocious beast corpses were not ordinary things. These corpses were very precious as crafting materials. More importantly, they were all the guardians of the mountain of beasts. Using the guardians' remains to be experimented on by others was not logical in itself. If the expected benefits could not be achieved, even the female Beast Empress would not be able to convince the public. As soon as Jiang Fei waited for Black Widow to leave, he immediately opened the 10th dimension. He did not care if the corpses were the guardians of the mountain of beasts. Once they were in the hands of Jiang Fei, these treasures could not be wasted. After the 10th dimension was opened, Jiang Fei took the true immortal level beast's corpse and entered it. Phew! I'm finally safe! After entering the 10th dimension, Jiang Fei let out a long sigh. After all, this was his territory. He was invincible here. What should I do? Jiang Fei's mind was racing. It was obviously impossible to directly refine the beast's corpse into a pill. If he were to destroy the beast's corpse for no reason, then it would be difficult for him to obtain the corpse from the mountain of beasts. Therefore, Jiang Fei had to give the mountain of beasts a reasonable explanation. I got it! Let's do it! Jiang Fei rolled his eyes and came up with an idea. As soon as he thought of it, Jiang Fei activated his Eye of Violet. Instantly, the corpse of the ferocious beast was restored to its original energy string state. It's really active, Jiang Fei sighed. Although the ferocious beast had been dead for many years, its body still contained powerful energy. Therefore, the vibration of each energy string was extremely active. Go! Jiang Fei used his mind power to intercept one of the most active energy strings and extracted it. Ha ha! I didn't expect it to really work. Jiang Fei had just wanted to give it a try. He did not expect it to really work. After that, Jiang Fei began to follow the same pattern. He took out all the unusually active energy strings and extracted them outside. In this way, a large amount of high energy factors were extracted out of the body. After an unknown amount of time, when Jiang Fei felt that his mental strength was about to be exhausted, he exited the violet eye state. Phew! Jiang Fei took a deep breath after he stopped working. These actions just now had put a lot of pressure on him. At that moment, the ferocious beast's body did not seem to have changed much. After all, Jiang Fei's stealing was at the level of energy strings. Therefore, there was no change at all from a macro perspective. However, the body of the ferocious beast was no longer emitting a strong energy aura. On the contrary, the golden substance beside the body had become a new source of radioactive energy. The golden substance was so pure that it was like a mass of origin energy. The pure energy was very active. If it was not in the 10th dimension, it would have evaporated completely in an instant. All right. Jiang Fei smiled and moved himself and the corpse out of the 10th dimension. After returning to the outer main dimension, Jiang Fei opened the violet eye again. At this time, in Jiang Fei's eyes, the ferocious beast's corpse was nothing more than ordinary. The energy in his body was not even more than any other ferocious beast's corpse in the fusion stage. Alright. With this,
I can complete my mission.
Jiang Fei smiled faintly. One day later, Black Widow came to Jiang Fei's laboratory again.
Jiang Fei, how is it? Did you get any results in the past 4 days?
Black Widow asked.
I got some results.
Jiang Fei nodded. At the same time, he also knew that he had stayed in the 10th dimension for almost 3 days.
What results?
Black Widow asked.
Look.
Jiang Fei pointed at the corpse.
This. Why is he like this?
Black Widow was stunned. She recognized this corpse because she was the one who had sent it over. However, in just a few days, this true immortal level ferocious beast's corpse had actually become only around the fusion stage's energy intensity. Chapter 1891, Chapter 1889.
How is it? The effect is not bad. Right.
Jiang Fei said with a proud expression.
What? Is this the result you want?
Black Widow asked in confusion.
Yes. This is my theory.
Jiang Fei said with certainty.
What exactly is your theory?
Black Widow asked curiously. Previously, Jiang Fei had refused to say it out loud. The reason was that it had not been proven. It was just some unrealistic conjecture. However, now that the beast's corpse had been given to him, he had also completed a part of his experiment. Therefore, he should be able to say it now.
Right? All right. Let me give you a simple explanation.
After Jiang Fei thought for a moment, he activated his water-blowing device mode 13.
My idea can basically be summarized as the theory of free energy transfer.
Jiang Fei said.
What does that mean?
Black Widow asked.
It means that energy can move freely between carriers, as long as the conditions are met. Anyone can become the carrier of energy.
Jiang Fei said.
Can you be more specific?
Black Widow still did not understand. After all, Jiang Fei was just making things up. If she could understand it, it would be a miracle.
Specifically, as long as the conditions are right, I can turn any ordinary person into a true immortal.
Jiang Fei said.
There has to be a price. Right.
Black Widow was not stupid. She knew that there was no such thing as a free lunch.
Of course. I have just said it. I have to think of a theory called free energy transfer. In other words, energy cannot be generated out of thin air. It is transferred between carriers.
Jiang Fei paused for a moment. Then, he continued,
You see, we cultivators and ferocious beasts have been accumulating energy all year round. We transfer the free energy in the air into our own bodies through martial arts techniques and store it. However,
through my theory, we can transfer the energy from other things into our own bodies quickly. Energy from other things?
Black Widow was a little confused by Jiang Fei's words.
For example, captured enemies and captives. Or the most common one, spirit stones.
Jiang Fei laughed.
You can do that?
Black Widow was stunned. Extracting energy from enemies was something that existed in the world of the 5 directions long ago. However, most of them were evil martial arts. Moreover, the rate of depletion was too high. Extracting 100 portions of energy from others would only result in less than 10 to 20 portions. Most of the energy would be wasted halfway through. However, a spiritual stone could indeed help one in their cultivation. The powerful spiritual energy contained within it could speed up one's cultivation. However, no one had ever thought of extracting the energy from a spiritual stone and directly absorbing it. Therefore, if what Jiang Fei said could really be realized, then its significance would be too great.
But, didn't you say before that your idea could prevent people from transcending the tribulation?
Black Widow suddenly recalled another matter. Jiang Fei pondered for a moment. Everything he said was just nonsense. Therefore, when Black Widow asked him this question, he could not come up with an answer for a moment. However, this was the time to test people's psychological quality. If he panicked at this time and stammered, he would definitely be seen through. However, Jiang Fei had gone out to pretend to be 13 many times. Having been used to big scenes, Jiang Fei could be said to be calm and collected. He pondered for a moment and said to Black Widow,
I still need to do some experiments to confirm this. However, I can tell you one thing. In my mind, the tribulation can be passed on to someone else. The tribulation can be passed on?
Black Widow was completely fooled by Jiang Fei. Therefore, when she heard Jiang Fei's words, it was as if she was listening to a heavenly book. She only felt that it was very powerful, but she could not understand it at all.
Of course. However, the person who gets transferred will definitely die,
said Jiang Fei with a gloomy face.
So what? If that's the case, our mountain of beasts will be rich.
Black Widow was overjoyed. She could not wait to report the good news to the female beast queen.
Don't get excited too early. I have only just confirmed my idea. I still need to do a lot of experiments on the specifics,
said Jiang Fei.
No problem. The second batch of corpses will arrive soon. Just do it,
said Black Widow with a smile. In fact, the corpses of the ferocious beasts had already arrived. However, they did not know Jiang Fei very well. Therefore, they could not give him all the corpses at once. That was why they only gave Jiang Fei one corpse to test him. Therefore, after Jiang Fei successfully fooled Black Widow, he immediately found the second batch of corpses. As expected, the next morning, Jiang Fei received 3 true immortal level beast corpses in his laboratory.
Beauty. My next experiment needs absolute silence. Tell them to stop delivering food. If they disturb me, not only will the experiment fail, but the materials will also be destroyed,
Jiang Fei said to Black Widow. Although he said that he would not let the servants disturb him, his original intention was to tell Black Widow not to supervise the work.
All right. I will pass the order down. Also, ask someone to inform me when the experiment is over.
Black Widow nodded and said. She really believed Jiang Fei's nonsense. She was afraid that she would disturb Jiang Fei, so she took the initiative to leave Jiang Fei's laboratory.
Hee. Let's get to work.
After Black Widow left, Jiang Fei set up a barrier at the entrance of the laboratory. If anyone came, this barrier would warn him in advance. After everything was ready, Jiang Fei took out the cauldron of rejuvenation. Then, all kinds of materials and fierce beast corpses were arranged in a row beside Jiang Fei.
Previously, Jiang Fei had stolen the energy from the first corpse. Although the energy was pure, it was not the material for the blood alchemy pill. It could only be used for other purposes. However, Jiang Fei could not waste these corpses anymore. Just as Jiang Fei was opening the furnace to refine pills, Black Widow was chatting with the female beast empress.
What do you think is the probability that the kid mentioned?
The female beast empress asked.
He said that there is a 40% chance. However, I noticed that he has been frowning recently. I think that the success rate will be a little lower than expected.
Black Widow was still very serious in her analysis. Little did she know that Jiang Fei was just bluffing. The actual purpose of those corpses was to refine the blood alchemy pills for his girls.
Hee. 40%?
That kid really dared to brag. I think that 4% is already pretty good. After all, with such a high reward, the risk would not be so low.
The female beast queen tried her best to belittle Jiang Fei. However, she still looked up to him. In fact, Jiang Fei was just spouting nonsense. His success rate was 0. Chapter 1892, Chapter 1890. Your IQ is low. Please restock in time. In the blink of an eye, a few days had passed. At that moment, there were 3 blood alchemy pills in front of Jiang Fei. The purity of these 3 pills was much stronger than the one that Bella had consumed previously. The blood alchemy pills that Bella had consumed previously were only made from the heavenly giant tree Chao Tian. Chao Tian was only at the peak of the crossing calamity stage. Therefore, the alchemy pills that she had made could only allow people to advance to the early stage of the Mahayana stage. Before Jiang Fei started refining the pills, he had expected that the 3 blood alchemy pills would allow one to advance to the crossing calamity stage. However, he did not expect that he would still underestimate the energy intensity of the 3 blood alchemy pills. In order to conduct experiments on Jiang Fei and to maximize the success of the experiment, Black Widow had specifically instructed the people who were transporting the corpses to pick the ferocious beasts that were extremely powerful when they were alive when they were digging up the corpses. Therefore, the corpses that Jiang Fei used to refine the pills were not ordinary true immortal level ferocious beasts. Instead, they were the best among the true immortal level ferocious beasts. Therefore, the energy contained in the corpses was much stronger than Jiang Fei had expected. Moreover, after Jiang Fei had refined the pills a few times, his method of refining the blood alchemy pill was much purer than before. Therefore, the amount of energy wasted was relatively less. This way, the energy contained in the blood alchemy pills would be a little more. Therefore, after consuming these 3 blood alchemy pills, one would definitely be able to reach the peak of the tribulation stage. If there was another epiphany, the tribulation would be a piece of cake. However, since these 3 blood alchemy pills were so powerful, there were also many problems that came with it. First of all, the 3 gold cores contained more power, so the requirements for the users were even higher. Previously, Bella could consume the blood refining gold cores only with the strength of a distraction stage cultivator. But this time, she probably didn't have the strength of a form synthesis stage cultivator. In other words, if the combat strength was below 13 million, consuming these gold cores might trigger the explosion of the body. Moreover, there was another point, which was that among these 3 gold cores, only one was of the mild wood attribute. Among the remaining 2 gold cores, one was of the more violent fire attribute, and the last one was of the earth attribute. Compared to the gentle wood attribute, the other 2 gold cores had a higher requirement for the user. Among them, the earth attribute gold core could only be safely consumed by a powerhouse at the void interpretation stage, while the violent fire attribute was even higher. It was best not to touch the gold core without the strength of the peak of the void interpretation stage. Who should I give the wood attribute gold core to? Jiang Fei thought to himself. Among the girls around him, Bella and Wu Qingcheng were both of the wood attribute. Moreover, their combat strength had exceeded 13 million. Therefore, theoretically, both of them could use this gold core. In terms of strength, Bella's shadow was close to the peak of the Mahayana stage. She had nearly 18 million combat power, while Wu Qingcheng was only at the void interpretation stage. Her combat power could break through 15 million. Among the 2 of them, clearly, Wu Qingcheng's benefit from consuming the gold core was greater. After all, Bella was not far from the crossing calamity stage by relying on her own strength. It was clearly a waste to consume this gold core. However, Jiang Fei's feelings for Wu Qingcheng were clearly not as deep as Bella's. Therefore, from an emotional point of view, he clearly wanted to give the Aurus core to Bella. As such, there was a difference between the best benefit and the emotional base. This made Jiang Fei somewhat hesitant. As for the fire-type Aurus core, although it was the most explosive and had the highest requirements for the user, Jiang Fei had nothing to hesitate about. This was because among the girls around him, there were many who had the fire attribute. For example, Hua Mulan, Si Tang, and Yuanqiu all had the same attribute. However, the problem was that only Hua Mulan had reached the peak of the void interpretation stage. Therefore, there was nothing to choose from. As for the earth-type Aurus core, it was awkward. Only Nina was of the earth attribute. Moreover, this girl was only at the semi-god stage. Her combat power was only around 12 million. There was still a long way to go before she could consume the gold core. Forget it. I don't care. I'll talk about it when I get back. Jiang Fei shook his head. These troublesome matters could be discussed when he got back. His priority now was to think of a way to extract more corpses from the mountain of beasts. After all, there were so many girls around Jiang Fei. However, he only had a few gold cores. After making up his mind, Jiang Fei asked the servant to bring Black Widow over the next day. How is it? Did you find something new? Black Widow was clearly very excited when she came. Jiang Fei pretended to be very embarrassed as he looked at Black Widow. Then, he said with some embarrassment, well, there was a problem with my experiment. It failed. What? Failed? Black Widow was shocked. Then, she immediately asked, could it be that your theory is wrong? No. No, my theory has not been proven yet. So it's hard to say whether it's right or wrong. It's just that the previous experiment made a mistake. So the corpses are all useless. Jiang Fei said with an apologetic look. Oh, I see. Black Widow sighed in relief. When she was chatting with the female Beast Empress, the female Beast Empress had already concluded that Jiang Fei was bluffing. His experiments were definitely not that easy to carry out. Even if there were dozens of corpses, there might not be any results. Therefore, Black Widow had long been prepared. When Jiang Fei said that today, although she was a little disappointed, she could accept it. Why don't we forget about it? I feel that the cost of these experiments is too high. Jiang Fei used the trick of playing hard to get. Humph. Black Widow snorted coldly. Then, she said to Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei, our Empress said that if you want to give up on this experiment, you have to compensate us with the 4 corpses that you wasted previously. Otherwise, you have to work hard until the experiment is completed. But, this experiment is not as easy as I expected. The success rate will be very low, and the consumption of materials will be much higher than expected. Jiang Fei said with a deliberately awkward expression. Do you think that we are all idiots? Her Majesty the Queen had long expected this. You humans love to brag. Don't worry. Her Majesty the Queen has said that you only need to do the experiment. You don't have to worry about the materials. Black Widow said proudly, as if she had seen through Jiang Fei's bragging. Humph. You're not idiots. Your IQ has been cut off. If I don't accept the corpse, wouldn't I be letting down your touching IQ? Jiang Fei laughed in his heart. However, he still had to pretend to be embarrassed. That's fine. I will try my best to ensure the success rate of the experiment, Jiang Fei said with his head lowered. He did not dare to look at Black Widow, not because he was ashamed, but because he was afraid that others would see the smile in his eyes. MMM! A new batch of corpses will be sent over tomorrow. Don't worry about the experiment, said Black Widow as she left. She still had to report the results to the female Beast Empress. Chapter 1893, Chapter 1891. The next morning, Black Widow brought over the corpses of the true immortal level beasts. It was unknown whether it was because she was not optimistic about Jiang Fei's success rate, or because she was too lazy to deliver the corpses again and again. In any case, this time, Black Widow gave Jiang Fei 5 corpses in one go. However, these corpses were clearly not as powerful as the previous 3 corpses. These corpses had only just reached the true immortal level. It seemed that the Mountain of Beasts was planning to use these relatively low-level corpses to train Jiang Fei. When Jiang Fei's success rate increased, they would provide higher-level corpses. However, to Jiang Fei, the more corpses, the better. No matter how bad they were still true immortals. After refining the blood alchemy pill, it was enough for the girls to reach the tribulation stage. Moreover, the level of these ferocious beast corpses was lower. Comparatively, after refining them successfully, the requirements for the girls to consume them would be lower. After all, there were many girls around Jiang Fei who only had a few million combat power. Even if Jiang Fei thought of a way to improve them, it would not be easy for them to reach the fusion stage in one go. While Jiang Fei and the Myriad Beast Mountain were scamming the corpses to refine the blood alchemy pill, the girls on Skoda Star were not idle either. For example, Hua Mulan, who was a training maniac, spent most of her time training in the time room and the gravity room. On the other hand, Aurelia was leading the fleet in continuous drills to strengthen the captain coordination and battle command abilities. Although the other girls were not as extreme as the two of them, they were not idle either. They either helped Aurelia or trained with Hua Mulan. There were also some girls who were cultivating a rapport with their pet beasts. No one was idle anyway. The girls' abilities were constantly improving. The military factory on Skoda Star was also working at full capacity. Although Jiang Fei had sent all the battleships that he had obtained from Vineland to the front line, the military factory on Skoda Star was also constantly replenishing the arms of his direct line of troops. Up until now, the fleet under Jiang Fei's command had already expanded to nearly 1,000 ships. Just the enhanced version of the Grizzly-class heavy cruiser had been built to over 400 ships. It could be said that it was the absolute main force of Jiang Fei's fleet. It was not just the Grizzly Bear. The other warships also sailed out of the dock like dumplings. Even the Aiken-class battlecruiser that was the main force of the fleet had also increased by 1. The number of main force ships under Jiang Fei's command had reached 3. It had further narrowed the gap between the Imperial Army and the Resistance Army. However, just as Jiang Fei's camp was developing in full swing and showing signs of prosperity, the Imperial Army fleet and the Resistance Army fleet that were far away at the Salhu Cloister were in a bloody battle. Due to the unique terrain of Salhu Cloister, the Imperial fleet led by Eamon and the Resistance fleet led by Vizari's army had no chance to use tactics. Both sides could only engage in a head-on clash. The sky was filled with energy beams and phase missiles that shuttled back and forth, causing huge losses to both sides. To Eamon, these losses were nothing. They were players and were not afraid of death. However, killing the enemy would bring them experience points and monetary rewards. With experience points, they could exchange for more skill points. As a result, they could pilot even more powerful warships. With money, they could purchase new spaceships from the system after the warship was destroyed. Moreover, they could buy better spaceships. Therefore, this kind of war of attrition was something that the players could not wish for more. As for the Vizari Legion, the players of the Resistance Army were happy to fish in troubled waters because they joined the game later. Hence, whether it was skill points or the spaceship they bought, they were far inferior to the players of the Imperial Army. If they fought alone, they would be beaten by the old players until they could not even find the north. However, following behind the Vizari Legion's fleet, these novice players could naturally gain experience points and kill them, although they could also be killed. However, losing some small broken ships could be exchanged for a large amount of skill points and money. They were more than happy to do so. However, compared to these players, the Vizari army's generals were a little overwhelmed. Although their battleships had all been updated, and with the support of the Holy Messenger, The Vizari army's battleship replenishment was not a problem at all. However, the outstanding captains and soldiers could not be replenished in an instant. Even for the main fleet, Jiang Fei's Skoda Star had only taken a few months to produce an Aiken-class strategic cruiser. However, an excellent captain could take years or even decades of training, especially for a captain of the main fleet. It was even more difficult to train. As the saying went, it was easy to get 1,000 soldiers, but hard to get a general. In the Salhu cloister, the battle was like a meat grinder. Both sides had lost a large number of battleships. What followed was the death of the captain. For the players, the death of the captain was not a problem at all. After they changed carriers, they could start again. On the other hand, the Vizari Legion's captains had lost a lot. Although this situation was disadvantageous to the Vizari Legion, it was exactly what the development team wanted to see. After all, the purpose of developing this game was to make the players feel good. The players could only pay if they felt good, and they were always doing odd jobs for the NPCs. They would always be the scapegoat. This was obviously impossible to feel good about. When the captains of the Vizari Legion were almost all dead, the novice players would also level up. At that time, they would naturally become the main force of the Vizari Legion. Just like the old players, like Aemon, they would become the main characters on the battlefield. Just like that, the Imperial Army and the Resistance Army continued to fight each other in the Sargo cloister. They constantly replenished their forces. Under this kind of reinforcement tactic, the players were also growing rapidly, especially on the side of the Vizari army. The novice players gradually became the main force on the battlefield from the beginning. Although Jiang Fei had not witnessed what had happened in Salhu Cloister with his own eyes, he had expected it. After all, the game was like this. At the beginning, the NPCs played the main role, and the players did the odd jobs. When the players reached a higher level, the NPCs would become the odd jobs. They would even be the targets of blood abuse. Therefore, Jiang Fei was also frantically hoarding his strength so that he could compete with the players in the future. In the 5 directions of heaven and earth, more than 3 months had passed in the blink of an eye. Jiang Fei had already obtained 15 ferocious beast corpses from the mountain of beasts. Although he was very efficient in refining pills, he did not dare to ask for new ones as soon as he was done. After all, true immortal level ferocious beast corpses were not cabbages. If he asked for them too quickly, it would arouse suspicion. However, the speed of 15 corpses in 3 months was not considered slow. On average, it had reached 1 corpse per week. The frequency of Black Widow coming to look for Jiang Fei was also increasing. After all, she had invested so much in him. Even the female beast empress was very concerned about Jiang Fei's situation. It's almost time. It's time to leave. Jiang Fei estimated that his unmanned scout ship was almost at Skoda Star. Moreover, he had asked for so many true immortal level beast corpses, but he had not gotten anything out of it. This had also aroused the suspicion of the beasts. Therefore, if he did not leave now, they would come looking for him. Chapter 1894, Chapter 1982. Back to Skoda. After making up his mind to leave, Jiang Fei took out his communicator. After all, he had to explain something to Jiang Zhong. Captain? Why did you suddenly think of contacting me? Jiang Zhong was very surprised. I have almost finished fishing. I'm going to run away, Jiang Fei said. Hee hee. It seems like you have been fishing a lot. Captain! Jiang Zhong laughed, because he could hear how happy Jiang Fei was from Jiang Fei's tone. That's a must. Jiang Fei smiled proudly. Then, he said to Jiang Zhong, after I leave, you go and contact the big families and the people from the Moon Goddess sect. When I return in a few days, I will open the teleportation portal and send them into the main universe. Yes, Captain! Jiang Zhong agreed immediately. Oh right. You take care of Natasha. Keep this girl by your side. She might be able to help you, Jiang Fei said. Okay. I got it. Jiang Zhong nodded. If you run into any trouble, you can look for the Blood Mistress and the Wang Xiao family. They should be able to help you a lot, Jiang Fei said. Captain, don't worry. Jiang Zhong smiled. Don't be so cheeky. Your boss and I have caused quite a mess this time. If the Mountain of Beasts tracks you down, it might implicate you. When that happens, you might run away, Jiang Fei warned. I understand. I will leave the Xia family tonight. Jiang Zhong put on a cautious face. That's good too. We don't want to implicate the Xia family. After all, Xia Tianqin has a pretty good relationship with us. We might be able to keep in touch in the future.
Jiang Fei nodded. After giving Jiang Zhong some advice, Jiang Fei sent a message to the Wang and Xiao families and the Moon Goddess sect. He had left these people a communication device to facilitate communication. In the communication device, Jiang Fei told the three families about the change of contacts. He asked them to contact Jiang Zhong directly in the future. As for the Xia family, Jiang Fei did not contact them because Xia Tianxin was from the Thousand Beasts Mountain after all. Although she had a good personal relationship with Jiang Fei still did not dare to trust her too much. After giving out all the instructions, Jiang Fei left a note in the laboratory.
I have encountered too many difficulties in the experiment. It is very difficult to solve it on my own in a short period of time. So, I will leave for a while. I need to find my teacher Zhuge Shanjin to find a solution.
Jiang Fei's note did not contain much content, but it was at least a delaying tactic. After all, if he ran away without saying anything, he would have a falling out with the Myriad Beast Mountain. Everyone would have completely fallen out with him. However, now that things had turned out this way, although the Myriad Beast Mountain would definitely arrest him, they would not kill him. If they encountered him, they would at most capture him back instead of killing him. This way, the possibility of implicating the Xie family and causing Jiang Zhong to be hunted down would be minimized. After all, with this note, Jiang Fei would not be considered to have escaped with the corpse. Instead, he would return to his sect to seek help. Although it was against the rules not to greet the Mountain of Beasts, there was at least a buffer between the two sides.
Alright.
Jiang Fei placed the note on the experimental table. He had used the name Zhuge Shanjin many times on Earth to pretend to be 13. He did not expect that after so many years, he would once again become Jiang Fei's shield. Once everything was ready, Jiang Fei activated the 9 rotating astrolabe. After a flash of golden light, he disappeared from the laboratory. Although there were many barriers on the Mountain of Beasts that prevented teleportation, the 9 rotating astrolabe was the #1 divine weapon of the 5 directions. Its teleportation was not something that these barriers could stop. After coming out of the 5 directions, Jiang Fei returned to his scout ship. At this time, the Lonely Star class unmanned scout ship had already crossed the Sea of Stars and arrived at the territory of the Merchant Alliance. Because of Jiang Fei's access code, therefore, the Lone Star unmanned scout ship did not encounter any obstruction within the territory of the Merchant Alliance. As the Grand Marshal of the Universe Empire, Jiang Fei had a lot of privileges. At the very least, before entering the capital circle, his access code could be exempted from all checks and restrictions. Therefore, the Lone Star unmanned scout ship was unimpeded. At this time, it was less than 2 galaxies away from Skoda Star.
Automatic navigation target switching. Approaching the Stargate.
When Jiang Fei returned, he heard the automatic voice of the computer.
The Merchant Alliance really has built many roads. This long-distance interstellar travel is much more efficient than the other forces.
Jiang Fei could not help but sigh, although he had stayed in the 5 directions for a long time. However, after deducting the time flow deficit of 12 times, the Lonely Star scout ship had only traveled for less than 10 days. The reason why the Lone Star scout ship was able to get close to Skoda Star so quickly was because the Merchant Alliance had built a large number of stargates within their territory. These so-called stargates were actually artificial wormholes. They could connect the void between the 2 galaxies, reducing the time needed for interstellar travel.
Stargate activated. Preparing to jump?
The automated navigation voice continued to ring. Jiang Fei sat on the Lonely Star scout ship and activated the Stargate. He immediately began the interstellar jump. After the Lonely Star scout ship entered the activated Stargate, its engine quickly shut down. The entire ship came to a standstill. Then, a solidified space enveloped it.
Whoosh!
The Stargate began to accelerate the solidified space. As the speed of matter could not exceed the speed of light, space was not limited by this. Therefore, the superluminal interstellar jump could only be carried out in this way. The unmanned reconnaissance ship was frozen in a small space. Its speed was 0. But this space was accelerated to hundreds or even tens of thousands of times the speed of light. This allowed the Lone Star reconnaissance ship to achieve the effect of superluminal speed. About half an hour later, the Lone Star reconnaissance ship passed through the Stargate and arrived at another galaxy.
Automatic navigation activated.
Warping to the Stargate.
In the Merchant Alliance, interstellar travel was basically completed in this mode. A spaceship would pass through the Stargate to another galaxy, and then warping from one end of this galaxy to the Stargate at the other end. Then, they would jump to the corresponding galaxy through this Stargate. Because the Stargates were in pairs, interstellar travel could only be done from one galaxy to another. If there was no direct Stargate, then they would have to take a detour. Therefore, although the time required to pass through the Stargate was not considered long, the warp jump across the galaxy was rather time-consuming. The long interstellar journey was extremely boring. The space outside the window was always dark and dotted with starlight. Although people who had just arrived in space would feel extremely shocked, they would only feel bored after getting used to it. Finally, 3 days later, Jiang Fei arrived at the gravity well on Skoda Star and ended the long interstellar journey. Chapter 1895, Chapter 1893, Everyone Upgrades. Please turn off the engine of the scout ship in front for inspection. As soon as they arrived at the gravity well on Skoda Star, Jiang Fei's scout ship was captured by a Blue Sky-class command cruiser. Although this type of support cruiser did not have as powerful firepower and thick armor as the Grizzly Bear, it carried a lot of multi-purpose equipment. For example, this stagnant position could capture small ships and cause them to lose power. "It's me." Jiang Fei directly sent a clear code communication.
Grand Marshal.
The captain of the patrol team was dumbfounded. Although they were also the captains under Jiang Fei's command, they were still a little surprised to see Jiang Fei.
"Okay, let's go,"
Jiang Fei said.
"Grand Marshal, please show me your passcode."
Although the captain was shocked by Jiang Fei's return, he still strictly followed the rules and regulations, requiring Jiang Fei to prove his identity.
"All right."
Jiang Fei did not use his official authority to pressure others. After all, this was a rule that he had to follow even if he was the Grand Marshal. Otherwise, if someone impersonated him, he would be in big trouble. After verifying the access code, Jiang Fei's Lonely Star-class unmanned reconnaissance ship was allowed to pass. Soon, a special guided ship led him to the airport. Just as Jiang Fei parked the reconnaissance ship at the designated berth, Bella led a large group of girls to greet him.
"Husband."
Bella immediately threw herself into Jiang Fei's arms.
"Husband, you're back."
Sylvie did not want to be outdone and squeezed a spot in Jiang Fei's arms. Although the other girls were not as exaggerated, they surrounded Jiang Fei and stayed with him.
"I'm finally back."
Jiang Fei felt as if he had returned home. The girls around him made him feel especially warm.
"For all of you, no matter how dangerous and difficult it is, I will get rid of those damn players,"
Jiang Fei said in his heart.
"Ah, Fei, you're finally back."
Aurelia was the last to arrive, although she was the first to receive the news of Jiang Fei's return. As the administrator and fleet commander of Skoda Star, she had too many things to deal with. Speaking of which, during Jiang Fei's absence, Aurelia was in charge of the operation of Skoda Star and the training of the fleet. If it was not for this strong woman, the girls around Jiang Fei were really useless. Although Bella, Nina, and the other girls also had a certain level of leadership ability, they knew too little about technology, the fleet deployment, and the planet's political affairs. They would only be assisting Aurelia. As for the other girls, they would only be helping out with some specific small missions. They had no idea how to make decisions.
"Let's go back and talk,"
Jiang Fei said to the girls with a smile. It had been a long time since they had last seen each other. They would definitely have a lot to talk about. However,
it was too eye-catching and inconvenient to talk about in the airport. After returning from the airport to his residence, Jiang Fei and the girls gathered together. He told them about the experience and rewards of the trip to the 5 directions. The girls would smile and frown at times. They were even worried for Jiang Fei.
"No matter what, it's good that you're back."
Nina smiled.
"Yes. Moreover, we have gained a lot this time. With these blood alchemy pills, I'm afraid that our strength will be able to improve. When the time comes, we will be able to help you." "Sir,"
Hua Mulan said.
This time, we have indeed obtained quite a number of blood alchemy pills. Each of you will have a share. However, I'm afraid that some of you will not be able to consume them for the time being,"
Jiang Fei said as he looked at the girls beside him.
Age?
Ariel, Si Tying, and Celila sighed at the same time. The 3 of them were definitely at the bottom among the girls. Their combat strength had yet to break through the 10 million mark. Therefore, if they wanted to consume the blood alchemy pills, they would have to train for a very long time.
Hee. Let's not talk about you guys. Currently, only Bella, Mulan, Xingcheng, and Wanqiu can consume the blood alchemy pills.
Jiang Fei smiled. Although he had more than 10 blood alchemy pills on him, there were only a few girls who could consume them. However, there were only a few girls who could.
Sigh.
After listening to Jiang Fei's words, many of the girls sighed.
After all, they also wanted to consume the blood alchemy pills. Unfortunately, their strength was not up to the standard. However, Bella, Hua Mulan, Huaqin Cheng, and Yuanqiu were much happier. Their faces were filled with joy. Especially Hua Mulan, who was extremely obsessed with training. The desire for power in her eyes was even more apparent. Alright, let's go to the time house. Bella, the four of you prepare to go into seclusion. The rest of you should also seize the time to train, said Jiang Fei. Ah, Fei, I'm afraid that I don't have much time to cultivate. I still need to take charge of the fleet, Aurelia said. As the commander of the fleet, she did not really care much about cultivation. The reason why she was able to reach more than 10 million combat power was entirely due to her race's advantage. As an Odora, it was not difficult for them to reach 10 million combat power when they reached adulthood. Alright. Jiang Fei nodded. He knew that Aurelia's mind was not on training. Moreover, the fleet could not do without her. Therefore, other than Aurelia, Jiang Fei brought all the other girls into the time room. Bella and the other 4 girls took the blood alchemy pill under Jiang Fei's guidance. The other girls were all sent to the gravity room by Jiang Fei. If they did not train hard, they would not be able to take the blood alchemy pill for a long time. After some consideration, Jiang Fei decided to give the wood-type blood alchemy core to Huaqin Cheng. Bella only received an ordinary wood-type Oris core. As for why Jiang Fei did this, the main reason was that Bella was already at the peak of the Mahayana stage. Even if she consumed this ordinary blood alchemy core, she would definitely be able to reach the advanced stage or even the peak stage of the tribulation. There was no need to waste the pure energy Oris core. Huaqin Cheng was different. She was only at the void interpretation stage. If she consumed an ordinary alchemy pill, she would only be able to reach the initial stage of the tribulation. Therefore, in order not to waste resources, Jiang Fei ultimately gave the pure alchemy pill to Huaqin Cheng. As for Hua Mulan and Yuanqiu, both of them were at the void interpretation stage. However, Hua Mulan was slightly stronger and had reached the peak of the void interpretation stage. However, when she consumed the alchemy pill, there was not much difference between the two of them. At this time, it was important to be close to each other. Therefore, Hua Mulan obtained the pure gold blood alchemy pill, while Yuanqiu only obtained an ordinary one. The reason why Jiang Fei gave the pure blood alchemy pill to Hua Mulan was partly due to his selfishness. On the other hand, the pure blood alchemy pill also had a higher requirement for the user. Hua Mulan was stronger. Therefore, the risk of taking it was relatively lower. Chapter 1896, Chapter 1894, Perfect Advancement. Bella and the other girls entered seclusion after consuming the pills. Jiang Fei took the opportunity to go to the gravity room and supervise the rest of the girls to train hard. Husband, what kind of strength do we need to consume the blood alchemy pill? Sylvie asked first when she saw Jiang Fei coming over. You have the metal attribute. You should at least be at the peak of the form synthesis stage. Right. Jiang Fei thought for a moment and said, I see. Sylvie nodded. At this time, she already had the power of the form synthesis stage. Her combat power had reached 13 million. She just needed to increase her combat power by another 1 million. Although the quest was still difficult, it was not impossible to complete. In comparison, Garona and Sarira, who both had metal attributes, were a little disappointed. Among the two of them, Garona was at the distraction stage. Her combat power was around 11 million. Sarira was even worse off. Her combat power was only around 8 million. She was almost out of reach of consuming the Oris core. Hubby, what about me? Ariel asked. Although the water-type blood alchemy core is a little more gentle, it should still be at the initial form synthesis stage. Right, Jiang Fei said. Ah? Ariel's face instantly turned sour. Even if she was at the beginning stage of the form synthesis stage, she would still have 13 million combat power. However, her current combat power was only around 9 million. The difference between them was not just ordinary. Moreover, Aurelia, who was also of the water attribute, was not interested in training. Therefore, the water-type blood alchemy pill in Jiang Fei's hand was just for show for a long time. Are you going to ask? Ariel poked Situing. I'm not affected by that anymore. Situing pursed her lips. She was the weakest among all of them. Her combat power was only a little over 7 million. On the other hand, the fire attribute was the most explosive attribute. The requirements were definitely the highest. Therefore, she understood that even if she asked, it would be a waste of time. In fact, it was already very hard for Situing to have her current strength. After all, she had started too late. When she left Earth, she was only level 2. She was not much different from ordinary people. To be able to reach the Aura's core stage in such a short period of time, to have 7 million combat power, and reach the Aura's core stage was already proof of her hard work. Nina, are you going to ask? Jiang Fei smiled as he looked at Nina, who was quietly training. Hee hee. If I have that time, I might as well train a little more. Anyway, when my strength has reached the Aura's core stage, you will take the initiative to inform me, Nina said faintly, although she did not say anything on the surface. However, as the former Holy Maiden of Light, this girl was also extremely strong. This time, Bella, Hua Mulan, and the others had obtained the blood alchemy pill, but she could not take it because she was not strong enough. This was also a big blow to Nina. Therefore, at this time, Nina had already made up her mind. She had to improve her strength in the shortest possible time in order to take the blood alchemy pill as soon as possible. Otherwise, when Jiang Fei encountered trouble, not only would she not be able to help, but she would also be a burden. She would also be a hindrance. Alright, everyone, work hard. If you find it too difficult to increase your strength, you can study martial arts. I will think of a way to increase your strength. Jiang Fei could also see that. It was not that the girls around him did not work hard. It was just that the speed of his improvement was too fast. It was so fast that no matter how hard they tried, it would be difficult for them to catch up. Therefore, Jiang Fei could only take a step back and let the girls study martial arts first. As for the matter of increasing strength, he would still have to rely on the blood alchemy pill, although the girls could not consume the high-quality blood alchemy pills that Jiang Fei had. Jiang Fei could go to the 5 directions of heaven and earth and get some tribulation stage or even Mahayana stage fierce beast corpses to refine pills. By then, the medicinal effects of the pills would be reduced, but the standard of consumption would also be reduced. If that was the case, the girl's strength would be able to increase by relying on these pills. Really? Xiang Ariel, Si Tang, and the other girls' eyes lit up. They had originally given up on consuming the blood alchemy pill. After all, the difference in strength was too great. Without a few decades of effort, it was impossible for them to meet the requirements. Yes, everyone, don't worry. Jiang Fei smiled and nodded. In the gravity room, Jiang Fei accompanied the girls to practice martial arts. When they were tired, they would sit together and chat. As they had been separated for a long time, they had endless sweet talk. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Fei had spent 3 days with the girls in the gravity room. Seeing that Bella and the others were about to come out of seclusion, Jiang Fei knew that he could not stay any longer. Therefore, he came out of the gravity room and returned to Bella and the others. At this time, Bella and the others had almost reached the critical moment to break through. This was especially true for Isabella, as she had only taken the ordinary blood alchemy pill. Her own strength was the strongest. Therefore, her ability to digest and absorb pills was naturally the fastest. Drink! As Bella shouted, a powerful aura soared into the sky. It's done! Jiang Fei thought to himself. At that moment, Bella opened her eyes, and 2 cold rays shot out. Following that, she soared into the sky. The girl's body gave off a shocking aura. Dark green life energy radiated from her body. It formed a miniature force field. Peak of the crossing calamity stage! Jiang Fei's eyes lit up. Although Bella had only taken the ordinary blood alchemy pill, her own strength was relatively strong. Therefore, after taking it, she was still able to break through to the peak of the crossing calamity stage. Swoosh! At that moment, the dark green energy on Bella's body suddenly withdrew and formed an inky crystal-like energy scale on the surface of the girl's body. This scale was many times more exquisite than Bella's previous energy scale, and it was also many times stronger. Aha! Just as Bella completed the level, Hua Mulan, who was beside her, also burst out with a delicate shout. Boom! A scorching energy burst out, and Hua Mulan leaped up. Pure white flames wrapped around the girl, forming a raging flame halo on the surface of her body. Hua Mulan, who had consumed the top-tier blood alchemy pill, had also reached the peak of the tribulation stage. She was like the embodiment of fire. The violet energy was intimidating. Swoosh! Hua Mulan only used half of Bella's time to withdraw the overflowing energy. This was the result of her long-term hard training. This did not mean that Bella was not hardworking when she trained. It could only be said that Hua Mulan was too harsh on herself. As a girl, she had to endure the intensity of training that even men could not endure. However, it was also because of this hard work that Hua Mulan had such amazing combat strength. Now, her combat strength was second only to Jiang Fei's and Jiang Fei's faction. Therefore, it was only natural for her to surpass Bella. She became the second strongest player in Jiang Fei's faction. Chapter 1897, Chapter 1895. Tied by. After Bella and Hua Mulan, Hu Qingcheng and Yuan Qiu also succeeded in breaking through one after another. Both of them also advanced to the crossing calamity stage. However, Hu Qingcheng, who had consumed a top-tier blood alchemy pill, directly advanced to the peak of the crossing calamity stage. As Yuan Qiu had only consumed an ordinary blood alchemy pill, she had only reached the middle stage of the crossing calamity stage. I never thought that the legendary blood alchemy pill would be so amazing. Yuan Qiu sighed. Although she had only reached the intermediate stage of the tribulation, she was already very shocked. After all, with her talent, it would take at least 100 years to reach this level of cultivation. Such powerful strength. Hu Qingcheng sighed as well. At the same time, she was even more determined to follow Jiang Fei. As expected, following Jiang Fei was much more promising than staying in the Greenwood Forest. Hee hee. It's good that all of you have advanced. Jiang Fei was very happy. After all, he had 4 crossing calamity stage experts by his side. This way, it would be much more convenient for Jiang Fei to do things. Husband, what are your plans next? Bella, who had already adapted to the new power, walked over at this time. I still have to go back to the 5 directions, Jiang Fei said. Although he had only stayed with Bella and the others for a few days, it had already been 2 months since he went on the interstellar journey. Can we go back with you this time? Bella grabbed Jiang Fei's hand and asked. In the past, Jiang Fei had always used the excuse that they were not strong enough to bring them along when they went to dangerous places. Now, their strength had increased. Although they were not invincible, they could at least protect themselves. Therefore, naturally, they had to go with Jiang Fei. To be honest, Jiang Fei was still a little hesitant. If they were going to other places, he would have brought Bella and the others along. However, the 5 directions were different. There were many powerhouses there. There were countless true immortal powerhouses. There were also super powerhouses like Xie Tianqin and Black Widow. Therefore, even though Bella and the others had just broken through the tribulation stage, Jiang Fei could not guarantee that he would be able to escape unscathed in front of these people. Do you still think that we are not strong enough? Bella asked a little unhappily. No. Jiang Fei waved his hand repeatedly. He paused for a moment. Then, he found an excuse and said, The main thing is that I have a lot of things to deal with this time. It's not convenient to bring you guys along. Moreover, there are things to do on Skoda Star. You guys have to stay and help. TCH. What's going on here? Aurelia is so capable. We don't have to worry about it at all. Bella clearly saw that Jiang Fei was looking for an excuse. Aurelia can only do what's best for the fleet. However, you have to help the other sisters train hard. Jiang Fei said with a smile. I don't care. You have to bring us along anyway. Bella decided to play along. How about this? Jiang Fei pondered for a moment. It was obviously impossible to bring all 4 of the girls to the world of the 5 directions. However, if one of them was not brought along, Bella would obviously not agree. Therefore, Jiang Fei could only compromise. This time, I will bring Bella and Qingcheng along. Mulan, you and Yuan Qiu will help the other sisters practice their martial arts, Jiang Fei said. The main reason why he arranged this was because he did not want to offend Bella. Moreover, bringing Hu Qingcheng along would also make it easier to deal with the ferocious beasts. Alright. Hua Mulan was a soldier. Naturally, she would carry out Jiang Fei's orders unconditionally. Meanwhile, Yuan Qiu was also a smart person. She knew Bella's position in Jiang Fei's heart. Therefore, she naturally would not fight for anything else. After arranging everything, Jiang Fei took Bella and Hu Qingcheng out of the time house. When he came out, he did not immediately activate the 9 rotating astrolabe. Instead, he first went to look for Aurelia. I still have to leave for a period of time. However, I don't think it will be too long. At most, it will be around 10 days to half a month. It might not even take that long, Jiang Fei said to Aurelia. Okay, I got it. Go and come back early. Aurelia smiled at Jiang Fei. While I'm away, if the higher-ups of the Empire give any orders, you can delay it for now. Everything will be discussed when I return, Jiang Fei said to Aurelia. He was afraid that the newly established Universe Empire
would send his direct descendants to be cannon fodder.
Okay. Don't worry. I know what I'm doing.
Aurelia nodded and said. After leaving Aurelia's place, Jiang Fei opened the 9 rotating astrolabe and brought Bella and Wei Chung back to the 5 directions.
Where is this place?
Bella asked as she looked at the desert in front of her.
It's all random teleportation. I don't know which planet this is either.
Jiang Fei shrugged.
Chung, do you know where this is?
Bella turned to look at Wei Chung, who was beside her.
I don't know. But at least it's not Chinching.
Wei Chung replied. As she had never left Chinching before, she was unable to determine the location of this place.
Forget it. Let's just walk around and find someone to ask.
Jiang Fei said.
Okay.
The 2 girls nodded. In this situation, they had no choice but to do so.
This random teleportation is really a scam. How can we find someone to ask for directions in such a desolate place?
Bella giggled.
Come on. Let's ride our flying swords. That way, we can travel faster.
Jiang Fei said with a smile. He had already prepared flying swords for the girls to use on their journey. Although they were not considered divine weapons, it was still pretty good as a means of transportation.
Okay.
The 2 girls followed behind Jiang Fei and rode their flying swords as well. After choosing a random direction, Jiang Fei and the others flew all the way. Since they did not know where they were, they should leave this desert first. However, what Jiang Fei did not expect was that the desert was endless. Their flying speed could be said to be extremely fast. After 2 hours, they had already flown thousands of miles. However, as far as the eye could see, there was still endless yellow sand around them.
I know where this is.
Jiang Fei suddenly said.
Where is this?
Bella asked.
This is Tai-Bai.
Jiang Fei replied. He had once read related ancient books in the Crimson Flame sect. A desert of this scale could only be found on Tai-Bai planet.
Do you know anyone here?
Bella asked.
No.
Jiang Fei shook his head. Of the 5 planets in the 5 directions, only Sui Xing and Tai-Bai had never been there. Naturally, it was impossible for him to know anyone here.
Looks like you'll have to ask someone for directions.
Bella sighed and continued to follow Jiang Fei on her sword. They did not know how much time had passed. The sight of the yellow sand made the 3 of them feel tired. However, at that moment, a green dot appeared in their eyes.
Oasis!
Wei Chen shouted.
Let's go!
Jiang Fei was excited. In the endless desert, an oasis meant life. It meant human habitation. Chapter 1898, Chapter 1896. The Mad Sand Sect. After a short while, Jiang Fei and the other 2 arrived above the oasis. Swoosh! At that moment, the sword light arrived and hovered in front of Jiang Fei and the others.
Friends, this is the territory of the Mad Sand Sect. If you are passing by, please leave as soon as possible. If you are here to visit the Mad Sand Sect or to rest, please land,
the person said to Jiang Fei and the other 2. His tone was rather friendly.
Hee hee. I'm sorry. We are new to planet Tai-Bai. We do not know the rules here. We will land immediately.
Jiang Fei was not a bully. Therefore, he naturally would not bully others just because he was strong. From the person's words, Jiang Fei could tell that this was the Mad Sand Sect's no-fly zone. He had barged into their no-fly zone, and they were still trying to talk him out of it. This was already giving him enough face. Therefore, Jiang Fei naturally would not push his luck.
Hee hee. Friends, I wonder if you are here to look for someone or to rest,
the man asked after they landed in the oasis.
Hee hee. Brother, I won't hide it from you. This is our first time on planet Tai-Bai. We got lost as soon as we entered the desert. Actually, we want to go to the teleportation portal and return to planet Jin,
Jiang Fei said with a smile.
Oh, so, you're a friend from the town star. Sorry for not welcoming you.
The person also greeted Jiang Fei.
Big brother, can you help us find the way? How do we get to the teleportation portal?
Bella interrupted at this time.
Teleportation portal? That's quite a distance. I reckon that you won't be able to get there in a day. Why don't you stay in my Mad Sand Sect for a night? I'll bring you there personally tomorrow,
the person said with a smile.
Oh.
Jiang Fei heard the man's words. Clearly, he was not a nobody in the Mad Sand Sect. Therefore, he asked,
Brother, I'm Jiang Fei. I'm from the Valiant Marshal Hall. May I know your name? So, you're the Valiant Marshal Hall's ambassador? Sorry for not welcoming you. I'm Lu Bingyuan. I'm the right guardian of the Mad Sand Sect,
said the man respectfully to Jiang Fei. The people of the town star were already superior to the people of the other 4 planets. not to mention the valiant Marshal Hall's famous reputation.
You are too kind, Protector Lu.
Jiang Fei quickly helped Lu Bingyuan, who was about to bow.
Ambassador, if I did not know your identity, it would have been fine. Now that I know, you have to give me some face. Stay in our Mad Sand sect for a few days. Otherwise, if the sect master finds out, he will definitely blame me for neglecting you.
Lu Bingyuan said. It was not easy for the small sects on the 4 outer planets. Other than competing with other sects, they also had to pay tribute to the sect master, which was the 4 big families. Therefore, if they could get a big leg like the valiant Marshal Hall, their days would be much better.
Hubby, why don't we rest here for a day?
Bella said to Jiang Fei, although they were flying on swords. The yellow sand and the blazing sun made the 2 girls feel uncomfortable. Now that they had arrived at the oasis, they could not wait to take a bath and sweep away the dust and sweat on their bodies.
That's good too.
Jiang Fei nodded. After all, he had never been to planet Taibai. It would be a pity if he left in such a hurry.
That's great.
Seeing that Jiang Fei had agreed, Lu Bingyuan was very happy. After that, Jiang Fei and the other 2 followed Lu Bingyuan through a small forest and arrived at the center of the oasis. The oasis in the desert appeared because of the water source. This place was no exception. In the middle of the oasis, there was a small crescent-shaped lake. The clear water of the lake looked particularly beautiful under the setting sun.
Hubby, this place is so beautiful.
Bella sighed.
Yes, this place is really beautiful.
Hui Qingcheng was also immersed in the beautiful scenery.
Our Mad Sand sect is right by the lake. Please follow me.
Lu Bingyuan brought Jiang Fei and the others to the sect of the Mad Sand sect and sat down.
Hee. It's really a small sect.
Jiang Fei had a rough understanding of the Mad Sand sect in his heart, because the Mad Sand sect did not occupy a large area. There were only about 100 houses. It would be good if there were only 180 people. It was definitely not a big sect. After following Lu Bingyuan into the Mad Sand sect, Jiang Fei also found a few Mad Sand sect disciples in the sect. The strength of these disciples were generally between the Aurus Core stage to the Nascent Soul stage. They could not be compared to the big sects in the town Star.
Guardian Lu, you're back.
Along the way, many disciples bowed to Lu Bingyuan. They did not ask about Jiang Fei and the other 2. It seemed that Lu Bingyuan had a very high status in the Mad Sand sect. Soon, Jiang Fei and the others arrived at the main hall of the Mad Sand sect. After Lu Bingyuan arranged for them to sit down, he asked the disciples to serve them some fragrant tea and fruits. Then, he said to one of the disciples,
Quickly go and invite the sect master over. Tell him that an important guest has come to visit. Yes, Guardian.
One of the disciples accepted the order and left. Lu Bingyuan and Jiang Fei drank tea and chatted. Not long after, Jiang Fei's divine sense sensed that the disciple from before had returned. There was another person who followed the disciple. Although this person's strength was not bad, he was only at the Mahayana stage. In front of Jiang Fei, he was not even worth mentioning.
The sect master of the Mad Sand sect is only at the Mahayana stage?
Jiang Fei was stunned. He did not expect the Mad Sand sect to be so weak.
Old Lu, I heard that there's a guest in the sect. I wonder which house's guest is it?
As he spoke, the sect master of the Mad Sand sect, Qin Mingxian, walked in.
Sect master!
As soon as Qin Mingxian walked in, Lu Bingyuan immediately stood up and introduced him.
This is the valiant Marshal Hall's ambassador, Jiang Fei. Valiant Marshal Hall's High Ambassador? Old Lu, are you confused? How can such a young brat be Valiant Marshal Hall's High Ambassador?
Qin Mingxian glanced at Jiang Fei. Then, he said disdainfully, with his strength, he could not spy on Jiang Fei and the other 2. Moreover, he was used to being arrogant, so he did not take Jiang Fei and the others seriously.
Sect Master! You?
When faced with Qin Mingxian's arrogance, Lu Bingyuan was dumbfounded. It was not that he was smarter than Qin Mingxian, but he had seen Jiang Fei and the others riding their swords. How was it possible for a few ordinary people who did not even have the aura of a cultivator to ride their swords? The only explanation was that the other party's strength was far greater than his. Therefore, he could not see through the other party. The man and the woman in front of him were both so young. Yet, they had such strength. Although there was no evidence, Lu Bingyuan was also convinced that Jiang Fei was the valiant Marshal Hall's ambassador. Therefore, when Sect Master Qin Mingxian showed such an attitude, Lu Bingyuan was dumbfounded. If he offended a few ambassadors, Not only would they use the valiant Marshal Hall's identity to pressure him, just these 3 super experts alone would be enough to annihilate the Mad Sand sect. Chapter 1899, Chapter 1897 Recruitment.
As expected of the Mad Sand sect, they are really arrogant,
Jiang Fei said calmly. However, his calm attitude scared Lu Bingyuan so much that he broke out in cold sweat.
Brat, whether I am arrogant or not is none of your business. However, you actually dare to pretend to be the valiant Marshal Hall's ambassador. You are really tired of living.
Qin Mingxian laughed coldly.
Sect leader, please stop talking.
Lu Bingyuan's cold sweat was like a broken pearl.
Protector Lu, what's wrong with you today? You actually let a few brats scare you.
Qin Mingxian said, as he looked at Lu Bingyuan with disdain.
It's over.
As he listened to Qin Mingxian's words, Lu Bingyuan knew that it was a bad dish.
Plop.
In order not to follow Qin Mingxian and eat the melon, Lu Bingyuan immediately knelt in front of Jiang Fei. Then, he said to Jiang Fei in fear and trepidation.
Lord Ambassador, my sect leader has gone mad. Please calm down. The disciples of my Mad Sand sect are all innocent. Okay.
Jiang Fei nodded lightly. Then, he said to Lu Bingyuan.
Don't worry. I'm not the kind of person who likes to kill. Hee hee. Not the kind of person who likes to kill. Kid, you can pretend.
Before Jiang Fei could finish his sentence, Qin Mingxian interrupted him.
Didn't your mother teach you manners when you were young? Don't you know that you can't interrupt when others are talking?
Jiang Fei glared at him. The aura in his body instantly burst out. The true immortal level aura instantly enveloped the entire Mad Sand sect.
What's going on? This powerful aura is... Master, I can't move. Kid, let's not talk about you anymore. I can't even take care of myself.
In an instant, in the entire Mad Sand sect, other than Bella and Hui Qingcheng, who were both in the crossing calamity stage, who could withstand Jiang Fei's pressure, everyone else was pushed to the ground. They were all prostrating on the ground, unable to even raise their heads.
I'm done for.
At this moment, Qin Mingxian wanted to slap his own mouth. He had only seen Jiang Fei and the others just now. They were young and the 2 girls were extremely beautiful. Therefore, he wanted to pressure Jiang Fei to hold Bella and Hui Qingcheng down. However, he did not expect that Qin Mingxian, who was possessed by his sperm, not only had his plan gone awry, but he had also kicked an iron plate.
True. 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 True immortal.
Lu Bingyuan had already thought highly of Jiang Fei and the other 2. However, he did not expect that the young man who had appeared in front of him was actually a true immortal level expert. In the 4 outer planets, true immortal level experts were legendary level existences. Many of the sect leaders had never seen them before, let alone a small sect like the Mad Sand sect.
Please forgive me, Your Excellency. I was blind and did not recognize Mount Tai. Please forgive me for offending you just now.
At that moment, Qin Mingxian had also given in. He had no choice but to give in, facing a true immortal powerhouse, not to mention a small sect like him. Even the largest sect on planet Taibai, the Infinite Sword sect, would not dare to offend him easily. Moreover, this young true immortal was the valiant Marshal Hall's ambassador.
Sigh.
Jiang Fei sighed. Just as he had said, he was not a bloodthirsty person. Moreover, he had only killed with a nod of his head. Qin Mingxian had already knelt down and kowtowed to beg for mercy. Therefore, Jiang Fei did not want to pursue the matter any further. Swish! As Jiang Fei waved his hand, the powerful pressure disappeared into thin air. The pressure on the people of the Mad Sand sect was also lifted.
Master, what happened just now? Sigh. There should be a powerhouse passing by.
The disciples of the Mad Sand sect discussed among themselves. However, no one had expected that the powerhouse they were talking about would be in the main hall. This was because a small temple like the Mad Sand sect would not be able to invite such a god.
Alright, you can get up too.
Jiang Fei looked down on people like Qin Mingxian from the bottom of his heart. For people like Qin Mingxian, at best, they would call him a wise man who knew how to adapt to the situation. A real man would be able to bend and bend. At worst, he would be a really despicable person. When you were inferior to him, he would do everything he could to bully you. However, if you were stronger than him, he would kneel in front of you and listen to you like a grandson.
Thank you, Lord Ambassador, for not blaming me.
Qin Mingxian kowtowed to Jiang Fei again before standing up.
Protector Lu, please get ready. We won't be staying any longer. Please give us a ride.
Jiang Fei turned around and said to Lu Bingyuan. Although he did not want to argue with someone like Qin Mingxian after such a thing had happened. He could not be bothered to stay in the Mad Sand sect anymore.
Yes, sir.
Lu Bingyuan quickly nodded. He could not wait to send Jiang Fei away. Otherwise, if this master were to be angered again, the entire Mad Sand sect might be wiped out.
Hee hee. Farewell, my lord. Farewell, my lord.
At this time, Qin Mingxian could also see that Jiang Fei was not willing to talk to him. So he did not take the initiative to start a conversation. Moreover, he also wanted to send Jiang Fei, the god of plague, away as soon as possible.
How annoying!
Bella and Hui Qingcheng were both very unhappy. They initially thought that they could take a comfortable bath and have a good sleep. However, they did not expect that they would have to travel all night. Soon, Jiang Fei and the others left the oasis and set off for the teleportation formation on planet Taibai. Lu Bingyuan became the guide for Jiang Fei and the others.
Protector Lu, are you interested in coming to the town star to have some fun?
Jiang Fei asked Lu Bingyuan with a smile on his face.
Hee hee. Look at what you said. Sir, with my strength, it would be difficult for me to even get a foothold in the town star.
Lu Bingyuan laughed self-deprecatingly. His strength was only at the insightful void stage. In the town star, although he was not a nobody, it was impossible for him to have his current status.
Then, are you interested in following me?
Jiang Fei said with a smile. Lu Bingyuan was thoughtful and had a good character. At the very least, he would plead on behalf of the Mad Sand sect's disciples just now. Therefore, Jiang Fei intended to take him under his wing. That way, Jiang Zhong would have a helper in the Five Directions world. When that time came, it would be much easier to do things.
Thank you for your guidance. Sir!
Lu Bingyuan bowed to Jiang Fei on the spot. After staying in the Mad Sand sect for so long, Lu Bingyuan also knew what kind of person Qin Mingxian was. Therefore, he did not want to stay in the Mad Sand sect anymore because there was really no future for him here. Now that Jiang Fei was willing to recruit him, being able to enter the planet suppression and join the valiant martial hall could be said to be the long-cherished wish of every martial artist on the outer planets. Therefore, how could Lu Bingyuan not agree?
However, I have to make one thing clear. You are following me, not joining the valiant martial hall.
Jiang Fei also understood Lu Bingyuan's thoughts, so he naturally had to say it first.
Sir, aren't you a member of the valiant martial hall?
Lu Bingyuan was stunned. He thought that what Jiang Fei said before was a lie.
I have a status as a guardian in the valiant martial hall. That is correct,
Jiang Fei said as he took out his guardian token and showed it to Lu Bingyuan.
But sir,
Lu Bingyuan did not understand. Since Jiang Fei was already a consecrator in the valiant martial hall, why did he still have to work alone? Wasn't that destroying his iron rice bowl? Chapter 1900, Chapter 1898 Causing Trouble?
You don't have to ask about me. You'll know when the time comes.
Jiang Fei smiled and continued.
Now, you just have to consider whether or not you want to work with me. I am eternally grateful for your nurturing. There's nothing to think about. From now on, Lu Bingyuan will definitely follow your lead.
Lu Bingyuan immediately bowed to Jiang Fei, although he did not know why Jiang Fei wanted to leave the valiant martial hall and work alone. Following a true immortal powerhouse was better than working in the Mad Sand sect.
Very good.
Jiang Fei nodded in satisfaction. Then, he decided to give Lu Bingyuan a sweet date so that he would know the benefits of working with him. Therefore, he said to Lu Bingyuan,
if you want to work with me, this little bit of strength is not enough. When we reach the town star, I will find a quiet place and help you advance to the crossing calamity stage.
What? Lu Bingyuan was dumbfounded. With his status, it was impossible for him to know what the blood alchemy pills were. Therefore, when he heard Jiang Fei's words, he felt as if he was in a dream.
Hee hee. Don't be so inexperienced. It's just a crossing calamity stage,
Jiang Fei said very pretentiously, although he had just obtained the blood alchemy pills in front of his subordinates. Naturally, he had to act more enigmatic. The reason why Jiang Fei gave the precious blood alchemy pills to Lu Bingyuan, who he had just accepted, was firstly because he felt that Lu Bingyuan had a good character and would not easily betray him. Secondly, Jiang Fei could not stay in the Five Directions world for long. Jiang Zhong really needed someone to take care of him. Moreover, Lu Bingyuan's strength was too weak. Therefore, he could only use the blood alchemy pills to increase his strength. Last but not least, Jiang Fei still had a lot of blood alchemy pills in his hands. After he gave each of the girls and Jiang Zhong one, He still had a few left. Otherwise, he would not have been so generous.
Thank you for your nurturing. Sir, you have done me a great favor. Even if I were to die, I would not be able to repay you.
At this moment, Lu Bingyuan was overjoyed. He felt that he had made the wisest choice in his life. From today onwards, he would be able to rely on someone.
From now on, as long as you are loyal to me, I will definitely reward you.
Jiang Fei smiled.
Thank you, my lord.
Lu Bingyuan bowed to Jiang Fei once again. Although most of Taibai planet was covered with endless yellow sand, the core area was still quite pleasant. Unfortunately, these places that were suitable for human life had long been occupied by the big sects. Therefore, the small sects could only find small oases in the desert to survive. After more than a day of long-distance flight, Jiang Fei and the others finally passed through the layers of desert and arrived at the core area of planet Taibai. Or perhaps the largest oasis, Great Victory Capital.
Sir, we are here. Great Victory Capital is right in front of us. The teleportation portal is right there.
Lu Bingyuan pointed at a patch of green in the distance and said to Jiang Fei,
Okay, let's go.
Jiang Fei smiled and nodded.
Master, if we want to enter the Great Victory Capital, we need to enter the capital or pay a hefty price of spirit stones.
Lu Bingyuan said awkwardly. On Taibai planet, which was mainly a desert, the oasis was the largest resource. Therefore, the powerful sects in the Great Victory Capital naturally understood this principle. After they occupied the most fertile Great Victory Capital, if the people from the small and medium-sized sects wanted to come here to buy things or find famous teachers to visit their friends, they would have to pay a hefty entry fee. To put it bluntly, this was no different from the bandits who claimed the mountain as their king. However, in the world of cultivators, having thick arms was the truth. If they were not powerful, these sects would not have the qualifications to occupy Daeung capital. Therefore, they set the rules. How could the small and medium-sized sects dare to disobey them? If they came to the capital, they would have to pay a fee. If they did not come, the small oasis occupied by the small and medium-sized sects would not be able to provide all the cultivation resources because of the geographical restrictions. Therefore, they could only come to the capital to buy. In that case, it was inevitable that they would be exploited. Just as they were talking, Jiang Fei and the others had already flown into the territory of the capital.
Stop! What are you guys doing? Do you have a permit to enter the capital?
A few sword lights flew over, and a bald disciple on top of them shouted.
Huh?
Jiang Fei frowned. When he had first arrived at the territory of the Mad Sand sect, Lu Bingyuan had also stopped him. However, Lu Bingyuan was reasonable, and his words were very polite. Therefore, Jiang Fei would naturally give him face. However, this kid was so arrogant. Jiang Fei was born to be soft-hearted. If you were to be polite to him, even if you were not as strong as Jiang Fei, he would not bully you. However, when he met such an ignorant person, Jiang Fei would not be easy to deal with.
Kid, I'm talking to you. Are you deaf?
As the bald man was used to being arrogant, he naturally did not put Jiang Fei in his eyes. As the disciples of a large sect, even if the outsiders were stronger than them, they would still lower their heads because they were afraid of angering the forces behind him. Therefore, even though the bald man knew that Jiang Fei and the others were stronger than him, he did not care at all.
You dare to talk to me like that? How dare you?
Jiang Fei snorted coldly. Then, he swung his hand, and a stream of astral energy swept over. A mere nascent soul stage guy dared to make a ruckus in front of Jiang Fei. This was really the birthday boy hanging himself. He was tired of living.
You dare to hurt me?
The bald man clearly did not expect Jiang Fei to attack him directly. After all, he had relied on his own sect to back him up. He was already used to being arrogant. However, Jiang Fei did not care about that. Not to mention that he was backed by one of the big sects on planet Taibai. Even the 4 big families, Jiang Fei, might not be able to buy it.
Bang!
Jiang Fei's attack was not something that a nascent soul stage kid could dodge. Therefore, the Gangchi hit the bald man's chest without any deviation.
PFFT.
As he spat out a mouthful of blood, the bald man did not even have time to scream before he fell from the clouds. The flying sword under his feet also fell to the ground due to losing control.
Bang!
The bald man fell heavily to the ground. Jiang Fei did not hurt him because the kid died immediately. Whoosh! The bald man's head opened and a true spirit shot out. The kid's nascent soul escaped. After all, he was already a nascent soul stage expert. Jiang Fei did not attack him ruthlessly. Therefore,
Although his physical body was dead, the nascent soul successfully escaped. However, he was just a nascent soul stage guy. Even if he escaped the nascent soul stage, the chances of him possessing another body and being reborn were not very high.
It's over! It's over! We're in trouble now,
Lu Bingyuan muttered. At the same time, his face revealed a look of anxiety.
Kid, can you not be so inexperienced?
Bella rolled her eyes. To Jiang Fei, being of such a guy was not considered trouble at all. Chapter 1901, Chapter 1899 Zhang Liwei.
That's right.
Lu Bingyuan finally reacted. He was used to staying in the Mad Sand sect, so he had a sense of respect for the disciples of these big sections. However, when he thought about the big shot that he had just joined, Lu Bingyuan immediately felt reassured. Although these big sects on planet Taibai were existences that Lu Bingyuan could not afford to offend. Who was his current boss? He was a true immortal level master and the high official of Valiant Martial Hall. Not to mention a person from planet Taibai. Even the high official of the sect leader's family would have to give Jiang Fei some face? Thinking of this, Lu Bingyuan felt relieved. He stood quietly behind Jiang Fei and waited to see how these arrogant disciples of the big sects would suffer. As expected, Lu Bingyuan did not wait for the good show. Not long after Jiang Fei knocked the bald man down, the kid's nascent soul ran back to his sect.
Oh no! Oh no! Ninth senior brother has been killed. F***CK. Is that true? I saw it with my own eyes. Ninth senior brother's nascent soul has escaped and is now with the sect master's uncle. F***CK. What kind of idiot would dare to touch a member of the White Tiger sect? When the sect master gives the order, we will follow him to avenge senior brother. Sigh. It's a pity that ninth senior brother is so talented that he was killed on his second patrol. I wonder which blind guy dares to go against our White Tiger sect.
As soon as the bald man's nascent soul escaped back to the sect, the disciples of the White Tiger sect began to discuss. After about 10 minutes, the sect leader's order came.
Disciples of the White Tiger sect Martial Hall, listen up. Immediately follow sect leader Guan, who to arrest the evil thief. Yes, we will obey the sect leader's order.
After a short while, the 200 Martial Hall disciples had gathered. Then, under the leadership of sect leader Guan Hu, they rushed out of the White Tiger sect and headed straight for Jiang Fei and the others.
They're here.
Jiang Fei smiled slightly. The group of people who came from afar had long been under his divine sense surveillance.
Sigh. Don't you find it annoying? Why are you bothering with these trash?
Bella said impatiently. As a former Nephilim princess, Bella's habits as a superior could not be changed. In her opinion, Jiang Fei was bored to death with these ants.
Hee. I'm just bored.
Jiang Fei shrugged. It was not easy for him to come to Taibai Star. If he did not cause any trouble, it would be a waste of time. Moreover, Jiang Fei did this to establish his authority in front of Lu Bingyuan. As the boss, if he did not make his employees feel respect, how could he command good employees? Therefore, Jiang Fei took this opportunity to show Lu Bingyuan his strength. After a moment, hundreds of sword lights came and hovered in front of Jiang Fei and the others. At this time, almost everyone within 100 miles had their eyes on this place. Even many people who had received the news rushed here. After all, it was rare for the White Tiger sect martial arts hall to attack in a group.
Who dares to hurt our White Tiger sect's disciples?
Guan Huron had not even arrived when his angry roar arrived. His roar had a hint of a sonic attack. Although he did not attack directly, it was shocking. It made people feel a sense of fear.
Petty tricks.
Jiang Fei did not hesitate to curl his lips. At the same time, he helped Lu Bingyuan block the attack. Otherwise, Jiang Fei would be embarrassed if he had a lackey beside him.
Thank you, my lord,
Lu Bingyuan said to Jiang Fei. He was only at the void interpretation stage. If Jiang Fei had not made a move, he would have made a fool of himself with the sonic kill skill. At that moment, Guan Hu had also arrived in front of Jiang Fei and the others. However, when he saw the calm expressions of Jiang Fei and the other two, his heart skipped a beat. Guan Hu was very confident in his sonic kill skill. However, after this move, the three people on the opposite side did not react at all. This made him weigh his options.
Who are you people? Why did you do this to the members of the White Tiger sect?
Although he was somewhat afraid of the strength of Jiang Fei and the others. However, there were so many pairs of eyes watching them now. Guan Hu had to punish them no matter what. Otherwise, how would the White Tiger sect have any face?
Shut up! Get lost quickly.
Otherwise, you'll end up like that rude guy,
Jiang Fei said in a daze. He was going to pretend to be 13 for Lu Bingyuan to see. Naturally, he had to act cool.
This,
Guan Hu frowned. When he saw Jiang Fei's attitude, he knew that Jiang Fei was not friendly. However, for the sake of the White Tiger sect's face, he had to suppress Jiang Fei's arrogance. Moreover, as an expert in the crossing calamity stage, Guan Hu was also a person with a temper. When he was scolded like this, he was also a little angry.
Why aren't you getting lost? Do you want me to do it personally?
Jiang Fei sneered. He had already seen that Guan Hu was angered, so he might as well add fuel to the fire.
Shut up, you yellow-bellied brat. How dare you?
Guan Hu was thoroughly enraged by Jiang Fei's repeated contempt.
Kid, I don't care what your background is. Today, you have provoked the White Tiger sect. You have already committed a capital crime. No matter how deep your background is, you will be punished today,
Guan Hu shouted angrily. Then, he waved his hand and said,
Marshall Hall disciples, listen up. Yes.
The 200 disciples behind Guan Hu replied in unison.
Kill the evil bandits with me,
Guan Hu shouted loudly, and was the first to lead the charge.
Yes.
The 200 disciples at the back urged the flying swords under their feet. They followed Guan Hu's footsteps and charged toward Jiang Fei and the others.
What a powerful formation.
Lu Bingyuan, who was behind Jiang Fei, had never seen such a scene before. Although he followed behind Jiang Fei, he knew that there would not be any danger. However, he still trembled instinctively. Lu Bingyuan was not trembling because he was afraid. It was just a simple muscle reaction. After all, he was only an expert at the insightful void stage. When faced with such a formation, he was able to stand there quietly without running away. It showed that he was mentally strong.
A bunch of mobs.
Jiang Fei curled his lips in disdain.
Senior brother, that guy is really arrogant. I think he was scared silly by the White Tiger sect's formation. Right. I think so too. I don't know where that guy came from, but he actually dared to provoke the White Tiger sect. Guan Hu is an expert at the peak of the tribulation stage. His bright moon sword technique is even more perfect. I'm afraid that this kid will die here today.
Jiang Fei's confidence in the eyes of the onlookers was clearly like the fearless ignorant. In their eyes, Guan Hu was a top-notch expert. With the help of 200 disciples, Jiang Fei would definitely die today.
Not really. I think Guan Hu will suffer today,
a young master said with a cold laugh.
Where are you from? Do you dare to look down on our White Tiger sect?
A White Tiger sect disciple immediately glared at him and said, although his strength was not enough to enter the martial hall, he was still duty-bound to protect the sect's dignity.
It doesn't matter who I am. What's important is that after today, the White Tiger sect will probably move out of the capital.
The young master glanced at the White Tiger sect disciple and said, Chapter 1902, Chapter 1900 Battle of the True Immortals.
How dare you? How dare you slander our White Tiger sect like this? Are you tired of living?
The White Tiger sect disciple shouted. HMPH. The young master only snorted coldly. He ignored the White Tiger sect disciple beside him, and turned his head to look at Jiang Fei who was in midair.
Brat, you are courting death.
The White Tiger sect disciple felt that he had been insulted. No one had ever dared to look down on their White Tiger sect disciple like this. Therefore, for the sake of the sect's honor, he directly swung his fist and attacked the young master.
Bang!
The White Tiger sect disciple charged forward quickly and returned even faster. The other party only waved his hand like he was shooing a fly, and he was sent flying. However, the young master did not seem to have any killing intent. Therefore, this unlucky guy was only injured. He could not move for a while, but his life was not in danger. The White Tiger sect disciples' encounter on the ground did not attract much attention, because the White Tiger sect members were already charging toward Jiang Fei and the other two.
Brat, die!
Guan Hu shouted angrily. The long sword in his hand drew out a sword aura, and the bright moon sword aura rushed straight towards Jiang Fei's face.
Sigh! Why are you guys doing this?
Jiang Fei sighed. Although he wanted to establish his authority, he did not want to commit too many sins. Therefore, he only stretched out his left palm and slowly pressed down. As for the bright moon sword aura that Guan Hu attacked, Jiang Fei did not even look at it.
Puff!
The bright moon sword aura disappeared a few feet in front of Jiang Fei as if it had never appeared. At the same time, Guan Hu and the 200 Martial Hall disciples behind him suddenly felt a terrifying and suffocating pressure.
Boom!
Jiang Fei's left palm fell.
The terrifying pressure instantly pushed all the White Tiger sect disciples, including Guan Hu, to the ground. True immortal. Guan Hu knelt on one knee on the ground. The words were squeezed out between his teeth. Around him, there was a huge pit that was 4 to 5 meters deep. It was not just Guan Hu. The other Martial Hall disciples also fell heavily to the ground. The 200 disciples had smashed a plane into a circular mountain like the surface of the moon. Only this group of Martial Hall disciples had decent skills. Therefore, although they had sustained serious injuries after chasing them down from the sky, they did not suffer any serious injuries. At that moment, Guan Hu naturally knew what kind of existence the White Tiger sect had provoked. However, it was too late now. He and the Martial Hall disciples beside him were already pressed to the ground and could not get up. Now, it was all up to the other party to decide how to punish them. Sect leader, please come and save us! Guan Hu prayed in his heart. This feeling of not being able to control his own life and death made him feel slightly terrified. Hubby, what do you plan to do with him? Asked Bella, who was behind Jiang Fei. They are not important. What's important is that the younger ones will come, said Jiang Fei calmly. The reason why he had made such a big deal out of this was actually because of another reason. That was to have a face-to-face fight with a true immortal level master, so that he could test his own combat ability. Although Jiang Fei had become a true immortal for quite some time, he had never fought with a master of the same level. Therefore, although he was known as a true immortal master, Jiang Fei did not have a systematic understanding of his actual combat ability. Interesting. The young master laughed among the crowd. He just looked at Jiang Fei quietly, as if he was waiting for an even more exciting show to begin. As expected, in the time it took to brew a pot of tea, 3 sword lights shot out from the west. Other than the last person, the remaining 2 people were emitting the aura of true immortals. Hee hee. This White Tiger sect is really something. They actually have 2 true immortals. Jiang Fei sighed in his heart. Who dares to be so impudent here? With a roar, a majestic aura cancelled out Jiang Fei's pressure and allowed Guan Hu and the others to be freed. Jiang Fei did not stop the White Tiger sect's expert from releasing his aura to save his fellow sect members. First, Jiang Fei was not willing to make things difficult for Guan Hu and the others. After all, the strength of these people was too different from his. There was no need for him to make things difficult for them. Second, there were 2 true immortals who had come. If Jiang Fei made things difficult for their low-level disciples, when he fought with the White Tiger sect's true immortals, what would happen if the other true immortal attacked Bella and the others? Greetings, sect leader. Greetings, 2 ancestors. Guan Hu stood up and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Then, he bowed to the 3 people who had rushed over. You step aside first. The sect leader of the White Tiger sect waved his hand. At this time, it was hard to argue with someone who had a thick arm. Therefore, there was no need for Guan Hu to explain what had happened, including him as the sect leader. At this moment, they had to stand aside. Everything depended on the 2 ancestors. Yes, sect master. Guan Hu also understood the situation. Therefore, he naturally stood aside. The martial arts hall's disciples also helped each other to stand aside. Although they were badly injured, they were all superficial injuries. This was not a big deal for cultivators. Baby, who are you? An old man with white hair and beard looked at Jiang Fei and asked. His tone was very condescending. It doesn't matter who I am. We'll talk after you defeat me. Jiang Fei did not waste any more time. After activating the Eye of Violet, he could naturally see that the old man with white hair and beard was the stronger one among the 2 true immortals. Therefore, a simple challenge was enough. Good. A newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. Although you have also become a true immortal, I want to let you know that true immortals and true immortals are different. The old man with white hair and beard laughed coldly. Jiang Fei's age could not be hidden from others. Therefore, when faced with such a young Jiang Fei, although the old man was amazed by his talent, he did not put Jiang Fei in his eyes. Yunnan, this old man is still alive. The young master in the crowd muttered to himself. Cut the crap. If you have the ability, follow me. Jiang Fei raised his aura and shot into the sky. After all, it was a battle between true immortals. If he was too close to the ground, those weaker spectators would be in trouble. Hee! Okay. Yunnan laughed coldly. Then, he said to the members of the White Tiger sect. Please wait a moment. I will teach this child a lesson. Senior brother, don't worry. I am here. Another true immortal from the White Tiger sect laughed. He had the same thought as Yunnan. Although Jiang Fei was very talented and had advanced to true immortal at a young age. Because of his young age, the time he had accumulated was too short. Therefore, he was certain that Jiang Fei's strength level and proficiency in martial arts techniques were not a match for Yunnan. Okay. After giving his instructions, Yunnan also rushed into the sky and chased after Jiang Fei. After a moment, the people on the ground rushed over to two terrifying pressure. Then, there were terrifying energy waves coming from the 9 heavens. Although these were only the aftermath of the battle in the distance, it was enough to make the people on the ground gasp in amazement. Chapter 1903, Chapter 1901. The Gateway to the New World. At this very moment, Jiang Fei was truly facing off against a true immortal level expert. When both parties made their first move from thousands of miles up in the sky, Jiang Fei had already suffered quite a loss, as he had never fought against a true immortal level expert before. Jiang Fei had followed the conventional method of using a probing attack first. However, true immortal level masters usually did not make a move. If they made a move, they would die. Therefore, Yunnan did not care if Jiang Fei was going to kill him or not. He was going to use a killing move as soon as he made a move. As a result, Jiang Fei's probing attack directly collided with Yunnan's killing move. As a result, Jiang Fei's attack instantly collapsed. Meanwhile, Yunnan's attack was like a hot knife through butter. He directly attacked Jiang Fei. Good boy! You sure are ruthless! Jiang Fei turned his body and dodged Yunnan's attack. However, while Jiang Fei was dodging, Yunnan took the opportunity to attack. He took advantage of the earlier advantage and wanted to expand the battle results. Brat! You are still too inexperienced! Yunnan sneered. Then, he waved the long sword in his hand. The bright moon swordsmanship in his hand was completely different from Guan Hu's. It was even more fierce and crafty. Old man, you want your life when you attack. One look and you can tell that you are not a kind person. Jiang Fei had a very bad impression of Yunnan. Actually, this was not Yunnan's fault. Almost all people who practiced alchemy-type martial arts focused on killing. Their moves were vicious and overbearing. Yunnan was only one of them. After another 2 moves, Yunnan had completely gained the upper hand. However, Jiang Fei was gradually getting used to fighting against true immortal level powerhouses. Kid, you really have some skills. However, I don't intend to play with you anymore. It's time to end this. Yunnan suddenly shouted. Then, his moves changed. His sword moves suddenly became unpredictable. Yeah, I don't want to play anymore. Jiang Fei snorted coldly. Then, the origin power in his body suddenly transformed from metal to fire. Boom! Just as Yunnan's sword aura attacked, Jiang Fei's Chungying sword drew out a fire dragon. Blazing flames rose up and went straight for Yunnan's face. Dual attributes! Yunnan was shocked. In the beginning, Jiang Fei and he had both used metal-type martial arts. Therefore, he did not put Jiang Fei in his eyes at all. That was because in Yunnan's eyes, although Jiang Fei's sword arts were not bad as well. However, he had only practiced for a short period of time. There were still some flaws. In terms of spiritual power alone, Jiang Fei had only advanced not too long ago. On the other hand, Yunnan had already advanced to true immortal for hundreds of years. Therefore, in terms of energy accumulation, there was a huge gap between the two of them. It was precisely because of these reasons that Yunnan had the confidence to defeat Jiang Fei. However, now that Jiang Fei's attributes had suddenly changed, although his spiritual power had not increased, it had become the fire attribute that countered the metal attribute. As the attributes countered each other, although Yunnan believed that his energy strength was better than Jiang Fei's, he had become restricted. Old man, take this scarlet flame slash from me, Jiang Fei shouted. A streak of flame soared into the sky and slashed toward Yunnan. Although this scarlet flame sex martial arts technique was not the best fire attribute martial arts technique in the 5 directions of heaven and earth, it was definitely top-notch. Therefore, Yunnan was amazed by the ferocity of the technique. Who is this kid? Why is he using 2 top-tier techniques? After Yunnan blocked Jiang Fei's attack, he became even more confused. After all, Jiang Fei's metal-type technique just now was inherited from one of the 4 great families, the Xia family. Its level of profundity even surpassed the technique that Yunnan practiced. However, now that Jiang Fei had used a set of top-notch fire-type martial arts, how could Yunnan not suspect Jiang Fei's background? No! I can't let this kid go easily! Yunnan made a decision in his heart. Since he had already offended Jiang Fei, if he let him go easily, it might cause the forces behind him to retaliate. Therefore, Yunnan planned to capture Jiang Fei and force him to reveal his background. Take this move of mine. Starlight and Moonlight. Thinking of this, Yunnan decided to use his ultimate move. Otherwise, it would not be so easy to take Jiang Fei down. Boom! Jiang Fei instantly felt that Yunnan's aura had suddenly increased by a notch. Following that, under the eyes of the Violet Orchid, the spiritual power in Yunnan's body began to change. Although it was still primarily gold type, there was still some water type spiritual power mixed in. Dual attributes. Jiang Fei's heart was as clear as a mirror. In the 5 directions of heaven and earth, although most people had single attributes, there were also people with dual attributes. However, these people basically had one main attribute and one secondary attribute. Because of the training method, the main attribute was particularly prominent. The secondary attribute would only appear when some special moves were used. Currently, Yunnan's Moonless Star was such a martial skill. It was a combination of metal and water attribute spiritual power. When it was unleashed, it would be even more powerful. Moreover, the fire attribute that Jiang Fei used would suppress Yunnan's metal attribute. This would reduce the power of Yunnan's martial skill. However, this Moonless Star had a part of the water attribute mixed in it. This way, fire would suppress metal, and water would suppress fire. With the two of them together, Jiang Fei's suppression of Yunnan's attributes would no longer exist. Can I still play like this? After seeing Yunnan's Moonless Star, Jiang Fei felt as if a door to a new world had opened in his heart. Speaking of attribute fusion skills, who could be more convenient than Jiang Fei, who had all attributes? However, Jiang Fei had never thought about this before. Now that the new door had opened, Jiang Fei's developed brain was like a super high-speed photon computer that was operating rapidly. Just as Yunnan cast Star-Moon Lightless Convergence, a new move was formed in Jiang Fei's mind. Although it was not perfect, it had already been preliminarily calculated. Lava Nova! Jiang Fei gave his new move a nice name. The moment Yunnan activated Star-Moon Lightless, Jiang Fei's Lava Nova also attacked. A move that combined fire and earth attributes met Yunnan's Star-Moon Lightless head-on. Although Jiang Fei's move was not perfect, in terms of attributes, it was completely superior to Yunnan's. The violent flame suppressed the metal attribute of Star-Moon's Lightless. The steady and tenacious earth attribute perfectly countered the water attribute of Star-Moon's Lightless. Therefore, even if Jiang Fei's attack was slightly sloppy, however, when the two great martial arts techniques collided, Jiang Fei only suffered a small loss. Following a muffled groan, a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of Jiang Fei's mouth. This was something that could not be helped. Jiang Fei had developed the attack in a hurry. Moreover, Jiang Fei was not as strong as Yunnan in terms of energy intensity. Jiang Fei was already very satisfied that he was able to block Yunnan's ultimate skill with only a slight injury. Moreover, from then on, Jiang Fei's ability to develop the skill was no longer limited to a Lava Nova. More dual attribute or even 3 attribute fusion skills had already been included in Jiang Fei's plan. Chapter 1904, Chapter 1902 came true. How is this possible? Although he had gained the upper hand with one move, Yunnan was still shocked beyond words. Before this, Jiang Fei had already used 2 types of spiritual power, metal and fire. Moreover, both types of spiritual power were very powerful. This could be considered as a peerless talent among cultivators. However, Jiang Fei's move just now was a fusion of earth and fire. 3 types of talent and mastery of 3 types of spiritual energy. If Yunnan had not seen this with his own eyes, he would not have believed it. No! This kid cannot be allowed to live! If Yunnan had only wanted to capture Jiang Fei alive before this, his heart had already been filled with killing intent. Those who practiced alchemy arts were most likely vicious and cold. In Yunnan's eyes, Jiang Fei was already the White Tiger sect's enemy. Moreover, he had such a powerful talent. If he was allowed to grow up, then the White Tiger sect would definitely suffer a calamity. Therefore, in order to nip the danger in the bud, Yunnan had a murderous intent toward Jiang Fei. At this moment, he no longer cared about the power behind Jiang Fei. In his eyes, Jiang Fei had already become the White Tiger sect's greatest threat. However, although he had the intention to kill Jiang Fei, Yunnan was not having an easy time at the moment. That was because he had already used his ultimate skill. Unlike Jiang Fei, Yunnan mainly practiced metal-type martial arts. He did not have much water-type spiritual power. After the previous move, the water-type spiritual power in his body had been exhausted. He could not use this ultimate skill again. Therefore, since he could not win in one move, Yunnan could only intensify his attacks. He waved the long sword in his hand, and used the bright moon sword technique to its maximum. Every move was focused on Jiang Fei's vital points. It was obvious that he wanted to take Jiang Fei's life. Good. 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 Old thing. You actually have the intention to kill. At this time, Jiang Fei was injured. At the same time, he also felt Yunan's murderous intent. This way, he had nothing to hold back. When Jiang Fei and Yunnan fought just now, he was only using his normal strength. Jiang Fei had not used his mind power, which was a powerful weapon. The reason was simple. Jiang Fei did not have any enmity with Yunnan. There was no need to use his mind power that was either dead or injured. Moreover, he also wanted to use this opportunity to hone his martial arts skills. However, he did not expect Yunnan to have the intention to kill him. Moreover, he was injured. If this continued, Jiang Fei was worried that he might suffer even more serious injuries. If it was during normal times, it would be fine. However, do not forget, there was still a true immortal from the White Tiger sect on the ground. If he was too heavily injured, once another true immortal attacked, Jiang Fei would have no choice but to run for his life. However, if he could run for his life, what would happen to Bella and the others? Therefore, in order to preserve his own strength, Jiang Fei did not plan to continue playing with Yunnan. Old man, there is a path to heaven, but you did not walk it. You barged into hell without a door. Since you have the intention to kill me, I cannot let you live. At this moment, Jiang Fei was no longer the indecisive person he was before. Although he was not a bloodthirsty person, he would not let anyone who had the intention to kill him live either. Swish! 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 While Jiang Fei was blocking Yunnan's sword skill, Jiang Fei released 3 consecutive psychic piercing attacks. Each one was stronger than the last. The final third piercing attack was stronger than the last. Even a top-tier expert like Blood Mistress would not dare to say that she would be able to escape unscathed. When the first mental attack came, Yunnan let out a muffled groan. His body swayed slightly, and his sword moves were also slightly scattered. Ah! As the second mental attack arrived, Yunnan cried out in pain, and his long sword almost fell out of his hand. Pooh! When the third mental attack hit Yunnan, he felt his eyes go black, and then a mouthful of reverse blood came out. Dark red blood spurted out of Yunnan's mouth for more than 10 feet. His mind went blank. Even the long sword in his hand fell from his hand. When killing intent rises, someone will definitely die. The one who dies is either the enemy or oneself, Jiang Fei muttered. At the same time, he raised his sword and chopped off Yunnan's head. Swoosh! A true spirit soared into the sky. It left Yunnan's body and wanted to escape. However, the Chungying sword in Jiang Fei's hand was faster. The 2 black dragons instantly locked onto Yunnan's true spirit and swallowed it in one gulp. Awesome! The sword spirit let out a long cry. Then, it controlled the shadow-bearing sword to turn into a golden light and return to Jiang Fei's glabella. After absorbing Yunnan's true spirit, it needed time to digest this great tonic. It was a pity that Yunnan, who was an outstanding true immortal, did not have the ability to fight back when faced with Jiang Fei's enormous spiritual power. Although he was already very powerful, even 3 to 5 true immortals were not his match. However, in terms of spiritual power, he was still not as strong as the long-lived ferocious beasts. Moreover, in terms of strength, Yunnan and people at Blood Lattice level were also very far apart. Even Blood Lady could not escape from Jiang Fei's spiritual power, let alone him. Just as Jiang Fei was about to kill Yunnan, Yunnan's long sword had already fallen to the ground. Clang! Following the sound of the sword, the long sword was stabbed into the ground. The hilt of the sword kept shaking. Senior Brother's Howling Moon Sword! Another true immortal from the White Tiger sect recognized this sword at a glance. How is this possible? Could it be that the ancestor? Everyone from the White Tiger sect was dumbfounded. After all, a cultivator's flying sword was as important as his life. The falling of the flying sword could only mean one thing. Yunnan had met with misfortune. Bang! Bang! Right at this moment, Yunnan's corpse and head fell to the ground one after another. Senior Brother! The last true immortal of the White Tiger sect immediately turned red-eyed. Ancestor! The other members of the White Tiger sect felt as though the sky had collapsed. The reason why their White Tiger sect was able to triumph over the capital was because they had 2 true immortals. And Yunnan was an outstanding true immortal. However, now that the pillar of the White Tiger sect had fallen, even if there was only 1 true immortal left, the White Tiger sect would have a hard time remaining in the capital. That was because their other true immortal had only just advanced. His strength was far inferior to Yunnan's. Swoosh! Jiang Fei floated down. Although his face was slightly pale, it was not a big deal. This shocked everyone who was watching the battle. Other than the members of the White Tiger sect, there were many people who came within 100 miles to watch the show. Among these cultivators, there was no lack of super powerhouses. After all, Yunnan had personally made a move. It was worth watching. However, who would have thought that this young man had actually killed Yunnan at the price of a light injury? Therefore, when everyone looked at Jiang Fei again, they could not help but have a look of awe in their eyes. Huh! The young master in the crowd laughed coldly. At the same time, he glanced at the White Tiger sect disciple who had provoked him earlier, because the young master did not hit him hard. The White Tiger sect disciple had long woken up. However, he was now dumbstruck. Clearly, he could not accept the fact that his sect's ancestor had been killed. The young master's words had come true. As expected, the White Tiger sect could no longer survive in the capital of Great Victory. Chapter 1905, Chapter 1903. Emissary of the Xia family. Jiang Fei did not care about the opinions of the White Tiger sect's disciples. What he cared about was the opinion of the true immortal. He'll fight it out with you. The true immortal of the White Tiger sect was really anxious. Yunnan was more of a master than a senior to him. Back then, Yunnan saw that Jiang Fei was talented and intelligent, so he accepted him as a disciple on behalf of his master. Therefore, the two of them were brothers. In fact, his abilities were all from the Yunnan sect. Now that Yunnan had died tragically, one could imagine the anger in this person's heart. Martial Granduncle, you have to calm down. The White Tiger sect master pulled the true immortal, who wanted to fight Jiang Fei to the death. Now that the White Tiger sect's pillar of support had fallen, if the last true immortal was also gone, the White Tiger sect would be completely finished. Usually, the White Tiger sect considered themselves as a large sect. In the capital of Great Victory, they had bullied many small and medium sects. Now, it was clear that they could no longer survive in the capital of Great Victory, and needed to move out of the capital of Great Victory. But once they were outside, would those small and medium-sized sects that had been bullied by the White Tiger sect let them go? If there wasn't a true immortal to oversee things, then the White Tiger sect would most likely be doomed. But senior brother, the grief in the true immortal's heart clearly couldn't be appeased. Senior granduncle, the enemy is too strong. We cannot compete with him for the time being. Please consider the foundation of our ancestors. The White Tiger sect's master pleaded. Sigh. Forget it. The true immortal also knew that he was no match for Jiang Fei. So, he sighed and came before Jiang Fei. My friend, this time, the White Tiger sect has admitted defeat. Whatever you want to say, just say it. We will follow. When he said this, the true immortal's heart was like a knife cutting through his heart. However, he was stronger than the others. He had no choice but to bow his head for the survival of the sect. I had no intention of becoming enemies with anyone. All of you have brought this upon yourselves. Now that the culprit has been killed, you can leave now. Jiang Fei waved his hand and appeared to be calm and collected. At this time, Jiang Fei had already achieved his goal of pretending to be 13. He was not a bloodthirsty person. Could it be that he still wanted to wipe out the entire White Tiger sect? Moreover, the White Tiger sect's strength was not enough to cause any waves, although they still had a true immortal in charge. Jiang Fei had many true immortal friends in the town Star. This guy was just courting death. This imperial skill is pretty good. The young master in the crowd smiled slightly. In his opinion, Jiang Fei's act was completely for the people around him to see. It was to show his strength and mercy. Now that he had killed Yunnan, Jiang Fei had shown his strength. Now that he had forgiven the White Tiger sect, he could show his magnanimity. Was he not using this kind of method to show off his power? Was he still pretending to be the 13? I will never forget your kindness today. Brother, I will repay you generously every year we meet. The true immortal of the White Tiger sect squeezed the words out of his mouth. The hatred in his heart toward Jiang Fei had reached its peak. After saying that, the true immortal led the members of the White Tiger sect and left in a hurry. At that moment, he no longer looked as heroic as when he led the group to attack. Hobby, should we kill him? Bella frowned. She also felt a deep hostility from the true immortal. See, if he is honest enough, then he is considered lucky. If he wants to die, then don't blame me, Jiang Fei said as he took a deep breath. After the White Tiger sect left, Jiang Fei did not stay any longer. He took Bella and the others and flew directly toward the teleportation portal. As Lu Bingyuan was leading the way, Jiang Fei and the others' destination was very clear. although the sky above Dane capital was still a no-fly zone. It was a pity that no one dared to stop Jiang Fei and the others this time. Even the sects that were even stronger than the White Tiger sect. As a matter of principle, it was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. They turned a blind eye and pretended that they did not notice Jiang Fei and his group. Soon, Jiang Fei and his group arrived outside the teleportation portal. Just as Jiang Fei was about to enter with Bella and the others, a bright voice came from behind him. "Young Master Jiang, please wait." The person who came was the young master who had mixed in with the crowd earlier. "Who are you? Why do you know me?" Jiang Fei frowned. He had never seen this person before, and it was impossible for them to have any interaction. "It's normal that young Master Jiang does not know me. We have never met before," the young master said with a smile. "Then who are you? Why are you looking for me?" Jiang Fei asked again. "My surname is Xie. My name is Xie Chunsheng," the young master said. "You are a member of the Xie family?" Jiang Fei was suddenly enlightened. Taibai planet was the territory of the Xie family. It was not unusual to meet an emissary of the Xie family here. "That's right. The old ancestor once sent us your image and aura. He told me to treat you well after I met you," said Xie Chunsheng. "Grandma Xie is really thoughtful." Jiang Fei smiled and said, "Yes, my old ancestor really values you," said Xie Chunsheng. "Then why did you stop me?" After exchanging pleasantries, Jiang Fei went straight to the point. "Recently, the planet has not been peaceful. The old ancestor told us to advise you not to return to the planet when we meet young Master Jiang," said Xie Chunsheng. Jiang Fei was a little embarrassed. Of course, he knew why the planet was not peaceful. The mountain of beasts must be searching for him. The fact that Xie Tianqing could secretly ask someone to help him already showed that she was a good friend. "Mr. Jiang, why don't you come to my place for a little while? I will brief you about the town," said Xie Chunsheng. "All right." At this time, Jiang Fei did not understand the situation of the town. Therefore, he did not want to barge in blindly. Therefore, Jiang Fei and the rest followed Xie Chunsheng to a courtyard. This courtyard was in the territory of the Shengjing. It was not very big, but it was elegant and chic. The style was very similar to the Xie family of the town. Speaking of which, among the 4 big families, although each family had an outer planet as their territory, the Xie family had the most lenient management of this territory because they were a fierce beast family. That was because they were not humans. Therefore, they were not interested in the fight between humans. As long as the Taibai planet paid the tribute on time and in quantity, they would not care about anything else. This was also the reason why the Taibai planet was more chaotic than the other 3 planets. Xie Chunsheng was the person sent by the Xie family to collect rent on planet Taibai. He rarely went to meet the human cultivators there. Only when it was time to pay the tribute would he meet the leaders of the big sects. This was also why he was not famous here, and no one could recognize him. After taking a seat in the living room, Jiang Fei began to ask Xie Chunsheng about the situation of the town star. Xie Chunsheng answered them one by one. At this time, although the town star looked normal on the outside, the ferocious beasts were unusually active. The purpose of their frequent movements was very simple. They were looking for Jiang Fei, who had disappeared without a trace. Chapter 1906. Chapter 1904 was divided into 2 groups. "Oh, the Myriad Beasts Mountain has mobilized such a huge force to look for me. Did they say how they would punish me?" Jiang Fei asked. "They did not say that." Xie Chunsheng shook his head. "What does Granny Xie mean?" Jiang Fei asked. "The ancestor's meaning is that it is best for you not to return to planet Townsend for the time being. If possible, you can stay on planet Taibai. After all, this is the Xie family's territory. It is more convenient for you to do things here," Xie Chunsheng said. I'll think about it." Jiang Fei nodded. Although Xie Chunsheng was very reasonable. Once Jiang Fei returned to the planet, it would not take long for him to attract the attention of the Thousand Beast Mountain. The problem was that if he did not go to the planet, he would not be able to contact Jiang Zhong. Therefore, he would not be able to initiate the next step of his plan. "Husband, why don't you stay here for now? I'll go to the planet with Sister Qing Chang," Bella suggested at this time. That's fine too," Jiang Fei said after thinking for a moment. As Jiang Fei was a good friend, the people of the Thousand Beast Mountain did not know that Jiang Zhong was with him. Therefore, Jiang Zhong was very safe at the moment. As long as Jiang Fei did not go over, no one knew about his relationship with Jiang Fei. On the other hand, Bella and Qing Cheng were even better. They had never shown their faces in front of the people of the Thousand Beast Mountain.
As long as they brought Jiang Fei's communication device into the town star, it would be easy for them to find Jiang Zhong. Then, they could proceed with their next move, whether it was bringing Jiang Zhong back to planet Taibai or relaying Jiang Fei's orders. There would be no obstruction. After making up his mind, Jiang Fei stayed at Xie Chunqing's place. Bella and Hu Qingcheng set off for the town star. Lu Bingyuan, who had just joined, also stayed behind. On the second day after Bella and Hu Qingcheng entered the town star through the teleportation portal, Jiang Fei handed a blood alchemy pill to Lu Bingyuan.
After you take this pill, cultivate immediately. I reckon it won't be long before you advance to the crossing calamity stage,
Jiang Fei said to Lu Bingyuan.
What?
Lu Bingyuan widened his eyes as he looked at the pill in Jiang Fei's hand. With his knowledge, he did not know what a blood alchemy pill was, although Jiang Fei had previously promised to help him advance to the crossing calamity stage. He had never thought that it would be so simple.
All right. After you take it, go and cultivate. This is nothing to me. As long as you follow me with peace of mind, I will not let you down.
Jiang Fei laughed.
I pledge my life to you, my lord.
Lu Bingyuan lifted his clothes and knelt in front of Jiang Fei.
Quickly get up. Quickly get up. You don't have to be so polite. You just have to work for me with peace of mind.
Jiang Fei smiled as he helped Lu Bingyuan up.
Yes, my lord.
Lu Bingyuan took the pill and went back to his room to practice. At the same time, Bella and Hu Qingcheng, who had entered the planet, also contacted Jiang Zhong. After all, the communicator that Jiang Fei used was very high-end. As long as they were on the same planet, the communication would not be hindered.
0541. Where are you now?
Bella could not change her words for a moment.
Master Bella, I am currently staying at the Xiao family,
Jiang Zhong replied. Ever since he left the Xie family, he had brought Natasha and Blood Mistress to the Xiao family. Because of Jiang Fei, the Xiao family naturally treated Jiang Zhong and the others with great hospitality. As for the pressure from the Thousand Beast Mountain, as one of the top forces of mankind, the Xiao family did not care too much about it.
Inform the three major families and the Moon Goddess sect that the departure date has been set. It will be in a month's time. We will inform them of the location when the time comes,
Bella said to Jiang Zhong.
Okay. No problem.
Jiang Zhong agreed. Then, he asked Bella,
Is the captain okay? Of course he's fine. It's just that the news has been a little tight recently, so it's not convenient for him to enter the town star.
Jiang Fei replied with a smile.
Hee hee. The captain has really pissed off the entire mountain of beasts this time. These guys are searching everywhere for the captain's whereabouts,
Jiang Zhong said with a smile.
What are they planning to do with my husband?
Bella asked the same question.
I'm not too sure about the specifics, but I heard from the Xie family that they didn't want to kill the captain. It seems like they still have hope in the captain's nonsense,
Jiang Zhong said.
Hee hee. These guys are quite persistent. Even though they know they've been tricked, they're still unwilling to admit it.
Bella laughed.
Forget about them. Master Bella, can I see the captain?
Jiang Zhong asked.
Of course. After you have finished talking to those guys, you can come to the teleportation formation. We will take you to see him,
Bella said.
Okay. I will come as soon as possible.
Jiang Zhong nodded and then cut off the communication. Then, Jiang Zhong informed the three major families and the Moon Goddess sect of the date of departure. Although the Yuan family and the Moon Goddess sect had not given a clear answer, Jiang Zhong had already taken care of them during this period of time. The two families had also agreed to send their disciples to the outside world. However, unlike the Xiao and Wang families, the disciples of the two forces did not obey Jiang Fei's orders. 3 days later, Jiang Zhong brought Natasha and Blood Princess to the teleportation portal.
This is Sister Blood Princess. Right.
Bella and Natasha had heard Jiang Fei mention Blood Princess before. They knew that she was Jiang Fei's most powerful bodyguard.
Yes. And you are?
Blood Spirit nodded.
These two are the fiancés of our captain.
Jiang Zhong took the initiative to introduce them. Bella naturally accepted this form of address. Only Hu Qingcheng's face was slightly flushed.
Hello, sisters. Has the handsome man ever mentioned me to you?
Natasha was very friendly.
Yes. Of course. He has mentioned you more than once.
Bella smiled and pinched Natasha's smiling face. All the girls around Jiang Fei knew Natasha's name. They all knew that she was an extremely special player. Jiang Fei had to rely on her for a lot of things.
Really? Really?
When Natasha heard that Jiang Fei often mentioned him,
She immediately became excited and danced around, showing off the characteristics of a little fangirl. Your father is doing very well now. Congratulations. Blood Princess walked in front of Hui Qingcheng and smiled at her. You know my father? Hui Qingcheng asked very respectfully. Although Jiang Fei, Bella, and the others could treat Blood Princess so casually, as a member of the Ferocious Beast clan, when Hui Qingcheng faced this old ancestor, she was quite nervous. Yes. We met once. My senior sister has already transferred him to her subordinate. I think she will take care of him in the future. Blood Mistress said this to reassure Hui Qingcheng and Jiang Fei. She wanted them to know that Hui Jinghua had been protected by Xie Tianxin. Thank you for your kindness. Old ancestor. Hui Qingcheng bowed deeply to Blood Mistress. She was relieved that her father had such an opportunity. Chapter 1907, Chapter 1905. Possession of the Star of Calamity. After a simple exchange of pleasantries, Bella and Hui Qingcheng took the teleportation formation and returned to Taibai Planet. Jiang Zhong and the other two followed closely behind. After arriving at Taibai Planet, because Bella and Hui Qingcheng were leading the way, the group quickly arrived at Xie Chunqing's small courtyard. Hobby! We're back! Bella shouted as soon as she entered the small courtyard. However, no one responded. What's going on? Blood Lady frowned. As far as she could sense, Jiang Fei's aura could not be detected within a radius of tens of miles around the small courtyard. Has the captain left? Jiang Zhong took out his communicator as he spoke. It seemed that Jiang Fei might have left due to some urgent matters. However, as long as he did not leave planet Taibai, he would be able to contact Jiang Fei through the communicator. Beep! 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 The communicator beeped anxiously. After a long time, no one answered Jiang Fei's call. What happened? Did the captain leave planet Taibai? Jiang Zhong asked curiously. Before you left, who was Jiang Fei with? Blood Mistress suddenly turned to Bella and asked. Someone from the Xie family. I think his name was Xie Chunsheng. Bella replied. Xie Chunxing? Blood Girl frowned. She did not remember such a person. After all, the Xie Chunsheng that Bella mentioned was a person that the Xie family had sent to White Star. How could he be a nobody? Could it be that my husband is in danger? Bella's face was also filled with anxiety. Are you looking for a handsome man? At that moment, Natasha suddenly leaned over with her head tilted. Do you know where my little brother is now? Hui Qingcheng suddenly remembered what Jiang Fei had said before. If there was anything that could not be solved, they could look for Natasha. Oh, wait a minute. After Natasha said that, she rummaged around in her arms and threw all kinds of gadgets on the ground. Ha! Found it! A few minutes later, Natasha shouted while holding a small ball in her hand. There were a lot of messy things around her. Can this thing find the little brother? Hui Qingcheng asked. Of course. This is my baby, Natasha said as she put away all the gadgets around her. Then, she reached out and touched the ball. Crack! Crack! With a soft sound, the ball split from the middle. Then, the two hemispheres split. Only one edge was connected to the other. Finally, the ball opened to a 90-degree angle. Beep beep beep. Natasha held the ball and input a lot of things into it. Soon, the ball made a rhythmic beep. A few minutes later, Natasha suddenly shouted joyfully. Ha! Found it! Where? Where? Bella and the others immediately surrounded her. In the Year Star, Natasha said. What happened? Why did my husband go to the Year Star all of a sudden? Bella asked in confusion. I'm not sure. It seems that only by finding my little brother can we find out the truth of the matter, Hui Qingcheng said. Then let's go to the Year Star, Natasha shouted. With so many people playing with her, she was naturally very happy. Then, Bella and the others, led by Blood Mistress, went straight to the teleportation array and arrived at the Year Star through the teleportation array. It's so cold, Natasha shouted as soon as they came out of the Year Star. Yeah, the Year Star is like this. It's covered in ice and snow all year round, said Blood Mistress. Jiang Zhong, can you contact little brother now? Asked Hui Qingcheng. I'm trying, Jiang Zhong replied. However, as soon as he picked up the communicator, there was a busy tone coming from the other end. No one is picking up Master's communicator. Jiang Zhong's expression was very ugly. This time, it was not that the communicator could not be contacted, but that no one was picking up. This meant that Jiang Fei was still in the old star, but he did not have the time to pick up the communicator. Needless to say, he must have encountered some trouble. Natasha, can you confirm Jiang Fei's exact location? Blood Princess turned around and asked. She could not let anything happen to Jiang Fei. As Jiang Fei's bodyguard, if Jiang Fei were to be in danger, then she would be breaking her promise. Moreover, only Jiang Fei could save her child. Therefore, even if it was for the child's life, she felt that she could not let anything happen to Jiang Fei. Wait a moment! Natasha began to fiddle with the ball again as she spoke. This time, Natasha took even longer than before because she had to determine Jiang Fei's exact location. After about 20 minutes, when everyone was extremely frustrated, Natasha suddenly shouted, "Over there! Let's go!" Blood Princess was the first to fly into the sky. She rushed in the direction that Natasha's little hand pointed to. "Well, go too!" Bella, Huaqing Cheng, and the others followed closely behind. And Natasha was no exception. At this moment, Blood Mistress was running in the first place with her super strength. Although Bella and the others were not slow, they were not on the same level as Blood Mistress. They were even left behind by Blood Mistress by hundreds of miles. Wait for me! As Jiang Zong was the weakest, he was only around the Mahayana stage, so his speed was the slowest. Please don't let anything happen to you! Blood Lady ran as she used her divine sense to search for Jiang Fei's whereabouts. At the same time, Jiang Fei was deep in an abyss. Moreover, this abyss was filled with 10,000-year-old ice. The temperature was so low that it was unimaginable. Even a top-tier expert like Jiang Fei could barely protect himself here. If he wanted to free himself, he would not be able to. F***CK! What's wrong with me? I can't believe that I'm so unlucky. I can't even drink cold water. Jiang Fei was complaining in his heart. He had used all of his strength to resist the cold air entering his body. He did not even have the power to activate the 9 revolving astrolabe to escape. The reason why Jiang Fei was in such a dire situation was partly because he trusted others easily. It was also because he was unlucky. Previously, when Bella and the rest went to Jinxing, Jiang Fei had asked Lu Bingyuan to cultivate while he stayed in Xie Chunsheng's residence. However, he did not expect that Xie Chunsheng was not a member of the Xie family at all. Moreover, not only was this guy not a member of the Xie family, or the Black Widow's men, so, not long after Bella and the others left, Black Widow came looking for them. Because Jiang Fei had treated Black Widow before, Black Widow did not report the matter of Bella and the others, nor did she make things difficult for them. She only came to capture Jiang Fei. Facing a god like Black Widow, Jiang Fei had no ability to resist. In a panic, he put Lu Bingyuan into the 10th dimension and used the 9 revolving astrolabe to escape. Black Widow clearly did not expect Jiang Fei to have such a treasure. After all, Xie Tianxin did not report this matter to him. Therefore, Jiang Fei escaped due to his carelessness. After returning to Skoda Star, Jiang Fei could not ignore Bella and the others. Therefore, he used the 9 revolving astrolabe to return to the 5 directions of heaven and earth. However, the 9 revolutions astrolabe was teleported randomly when it returned to the 5 directions. Jiang Fei was also possessed by the Calamity Star today, so he was teleported to this damn place. Chapter 1908, Chapter 1906. Year marks. Just as Jiang Fei was trying his best to resist the cold, Blood Mistress was also searching for him with Bella and the others. However, the people who were searching for Jiang Fei were not just Blood Mistress and Bella. There was also Black Widow, who was chasing after him. Although Black Widow did not report the matter of Xie Tianxin, Jiang Zong, and Bella to Jiang Fei, she did not let these clues go. After her subordinates learned that Bella and the others had returned to Tai Bai Planet, they immediately targeted them. However, because of Blood Mistress, they did not dare to get too close to her. After all, Blood Mistress was very powerful. However, when Bella and the others arrived at Planet Sway, Black Widow was already waiting at the teleportation point. Although Blood Mistress was very powerful, Black Widow was even stronger. Moreover, she was a top-notch assassin. Her concealment skills were superb. Therefore, even Blood Lady could not find them, let alone Bella and the others. Therefore, when Bella and the others arrived at Time Star and began to search for Jiang Fei, Black Widow followed behind them. She had been following them quietly. However, because she wanted to follow Bella and the others, therefore, Black Widow naturally could not activate her divine sense to actively search. Otherwise, she would expose her own whereabouts. Therefore, she quietly followed behind Bella and the others. Since Blood Lattice divine sense was very powerful, with her searching, she would find Jiang Fei very quickly. Natasha, is your thing accurate? After searching for 2 days, Bella and the others still could not find Jiang Fei. Humph! This is given to me by my brother. It must be accurate.
Natasha pouted and said.
Then, take a look again.
Wei-Qingchen asked gently.
Okay.
Natasha nodded and opened the small ball in her hand again.
This way. It's not far.
Natasha shouted.
Let's go.
Blood Mistress nodded and flew in the direction pointed by Natasha's small hand.
Let's go too.
Bella and the others followed closely behind. After flying for more than an hour, Blood Mistress was the first to arrive at the destination. It was a huge canyon. Standing on the cliff, she looked down. It was so dark that she could not see the bottom. It was as if the cliff led to the bottom of the Nine Abyss.
How deep is this place?
Bella asked.
Dot.
Bloodbell closed her eyes and did not speak. After a moment, she said,
Very deep. I cannot sense the bottom of the cliff. Nor can I sense Jiang Fei's aura. This.
Bella and the others were dumbfounded.
The handsome man is down there.
Natasha was very certain.
You guys wait here for a while. I'll go down and take a look.
Because the cliff was too deep, and it gave off a mysterious aura. Blood Mistress did not let Bella and the others go down together.
Sister Blood Mistress, be careful.
Bella reminded her with concern.
Okay.
Blood Concubine nodded and jumped down. As the temperature continued to drop, Blood Concubine felt that the temperature in the surroundings was getting lower and lower. The Year Star was originally a world of ice and snow, so the temperature was very low. However, after jumping down the cliff, the temperature here dropped even more rapidly. She didn't know how long it had dropped, but she felt that the blood flow in her body began to slow down, and her body gradually became stiff.
Boom!
She suddenly raised her aura, and the spiritual power in her body burst out. Only then did she slightly relieve the trouble caused by the low temperature. However, not long after, as she continued to descend, her body became more and more stiff.
No! I can't descend anymore.
She knew her Buddhist condition. If she continued to descend, she might not be able to go up.
Get up!
Blood Lady took a deep breath. Her body stopped falling. However, just as she was about to fly out of the cliff, a familiar aura suddenly appeared in her divine sense.
Jiang Fei!
Blood Lady finally sensed Jiang Fei's aura from the cliff. However, she knew that she could not save Jiang Fei because the temperature at the bottom of the cliff was too low. If she were to get any closer, she was afraid that she would also be trapped inside.
Jiang Fei! Is that you?
Blood Mistress asked through her divine sense.
It's me. I'm trapped here. There's no way out.
Jiang Fei was overjoyed when he received Blood Mistress' divine sense. It was too cold here. If it had been any longer, he might have died here.
Wait a moment. We will think of a way to save you.
Blood Mistress said as she flew into the sky. There was no other way. Although she had found Jiang Fei, she could not save him with her own strength.
All right.
Jiang Fei agreed. He knew that it would not be easy to save her this time. The temperature here was too low. After a moment, Blood Mistress rushed to the top of the cliff.
Sister Blood Mistress, are you all right?
Bella asked with concern. At that moment, Blood Mistress' face was as pale as a sheet of paper. There was not a hint of blood on her pale face. Even her lips were covered in white frost.
It's too cold down there.
Blood Lady took a moment to calm down before she spoke.
Have you found Jiang Fei?
Bella asked.
Yes. He's trapped down there.
Blood Lady replied.
Then let's go and save him.
Bella was so anxious that she wanted to jump off the cliff.
Wait.
Blood Lady pulled Bella back. Even she could not stand the extreme cold at the bottom of the cliff, let alone Bella. After that, Blood Mistress told Bella and the others about the situation at the bottom of the cliff. For a moment, everyone was stunned. Everyone stared at each other, not knowing what to do. Swoosh! At that moment, an extremely obscure black shadow flashed past and entered the cliff. The person who entered the cliff was none other than Black Widow. When she found out that Jiang Fei was at the bottom of the cliff, she immediately leaped into the cliff. However, she soon regretted it.
Damn it! Why is it so cold here?
Although Black Widow was stronger than Blood Mistress, she still could not get to the bottom of the cliff. Although she felt that Jiang Fei was not far from the bottom of the cliff, Black Widow knew that she could not go any further. Otherwise, she would have to stay at the bottom of the cliff with Jiang Fei.
Damn it! Could this be the time scar?
Suddenly, Black Widow had an idea. The so-called time scar was the mark of the Year Star. It was a crack that led directly to the inner core of the Year Star. The low temperature inside was unimaginable. Normally, the core of a planet should be extremely hot. However, the Year Star was extremely abnormal, and its core was extremely cold. Knowing that this was the year mark, Black Widow did not dare to rashly go deeper. She straightened her body and stopped her falling momentum, and then soared into the sky.
Who is it?
Just as Black Widow rushed to the top of the cliff, her aura was somewhat chaotic due to the intrusion of the extremely cold air, causing a flaw in her concealment technique. Hence, she was discovered by Blood Mistress.
Whoosh!
Black Widow did not say anything and immediately sped off.
Oh no!
Blood Mistress was shocked. Although Black Widow did not say anything, they were both members of the Thousand Beast Mountain, who did not know each other. Hence, when Black Widow exposed her aura, Blood Mistress immediately recognized her. Chapter 1909, Chapter 1907, Escape.
Damn it! Why is she here?
Blood Mistress' face darkened when she discovered Black Widow.
What's going on?
Jiang Zong asked. After all, with his and Bella's strength, they would not be able to detect Black Widow's presence.
The people from the Myriad Beast Mountain have discovered us,
Blood Mistress said with a dark expression.
Then, wouldn't our relationship with the captain be exposed?
Jiang Zhong's expression became very ugly. After all, if their identities were exposed, it would not only be inconvenient for Jiang Zhong to carry out his work in the town star. Perhaps even Blood Mistress and Xiezin would be implicated.
Let's talk about other things later. The most important thing now is to save Jiang Fei.
Blood Mistress took a deep breath and said. Although Black Widow had discovered the secret, it was too late to say anything now. She was not Black Widow's match. There was no way to silence her. She could only accept the reality.
Yes. Yes. Save hubby first. Maybe he will find a way,
Bella said from the side. Bella did not care about the lives of the others. She only cared about Jiang Fei.
But how do we save little brother?
What Xinchen asked. Even the strongest Blood Mistress among them could not go deep into the cliff. The others could not do anything about it.
What's wrong with Handsome down there?
Asked Natasha, tilting her little head.
He's trapped down there. I'm afraid he won't be able to escape on his own,
said Blood Bell.
Oh, do you need help?
Asked Natasha.
Can you save him?
Blood Bell did not trust Natasha. After all, Natasha looked like she was only in the crossing calamity stage.
Yes. Yes. Quickly go and save him.
Bella suddenly remembered what Jiang Fei had told her before. If she encountered something that she could not handle, she would look for Natasha.
Yes. Natasha. Quickly go and save little brother. He must be suffering down there.
Hui Qingcheng looked at Natasha and said with anticipation.
Okay. Leave it to me.
Natasha pursed her lips proudly. Then, without any preparation, she directly jumped off the cliff.
Can she do it?
Blood Lady did not believe that Natasha could save Jiang Fei.
Although her strength is average, she has a lot of treasures on her. Anyway, the captain trusts her very much,
Jiang Zhong explained.
I hope so.
Blood Lady sighed. She could not think of a way to save Jiang Fei at the moment, so she could only try her best.
Wah!
Natasha screamed as she jumped down from the cliff. She did not control her speed at all. She was falling freely. As she continued to fall, Natasha also felt the bone-chilling cold.
It's so cold,
Natasha said as she opened a red button on her belt.
Bang!
An orange-red light barrier wrapped around Natasha's body, forming an insulating layer. No matter how cold it was outside, she could not feel it at all. Natasha, who had many strange items, did not disappoint. She arrived at the bottom of the cliff very quickly. However, because she was relatively weak, it was impossible for Natasha to lock onto Jiang Fei's position in an instant. Although she had a locator in her hand, it was not particularly accurate. When she was far away, she could lock onto her target very quickly. However, when the two of them were not far from each other, the error of the locator was apparent.
This is not fun. This place can't even enlarge a small map,
Natasha pouted and complained. The so-called small map of the players was equivalent to the range of Jiang Fei and the other spiritual senses. At the bottom of the cliff, Jiang Fei and the other spiritual senses were suppressed. Their search range was limited to a very small area. The same was true for the players.
Pa!
Natasha lit up a small lighting tool and began to search for Jiang Fei's whereabouts at the bottom of the cliff.
Handsome! Where are you?
Natasha shouted as she searched for Jiang Fei. At the bottom of the cliff, Jiang Fei was unable to speak due to the extreme cold. Even Black Widow had to deal with the extreme cold with all her might, let alone Jiang Fei. She could not speak at all. Only people like Natasha, who relied on the absolute isolation of the extreme cold treasure, could wander around the bottom of the cliff like an outing.
Brother Handsome, did you hear that? Brother Handsome, answer me quickly.
The entire bottom of the cliff was filled with Natasha's cries. As Natasha slowly approached Jiang Fei's direction, the cries entered Jiang Fei's ears.
Natasha?
Jiang Fei was ecstatic. He knew that this girl was here, so he could get out of this predicament. However, at this moment, Jiang Fei could not rely on his voice like Natasha. He could only try his best to gather a stream of spiritual power. Then, he used this stream of spiritual power to say to Natasha,
I'm over here. Keep walking forward. You'll see me soon. Handsome.
After hearing Jiang Fei's voice transmission, Natasha was stunned for a moment. Then, she immediately sped up and ran forward. Not long after, Natasha appeared in front of Jiang Fei.
Handsome. You're so embarrassing.
After seeing Jiang Fei's appearance, Natasha immediately laughed out loud. At that moment, Jiang Fei's image was indeed not flattering. His entire body had almost become an ice sculpture. His entire body was sealed in ice. He could not move at all.
Natasha, stop laughing for a moment. Help me quickly,
Jiang Fei said through his spiritual power.
Good. Good. Ha! Handsome. Why does your posture look like you're pooping?
Looking at Jiang Fei being sealed in the ice while squatting, Natasha could not help but laugh.
Do you think I want to?
If Jiang Fei was not frozen, he would have rolled his eyes at Natasha. When he had just completed the teleportation point was actually not at the bottom of the cliff. Instead, it was less than 10 meters away from the bottom of the cliff. After falling, Jiang Fei subconsciously squatted down to reduce the shock. However, during the process of falling, Jiang Fei, who was unprepared, began to freeze. When he fell to the ground, he was already sealed in ice.
Handsome brother. Wait a moment.
Natasha ran to Jiang Fei's side and pressed the red button on her belt. Very soon, the orange light barrier that wrapped her began to emit. It also wrapped Jiang Fei in it.
Crack! Crack! Crack!
After cutting off the source of the cold outside, Jiang Fei did not need Natasha's help. He cracked the hard ice by himself. As the cracks continued to spread, with a loud bang, the hard ice was completely shattered. Jiang Fei was also freed from it.
Ha ha! Handsome! How do you feel?
Natasha asked with a smile.
Of course. I feel much better. Thank you, Natasha,
Jiang Fei said as he stroked Natasha's head lovingly.
Damn it! Stop touching my head.
Natasha twisted her head hard, and a faint blush appeared on her small face. Chapter 1910, Chapter 1908, Guardian Icebug.
Hee hee. What's wrong? Are you still shy?
Jiang Fei asked with a smile.
I hate you.
Natasha pouted and turned her back.
Regardless, thank you. If you had not come to save me, I might have been an ice sculpture for a long time,
Jiang Fei said sincerely to Natasha. Although Natasha looked very cute just now, Jiang Fei could not keep teasing this little girl.
Hee! You still have to look at me at the critical moment. Right,
Natasha said to Jiang Fei proudly. She looked like she was about to write, "Praise me," on her forehead.
Of course. We, Natasha, are the best.
Jiang Fei was quite experienced in coaxing children.
Alright, handsome. You're alright now. Let's go up,
Natasha said to Jiang Fei.
Don't rush.
Jiang Fei stopped Natasha, who was about to leave.
Is there anything else?
Natasha asked curiously. She wanted to go up and play with Hui Qingcheng. Recently, Hui Qingcheng and Natasha had been getting along very well. On one hand, Hui Qingcheng was deliberately coaxing Natasha. On the other hand, their personalities were indeed similar. Therefore, Hui Qingcheng really treated her as a little sister. Therefore, the two of them played quite well.
It's not easy to come down here. How can we not have a look around?
Jiang Fei said. Previously, he was trapped here because he was trying to find a way out. Now that he had Natasha's treasure, they were no longer afraid of the extreme cold. If they did not search the bottom of the cliff, wouldn't it be a waste of time?
That's right.
Natasha nodded.
Let's go over there and take a look first,
Jiang Fei said as he pointed at the depths of the cliff.
Okay. Okay.
Natasha nodded and then led Jiang Fei to the other side. As there was a protective barrier to isolate the extreme cold, Jiang Fei and Natasha were not affected at all at the bottom of the cliff. They chatted as they walked, as if they were sightseeing.
What is that?
Suddenly, Natasha pointed at a cliff and shouted.
Oh?
Jiang Fei was stunned. He had just scanned the place, but he did not find anything unusual. However, since Natasha had said it,
He turned around and looked. There! There! Natasha was afraid that Jiang Fei would not be able to find the place. So she hopped her little feet and pointed at the cliff for Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei stared at the cliff. The eye of the violet opened. Under the eye of the violet, he quickly noticed the difference in this cliff. Unlike the other cliff, the place that Natasha pointed at was slightly dented. However, this spot was only a few millimeters. If one did not look carefully, no one would notice it. However, in the eyes of the violet orchid, the nature of the particles on this cliff was no different from the other places. Let's go and take a look, Jiang Fei said to Natasha. Okay. Natasha nodded and walked over. Jiang Fei followed behind Natasha. Crack! Just as Jiang Fei and Natasha approached the cliff, the ice surface under their feet suddenly cracked. Be careful! Jiang Fei grabbed Natasha's small waist and pulled her back more than 10 meters to avoid the explosion of the ice. At the same time that Jiang Fei and Natasha dodged, a terrifying ice worm that was thicker than an oil barrel crawled out from under the cracked ice. Just the part of the ice worm that was exposed was more than 5 meters away. So powerful! As Jiang Fei had activated the Eye of Violet, he could immediately tell that the strength of the ice worm was definitely not inferior to Blood Mistress. Hiss! The ice bug let out an angry roar and stretched its head out to bite Jiang Fei and Blood Mistress. This guy is definitely guarding something. Jiang Fei's heart was as clear as a mirror. However, there was one thing that he understood. However, he could not defeat the ice bug against a terrifying ice bug that was no weaker than Blood Mistress. Although Jiang Fei was not weak, he was still not strong enough. At this moment, the only thing that he could rely on was his vast spiritual power. As for the 10th dimension, Jiang Fei did not want to put such a terrifying creature into it. If that happened, as long as the ice bug resisted, he would definitely be in big trouble. Swoosh! Jiang Fei and Natasha dodged the ice bug's attack. Then, Jiang Fei activated his spiritual power Pierce. Hiss! The ice bug let out a howl after being attacked. However, it did not seem to have suffered too much damage. F***CK! I knew it! Jiang Fei's face darkened. The more intelligent a super beast was, the stronger their spiritual power would be. Although these super beasts did not know how to use their spiritual power, the amount of spiritual power that they had accumulated over thousands, or even tens of thousands of years, was not something that Jiang Fei could shake. PFFT. At this moment, the ice bug attacked again. A stream of icy blue cold air was spat out from its mouth and attacked Jiang Fei and Natasha. Oh no! Because the cold air came too quickly, Jiang Fei did not have time to dodge. Damn! Awesome! Jiang Fei, who had thought that he was going to be a bad vegetable, was overjoyed because when the cold air got close to Jiang Fei and Natasha, it was completely nullified by the orange light barrier. Handsome guy. This guy is so ugly. Hit it! Natasha was not afraid at all. She hid behind Jiang Fei and cheered for him. Sigh. I can only try new moves. Jiang Fei took a deep breath and made up his mind. Against this terrifying ice insect, Jiang Fei's most relied on mental strength was not effective at all. Moreover, his physical strength was far inferior to this ice insect. Therefore, what Jiang Fei could use now was the fusion skill that he had learned from Yunnan. Ever since he received inspiration from Yunnan, Jiang Fei had not been idle for the past few days. Whenever he had the time, he would start to calculate new fusion skills. Up until now, he had already completed quite a number of preliminary moves. Lava Nova! When Jiang Fei attacked, he used the Earth and Fire dual fusion skill that he had previously used against Yunnan. However, compared to before, this skill was much better. After all, it had been tested in actual combat. Therefore, after some modifications, the power of this skill was even stronger than before. Boom! Jiang Fei's fusion skill hit the ice bug's body. Instantly, ice shards flew in all directions. White steam filled the air and filled the entire valley. If Jiang Fei had not activated the violet eye, he might not have been able to see where the ice bug was. Arg! This time, the ice bug was clearly hurt from the hit. It let out an even more shrill roar and fired 3 ice balls at Jiang Fei in retaliation. The 3 ice balls were crystal clear and glowed with a crystal blue light. One look and one could tell that their power was extraordinary. This time, Jiang Fei did not dare to be negligent. Natasha's light barrier alone could block it. However, this kind of physical attack, the light barrier was ineffective. Therefore, Jiang Fei quickly dodged with Natasha. The ice ball almost flew past his clothes, Chapter 1911, Chapter 1909. Killing the Ice Bug. After dodging the 3 ice balls, the water vapor around the ice bug gradually dissipated. At that moment, Jiang Fei finally saw the result of his previous attack. Not far away from Jiang Fei, the angry ice bug was roaring crazily. About 1 meter below its head, a hole the size of a basketball was created by Jiang Fei's previous attack. The icy blue liquid was flowing out. Did I really hurt it? Jiang Fei was very surprised by the result. After all, the difference in strength between him and the ice bug was too big. Although he had used his fusion skill, Jiang Fei did not expect to achieve such a good result. However, the reason why Jiang Fei's attack could hurt the ice bug was also related to the characteristics of the beast. It was trapped here. Although its head could be swung around randomly, it was rooted in the ice cave. Its range of escape was very limited. Otherwise, Jiang Fei's attack would not have been so easy to hit. Again! After the successful attack, Jiang Fei's attack began. He was different from Yunnan, because Yunnan did not practice the second attribute. He had very little spiritual energy in his secondary attribute. Once he activated the fusion skill, he would have to wait a long time before he could use it again. On the other hand, the origin energy in Jiang Fei's body could be changed at will. This caused his ultimate skill to be unlimited, as long as the spiritual energy in his body could keep up. Jiang Fei's attacks could be carried out continuously. Meanwhile, the time scar was filled with water-type spiritual energy. After being filtered by Natasha's light barrier, the extremely cold air in this place was even more beneficial to cultivation than the valiant Martial Hall's holy land of cultivation. It was as if Jiang Fei was sitting on an extremely large dark ice bed. The dark ice bed was the Shao family's treasure. It would never be lent to anyone. If it was able to have such an effect, the density of the spiritual energy in this place could be imagined. Therefore, Jiang Fei could completely absorb the water-type spiritual energy in this place. After converting it into source energy, he could use the earth and fire fusion skill to deal with the ice bug. This way, although Jiang Fei's fusion skill would consume a lot of energy, however, because of the continuous replenishment of the spiritual energy, he had to use his ultimate skills one after another. He did not look tired at all. Arg! Arg! The ice worm was suffering from Jiang Fei's continuous attacks of lava nova. Although the speed of this skill was not fast for it, it was bound to guard the secret realm. Therefore, it could not dodge at all. It could only use its physical body to take Jiang Fei's attacks head-on. Naturally, the price it had to pay was very high. In less than half an hour, the ice worm was already covered in wounds. However, its intelligence was not high. It still remembered the instructions of its master. It guarded the entrance of the secret realm and refused to hide under the 10,000-year-old mysterious ice. A minute. This guy is really tough. Jiang Fei wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Although he had taken advantage of the ice bug's inescapable weakness, how was it possible for him to dodge all of the ice bug's attacks? After all, the ice bug was only slightly injured by Jiang Fei's fatal blow. It would then scream in pain a few times. However, Jiang Fei was different. As long as he was hit by the ice bug's attack, he would be severely injured and spit blood. If Jiang Fei did not carry the vermilion fruit with him, and he could convert the xenogenic energy into his body, he would have already been killed by the ice worm. As the battle continued, Jiang Fei's advantage became apparent. After he was injured, he could take potions at any time. When his spiritual energy was gone, he could absorb it at any time to replenish it. However, the ice worm was different. As a super beast, it did not know how to train. It was only because of its innate talent that it was able to have such strength. Therefore, after it was injured, the ice bug with a low IQ did not know how to heal. Although Jiang Fei did not cause much damage each time, the accumulated damage was enough to pose a fatal threat. On the other hand, the ice bug's spiritual power was almost depleted. Although it was an ice-type super beast, it did not know how to use cultivation techniques. It only absorbed spiritual energy through its own instincts. As a result, its spiritual energy recovery speed was much slower than Jiang Fei's. Although its spiritual energy reserve was tens of times that of Jiang Fei's, it would eventually run out. In addition, the ice bug, which had a low IQ, did not know how to conserve its spiritual energy. After being hurt by Jiang Fei, it began to attack crazily. Therefore, the amount of spiritual energy that it consumed was extremely fast. In this way, Jiang Fei's battle was no different from fighting a boss in the game. First of all, the boss would not dodge. It would take all of your attacks. Secondly, it would take potions to recover its health points as it fought. The boss health points were getting lower and lower. In the end, the boss was still in a weakened state. Therefore, the result was obvious. Although the ice bug's strength was far superior to Jiang Fei's in terms of data, there were too many restrictions, and it had low intelligence. Therefore, it was almost completely worn out by Jiang Fei. However, this was only the ice bug that had low intelligence. If it was a powerhouse of this level, like Blood Mistress, Jiang Fei would probably have to hide in the 10th dimension right away, let alone win. Otherwise, he would definitely be killed instantly. After resisting for almost 2 hours, the ice bug finally fell to the ground after a roar, although the hissing sound from its mouth revealed its unwillingness. However, the ice bug, which was about to run out of vitality, could no longer stop Jiang Fei. Rest in peace. You've done very well. At that moment, Jiang Fei was very sympathetic to the ice bug. In order to carry out the orders given by the director many years ago, it had guarded this place for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. Now, it was finally free. After the ice bug died, Jiang Fei put its corpse into the 10th dimension. He would never waste such a treasure. Not only the ice bug's corpse, but even the blue ice bug's blood that had been frozen on the ground. Jiang Fei did not waste any of it. He kept it all. Handsome. You're so powerful. Natasha looked at Jiang Fei with her big eyes. Her eyes were full of stars. It was obvious that she admired him very much. Natasha is also very powerful. If it was not for you, I would not be able to move around here. Jiang Fei smiled at Natasha. In fact, a large part of the reason why he could defeat the ice bug was because of Natasha's light barrier. If it was not for this thing, the ice bug sucked in a breath of cold air, and Jiang Fei became an ice sculpture. However, because of Natasha, the ice bug's control skills were useless. It could only use ice balls or ice arrows to attack. This way, it was easy for Jiang Fei to dodge. Therefore, he could use the advantage of speed to slowly kill the ice bug. Natasha, who had been praised, was obviously very happy. Alright, let's go and see what kind of treasure this guy is guarding. Jiang Fei smiled slightly. Something that could be guarded by such a super beast must be extraordinary. Yes. Let's go quickly. After hearing Jiang Fei's words, Natasha was also excited. After that, Jiang Fei and Natasha once again came to the front of the cliff. This time, Jiang Fei was very careful. Every step was very cautious. However, it seemed that the previous owner of this place seemed to be very confident in the ice bug. Other than it, there were no other traps. Chapter 1912, Chapter 1910 Crystal Coffin White Bones. Although there was no longer any mechanism or protection in front of the cliff, it was a problem to open the stone door and enter. Jiang Fei and Natasha stood at the door for a long time, but they still could not find a way to open the stone door. Why don't we break the stone door? Natasha said impatiently. Break the stone door. Jiang Fei pondered for a moment. It was not that he had not thought of this method. However, this secret realm was obviously unusual. If he opened the door violently, something might happen. However, Jiang Fei did not completely reject this idea. After all, he had not been able to find the mechanism to open the stone door in the Eye of Violet. If there was really no other way, opening the door violently would be the only choice. So annoying! As Jiang Fei did not allow Natasha to move around, the little girl was a little bored. She walked around Jiang Fei. How do I open this stone door? Could it be the blood of the guardian beast? Jiang Fei tried to sprinkle the ice bug's blood onto the cliff wall, but there was no response. What could it be? Jiang Fei lowered his head and fell into deep thought. So boring! Natasha pouted. Coincidentally, there was a small piece of ice in front of her. It was formed when Jiang Fei sprinkled the ice bug's blood on the ground. Pa! The bored Natasha did not think much about it. She lifted her leg and kicked the small piece of ice away. However, coincidentally, the direction where the small piece of ice was kicked away was the cliff that Jiang Fei was staring at. Pa! The small piece of ice hit the cliff and created a cloud of ice mist. Natasha! Don't move! Jiang Fei was afraid that he would trigger any traps, so he quickly stopped her. However, when the ice mist fell, the place where the small piece of ice had hit revealed something unusual. Originally, that place was no different from the other parts of the cliff. It was also unremarkable under the Eye of Violet. However, after Natasha's unintentional kick, the place that was originally unremarkable revealed a little light of energy. Swoosh! Jiang Fei waved his hand. A stream of astral energy swept across the cliff that was covered in solid ice.
revealing a small protrusion.
This is.
Jiang Fei walked over in 2 steps. Then, he held the protrusion and turned it gently.
Clack! Clack!
The sound of gears grinding could be heard. The stone wall in front of Jiang Fei and Natasha suddenly cracked, revealing a dark tunnel that could only accommodate 1 person.
Huh! I found it! I'm so powerful!
Natasha shouted happily. Hee. Jiang Fei smiled slightly. Although it was Natasha's unintentional action. If she had not kicked him, he might not have noticed this place.
Natasha, you follow me closely.
Jiang Fei took a deep breath and walked into the tunnel.
Okay.
Natasha agreed and followed behind Jiang Fei.
Creak! Bang!
Just as Jiang Fei and Natasha entered the tunnel, the stone door automatically closed.
Yeah?
Natasha was shocked by the sudden closing of the stone door. At the same time, the only light source behind Jiang Fei and the others was cut off. The entire tunnel was pitch black.
Clack!
Natasha turned on the lighting tool while Jiang Fei summoned the Chungying sword. Although they had entered the secret realm, the dangers inside could not be ignored. Once there was light, Jiang Fei held his sword and walked towards the depths of the tunnel. Natasha followed behind him obediently. The narrow tunnel was winding, and there was no end to it. It made the people inside feel extremely depressed. If it was not for the company of others, the atmosphere of fear would have started to spread.
Handsome! What do you think is inside?
After all, Natasha was a little girl. Under such circumstances, she was a little afraid. Therefore, she began to chat with Jiang Fei to ease her inner feelings.
I don't know. I think we will see it when we get inside,
Jiang Fei said with a smile.
Oh.
Natasha nodded. She was not concerned about what was inside. She just wanted to find someone to talk to. After all, the dark atmosphere here was too depressing. The two of them chatted as they walked forward. They did not know how far they had walked. Finally, the narrow tunnel began to widen.
We should be almost there,
Jiang Fei muttered.
Swoosh!
After turning a corner, the slightly widened tunnel suddenly opened up. Jiang Fei and the others entered a hall. Moreover, the interior of the hall was inlaid with many gemstones. These gemstones that were like night pearls were shining with a variety of colors, lighting up the hall in a dazzling manner.
It's so beautiful!
Natasha turned off the lighting tools and turned around happily.
Natasha, be careful,
Jiang Fei warned. Although this place was beautiful, the more beautiful the place, the more dangerous it was. He was not a player who had unlimited lives, so he had to be careful.
What is this? It's so beautiful!
Natasha suddenly cried out. Jiang Fei turned his head and followed Natasha's gaze. There was a bright light source not far away. At that moment, Natasha was walking toward the light source.
Ah!
Suddenly, Natasha let out a scream and turned around to run toward Jiang Fei.
What's wrong?
Jiang Fei took a few steps forward to meet her.
How scary!
Natasha cried out.
Ah!
Jiang Fei was stunned. Then, he looked in the direction that Natasha was pointing at. It turned out that the bright light source was a crystal coffin. Inside the crystal coffin was a white skeleton.
Phew!
Jiang Fei breathed a sigh of relief. He had thought that Natasha had seen something. It turned out to be just a white skeleton. However, when Jiang Fei saw the skeleton, he finally understood what kind of place this secret realm was. This was clearly a tomb. The person sleeping inside was either a super master or a friend of a super master. Otherwise, he would not have built the tomb here.
Senior, I did not know that this was where you were sleeping. I'm sorry.
Jiang Fei bowed to the skeleton.
Handsome, are we still looking for good stuff?
Natasha asked. Jiang Fei pondered for a moment. If they were looking for good stuff here, it would be obvious that they were robbing a tomb. This was the first time for Jiang Fei. Although he was somewhat against robbing a tomb, Jiang Fei was not willing to leave empty-handed. After all, the person who could build a tomb here must be a top-notch expert. Could his buried items be trash? While he was thinking, Jiang Fei came to the front of the crystal coffin. He tried to find some information about the owner of the tomb near the coffin.
What is this?
Natasha suddenly pointed at a place and shouted.
Oh!
Jiang Fei looked up and saw Natasha standing in front of the coffin. There was a brand new futon on the ground.
Could it be that there's someone here?
Jiang Fei was shocked because the futon was too new. It did not look like the thing in the tomb. Chapter 1913, Chapter 1911. All remnant souls.
That's impossible. How could there be people in such a place?
Jiang Fei quickly denied his speculation. However,
The appearance of this futon was too strange. Handsome, what are you thinking about? Natasha asked curiously. Although she was the one who found the futon, she did not seem to think too much about it. Natasha, don't you think that this futon is too new? Jiang Fei asked. It is quite new. However, this place is so well sealed that there is no air circulation. Isn't it normal for this futon to be new? Natasha said, as if it was a matter of fact. That's true. But I still feel that something is strange. Jiang Fei frowned. Oh. Natasha nodded as if she understood something. Forget it. Natasha, let's not pry into the treasures here. Jiang Fei said after thinking for a moment. Why? Natasha asked. Although she did not really care about the treasures here, she was very confused about Jiang Fei's attitude. After all, Jiang Fei had just insisted on coming in to look for treasures. Why was he backing out now? I don't know. Anyway, this place is too weird. Let's leave, Jiang Fei said with a frown. Oh. Natasha did not understand what Jiang Fei meant, but she did not refute him. Wait a moment, Jiang Fei said to Natasha. Then, he lifted his clothes and kneeled on the futon. Then, he said to the white bones in the crystal coffin, Senior, I did not mean to offend you. Please forgive me for breaking into your tomb. I will leave now. After saying that, Jiang Fei bowed deeply to the white bones in the crystal coffin. Then, he stood up and prepared to leave. Ha 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 ha! Little guy, you are quite alert. Suddenly, a sinister laughter came from the quiet secret room. Ah! Natasha was so scared that she screamed. Then, she immediately hid behind Jiang Fei. As expected, Jiang Fei's heart skipped a beat. The worst had happened. Little guy, it's rare for you to be so vigilant and have such a fear of unknown dangers. No wonder you have such cultivation at such a young age. It's really rare, the sinister voice said. Senior, I did not mean to disturb your sleep. Please forgive me. I will leave now, Jiang Fei said in a clear voice. Leave? I'm afraid you won't be able to leave, the sinister voice said. Senior, you? Jiang Fei's face darkened. He knew that this matter could not be resolved. If that was the case, he could only fight to the death. However, just as Jiang Fei was about to lay his cards on the table, the sinister voice suddenly sighed. Sigh! If I could get out of here, why would I be trapped here for so long? Ah? Jiang Fei was stunned. He thought that this guy wanted to keep him. However, he did not expect that this person was also trapped here. Senior, can you show yourself? Jiang Fei asked. Hee hee. From now on, we are companions. What's the harm in seeing? The cold voice said. Then, a whirlwind with ice rose in front of Jiang Fei and took the form of a human. So, it's just a remnant soul. Jiang Fei heaved a sigh of relief. Although this remnant soul retained all the memories of his previous life, it did not have much power. In other words, it could not threaten Jiang Fei and Natasha at all. From its appearance, this remnant soul looked like a young woman. However, it was not considered a beauty. It was just not ugly, because there was only one remnant soul left. Jiang Fei could not determine her power when she was alive. Senior, who are you? Jiang Fei asked curiously. Although he did not know who this woman was, he knew that she was definitely not the owner of the tomb. That was because the white bones in the crystal coffin were clearly a male corpse. Me? He. am just a poor person. The woman laughed bitterly. Her eyes were filled with desolation. Then, what is the relationship between you and the owner of this tomb? Jiang Fei asked again. Don't mention him to me. The moment Jiang Fei mentioned the owner of the tomb, the woman's eyes suddenly filled with murderous intent. Although she could no longer threaten Jiang Fei was still shocked by the murderous intent. From the murderous intent, Jiang Fei could see that the woman had a deep hatred for the owner of the tomb. Sister, what exactly is going on? Can you tell me about it? Natasha moved closer to the woman. Little sister, you must stay away from these stinky men in the future. None of them are good. The woman's attitude toward Natasha was quite good. However, her words made Jiang Fei feel very awkward. After all, the map cannon also included him. Sister, you must have a story. Right. Can you tell me about it? Natasha blinked her big eyes and asked. Sigh. The woman first sighed and then said to Natasha. Well, anyway, you guys are going to stay here with me in the future. I'll tell you about it. Okay. Okay. Natasha sat down next to the woman. Jiang Fei also listened to her. Then, the woman told a story from a long time ago. It turned out that the lady was not a human. Of course, she was not a ferocious beast either. Jiang Fei had once benefited from her race, which was the green-eyed white dragon. Previously, Jiang Fei's violet eye was thought to be the power of the green-eyed white dragon. However, he actually had nothing to do with the green-eyed white dragon. After all, this kind of mythical beast only existed in legends. The remnant soul in front of him was once the little princess of the green-eyed white dragon race. The story was as melodramatic as the one in the book. The little princess, who had yet to experience the world, met the human hero Chang'e when she was wandering around. Then, she fell deeply in love with this handsome and powerful human. Of course, Chang'e's strength was only in comparison to the humans and fierce beasts clan. To the blue-eyed white dragon clan, his strength was nothing. After that, the little princess ignored the objections of her clansmen and her father and eloped with Chang'e. Under Chang'e's urging and guidance, she signed a contract with Chang'e and became his pet. Originally, the little princess thought that she would be able to stay with Chang'e for the rest of her life. However, reality dealt a severe blow to this little princess, who was living in a dream. Because she signed a contract with the green-eyed white dragon. With such a divine pet, Chang'e naturally became the strongest human. He even defeated the fierce beasts clan, turning them from the main characters of the 5 directions of heaven and earth into passers-by who could only hide in the deep mountains and forests. However, because she participated in the war between the human race and the fierce beasts, the little princess violated the ancestral teachings of the green-eyed white dragon clan. So she was deprived of the green-eyed white dragon's power. Although her strength was greatly reduced, she was still very powerful. However, she was no longer a match for Chang'e, who had obtained countless rare treasures. However, the little princess did not really care about this. She had thought that after Chang'e had succeeded and become famous, the two of them would be able to retire happily. In the end, she had not expected that after Chang'e had obtained supreme power, she was soon tired of the little princess, who had lost the power of the green-eyed white dragon. Chapter 1914, Chapter 1912. The Chaos Realm. After all, she was no longer as strong as Chang'e, and her looks were no match for the beauties that the various races offered to Chang'e. Hence, she was quickly given the cold shoulder. However, if that was all there was to it, at most, the little princess would resent Chang'e for a period of time. However, what followed was even more outrageous. As a human, although Chang'e was a top-tier powerhouse, his lifespan could not be compared to the green-eyed white dragon. Therefore, he would obviously die in front of the little princess. However, just as the little princess thought that she was about to be freed, Chang'e suddenly told her that he hoped that she could guard the tomb for him. Only now did the little princess realize that Chang'e had only used her from the beginning to the end. He had never treated her as his lover. In Chang'e's eyes, the little princess was just a fierce beast. Moreover, she was just a fierce beast that had become his pet. Although she understood everything, it was already too late for the little princess to escape. Because she had signed the pet contract, she could not leave before Chang'e died. And after the little princess refused to guard the tomb for him, Chang'e actually killed her immediately. At this time, the little princess, who had lost the power of the blue-eyed white dragon, was no match for Chang'e. Moreover, because of the pet contract, she could not even resist. In the end, she died tragically under Chang'e's hands, and was stripped of her tendons and bones, turning into a corpse. The ice worm, outside, was the little princess corpse worm condensed from flesh and blood. The colorful pearls in the secret chamber were the tears of the little princess when she was torn apart. Damn it! He is not human! Natasha couldn't help but curse. Ha ha! The little princess laughed bitterly. Then she continued. In the end, he used the crystal coffin made of my bones as his final resting place. My dragon soul was bound here and was enslaved by him forever. Humph! That Chang'e is too evil. I will smash his bones later, Natasha said indignantly. In the end, before he died, he sealed this place. Even if he killed the corpse worm, he could only enter and not leave. When the little princess spoke up to this point, she was already very calm. After all, it had been more than 10,000 years. Although she could not get rid of the resentment in her heart, the world had already worn away all of her anger. Can I only enter and not leave? Jiang Fei muttered to himself. I don't care. This guy is too bad. I'll avenge you. Natasha did not care about that. She jumped up and was ready to open the crystal coffin and smash Chang'e's bones. Don't waste your energy. That was refined from my dragon bone. Moreover, Chang'e's power back then was not something you can imagine. The little princess sighed. If she could tear Chang'e's body into pieces, she would have done it a long time ago. Humph! Leave it to me, Natasha said indifferently. Then, she arrived in front of the crystal coffin in a few steps. Open it! Natasha pushed the crystal coffin hard. But the lid of the coffin didn't move at all. I'm angry, Natasha pouted and called out. Then, she took out a small ball from her bosom. After taking out the small ball, Natasha carefully pressed it a few times. Then, she stuck the small ball at the seam of the coffin lid. Quickly dodge! Natasha shouted after she had done all this. What's wrong? Jiang Fei was thinking about something, so he did not pay attention to Natasha's little actions. Handsome! Quickly dodge! Natasha pulled Jiang Fei's hand and dragged him away. Soon, the two of them hid at the corner of a wall. Sister, come here quickly! Natasha did not forget to wave at the little princess. It's okay. In my current state, nothing can hurt me. The little princess smiled bitterly. His current state was similar to that of Vinalon's ethereal spirit. It was a form that was isolated from the outside world. Although it could appear, it could speak, but it could not attack others. It could not be attacked by others. Clearly, Chang'e hoped that the little princess could stay by his side forever and be enslaved by him forever. Boom! With a loud sound, the entire secret chamber trembled. However, when the smoke dispersed, Jiang Fei and Natasha found that the crystal coffin did not move at all. So powerful! Natasha pouted. However, she clearly had not given up. She still intended to avenge the little princess. Natasha, stop fooling around. This crystal coffin is extremely sturdy. If you change to a more powerful bomb, I'm afraid that this secret chamber will collapse. Jiang Fei stopped Natasha. Now that they were trapped here, if the secret chamber collapsed, they would also be buried alive. Oh! Natasha reluctantly put away a more powerful bomb. Sigh! You don't have to try anymore. With your strength, it's impossible to open the crystal coffin and get out, said the little princess. Don't tell me that after opening the crystal coffin, you can get out? Jiang Fei keenly caught the hidden meaning in the little princess' words. As long as you open the crystal coffin and destroy his bones, the restrictions set by him will be removed. Naturally, you can get out. However, with your strength and talent, I'm afraid that you won't have the chance to practice until you die. The little princess sighed. That might not be the case. Jiang Fei laughed lightly. From the little princess' words, Jiang Fei had basically guessed how the Chang'e restriction worked. There must be a connection between the restriction and his bones. Once the bones were destroyed, the connection would be broken. Then, the restriction would naturally be lifted. Although it was impossible for Jiang Fei to open the crystal coffin now, it was not a problem to cut off the connection. Watch me! Jiang Fei laughed softly and came to the side of the crystal coffin. Go! As Jiang Fei waved his hand, a silver light flashed. The crystal coffin and the bones inside it disappeared instantly. The 10th dimension. Jiang Fei's specialty. When Jiang Fei moved the crystal coffin into his 10th dimension, he clearly felt his body sink. This thing was quite a burden to him. Although Chang'e had been dead for tens of thousands of years. However, the burden of the crystal coffin and the corpse was far greater than that of an ordinary true immortal. Almost as Jiang Fei was putting away the crystal coffin, a wave of energy swept across the entire tomb. The prohibition on the entire tomb was instantly lifted. I'm free? The little princess looked at herself in disbelief. She could clearly feel that the restrictions on her body had disappeared. She could return to the dragon tomb. Although she could not be resurrected, it was a relief for the dragon race to be able to sleep in the dragon tomb. However, after a short moment of joy, the little princess suddenly stared at Jiang Fei. Then, she asked him word by word, Did you just use chaos? Chapter 1915, Chapter 1913. Dragon Bloodline. Chaotic space? What is that? Jiang Fei was confused. You don't know? The little princess was stunned. Are you talking about this? Jiang Fei said, as he opened the 10th dimension again. Whoosh! The moment Jiang Fei opened the 10th dimension, the entire tomb's prohibition was activated again. That's right. This is the chaos dimension. The little princess stared at Jiang Fei and said, You call this the chaos dimension? Jiang Fei was stunned. He did not expect that someone would recognize his 10th dimension. Although the names were different, this little princess of the viridescent white dragon clan, clearly, she knew the 10th dimension very well. Does this dimension have endless space and time? The little princess stared into Jiang Fei's eyes and asked. That's right. Jiang Fei nodded. Is it possible to completely cut off contact with the outside world in this dimension?
The little princess asked again.
Yes.
Jiang Fei nodded again.
Then, is it possible that other than consciousness and spiritual power, all energy and matter cannot operate in this dimension?
The little princess asked.
That's right.
Jiang Fei was more and more certain that this woman understood the power of the 10th dimension.
Then that's right. This must be the chaotic dimension,
the little princess said firmly.
You know this power?
Jiang Fei also wanted to know the true power of the 10th dimension. After all, he had been trying to figure out how to use this dimension. Now, he had only grasped the basics. If he could learn more about the power of the 10th dimension from the little princess, it would be a huge improvement for him.
Of course. This is the supreme inheritance power of our blue-eyed white dragon clan.
The little princess could not hide her pride when she said this.
Since it is the inheritance power of your blue-eyed white dragon clan, then how did the handsome guy get it?
Natasha suddenly asked.
I am also very curious. Are you his descendant?
The little princess seemed to have thought of something. However, she quickly denied this conjecture.
No. 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 Impossible. You are definitely not his descendant. You do not have the aura of a dragon at all. But without the bloodline of a dragon, how could you possibly obtain the power of the green-eyed white dragon?
The little princess was completely confused.
Sister, how do you know that handsome guy does not have the bloodline of the green-eyed white dragon?
Natasha asked curiously.
Because there is no trace of the viridescent white dragon in his aura.
The little princess suddenly paused. Then, she suddenly came to Jiang Fei's side and said to Jiang Fei,
Can you give me a drop of blood?
Jiang Fei was stunned. Blood was not something that could be given to others easily because many evil spells could be cast through blood. Once one was hit by it, even a top-tier powerhouse would not be able to bear the consequences.
Please!
The little princess looked at Jiang Fei sincerely. Jiang Fei was still a little hesitant. Although he had heard the little princess story, it was all her own story. Who knew if it was true or not?
Handsome. Just believe her. She won't hurt us.
As a player, Natasha had the easiest way to identify whether an NPC was good or bad. Look at the name. To Natasha, as long as it was a red name NPC, it was an enemy. No matter what he said, the girl would not believe him. Yellow name NPCs were neutral NPCs. She had to be careful when communicating with them. However, green name NPCs could be at ease. This was a friendly character. There was no need to worry at all.
All right.
Jiang Fei thought for a moment and nodded. First of all, he still had a lot of trust in Natasha. Moreover, it seemed that the little princess of the blue-eyed white dragon clan did not seem to have any ill intentions. As he spoke, Jiang Fei forced out a drop of blood from between his fingers. After the drop of blood left Jiang Fei's fingers, it flew to the little princess.
In my name, I summon the soul of my ancestors. With this blood as a sacrifice, please bless my descendants.
The little princess chanted as she began a certain ritual. Although the little princess had lost her physical body, she was still a royal of the viridescent white dragon clan. Even if she only had a dragon soul left, she could still perform the blessing ritual. This ritual was originally used to bless the viridescent white dragon, who had just come of age. However, at this moment, it was used to verify Jiang Fei's bloodline. After all, without the viridescent white dragon's bloodline, it was impossible to receive the blessing.
Buzz!
After the little princess cast her spell, a dazzling white light lit up. Following that, Jiang Fei's drop of blood released a bright red blood light. The blood light and the white light slowly came into contact. The little princess stared at the two lights in front of her. If the two lights could not fuse, then it meant that Jiang Fei had nothing to do with the viridescent white dragon clan. However, if the two rays of light could fuse, it meant that Jiang Fei was a member of the viridescent white dragon clan. When the two rays of light came into contact, they initially clashed with each other. Later on, although they were a little closer, there was still no sign of fusion.
Sigh!
The little princess sighed. This result was not out of her expectations. After all, she had just noticed that Jiang Fei did not have any draconic aura on him. Therefore, it was not surprising that he was not a member of the viridescent white dragon clan. This ritual was just a sudden whim of the little princess. Seeing that the two rays of light were about to disappear, but there was still no sign of fusion, the little princess finally gave up.
Sister, look over there.
Just as the little princess was about to give up casting spells, Natasha suddenly pointed at a place and shouted,
The
little princess followed Natasha's finger and looked at the two rays of light in an inconspicuous spot. There was a tiny bit of fusion between the two rays of light. The part of the fusion was not even thinner than a strand of hair. If one did not pay attention to it, no one would be able to notice it. Swoosh! At that moment, a faint golden light flashed above Jiang Fei's head. Blessed! The little prince's mouth was wide open.
This is considered a blessing?
Jiang Fei pursed his lips. Although a golden light had landed on his body, he did not feel that his strength had increased at all.
With your strength, this little blessing is really meaningless. After all, your bloodline is too thin.
The little princess looked at Jiang Fei with a strange face and said,
What do you mean?
Jiang Fei was stunned.
You do have the blue-eyed white dragon's blood in your body. But this blood is so thin that I'm afraid it's not even 1 in 100,000. It's already good enough to be perceived by the blessing ceremony,
said the little princess.
1 in 100,000?
Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. This little bit of blood really could not let him become a member of the dragon clan.
You are not from the 5 directions, are you?
Asked the little princess suddenly.
Oh?
Jiang Fei did not expect that he would be seen through.
Don't be alarmed. The dragon clan of the 5 sides of heaven and earth cannot have human offspring. You can only be his offspring,
said the little princess.
Him? Who is he?
Jiang Fei asked in confusion. Chapter 1916. Chapter 1914. The successor of the dragon was not called for nothing.
He? You should have heard of him. His name is Ying Long.
When the little princess said this, she seemed to have recalled something from ancient times.
Ying Long?
Jiang Fei was a little dumbfounded. As a Chinese, he knew this rain god from ancient mythology.
That's right. It's him.
The little princess nodded. Then, she continued,
Rain Dragon was once a young genius among the green-eyed white dragons. However, because he was unwilling to be lonely, he followed a group of people out of the barrier and never returned.
Jiang Fei's brain was a little short. He quickly recalled the legends about Rain Dragon in his mind. According to the legends, in the ancient times, the Yellow Emperor and Qi Yu fought a decisive battle. Rain Dragon came down from the heaven to help the Yellow Emperor kill Qi Yu. Then, due to the excessive consumption of power, it was unable to fly back to the heaven. Although the ancient legends might not be true, it was not groundless. Combined with the little princess words, Jiang Fei quickly understood the situation. Clearly, Ying Long was a green-eyed white dragon expert who had rushed out from the 5 directions of heaven and earth. After he rushed out of the 5 directions of heaven and earth, he followed a large group of experts from the 5 directions of heaven and earth to earth. At that time, Earth was still in the prehistoric period. The Yellow Emperor and Qi Yu's tribes were fighting. Because of different interests or views, the experts from the 5 directions world were divided into 2 factions. They supported the Yellow Emperor and Qi Yu respectively. In the end, Ying Long and the Yellow Emperor clan that he supported obtained victory. However, the experts from the 5 directions world, including Ying Long, were unable to pass through the barrier and return to the 5 directions world. As time passed, the experts of the 5 directions left behind their orthodoxies on Earth. They even married Earthlings and had children. The Ying Dragon was no exception. This was also the reason why the Chinese people claimed to be the descendants of the dragon. However, later on, the spiritual energy on Earth became thinner and thinner, forming the Age of Chaos. As cultivation became more difficult, the orthodoxies that were passed down gradually declined. The immortal cultivators also gradually became martial artists. Even the ancient inheritances were lost. After understanding this, Jiang Fei finally understood how he obtained the 100th of a dragon's bloodline. After all, as a Chinese, the name of the dragon's descendant was not for nothing. Although the bloodline was thin, it was still a little. However, logically speaking, such a thin bloodline would not allow him to activate the power of the green-eyed white dragon. It was also impossible for him to obtain the supreme inheritance, the chaotic space. However, Jiang Fei was lucky enough to obtain the nucleus of will by chance. As a result, he had greatly strengthened his almost unformed dragon soul. As a result, although Jiang Fei's bloodline was thin and his dragon soul was not in the form of a dragon, when it was strong enough, it still activated his potential green-eyed white dragon inheritance. Therefore, he had mastered the chaotic space. This was also the reason why Tyrion, who also had 3 pieces of the will core, could only tame the cosmic behemoths. Theoretically speaking, as long as he was a descendant of the Flame Emperor on Earth. After he obtained a large number of will's cores, he would be able to grasp the power of the green-eyed white dragon. He would even be able to obtain the chaotic space. However, it was too difficult to achieve this. Although there were many descendants of the Flame Emperor on Earth, they could not even leave the solar system, let alone obtain the Will's core.
If that's the case, then are there many among the viridescent white dragons who have mastered the chaotic space?
Jiang Fei asked curiously.
Hee. You are thinking too simply. Although we are born with the power of the viridescent white dragons, it is as if we have ascended to the heavens to obtain the supreme inheritance. In the history of the viridescent white dragons for millions of years, only 3 people have obtained such a supreme inheritance. Even the rain dragons do not have such an ability,
the little princess said.
Then, where did the 3 gods go?
Jiang Fei asked. If a senior had mastered such power, he would not have to rely on himself to figure it out.
Hee. I don't know.
The little princess smiled bitterly and nodded. Jiang Fei was stunned. He had never expected such an answer.
Don't say that I don't know where they went. No one knows where they went. Although the 3 of them were born at different times, after they mastered the true profoundness of the chaotic space, they all disappeared. No one knows where they went,
the little princess said helplessly.
Then, is there any record about the chaotic space?
Jiang Fei asked unwillingly.
Yes,
the little princess said with certainty.
That's great. Can you tell me?
Jiang Fei's eyes suddenly lit up.
I'm not really sure either, because I've only read the preface. As for the specific content of the record, I didn't read it,
the little princess said shyly. She had read it because she was curious. That was why she had read the information in the forbidden land of the green-eyed white dragon. However, she was too playful at the time and did not continue to read it.
Sigh.
Jiang Fei sighed in disappointment. It was not easy to meet such an easygoing little dragon princess. In the end, she had not read the information yet.
However, if there's a chance, I can bring you to take a look. It will be your reward for saving me,
the little princess said to Jiang Fei.
That's great.
Jiang Fei was overjoyed. If he could read the information, it would definitely be beneficial for him to master the 10th dimension.
Then, let's leave this place first,
the little princess said.
Okay.
Jiang Fei nodded.
It's not good for me to appear outside in this state. I see that your ring is not bad. It'll stay there for now,
the little princess said.
No problem.
Jiang Fei nodded. Ever since 0541 was resurrected, the ring had been empty.
Thank you very much.
The little princess smiled.
Oh right. I still don't know your name.
Jiang Fei nodded. He had just put away the 10th dimension when the tomb's prohibition disappeared again.
My name is Mengzi,
replied the little princess.
Nice to meet you. My name is Jiang Fei.
Jiang Fei smiled and greeted Mengzi.
Okay.
Mengzi smiled and nodded. Then, he disappeared into Jiang Fei's ring.
Natasha, let's leave,
Jiang Fei said to Natasha. After all, the air outside the tomb was very cold. Without Natasha, he would become an ice sculpture if he went out.
Okay.
Natasha was very happy. Although she did not find any treasure, she had made a new friend. To her, it was even happier than finding a treasure. Then, Jiang Fei and Natasha came out of the tomb. Because the prohibition had failed, the 2 of them traveled smoothly. When they came to the outside of the tomb, Jiang Fei and Natasha rode their swords. Because the cold air was blocked by the light shield. Therefore, the 2 of them could freely circulate their spiritual power. Riding their swords was no longer a problem. Chapter 1917, Chapter 1915 could not be escaped. Not long after, Jiang Fei and Natasha came out of the time scar.
Honey!
Bella and the others, who were waiting anxiously, rushed over.
Little brother, are you okay?
What Qingcheng asked with great concern.
I'm fine. I'm fine. Not only am I fine, but am also a blessing in disguise.
Jiang Fei laughed loudly.
Really? That's great.
What Qingcheng laughed happily.
Hubby, what did you get?
Bella asked curiously.
There's no time to talk about this now. Let's go!
Blood Lady walked over with a dark expression.
What's wrong?
Jiang Fei asked.
Black Widow saw us. She knows you're here too.
Blood Lattice's expression was very ugly. After all, once her relationship with Jiang Fei was exposed, not only would it be very inconvenient for them to do things in the 5 directions, even her senior Xiezin might be implicated.
What?
Jiang Fei was also dumbfounded. Although Black Widow could not do anything to him. Once the Myriad Beast Mountain found out about his relationship with Xie Tianqin, they would be in deep trouble.
Forget it. We can talk about this later. We have to leave this place first. Otherwise, we won't be able to leave even if we wanted to.
Blood Lady said with a sullen face.
All right.
Jiang Fei knew that now was not the time to argue. Since he had to leave, he had to make a prompt decision.
Leave? Where are we going?
At this moment, a cold voice came from behind Jiang Fei and the others.
Sigh. Looks like we can't leave anymore.
Blood Mistress sighed. She did not even need to turn around to know that the owner of the voice was Black Widow.
Hey, beauty. Long time no see.
Jiang Fei was a little embarrassed. Back then, he had kidnapped a large number of fierce beast corpses and left without saying goodbye. As the project manager, Black Widow must have taken on a lot of responsibility. Therefore, when they met this time, she would definitely not let him off easily.
Humph. I'll settle the score with you later.
Black Widow glared at Jiang Fei. Then, she continued to say to Blood Mistress,
as a guest of the Mountain of Beasts, you helped Jiang Fei escape. Do you have anything else to say for a traitor like you? Hee hee. Things have already come to this. There's no point in talking anymore. Let's see what the real deal is.
At this moment, Blood Mistress had made up her mind. Although she was no match for Black Widow, it was useless to explain now.
All right. Let me see if you've improved in the past 1,000 years.
Black Widow sneered and was about to attack.
Wait. Beauty? Let's talk first.
Jiang Fei quickly stood between the two. When he had chatted with Xie Tianqing previously, he already knew how terrifying Black Widow's strength was. Even Xie Tianqing could not defeat her, let alone Blood Lady. As the saying goes, in order not to let Blood Lady die in vain, Jiang Fei had no choice but to stop the two from fighting.
Talk? What's there to talk about? Jiang Fei, you can't escape either.
Black Widow glared at Jiang Fei. Previously, because Jiang Fei had escaped, the female beast empress had scolded her a lot. After all, she had been fooled by Jiang Fei's nonsense. Therefore, she had bragged a lot in front of the empress. She had chosen Jiang Fei to run away with so many corpses. How could she not be responsible? Therefore, although Black Widow did not report the matter of Xie Tianqing and Jiang Zhong to the female beast empress, it was because Jiang Fei had helped her heal her wounds. However, when it was time to capture Jiang Fei, she would not hesitate. Jiang Fei could not think of any good reason. After all, he had just run out of the way because he was in a rush. Now that he was asked by Black Widow, he was completely speechless.
It's not convenient for too many people to know about this. Can we talk in private?
Jiang Fei took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down.
All right. I want to see what tricks you can play.
Black Widow sneered. Her main target was Jiang Fei. As for Bella and the others, she did not care at all. As a guest of the Thousand Beast Mountain, Blood Lady could not run away. Therefore, she was not afraid that Jiang Fei would use any tricks.
Let's go!
When Jiang Fei's back was facing Black Widow, he gave Bella and the others a look. He hinted them to leave first and wait for an opportunity to regroup. After all, Jiang Fei had the 10th dimension and the 9 revolving astrolabe in his hands. The chances of escaping from Black Widow's hands were quite high.
Okay.
Bella nodded slightly. She also knew that this was not the time for romance. When everyone was talking to Jiang Fei, if they had to act like they were in a TV series, everyone would be as tall as a person on their graves.
Don't worry.
Blood Mistress also gave Jiang Fei a reassuring look.
All right. Let's go over there and talk.
Jiang Fei turned around and said to Black Widow.
Hee.
Black Widow smiled slightly. She could guess that Jiang Fei and Bella's eye contact just now even if she did not see it. However, in her eyes, Bella and the others were nothing more than ants. There was no difference between killing or not killing. Therefore, she did not mind Jiang Fei stalling her for time.
Handsome.
Although Bella and the others had colluded with Jiang Fei, Natasha still did not quite understand.
Let's go over there and wait for him.
Wu Qingcheng held Natasha's small hand and said, she was afraid that this little girl would cause trouble.
Okay.
Unexpectedly, Natasha nodded obediently and followed them to the other side. After Jiang Fei and Black Widow left, Blood Princess immediately took the others and ran away. Other things were hard to say. At the very least, she could not stay here any longer.
Hee. Beautiful lady. I had something urgent last time, so I left in a hurry. I'm sorry.
Jiang Fei said to Black Widow with a smile. Although he had created an opportunity for Bella and the others to escape, he did not know how to deal with this big boss. However, he really did not know how to deal with this big boss.
Humph. Now that your little lovers have all run away, are you satisfied?
Black Widow immediately exposed Jiang Fei's little trick.
Hee.
Jiang Fei laughed dryly. Although his plan had been seen through, Black Widow did not seem to have any intention of chasing after him.
Those people are not important. Just follow me.
Black Widow did not like to talk to men, so she said directly to Jiang Fei.
Okay.
Jiang Fei nodded. He also knew that if he did not follow Black Widow today, he would not be able to pass this hurdle. Although he had the 9 rotating astrolabe and the 10th dimension, Jiang Fei had a 70% chance of escaping. However, Bella and the others had not gone far yet. If he left, Black Widow would take revenge on Bella and the others?
At least you know what you're doing. Come over here. Since you have escaped before, I'm going to seal your spiritual power,
Black Widow said. Although Jiang Fei did not want to give the initiative to others, he was not in a position to say no to Black Widow.
Swoosh!
A faint light gathered in Black Widow's hand. Just as she was about to seal Jiang Fei, a white light flashed suddenly. A figure appeared in front of Jiang Fei. Chapter 1918, Chapter 1916 Transforming into a Dragon.
How dare you!
The figure shouted. This person was none other than the little dragon princess, Meng Zhe, who was residing in Jiang Fei's ring.
How dare you! Slave! How dare you offend your superior? Do you want to never be reincarnated?
Meng Zhe's words were ruthless. Moreover, she was not bluffing. The Black Widow wanted to seal Jiang Fei. The reason Meng Zhe was so angry was mainly because of the Black Widow's race. The reason why the Black Widow was so powerful was also because of the ancient mutant that had inherited the power of the primordial era. The Black Widow's true form was the 9-headed python, the descendant of the ancient mutant beast, Xiang Lu. The 9-headed python was once a vassal of the green-eyed white dragon clan. However, the green-eyed white dragon clan retired and no longer participated in the matters of the ferocious beasts clan. The 9-headed python clan became free. However, no matter what, the fact that the 9-headed python was a vassal of the viridescent white dragon clan could not be changed. As the descendant of the viridescent white dragon clan, although Jiang Fei's bloodline was weak, his status was noble. No matter how weak he was still the master. As for Black Widow, although she was extremely powerful, killing Jiang Fei in an instant was as easy as playing a game. However, as the descendant of the 9-headed python, she was a vassal. Therefore, when Black Widow wanted to seal Jiang Fei's back, Meng Zhe, the viridescent white dragon royal family, immediately exploded. You? Black Widow's eyes widened as she stared at Meng Zhe. For a moment, she was speechless. Although she had never seen a viridescent white dragon before, the bloodline in her bones told her that the woman in front of her was a dragon soul. Moreover, it was a very noble dragon soul.
Humph. It seems that you have not forgotten your roots.
Although Meng Zhe's strength was terrible at the moment, she was not even as strong as Jiang Fei when she was only left with a remnant soul. However, in front of Black Widow, she appeared to be high and mighty.
I am Emily Shang. Greetings, Your Highness.
According to the inheritance in her bloodline, Black Widow quickly recognized Meng Zhe's royal identity.
So, her name is Emily Shang.
Jiang Fei thought to himself. Although he had known Black Widow for some time, he really did not know her real name. Clearly, a woman, especially a beauty. It was impossible for him to give himself a name like Black Widow. This Black Widow was clearly just a nickname.
Yes.
Meng Zhe nodded. Although she was already in such a dire state, her nobility came from her bloodline.
I wonder what the princess has to do with this person. This person is a fugitive from the Myriad Beasts Mountain.
Although he was very respectful to Meng Zhe, Mo Li's Hang could not answer to the female beast empress without capturing Jiang Fei.
Humph. Although his bloodline is weak, he is still a member of the dragon race. Moreover, he has recently activated the supreme inheritance.
Meng Zhe laughed coldly.
What?
Mo Li's Hang was shocked. She had never expected Jiang Fei to be a member of the viridescent white dragon race. After all, this fellow did not have the aura of a dragon at all. What was even more shocking to Mo Li's Hang was that the viridescent white dragon in front of her actually said that Jiang Fei had activated the supreme inheritance. That was something that only existed in legends. If anyone else had told her that, she would have scoffed. However, since it was said by a viridescent white dragon, Mo Li Shang had no choice but to believe it.
You also know the importance of the supreme inheritance in our viridescent white dragon clan. His appearance will allow the viridescent white dragon clan to be born again,
said Meng Zhe.
Ah?
Jiang Fei was stunned. Meng Zhe did not tell him that just now. She only said that she wanted to bring Jiang Fei back to read about the chaotic space. She did not say anything about the viridescent white dragon clan being born.
Is the viridescent white dragon clan about to come into being?
While Jiang Fei was stunned, Emily Shan's eyes lit up. Although the viridescent white dragon clan had suddenly gone into seclusion and the nine-headed python clan had been abandoned, as Xiang Liu's descendant, Emily Shang and her clansmen had never forgotten the glory of the past. They had always been looking forward to conquering the world with their master once again.
Of course. With the appearance of the supreme inheritance, how can the viridescent white dragon clan continue to fall?
Mengzi said proudly.
Hey! Hey! What's going on?
Jiang Fei was getting more and more confused.
Don't worry about it. It's a good thing for you anyway,
Mengzi said to Jiang Fei.
If the viridescent white dragon clan appears again, our nine-headed python clan is willing to continue to follow the viridescent white dragon clan.
Emily Shang immediately knelt down in front of Mengzi.
All right. I represent the viridescent white dragon clan and accept your allegiance.
Mengzi nodded.
Hey! What about me?
Jiang Fei was about to explode from anger. The two of them were having a good time chatting. They completely ignored Jiang Fei. However, Jiang Fei could hear from their words that the viridescent white dragon's return had a lot to do with him. You? Although your bloodline is weak, you have been acknowledged by your ancestors. You are also a member of our dragon clan. Now, you have activated the supreme inheritance. As long as you pass the trial, you will be the new leader of the viridescent white dragon clan.
Mengzi said.
F***ck? There's such a good thing?
Jiang Fei was a little dizzy from the sudden drop of the pie.
Commanding the viridescent white dragon race was a supreme honor. Moreover, what kind of concept was a viridescent white dragon? Each of them had the strength of a giant steel scorpion. Moreover, they could even transform into human form. It was simply too powerful to be described with words. After becoming the leader of these people, who could stop Jiang Fei?
It's a good thing. However, you have to pass the trial first. If you don't pass, no one will respect you.
Mengzi did not want Jiang Fei to be too arrogant, so he poured cold water on him.
I knew that it would not be such a good thing,
Jiang Fei muttered. Actually, even if Mengzi did not say it, he knew that this trial would not be so easy to pass. The green-eyed white dragons were all existences comparable to giant steel scorpions. How could they listen to a scum like him? That was obviously impossible. Unless he could do something amazing to intimidate them. This trial was the barrier that blocked Jiang Fei's path.
I'll tell you about your matter in detail later.
Mengzi used his eyes to signal for Jiang Fei to calm down. Then, he turned around and said to Emily Shang.
It's our fate to meet you today. I have a big gift for you. Do you want it? Thank you for your nurturing. Your Highness, what is the big gift you're talking about?
Emily Shang immediately bowed. He did not have the slightest intention of rejecting the gift. After all, the gift from the dragon race was not something that could be easily obtained.
Do you wish to transform into a dragon?
Mengzi asked in a little secret.
What?
Although he had guessed that Mengzi would give him a great gift. However, Emily Shang had never thought that this gift would be so great. Transforming into a dragon was simply the greatest dream of the nine-headed python clan. Although they did not have the extravagant hope of becoming a powerful dragon like the green-eyed white dragon. However, even advancing to become a flood dragon was a dream for their clan. Chapter 1919, Chapter 1917, The Habits of the Dragon Race. Emily Shang was so shocked that she couldn't speak for a moment. She just stared at Mengzi. Although she had heard this news with her own ears, she still couldn't believe it in her heart.
Let me ask you, do you want to transform into a dragon?
Mengzi asked again.
Yes. Of course I want to. Even in my dreams.
Emily Shang said excitedly. Don't look at how she was already a peak existence amongst true immortals. However, when faced with the problem of transforming into a dragon, she couldn't remain calm either.
Hee hee. Then it's simple. As long as you obtain the essence of the dragon race, then I can help you activate the dragon transformation ritual.
Mengzi said with a smile.
Dragon race essence?
Emily Shang asked.
Yes. That's right.
Mengzi said with a smile.
But how can I obtain the essence blood of the dragon race?
Emily Shang asked blankly. One had to know that this essence usually referred to the essence blood. But the essence blood wasn't ordinary blood. This was the essence formed from the blood of the entire body. After losing the essence blood, even if she did not die, she would still be crippled. Emily Shang knew very well what he was capable of. Let alone not finding the blue-eyed white dragon. Even if she found it, who would be willing to sacrifice himself and give the essence blood to her?
Sigh.
Emily Shang sighed. It seemed that this dragon princess before him was just making fun of her.
Don't be so disappointed yet. Isn't this person right in front of you?
Mengza said as he glanced at Jiang Fei.
Him? Do you want me to?
Emily Shan looked at Jiang Fei in a daze. It was impossible for her not to be tempted. Although Jiang Fei was a benefactor to her, facing the temptation of becoming a dragon, it was not impossible for her to kill Jiang Fei and steal his blood essence.
Do you understand?
Mengza asked with a smile.
Jiang Fei, I'm sorry. Although you have done me a favor.
Jackie Chan's opportunity is too rare. I owe you this time. In my next life, I will repay you even if I have to be your slave.
Mo Li's Hang finally made up his mind. Then, he took out the dagger.
Hey, what are you doing?
Jiang Fei was shocked. Why was Mo Li's Hang going to kill him all of a sudden?
Don't worry. I will take care of your woman and friends.
Mo Li Shang said to Jiang Fei and walked over to him with the dagger in his hand.
F***ck. Why does that sound so weird?
Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. If Mo Li Shang was not a woman, his words would have easily made people think otherwise. However, now was not the time to be calculative. That was because Mo Li's Hang's eyes were already filled with killing intent.
Stop. What are you doing?
Seeing that Mo Li's Hang was about to kill Jiang Fei, Mengza was also dumbfounded.
Your Highness, didn't you ask me to kill him and take his blood essence?
Mo Li's Hang had a confused look on his face. She was following Mengza's instructions.
You're full of nonsense. Did I ask you to kill him?
Mengza rolled his eyes. Then, he pointed at Mo Li's Hang and said,
Forget it this time. If I find out that you have rebellious intentions again, you will never become a dragon for the rest of your life. I have misunderstood your Highness. Please forgive me. Your Highness.
Mo Li's Hang knelt down on one knee on the spot. Although her strength could easily kill Jiang Fei and Mengza, she was now determined to become a dragon. Therefore, she did not dare to show any disrespect to Mengza, the blue-eyed white dragon royal.
I'm warning you. Jiang Fei has now comprehended the blue-eyed white dragon clan's supreme inheritance. Now, he is the blue-eyed white dragon clan's hope. Anyone who dares to hurt him will be going against the blue-eyed white dragon clan.
Mengza warned.
I admit my mistake.
Mo Li Shang quickly lowered her head and admitted her mistake. Now, she finally understood Jiang Fei's value to the viridescent white dragon clan. Now, let alone her. Even the female beast empress would not dare to do anything to Jiang Fei. Otherwise, if the viridescent white dragon clan were to be angry, the entire mountain of beasts would be reduced to ashes.
All right. It's my fault for not making it clear. Did I tell you to kill him?
Mengza waved her hand and said,
But didn't you say that the essence of the dragon race that I need can be obtained from his body?
Mo Li Shang asked in puzzlement.
That's right. Is that what I said?
Mengzi nodded and said,
But if I don't kill him, how can I obtain his essence blood?
Mo Li Shang asked.
When did I say that I want you to take his essence blood?
Mengzi glared at Mo Li Shang, and then his expression suddenly became strange.
Not blood essence. Your subordinate is stupid. Please enlighten me. Your Highness.
Mo Li's Hang said.
Half is enough. Don't take the blood.
Mengza said until his face turned red.
Ah?
For a moment, Mo Li's Hang did not understand what he meant.
What are you guys talking about?
Jiang Fei was also confused.
You guys take your time to think about it. There's no rush.
Mengza said until here. He did not want to continue explaining.
It's not blood essence. Then what is it? What does it mean to only want half of it? Can you still separate half of the blood essence?
But the princess said that she doesn't want blood anymore. What does that mean?
Mo Li's Hang mumbled what Mengza had just said. However, his mind could not think straight for a moment.
Huh?
While Mo Li's Hang was mumbling, Jiang Fei heard it clearly. Black Widow did not react. But Jiang Fei understood it clearly.
Hey! Mengza! We can't play like this!
Jiang Fei said, as he was about to go up and argue with Mengza.
Alright. Don't try to be nice when you've got something good. She's so beautiful. You won't be at a disadvantage.
Mengza rolled her eyes at Jiang Fei. Then, her heart sank. When she saw Mo Li Shang's beauty, she could not help but think of herself. If she had the looks of Mo Li Shang, perhaps Chang'e would not have changed her mind and would not treat her like this.
Right? No. I have a family.
Jiang Fei said awkwardly.
It's okay. I don't need you to give me any title.
Jiang Fei and Mengza had already made things clear. Mo Li Shang was not a fool. How could she not understand what he meant? She had just lost her mind for a moment. Jiang Fei was too busy arguing with Mengza to hear what Mo Li Shang said.
I don't need any status. If you can pass the test and become the leader of the dragon race, I will be your subordinate. If you can't pass the test, we will never meet again.
Emily Shang said as she looked into Jiang Fei's eyes. She actually did not have any feelings for Jiang Fei. Previously, it was only because Jiang Fei had healed a wound on her face that she thought of Jiang Fei as a favor. Now, Emily Shang was only trying to transform into a dragon. Therefore, her attitude was,
we are all adults. We each get what we want. There's no need to mention it in the future. No. Why does your dragon race have such a habit of deceiving people?
Jiang Fei had a helpless look on his face. He was in Ming's body. It was as if he could see the shadow of the dragon god in the game, who had nothing better to do, and gave him blessings. Chapter 1920, Chapter 1918. Heading to the Dragon Clan.
I don't care. I've already promised her some benefits. If you don't agree, she won't have a chance to become a dragon,
said Dreamy Z as she spread out her hands.
No.
Before Jiang Fei could say anything, Mo Li's Hang had already opened his mouth. Jiang Fei wanted to say something more. However, when he saw Mo Li's Hang's red eyes, he immediately chose to shut his mouth. Jiang Fei knew that if he refused again, the Black Widow in front of him was going to use force. Facing an expert like the Black Widow, Jiang Fei was completely powerless. He did not want to be the first true immortal expert to be seduced by a thief. If that happened, his name would truly go down in history. In order to prevent Mo Li Shang from using force, Jiang Fei had to use a delaying tactic. Therefore, he took a deep breath and said to Mo Li Shang,
Beautiful lady, I did not say that I disagree. Look at how beautiful you are. Which man would not be tempted? However, with the current situation, how could I have the heart to think about this? Okay.
Mo Li Shang nodded. When she heard that Jiang Fei did not reject her anymore, she did not press him too hard. After all, once Jiang Fei passed the trial, he would become the leader of the Green-Eyed White Dragon clan. At that time, Mo Li Shang and her nine-headed python clan would also be under Jiang Fei's command. As a subordinate, no one wanted to get into a conflict with the boss. However, Mo Li's Hang did not let Jiang Fei off the hook. After thinking for a moment, she said to Jiang Fei,
I will arrange for someone to deal with the Thousand Beast Mountain. There will not be any news about you for the time being. However, I will not leave you until I get what I want. Alright then.
Jiang Fei saw that Mo Li's Hang had already taken a step back, so he could only compromise. Moreover, with an expert like Black Widow by his side, his safety factor was even higher.
Alright, that's it for the two of you,
Mengzi said from the side.
Jiang Fei, what do you plan to do next?
Mo Li's Hang asked.
I plan to.
Jiang Fei was just about to say his plan when he was interrupted by Mengzi.
Of course. We will return to the Dragon Clan next,
Mengzi said matter-of-factly.
Can I too?
Mo Li Shang asked with an incredulous expression. Although the nine-headed python clan was a vassal of the Green-Eyed White Dragon clan, none of the nine-headed pythons had the fortune to enter the Dragon clan's territory.
You should follow us. Although we can't enter the core area, it shouldn't be a problem for you to stay in the outer area,
Mengzi said.
Thank you, Princess.
Mo Li Shang immediately bowed to Mengzi. To be able to enter the dragon race's territory was a great honor for the nine-headed python race.
Then, let's go,
said Mengzi.
Wait, let's pick up the others first before we go together,
said Jiang Fei.
No, they have nothing to do with the dragon race. They are not allowed to enter the dragon race's territory.
Mengzi refused flatly.
Can't you make an exception?
Asked Jiang Fei.
Absolutely not. If you insist on bringing them along, I'm afraid that once they get close to the dragon race's territory, they will be attacked,
said Mengzi.
Then, I won't go either.
Jiang Fei decided to play the rascal.
It's up to you whether you go or not.
However, Mengzi did not fall for Jiang Fei's trick at all. She turned around and said to Mo Li's Hang,
Since Jiang Fei is not willing to go to the dragon race, he'll go back first. After you have obtained the dragon race essence, come to the dragon race to find me.
Mo Li Shang was anxious when she heard that. After she had obtained the dragon race essence, she would go to the dragon race. However, if it was not for the blue-eyed white dragon royal's leadership, how could she enter the dragon race's territory? If she could not enter the dragon race's territory, it would mean that she would never be able to see Mengzi again. She would never have the chance to transform into a dragon again. Thinking of this, Mo Li Shang suddenly turned around and looked at Jiang Fei. Then, she looked straight into his eyes and said,
Sir, please grant me my wish.
But Jiang Fei was still unwilling to leave Bella and the others behind.
Jiang Fei, this is my only chance to become a dragon. If you are not willing to go to the dragon's territory immediately, please give me the essence and let the princess perform the dragon transformation ceremony for me,
Emily Shan said. If Jiang Fei was not willing to go to the dragon's territory, then she would have to perform the ceremony immediately. Otherwise, if she missed today, she would never have the chance to see Mingzi again.
Ouch.
Jiang Fei rubbed his forehead. He had just managed to delay this matter with much difficulty. Now, he was being provoked again.
Please help me.
After Emily Shan said that, he immediately took off his clothes. This time, Jiang Fei was scared out of his wits.
Go! Who said I'm not going? Let's go now!
In order to avoid losing his virginity, Jiang Fei could only nod his head and agree. Then, he turned his head and said to Mingzi,
You win. You men are so cheap,
Mingzi said proudly. Because of the unfair treatment she had received from Chang'e, her heart was slightly twisted. Therefore, she could not stand a good man like Jiang Fei, who always thought about his wife. As for the many girls around Jiang Fei, as a member of the dragon race, she did not find it strange.
I can go to the dragon race too. However, I have to inform Bella and the others first.
Jiang Fei made his request.
They have disappeared. How long will it take you to find them?
Mingzi said reluctantly.
No need. I have a way to contact them,
Jiang Fei said.
All right. Hurry up.
Mingzi nodded. Then, Jiang Fei took out his communicator and quickly contacted Jiang Zhong and the others.
Captain, how are you?
Jiang Zhong asked with concern.
I'm fine. However, there are some things that I need to take care of. Don't go to the Star of Suppression for the time being. Find a place to hide and wait for my news,
Jiang Fei said.
All right. Captain, you have to be careful too.
Jiang Zhong nodded. After that, Jiang Fei spoke to Bella and Huqing Cheng. He also reminded Blood Mistress to take good care of them. At the same time, Jiang Fei also told Blood Mistress that she did not need to worry about her senior sister. Although Mo Li's Hang was plotting against Jiang Fei because of Jackie Chan. At the very least, she would not reveal the relationship between Xie Tianqin and Jiang Fei.
All right. Are you done?
Mingzi asked impatiently. After passing the trial, Jiang Fei might become the leader of the Viridescent White Dragons. However, this leader was not the king of the Viridescent White Dragons. They had a royal family. Jiang Fei was at most the Grand Marshal. It was up to you to lead the army in battle. However, the Dragon Emperor was still the one who had the final say. Therefore, as the little princess of the Viridescent White Dragons, Mingzi was still acting high and mighty even when facing Jiang Fei, who had activated the Supreme Inheritance. Chapter 1921. Chapter 1919. The Hidden Dragon Territory. After Jiang Fei had explained everything to Bella and the rest, he was ready to lead the Year Star with Mingzi. Their destination was the Dragon Territory. However, to Jiang Fei's surprise, the Dragon Territory was not on the central planet, nor on any of the other 4 planets. Instead, it was on a satellite of the planet. Similar to Earth, the planet also had a satellite. It revolved around the planet and absorbed the powerful spiritual energy emitted by the planet. At the same time, due to the gravitational force, the other 4 planets would also transfer their spiritual energy to the satellite at different times. Therefore, this was the best place to practice in the 5 directions. Therefore, it was only natural that it would be occupied by the powerful blue-eyed white dragon race.
That's not right. I have lived in the Star Suppression for a period of time. I did not realize that it had a satellite,
Jiang Fei asked in surprise after listening to Mingzi's description.
Humph! If you had discovered it, how would we be considered to be living in seclusion?
Mingzi laughed disdainfully. It turned out that long before the Viridescent Dragons returned to seclusion, they had used a high-level magic formation to hide the satellite. They had even destroyed all the information about this planet in the 5 directions. Thus, they had monopolized the sacred training ground. Although the Green-Eyed White Dragon Clan's methods were very overbearing. At that time, the Green-Eyed White Dragon Clan was the absolute overlord of the 5 directions of heaven and earth. No one dared to challenge their authority. Therefore, after dozens of generations, the records about that satellite gradually disappeared. When the Green-Eyed White Dragon Clan retired, no one remembered that satellite at all. Therefore, everyone thought that the Green-Eyed White Dragon Clan had suddenly perished. Although this statement could not be verified, it was true that ever since then, no one had ever seen this powerful race again. It was not until Chang'e appeared that the Viridescent White Dragon Clan's little princess appeared in front of the world again.
Although Mingzi was not the most outstanding among the dragon clan at that time, she felt that she was invincible in front of the human world and the ferocious beast clan. Unfortunately, Mingzi met with a bad person. When she passed a large number of treasures and martial arts techniques to Chang'e became stronger and stronger. She even surpassed Mingzi, who was deprived of the viridescent white dragon's power. The result was that Mingzi ended up like this after Chang'e died. So, are we considered the first batch of guests to visit the Dragon Clan's territory? Jiang Fei laughed after listening to Mingzi's explanation. She counts? You don't count, Mingzi shrugged and said. As a retainer of the green-eyed white dragon clan, the nine-headed python Mo Li's Hang could barely be considered as a guest. However, Jiang Fei had the bloodline of the green-eyed white dragon in his body, although his bloodline was weak. After all, he had been acknowledged by his ancestors. Therefore, he could be considered a member of the dragon clan. This time, he had returned to his ancestors. He was not a guest. Hee. Jiang Fei laughed dryly. He did not know what kind of situation he would encounter in the green-eyed white dragon clan. After all, his bloodline was too weak. 1 in 100,000. There was no difference at all. However, even if there was only a glimmer of hope, Jiang Fei still had to fight for it. The reason why he indulged Dreamy Swampland so much was partly because he was afraid that Mo Li's Hang would punish him on the spot. On the other hand, it was also because Jiang Fei was spying on the Dragon Clan's combat power. This time, Jiang Fei had returned to the 5 corners of the world. Was it not for the purpose of recruiting strong men to increase his strength? Previously, when he had recruited the 4 great clans and the Moon Goddess sect, Jiang Fei could be said to be very satisfied. However, now that he had the opportunity to recruit the viridescent white dragon clan, those people from before would become insignificant passers-by. Although the 4 great clans and the Moon Goddess sect were filled with talents, if they could join Jiang Fei's faction, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. However, there was an old saying that went like this: comparing people, one must die. Comparing goods, one must throw them away. Compared to the green-eyed white dragon clan, the previous factions were indeed nothing. Therefore, the reason why Jiang Fei was so happy to return to the dragon clan with Dreamy Swamp was because he had a purpose. Although the so-called trial was even more difficult, the problem was that after Jiang Fei had experienced so many things, he could be considered an old fox. Therefore, when Mengzi revealed his shock when Jiang Fei revealed the 10th dimension, Jiang Fei knew that he had an extraordinary significance to the dragon race. He had opened the supreme inheritance. To the dragon elder, he was definitely a special existence. This identity would definitely help him to do well in the dragon race. It was precisely because of this confidence that Jiang Fei was so cooperative to go to the dragon race. Otherwise, Jiang Fei would have many ways to escape from Mo Li's Hang's grasp. Moreover, even if Jiang Fei failed and Mo Li's Hang succeeded. However, as a man, how much could Jiang Fei suffer? After they set off, Dreamy Swan hid in Jiang Fei's spatial ring. After all, as a remnant soul, even though she looked down on Jiang Fei and Mo Li Shang, she was very weak and could not be exposed to the outside world for a long time. Therefore, when they arrived at the teleportation formation, only Jiang Fei and Mo Li Shang were there. As the 4th elder of the Myriad Beasts Mountain, who would dare to stop Mo Li Shang when she passed through the teleportation portal. Therefore, she and Jiang Fei quickly arrived at the town star through the teleportation portal. After returning to the town star, the first thing that Mo Li Shang had to do was to stop the scouts from the Myriad Beasts Mountain. Otherwise, before she and Jiang Fei reached the dragon race, the news of Jiang Fei returning to the town star would be reported back to the Myriad Beasts Mountain. As the 4th elder of the Mountain of Beasts, Mo Li Shang did not even need to make a move. He only needed to use his own authority to suppress the news. Anyway, the scouts would send the news back to report it. It was the same for him to report it directly to Mo Li Shang. After resolving this small problem, Mo Li Shang brought Jiang Fei to a quiet place. The two of them then soared into the sky. As the two of them flew higher and higher, they soon left the surface of the planet and arrived in outer space. Your Highness, please come out and show us the way. Although Jiang Fei spoke politely to the little princess, his tone was strange. Continue to fly forward. Mengzi did not come out because she was only left with a remnant soul. The outer space was filled with all kinds of radiation, which was more harmful to her. Therefore, she hid in the spatial ring and showed Jiang Fei the way. All right. Jiang Fei nodded and then flew forward with Mo Li Shang. Under Mengzi's guidance, Jiang Fei and Mo Li Shang wandered in the vast void. After an unknown amount of time, Mengzi finally said, All right. The dragon's territory is ahead. How do we enter?
Jiang Fei asked.
Watch me.
As Mingzi spoke, she flew out of the spatial ring.
Swish.
A blue light bloomed in Mingzi's hand and shot forward.
Buzz.
Not long after the blue light shot out, it seemed to have hit something. Then, it spread out rapidly. Soon after, a huge teleportation portal appeared in front of Jiang Fei and the others.
Do we enter from here?
Jiang Fei asked.
If we go in directly, you're dead.
Mingzi sneered. If they went in directly, the other end of the teleportation portal was the core of the sun in the 5 directions of heaven and earth. Once they entered, even a true immortal would be turned into ashes. Chapter 1922, Chapter 1920, Bloodline Verification.
What should I do then?
Jiang Fei asked.
Watch me.
Mingzi smiled. Then, a blue ball of light appeared in his hand again. Then, he swung his hand and sent the ball of light into the portal. The ball of light that Mingzi sent out for the second time was like a secret key to the door. After the ball of light was sent in, a faint blue light flashed through the portal. Although it did not look like anything else, it was different. However, the exit of the portal had changed. This time, the exit of the portal was no longer at the core of the sun. Instead, it was at the other end of the barrier, the territory of the dragon race.
All right, let's go in.
After activating the mechanism, Mingzi smiled and said to Jiang Fei and Emily Shang,
This is really strange. Isn't the viridescent white dragon race so powerful that they are fearless? Why are they so cautious?
Jiang Fei's heart was filled with doubt. After that, Mingzi was the first to enter the portal. Jiang Fei and Emily Shang followed him in.
Swoosh!
As a white light flashed, Jiang Fei and Emily Shang's eyes opened wide.
This is the dragon race's territory.
Mingzi smiled and said to Jiang Fei and Emily Shang,
Is that the planet where the dragon race lives?
Jiang Fei pointed at a small planet in the distance and asked. This planet seemed to be the satellite that Mingzi had mentioned earlier.
That's right. This is our home.
Mingzi laughed.
Then,
Before Jiang Fei could finish his sentence, he suddenly felt two powerful and suffocating auras rushing towards him at an extremely fast speed.
Someone is coming.
As soon as Jiang Fei finished his sentence, 2 streams of light appeared in front of him from afar.
Who dares to trespass into the sacred land of the dragons?
The person roared angrily. Jiang Fei immediately felt his chest tighten and almost choked on his own blood.
So powerful.
Jiang Fei could not help but raise his big finger when he saw how powerful this person was.
Old 7. What are you shouting for? It has been so many years. Can't you control yourself?
Mingzi spoke before Jiang Fei and the others could say anything.
You know me? Who are you?
The dragon man who was called Old 7 looked at Mingzi with a puzzled expression.
It has only been a short while since we last met. You have already forgotten about me. Who was the one who cleaned up your mess back then?
Mingzi pointed at Old 7 and scolded him with a smile.
Your second sister?
Old 7 widened his eyes and looked at Mingzi in disbelief.
Nonsense. Who else could it be other than me?
Mingzi rolled his eyes at Old 7 and said,
But second sister, aren't you?
Old 7 was a little speechless for a moment.
Am not dead. Right.
Mingzi said snappily. Old 7 was a little embarrassed and didn't say anything. But that was clearly what he meant.
Sigh. It's all sister's fault for being blind back then. That's why she ended up like this. But fortunately, that bastard deserved to die to the extreme. In order to torture me, he left me with all the remnant souls.
Mingzi said with a desolate expression.
Humph. I originally wanted to take revenge for sister. But those elders refused to let me.
Old 7 also had an indignant expression at this time.
Sigh. It's all in the past. Now, I just wish to be able to sleep in the dragon tomb,
said Mingzi. As a remnant soul, it was obviously impossible for her to be resurrected. Moreover, she would not be able to live for long. Being able to return to the dragon tomb to be buried was already her greatest wish.
Sigh.
Old 7 also sighed, although she felt sorry for her sister, who had always taken care of her when she was young. Mingzi's condition was no longer treatable. Sleeping in the dragon tomb was her best choice.
Oh right. Old 7. Go and find my father. I have something to tell him.
Mingzi did not want to be too entangled in her own matters. Her time was limited. She had to make arrangements for Jiang Fei first. After all, Jiang Fei, who had activated the Supreme Inheritance, was the hope of the blue-eyed white dragon clan.
Second sister, His Majesty the Dragon Emperor is currently in closed-door cultivation.
Old Seven said with a troubled expression.
What about my mother?
Mengza asked.
His Highness the Dragon Queen should be teaching the little ones.
Old Seven replied.
Then go and find my mother,
Mengza said.
Good.
Old Seven turned around and said to the person who came with him.
Howard, go and invite His Highness the Dragon Queen. Tell her that Princess Mengza has returned. Yes. Father.
That person nodded and turned around to leave.
Old Seven. You already have a son?
Mengza asked with a surprised expression.
Sister, you've been chased out of the Dragon Clan for tens of thousands of years. Isn't it normal for me to have a son?
Old Seven said with a speechless expression. Although the breeding of the green-eyed white dragon clan was a matter that caused people to worry. However, if tens of thousands of years were used to create small dragons, there would still be some gains.
Forget it. Let's not talk about this anymore.
Mengza waved her hand. When she talked about this, she felt very sad. If she had not been blind and insisted on leading the dragon race with Chang'e, perhaps she would have had many children and grandchildren by now.
Oh right. Second sister, why did you bring these two inferior races back here?
Seventh brother did not want Mengza to recall the unbearable past, so he changed the topic. Moreover, he was the guard in charge of patrolling the territory. When he saw the two outsiders, Jiang Fei and Mo Li Shang, he could not help but ask.
She is the current leader of the nine-headed python clan. Now, she wants to return to our green-eyed white dragon clan. So, I will bring her back first. Don't worry. I will not let her enter the core area,
Mengza explained.
Oh.
Seventh brother nodded. Then, he pointed at Jiang Fei and asked,
What about this? You're wrong about this one. He's not an outsider. He has our bloodline in his body. This time, he's here to acknowledge his ancestors,
said Mengza with a smile.
Him? Dragon? How is that possible?
Old Seven's eyes widened. He did not sense any dragon aura from Jiang Fei at all. How could he possibly believe that Jiang Fei was a dragon?
Ha ha. As an inspector, you should have an identification crystal on you. Right.
Mengza did not explain. He just reminded him a little.
Oh. Right.
Old Seven immediately reacted. In order to prevent outsiders from pretending to be dragon disciples and sneaking into this place, every inspector had an identification crystal on them. If this person did not have dragon blood on him, the crystal would call the police.
Don't be afraid. This thing won't hurt you,
said Old Seven as he pointed the crystal at Jiang Fei. Although he did not believe that Jiang Fei had dragon blood, he was still brought here by the Dream Swamp. Therefore, Old Seven still gave him some face.
Okay.
Jiang Fei nodded to indicate that he was ready.
Open!
As Old Seven shouted, the identification crystal emitted a blood-red light. The light immediately enveloped Jiang Fei.
Buzz!
Jiang Fei's body flashed with a faint red light that was almost unnoticeable. It resonated with the red light from the identification crystal.
See?
Mengza laughed.
The asterisk M. This bloodline is too thin. Where did he come from?
Old Seven asked with a puzzled look. Chapter 1923, Chapter 1921. Dragon Queen.
Ha ha. Of course you don't know where he came from,
Mengza said proudly. Although they were both green-eyed white dragons, she was a good student back then and could be considered to be well-read. Otherwise, she wouldn't have known about Yinglong.
Second sister, what's going on?
Old Seven asked with a blank look.
Hee. You won't know even if I tell you. When my mother comes, I'll tell you all together,
Mengza said with a smile.
All right then.
Old Seven nodded. Howard didn't let Mengza wait for long. He quickly found the Dragon Queen. When Howard told the Dragon Queen about the situation, the Dragon Queen rushed over without saying anything. Mengza was the Dragon Emperor and the Dragon Queen's most beloved daughter. When something happened to her, the Dragon Emperor and the Dragon Queen even wanted to massacre the entire world. However, just as they were about to send out their troops, a huge change occurred. That was why the Dragon Clan did not take revenge.
Mengza, my child, where are you?
Before the Dragon Queen arrived, her voice came from afar.
Mother, I'm here.
Mengza was very excited at this time.
Child.
The Dragon Queen was about to pull Mengza into her embrace. But unfortunately, Mengza was only left with a wisp of remnant soul, leaving the Dragon Queen empty-handed.
Mother, it's good to see you again,
Mengza said with red eyes. But unfortunately, she could no longer shed tears.
You've suffered. Child.
The Dragon Queen was already washing her face with tears, looking at this daughter who used to be alive and kicking. but now only had a wisp of remnant soul left. Her heart felt like it was being cut by a knife.
Mother, it's all in the past. Don't bring up those troublesome things anymore.
Mingzi forced a smile on his face.
Good, good, good.
The Dragon Queen also suppressed her tears. As a top-tier powerhouse, she naturally knew that her daughter could no longer be resurrected. She also knew that Mingzi's days were numbered. Therefore, she wanted her daughter to be happy in her last moments, and not think about those sad past events.
Oh right. Mother, I have something important to do this time.
Mingzi pointed at Jiang Fei and said, although she was very excited to see her mother. As the princess of the royal family, she knew what was important, and what was important. She was already a dead man. Therefore, she might as well use her last moments to help the dragon race.
This human?
The Dragon Queen was confused. The dragon race bloodline in Jiang Fei's body was too thin. Even a powerhouse at her level would not be able to sense it.
Old Seven. Show my mother,
said Mingzi to Old Seven.
Okay.
Old Seven nodded and took out the identification crystal again.
Swoosh.
A blood-red light appeared again. The same reaction appeared on Jiang Fei's body as before.
Dragon bloodline?
The Dragon Queen frowned when she saw it. After all, the green-eyed white dragon race in the 5 directions of the world had very strict restrictions. It was impossible for a dragon race member to reproduce with a human. Not to mention, it was impossible for them to produce a person with a weak bloodline like Jiang Fei.
Mother, guess whose descendant he is?
Mingzi asked with a smile.
He?
The Dragon Queen stared at Jiang Fei in deep thought. After a long while, her eyes suddenly lit up.
Little guy, you are not from the 5 directions. Are you? He. Mother is really knowledgeable.
Before Jiang Fei could say anything, Mingzi laughed and said. At the same time, she did not forget to glance at Old Seven.
Dragon Queen, Your Highness, how do you know that he is not from the 5 directions?
Old Seven looked at Jiang Fei vigilantly.
Hee. Mingzi, you can explain.
From Mingzi's reaction, the Dragon Queen had already confirmed her guess.
Humph. I told you to study more when you were young. Now, you're dumbfounded.
Mingzi rolled his eyes at Old Seven.
Second sister, Howard is here. Please save me some face.
Old Seven said with some embarrassment.
All right, let me explain it to you. In ancient times, there was a young genius in our green-eyed white dragon clan. His name was Ying Long.
Mingzi explained the whole thing again.
Those legendary figures actually rushed out of the 5 directions world.
Old Seven listened as if he was intoxicated. His son Howard was also fascinated by it.
Auntie, what is the outside world like?
Howard asked Mingzi curiously.
I don't know about that. You can ask him.
Mingzi pointed at Jiang Fei and smiled.
The things outside are very complicated. I'm afraid that I can't explain everything clearly.
Jiang Fei said.
Since you are a descendant of the Ying Dragon, you can be considered as a descendant of our green-eyed white dragon clan. Although your bloodline is a little weak, it is not a problem for you to acknowledge your ancestors,
said the Dragon Queen.
Thank you, Dragon Queen, for your kindness.
Jiang Fei immediately thanked the Dragon Queen when he received Mingzi's gaze.
Oh right. Mother, Jiang Fei has comprehended the supreme inheritance,
Mingzi added from the side.
What?
In an instant, the Dragon Queen, Old Seven, and Howard widened their eyes as if they had heard a fantasy.
He has comprehended the supreme inheritance,
Mingzi repeated again.
This is not the place to talk. Let's go to the Dragon Palace.
The Dragon Queen's expression suddenly changed. She then took Jiang Fei and the others and left.
Howard, take this leader of the 9-headed python tribe to rest first.
Before leaving, Seventh Brother instructed his son with Mo Li Shang's identity. It was obvious that he could not enter the Dragon Palace.
Yes, Father.
Howard nodded and left with Mo Li Shang. As the leader of the 9-headed python clan, it was already an honor for Mo Li Shang to be able to come to the Dragon Clan's territory. As for going to the Dragon Palace, she had never even dreamed of it. That was why she was taken away by Howard. She had no objections at all. Jiang Fei and the rest followed the Dragon Queen and soon arrived at the Dragon Palace. Although there was an outsider like Jiang Fei and the remnant soul of Dreamy Swamp, the Dragon Queen was in front of them. Therefore, the dragon guards did not dare to question her. Soon, Jiang Fei and the rest landed in a garden in the Dragon Palace.
Child, do you still remember this place?
The Dragon Queen asked Mingzi gently.
Yes, of course. I remember this place. I play and practice here every day.
Mingzi nodded. When she saw her old home, She could not help but feel a little emotional.
I have been keeping this place as it is so that you can come back one day,
said the Dragon Queen. Tears could not help but flow down her face. Now that her daughter was back, it was a pity that she did not have long to live.
Mother, let's talk about Jiang Fei first.
Mengzi did not want her mother to be too upset, so she took the initiative to change the topic.
That's good too.
The Dragon Queen nodded. Then, she led Jiang Fei and the others to a side hall.
Old 7. You go outside and keep an eye out. Outsiders are not allowed to enter.
After entering the side hall, the Dragon Queen instructed Old 7.
Yes.
Old 7 nodded and then went out to guard. Chapter 1924. Chapter 1922. The Dragon Queen's strange reaction.
All right, little one. Let's have a chat,
said the Dragon Queen as she smiled at Jiang Fei.
Your Highness, may I know what you wish to know?
Jiang Fei was very respectful, although he did not feel any pressure from the Dragon Queen, nor did he sense any powerful aura. In his heart, Jiang Fei knew that she was one of the strongest people he had ever met. She was even stronger than the giant steel scorpion. As a true immortal, Jiang Fei trusted his sixth sense very much, especially someone like the Dragon Queen. How could she be an ordinary person without any power?
I want to know everything about the outside world,
the Dragon Queen said very kindly.
The outside world? Huh?
Jiang Fei thought for a moment, and then began to tell the Dragon Queen and Mengzi about the outside world. In Jiang Fei's description, he did not lie about anything. He only chose not to tell them in detail about the players.
So, the outside world does not specialize in martial arts. Instead, it likes to create some strange mechanisms and tricks?
The Dragon Queen asked.
You can say that. In the outer universe, planets with spiritual energy manuals, like the 5 directions heaven and earth, are very rare. Most humans are not fated to cultivate them. Therefore, they can only rely on intelligence to develop tools to do things that humans cannot do,
Jiang Fei said.
But according to what you said, those battleships could actually pose a threat to cultivators. How is that possible?
The Dragon Queen still did not quite believe it. For true immortals,
even if these battleships could not defeat them, they could still run away. However, for martial artists below true immortals, the destructive power of these battleships would be terrifying.
Jiang Fei then described the firepower of the heavy cruiser and the main ship to the Dragon Queen. The heavy cruiser was indeed difficult to deal with for normal cultivators. Its powerful shield was not something that normal cultivators could break through with human strength. The main cannon of the battleship was also powerful enough to cause serious injury or even death to normal cultivators. However, to true immortal level experts, a cruiser was no threat at all. However, they were still unable to take on a battleship of the main ship level. However, just because they were unable to fight it head-on did not mean that true immortals would be killed. As long as they tore through space to escape, then the huge size of the main ship would make it impossible for them to warp and chase after them. However, when the cultivators faced the entire fleet, they were usually in a passive position. After all, the cultivators were humans, and they were not universe beasts. It was impossible for them to live and multiply endlessly in space. They needed a planet that was suitable for them to live on. And this was their weakness. When the fleet fought against the cultivators, it was like shooting an anti-aircraft gun at a mosquito. Even though they were powerful, it was difficult for them to do anything to the other party. However, it was not easy to defeat the cultivators, but for the fleet to destroy the planet, it could not be any simpler. There was a saying that one could run away from a monk but not a temple. If thousands of star-destroying bullets were fired, the entire star region would be destroyed. In that case, the cultivators would become stray dogs.
Therefore, it is still necessary for the fleet and the cultivators to work together in order to achieve the strongest combat power.
The Dragon Queen quickly accepted Jiang Fei's message. Cultivators alone could not protect their home. However, the fleet alone could not completely destroy the cultivators. Therefore, the best way was to combine the two. The cultivators would fight against the cultivators. The enemy's experts would be eliminated. The fleet would destroy the enemy's home.
That's true.
Jiang Fei nodded.
So, your purpose in coming to the 5 directions is to find an expert to help you?
The Dragon Queen laughed.
Hee hee. That's right.
Jiang Fei smiled. Since the Dragon Queen had seen through his thoughts, there was no need for him to hide it.
Very good. Very frank.
The Dragon Queen nodded with appreciation. Then, she asked,
Then, do you want to pull the dragon race into the battlefield? If the dragon race agrees, I do have such an idea.
Jiang Fei did not hide it. After all, Lying to someone at the Dragon Queen's level would have serious consequences.
Then, do you think we will agree?
The Dragon Queen asked calmly.
I don't think it's very likely,
Jiang Fei said.
Why? Why do you think so?
The Dragon Queen asked curiously.
Although I don't know much about the dragon race's strength, I have seen and heard about it along the way. With the dragon race's powerful strength, you guys can definitely easily rule the 5 directions of the world. However, you guys don't. Therefore,
I don't think the dragon race has any ambition,
Jiang Fei said.
Ha ha ha.
The Dragon Queen laughed very happily. Then, she asked Jiang Fei,
Didn't Mengzi tell you before? From the ancient times until the azure-eyed white dragon race retired, we have been ruling the 5 corners of the world. Then, why did the dragon race retire?
Jiang Fei asked curiously.
Hee. Let's not talk about this anymore. Can you show me the supreme inheritance?
The Dragon Queen suddenly changed the topic.
Sure.
Jiang Fei nodded. He had no right to say no to the Dragon Queen. Moreover, if he wanted to read the information about the chaotic space, he had to gain the Dragon Queen's trust.
Buzz,
as a silver light flashed between Jiang Fei's brows, the 10th dimension was opened. The moment the 10th dimension was opened, the Dragon Queen closed her eyes. She began to feel the attributes of the space carefully. However, because she had read the information about the chaotic space, therefore, the Dragon Queen did not use her spiritual power to investigate. After about 10 minutes, the Dragon Queen said to Jiang Fei,
All right, you can put it away now.
Okay. Jiang Fei nodded and closed the 10th dimension.
Mother, what do you think? Is it the chaotic space?
Mengzi immediately asked. If she made a mistake, it would be a huge loss of face.
That's right. This is the aura of the chaos realm.
The Dragon Queen nodded. At this moment, her eyes were filled with shock. Speaking of the supreme inheritance, the dragon race had not produced such a genius for tens of thousands of years. However, who would have thought that when the supreme inheritance appeared again, it would actually possess a fellow whose bloodline was so thin that it was negligible?
Sigh.
The Dragon Queen sighed and said to Mengzi,
Let 7th brother arrange a place for him first. I have something to discuss with your father. But isn't father in closed-door cultivation?
Mengzi asked.
Even if he's in closed-door cultivation, he has to come out.
The Dragon Queen's left hand could not help but clench into a fist because the excitement in her heart was almost impossible to hide.
Yes. Okay. I will arrange for Jiang Fei to come out.
Mengzi nodded obediently. She also hoped that her father could come out of closed-door cultivation as soon as possible. After all, it was possible for such an expert to enter closed-door cultivation for tens or even hundreds of years. However, in Mengzi's situation, she was afraid that she would not be able to live for tens of years. Therefore, she also hoped to see her father again before she fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 1925, Chapter 1923.
Prophecy.
On the other side, Mengzi and Old Seven had arranged for Jiang Fei to rest. However, the Dragon Queen did not stop running to the secret chamber of the Dragon Palace. This secret chamber was built at the bottom of the Dragon Palace. It was hundreds of meters deep from the ground. This place was filled with traps. It could be said that it was absolutely safe. Moreover, under the effect of the ancient formation, the density of the spiritual energy in this place was almost condensed into droplets. Such a good training environment was naturally not something that just anyone could have. Only the Dragon Emperor was qualified to practice here. Even the Dragon Queen was not allowed to enter easily. However, today was different. The Dragon Queen had a good reason to enter this place because she needed to see the Dragon Emperor immediately.
Why are you here?
In the secret chamber, the Dragon Emperor did not transform into a human form. Instead, he took the form of a green-eyed white dragon and occupied the secret chamber. It was different from the giant dragons that Jiang Fei had seen in the game before. The green-eyed white dragon was more like a divine dragon from China. A hump head, antlers, rabbit eyes, bull ears, snake body, fish scales, eagle claws. All of these were no different from the divine dragons that were recorded in China. Your Majesty, it has come true,
the Dragon Queen said excitedly as soon as she entered the secret chamber. When she was outside, she had tried her best to suppress her emotions. Now, she could finally release them.
What prophecy?
The Dragon Emperor asked in confusion.
Prophecy! The prophecy has come true,
the Dragon Queen said.
Prophecy? Which prophecy?
For a moment, the Dragon Emperor still couldn't react.
The prophecy about the future of the Dragon Clan,
the Dragon Queen said excitedly.
Future? Could it be that he has come?
The Dragon Emperor's huge head suddenly lifted up, and his originally narrowed eyes also widened.
That's right. He has come.
The Dragon Queen nodded.
How is it? Have you confirmed it?
The Dragon Emperor asked.
I have confirmed it. The thin bloodline. The supreme inheritance. They are all exactly the same as the prophecy.
The Dragon Queen said.
The
Dragon Emperor nodded, and then pondered for a moment before saying,
This matter is of great importance. Don't tell anyone yet. Of course. Those guys are restless. I didn't tell anyone about this.
The Dragon Queen said.
How is Zaire?
The Dragon Emperor's voice softened.
Not too good. Only a remnant soul.
The Dragon Queen said, and her mood sank.
Sigh. This is fate. But you don't have to be sad. Zaire is a person with great luck. Since Zaire was chosen to be the guide, she won't die so easily.
The Dragon Emperor comforted.
Yeah. If it wasn't for this prophecy, we wouldn't have let Zaire and that damned human leave back then.
At this point, self-blame welled up in the Dragon Queen's heart. She had the opportunity to stop Ming's tragedy, but because of a prophecy, she and the Dragon Emperor chose to let it go.
Sigh. This is all fate. As the chosen one, Zaire must go through these tribulations.
The Dragon Emperor sighed as well. Although everything was for the future of the Dragon Clan, his heart was also very uncomfortable after his daughter had suffered so much.
Then do you want to see him now?
The Dragon Queen asked.
No rush. It's not convenient for me to show my face for the time being. It's better for you to take charge of everything. When those people make a fuss, he'll show my face again.
The Dragon Emperor said after thinking for a moment.
All right then.
The Dragon Queen nodded.
Next, you arrange for him to go to the Dragon Pool Pavilion to study. After a while, you'll hand those things over to him.
The Dragon Emperor instructed.
I understand.
The Dragon Queen nodded.
All right. I have to continue practicing. Now is the critical moment. I can't relax.
The Dragon Emperor said.
Be careful when you practice.
The Dragon Queen reminded him again before coming out of the secret room. Jiang Fei stayed in a warm pavilion in the Dragon Emperor's palace under Ming's arrangements. This place was not far from the Water Moon Pavilion where Mingza lived. After settling Jiang Fei down, Mingza naturally made use of all the time he had to reunite with his parents. Although the Dragon Emperor could not come out of his closed-door cultivation for the time being, Mingza was very happy to be able to spend more time with his mother.
It's been hard on you, my son.
As soon as she saw Mingza, the Dragon Queen's tears fell, although she knew that her daughter would not die so easily. Seeing Ming's miserable state, the Dragon Queen's heart was still very sad.
It's okay, mother. Let's talk about something happy,
Mingza said with a smile. She had already moved on. Anyway, she was already like this. Even if she was sad, she would die. Even if she was happy, she would die. In that case, she might as well spend her last moments happily.
Good.
The Dragon Queen nodded, although she could not tell her daughter the whole story yet. Seeing her again made the Dragon Queen feel a lot better. After some family gossip, Mingza and the Dragon Queen finally talked about Jiang Fei.
Mother, what do you plan to do with Jiang Fei?
Mingza asked curiously.
His current strength is nothing in the dragon race. It's even more impossible for him to pass the trial. So, I plan to send him to the Dragon Breeding Hall first, so that he can learn together with Howard and the others,
the Dragon Queen said. This was also the result of her discussion with the Dragon Emperor. Although the Dragon Emperor said that Jiang Fei would enter the Dragon Pool Pavilion, the problem was that Jiang Fei's current knowledge of the dragon race was too little. He did not even know the language of the green-eyed white dragon race. If he were to send him directly into the Dragon Pool Pavilion, he would also be blind. Therefore, it was better to start from the basics.
That's good too,
Mingza also agreed, although she was only left with a wisp of her soul. At her peak, with Jiang Fei's strength, a single fight would not be enough for her. On the other hand, Mingza and the Dragon Queen chatted for the entire night. The mother and daughter, who had been separated for a long time, had a lot to talk about. It was not until the next morning that she got up and left. After all, Jiang Fei still needed someone to greet him.
Hey! Jiang Fei! Are you up yet?
Mingza shouted outside the warm pavilion.
I'm up.
Jiang Fei was a cultivator after all. He did not have that much sleep. After opening the door, Mingza entered the warm pavilion. Then, she said to Jiang Fei,
My mother plans to let you and Howard go to the Dragon Nurturing Hall to study together. Dragon Nurturing Hall?
Jiang Fei did not know what kind of organization this was.
As the name suggests, this is where the young dragons learn,
said Munza.
But didn't you say that you would show me the information about the chaotic space?
Jiang Fei asked. After all, this information was his main purpose in coming to the dragon race.
TSK! Can you understand it now? How many dragon race characters do you know?
Munza rolled his eyes.
Jiang
Fei was instantly rendered speechless by the question.
Just go and read your books. You also know that things like martial arts require a lot of effort to understand. After being translated by others, the content will often deviate. However, if something like martial arts deviates, it could result in chi deviation or death.
Munza was also telling the truth. There will always be inaccuracies in translation. Not to mention having someone who has never been to the 10th dimension to translate the records. Chapter 1926. Chapter 1924 Return to the classroom.
Sigh. All right.
Jiang Fei also understood that the method of reading the translated text was not reliable. Therefore, although learning it was more time-consuming, it was the only way. Fortunately, Jiang Fei's brain had been developed. Therefore, he learned everything very quickly. Not only did he have a photographic memory, but his comprehension ability was also very strong. He could quickly digest and absorb the things that he remembered.
All right. I'll get Howard to pick you up in a while. When the time comes, the two of you can take care of each other in class,
said Munza.
Okay.
Jiang Fei nodded.
Oh, right.
Suddenly, Munza seemed to have remembered something. She suddenly looked out of the door vigilantly. Then, she lowered her voice and said to Jiang Fei,
when you're studying, you might encounter those little dragon whelps who make things difficult for you. After all, you know that your bloodline is too weak. Yes, I know.
Jiang Fei nodded. Exclusion was a common disease of almost all races, not to mention the dragon race, which was a high and mighty race.
However, there is one thing that my mother told me to tell you. Do not reveal your supreme inheritance in front of others,
said Munza.
Why?
Jiang Fei asked curiously.
The dragon race is not united. Many people do not respect my father.
Although Munza did not say much, Jiang Fei understood what was going on. Although he was still young, however, he had experienced many things. This kind of power struggle was not rare in any intelligent race. Therefore, after Jiang Fei obtained the supreme inheritance, although it was very important to the dragon race, in the eyes of some high-ranking people, the future of the dragon race was not important. His position in the dragon race was the most important. This was not the first time in the history of China. Many people, in order to become the emperor of a country, would not hesitate to submit to the foreign countries. They would even acknowledge the leader of the foreign countries as their father and cede their territory, in order to become the leader of the country.
Then, didn't Howard and the others already know?
Jiang Fei asked.
Don't worry about Old Seven and his father. Old Seven is the son of my imperial uncle. My imperial uncle died in battle in the early years. He was raised by my imperial father. He is like a brother and sister to me. He has already told Howard about it. He will not say anything more,
said Munza.
Okay, that's good.
Jiang Fei nodded.
Knock, knock, knock.
At that moment, Jiang Fei heard someone knocking on the door.
Who is it?
Jiang Fei asked.
Mr. Jiang, I am Qin Hao. The Dragon Queen has ordered me to take you to school.
Howard's voice came from outside the door.
Okay.
Jiang Fei replied and opened the door.
Second aunt is here too.
Qin Hao bowed to Meng Zhe.
Yes. Mother has asked me to explain something to him. Are you going to school so early?
Meng Zhe asked.
Yes. I don't want to be slapped again.
Qin Hao shrugged. Although he was a member of the royal family, he was no different from other dragons in the dragon nurturing hall. He would be punished even if he made a mistake.
Then, I won't hold you up any longer. Hurry up and leave,
said Meng Zhe with a smile.
All right. Second aunt. We'll be leaving first.
Qin Hao was very respectful to Meng Zhe. Then, he said to Jiang Fei,
Mr. Jiang, let's leave quickly. All right.
Jiang Fei nodded and followed Qin Hao out of the warm pavilion.
Mr. Jiang, I heard from father that you came from somewhere else.
On the way to school, Qin Hao asked.
Yes.
Jiang Fei nodded and smiled.
Then, Mr. Jiang, what is the outside world like?
Qin Hao asked again.
The outside world. It's hard to say.
Jiang Fei then briefly told Qin Hao about the outside world. Since Mengzi said that Qin Hao and his son were quite reliable, there was no need for him to hide such insignificant information.
I really want to go. Mr. Jiang, do you have a way to return to the outside world?
After all, Qin Hao was still young. He yearned for the unknown and adventure. Therefore, he was very eager for the world that Jiang Fei described.
Go back. I'm afraid that the Dragon Emperor and the Dragon Queen will have to agree to it,
Jiang Fei said with a smile. However, he did not say it out loud. He still left a glimmer of hope for Qin Hao.
So there's no hope.
Qin Hao pursed his lips. The Dragon Emperor was very conservative. It was unlikely that he would agree to let the little dragons travel to the outside world.
Oh right. Why do you always call me Mr. Jiang? That's so strange.
Jiang Fei smiled and said,
You're my second aunt's equal. Normally, I would have to call you uncle. However, you're too young. I can't call you that.
Qin Hao said a little embarrassedly.
Ha ha. You don't have to worry about them. We're talking about us. You can just call me by my name.
Jiang Fei laughed. He did not expect Qin Hao to be such a good boy. He actually knew how to be polite.
It's too impolite to call you by your name. I'll just call you Big Brother.
Although Qin Hao's actual age was hundreds of years older than Jiang Fei, in his human form, he looked like he was only 15 or 16 years old. He was slightly younger than Jiang Fei.
All right.
Jiang Fei smiled. He would definitely not mind having a younger brother like Qin Hao. Although Qin Hao was still underage. As a member of the viridescent White Dragon clan, he was definitely at the true immortal level. In fact, he was quite strong among the true immortals. The two of them chatted and laughed along the way. Soon, they arrived outside the dragon nurturing hall.
Big Brother, be careful later. There are a few people in there that are not to be trifled with. If you can't beat them, call me,
Qin Hao said to Jiang Fei.
Okay. Remind me when you meet them later.
Jiang Fei nodded. Then, the two of them walked into the dragon breeding hall. The dragon breeding hall was not very big. It only had a few rooms and a training field the size of a football field. Other than that, there was nothing else. At this time, there were already many people in one room. These were the little dragons that were teaching in the dragon education hall. Although they had transformed into human forms, Jiang Fei could still sense a powerful aura from these people.
Good God! There are a total of 19 people. Only one of them is in the tribulation stage. The rest are all true immortals.
Jiang Fei silently sensed for a moment, but did not take the initiative to investigate. After all, taking the initiative to investigate would easily infuriate others. In the dragon breeding hall, which was used to educate young dragons, other than one young dragon, who was too young to undergo the tribulation, the rest were all above true immortals. This was really an eye-opener for Jiang Fei. However, there were only 19 young dragons in the large green-eyed white dragon race. This made Jiang Fei sigh with emotion. The heavens were indeed fair. The stronger the race, the lower the breeding ability.
Let's go in,
Jiang Fei said after taking a deep breath. From today onwards, he had to resume his student career.
Okay.
Qin Hao followed behind Jiang Fei. It seemed that he really regarded Jiang Fei as his big brother. Chapter 1927, Chapter 1925. The complicated dragon language. As soon as he entered the dragon breeder hall, Jiang Fei heard a sharp voice.
Hey! Who are you? Why haven't I seen you before?
Jiang Fei turned his head to look. The person who spoke was leaning against the door frame. One of his shoulders was leaning against the door frame. His right hand was playing with a small dagger. Occasionally, he would use the dagger to scrape his nails. When he was talking to Jiang Fei, he did not even raise his head.
I'm new here,
Jiang Fei said with a smile.
New? I've never heard of a new recruit. Where are you from?
Kid, why don't you have any dragon aura?
On the other side, a short and fat kid asked with a puzzled look.
The guy leaning against the door is called Tuxian, the grandson of the fourth elder's family. This kid is not to be trifled with.
Qin Hao whispered into Jiang Fei's ear. Then, he glanced at the short and fat kid and said to Jiang Fei.
His name is Modu, the son of a job-seeking general. His strength is average. He is not bad. Qin Hao. Do you know him?
Tuxian glanced at Qin Hao and asked.
Yes. He was appointed by the Dragon Queen to enter the school. His name is Jiang Fei,
said Qin Hao.
Appointed by the Dragon Queen? Even if it was appointed by the Dragon Queen, our green-eyed white dragon clan can allow outsiders to come as they please. Moreover, this is the breeding dragon hall.
Tuxian said sarcastically.
It seems that the fourth elder is not on good terms with the dragon emperor.
Jiang Fei secretly memorized this piece of information.
He is not an outsider. He also has the bloodline of the green-eyed white dragon clan. However, it is slightly diluted,
said Qin Hao.
He also has the bloodline of our clan.
2Xian was stunned. He initially thought that he had something on Jiang Fei. He did not expect that Jiang Fei was also a dragon.
Yes. My father tested it with the identification crystal. The purity of the bloodline is 1/100,000.
Qin Hao did not hide this because when his teacher came, Jiang Fei would also have to be tested.
1/100,000? What kind of dragon is this?
2Xian rolled his eyes.
Even if there is a trace, it counts. This is the rule set by the ancestors.
Qin Hao said loudly.
You?
2Xian was speechless by Qin Hao because this was the ancestral teachings of the viridescent white dragon clan. Because individuals were too powerful, the viridescent white dragon clan's ability to reproduce was low. Therefore, since the ancient times, the viridescent white dragon clan had allowed the existence of mixed blood, even if it was mixed blood. However, as long as it was a descendant of the viridescent white dragon clan, they would admit that this guy was a member of the dragon clan. However, the powerful viridescent dragons were arrogant. It was difficult for them to look down on other races. After all, in their eyes, the other races were all inferior races. They would not even bother to associate with them, let alone marry them. Moreover, there was another point. It was even more difficult to produce offspring in a cross-race marriage. Moreover, the probability of such offspring being sterile was very high. Therefore, although the viridescent dragons admitted that they were hybrids, it was not common to see real hybrids. As for a 1 in 100,000 hybrid like Jiang Fei, they had never even thought about it.
Quiet. Quiet. The teacher is here.
At this moment, someone shouted. In an instant, the entire school became quiet. Even 2Xian, who had always been arrogant, obediently returned to his seat. One had to know that the Dragon Breeding Hall did not care about status. Even when the Crown Prince of the Dragon Emperor clan was in school, the teachers would beat and punish him as they wished. Therefore, in the Dragon Breeding Hall, the teachers had absolute authority. These little dragons did not dare to act rashly. At this moment, Jiang Fei was also pulled by Qin Hao to sit down. He waited quietly for the teacher to arrive. Not long after, footsteps were heard. Soon, a middle-aged man appeared in the classroom.
Greetings, teacher.
All the dragons immediately stood up and bowed to the middle-aged man.
Okay.
The middle-aged man nodded. The dragons then stood up and returned to their seats.
This is Teacher Yu Ting. He mainly talks about literature and history and the principles of martial arts.
Qin Hao whispered into Jiang Fei's ear.
Qin Hao, there's no need for you to say anything.
Yu Ting glared at him. Qin Hao immediately sat up straight and did not dare to say anything more.
You are Jiang Fei,
right? Yu Ting looked at Jiang Fei and asked.
Yes. Greetings, teacher.
Jiang Fei bowed.
Come up and do a test first.
Yu Ting said.
Yes.
Jiang Fei stood up and left the table. He came in front of Yu Ting.
Buzz.
It was still the identification crystal. Jiang Fei had seen this thing a few times. This time, the identification result was the same. Although Jiang Fei's bloodline was very weak, there was still a trace of it.
Hee. It's a little less. But there is still a bit of a shadow.
Yu Ting smiled slightly and said to Jiang Fei.
Sit down first. You can understand as much as you want. He'll fill you in on the basics later.
Thank you,
teacher.
Jiang Fei was still good at respecting his teacher.
Okay.
Yu Ting nodded and gestured for Jiang Fei to sit down. Then, he began his lecture. The content of Yu Ting's lecture today was still some historical knowledge of the 5 directions heaven and earth. However, the content of his lecture was not quite the same as the information that Jiang Fei had read before because he spoke too early. At that time, the human race and the beast race had not yet flourished. The historical materials were almost non-existent. Jiang Fei listened to these historical stories with great interest. However, he could not understand the words that Yu Ting would occasionally write on the blackboard. Jiang Fei was actually very curious about the blackboard of the Dragon Education Hall. It was a huge stone tablet. When Yu Ting wrote, he would directly use his spiritual power to activate it. He would be able to leave himself on the stone tablet. When he dispersed his spiritual power, the handwriting would automatically disappear. About 2 hours later, Yu Ting's lesson ended. The other dragons swarmed out, and all went out to relax. They were having a great time outside. On the other hand, Jiang Fei was left behind by Yu Ting.
How much do you know about the dragon race?
Yu Ting asked. I don't know anything about it. Jiang Fei said a little awkwardly. Sigh. I knew it. The Dragon Queen really knows how to find work for me. Yu Ting sighed and took out a scroll. Come on. This is the dragon race's language. There are a total of 120,000 of them. Yu Ting spread the scroll in front of Jiang Fei. This scroll was very magical. It was just like the technological products of the outside world. The words on it were actually displayed dynamically. 120,000. Jiang Fei stuck out his tongue. This was really a type of complicated language. The number of it was even more than Jiang Fei's mother tongue. Fortunately, most of the 120,000 dragon race's words were not commonly used words. This could reduce some of Jiang Fei's learning intensity. After that, Yu Ting began to explain the meaning of the words to Jiang Fei word by word. After that, Jiang Fei's brain began to work rapidly. Not only did he need to memorize these words, he also had to remember the words and sentences formed by the relevant words. In addition, the written grammar of the dragons was very complicated, so even Jiang Fei could not learn it easily. Don't worry. These basic knowledge are learned slowly. Normally, small dragons need 100 years to learn these things. Although Yu Ting was trying to comfort Jiang Fei, however, there was an invisible pressure on him. After all, Jiang Fei did not want to waste 100 years here. Chapter 1928, Chapter 1926. Although the dragon race's language was extremely complicated and the related grammar was extremely obscure, Jiang Fei's developed brain quickly showed its value. He quickly found a pattern in the grammar. His strong memory also helped him remember the meaning of the words he had been taught. Although it was impossible for Jiang Fei to learn all these things in a day, it would not take too long. You are much smarter than I thought. In the end, even Yu Ting had to admit that Jiang Fei's learning ability was really too strong. Hee hee. Thank you for the compliment. Teacher. Jiang Fei smiled embarrassedly. Yu Ting did not give Jiang Fei a special lesson for too long. After all, he still had to continue with the class. This time, the content of his lecture was more important the principles of the dragon race's bloodline martial skills. The green-eyed white dragon race paid the most attention to the inheritance of bloodline, because a lot of their knowledge and information were passed down through the bloodline. Bloodline martial arts was the most important part. These martial arts could only be activated if one possessed the green-eyed white dragon bloodline. Yu Ting continued to lecture above. The little dragons below were also listening attentively. After all, this was the guide that they would rely on in the future. If they could not learn it well, it would delay their lives. Although Jiang Fei did not understand much at the moment, he was frantically memorizing everything that Yu Ting had said. This was all thanks to his powerful memory. If it was someone else, it was likely that they would not be able to remember so much. 2 hours later, the cultural class for the day was over. Yu Ting told Jiang Fei to look for him after class and then left. Jiang Fei and the rest needed to be taught by another teacher in the martial arts practice field in the afternoon. Newcomer, let's spar in the afternoon. 2Xian sneered at Jiang Fei. 2Xian, come at me if you dare. Qin Hao stood in front of Jiang Fei. Hee hee. Qin Hao, you really forgot about the pain after the scar healed. It seems that my being on you is too light. 2Xian sneered. His strength was one of the best among the little dragons. Therefore, Qin Hao was not his opponent. It's okay. I can handle it myself. Jiang Fei smiled at Qin Hao. Jiang Fei was very touched that he was able to protect him like this. However, as a man, he already had enough strength now. He did not want to hide behind others anymore. Big brother. He's very difficult to deal with, Qin Hao said with some worry. Although he could not beat 2Xian, the difference between the two was not too big. Although he was at a disadvantage, he would not be injured too badly. However, Jiang Fei was different. His bloodline was too thin, and he did not know any bloodline martial skills. If he fought with 2Xian, he would probably suffer a great loss. Don't worry. I know what to do. Jiang Fei smiled. Alright then. With no other choice, 2Xian could only step aside. After all, his strength was limited. There was no way he could defeat 2Xian. Kid, don't run away this afternoon. 2Xian provoked Jiang Fei. Hee hee. You too. Jiang Fei smiled from beginning to end. Although the Dragon Queen had told him not to use the 10th dimension, Jiang Fei still had a huge amount of mental strength to use. It was not to the extent that he could not deal with these little dragons. Of course, if Jiang Fei were to face those adult blue-eyed white dragons, he would be in big trouble. Even if he were to use the 10th dimension, he would at most have a few more life-saving chips. It would be wishful thinking if he wanted to defeat them. At noon, Jiang Fei and Qin Hao ate something casually. The food of the dragon race was not as delicious as Jiang Fei had imagined. On the contrary, judging from the human's appetite, the food of the dragon race should be classified as bad. Time passed in a flash. It was time for the afternoon class. The little dragons gathered in the martial arts practice field and waited for their teacher to arrive. Very good. This time, no one is late. Soon, a short and fat guy came to the martial arts practice field. This guy really let down the attributes of his dragon race. His body was already beyond description. He was less than 5 feet tall. He was 3.5 feet tall. This is the martial arts teacher. His name is Pai Gang. Qin Hao whispered in Jiang Fei's ear. He really lives up to his name. Big leather tank. Really solid. Jiang Fei laughed in his heart. At that moment, Pai Gang had already walked into the martial arts practice field. He said to the group of dragons, I have already passed the bloodline martial skill. Dragon Shadow Splitting Soul. To everyone last time. I wonder how everyone is doing. Dot. The group of dragons looked at each other. No one dared to reply. After all, the difficulty of this move was still very high. The dragons would not be able to master it in a day. Forget it. I knew that you guys would be lazy when you go back. Let's practice in pairs. Let me see how far you guys have reached. Pai Gang sighed and said, Yes. The dragons nodded one after another. Then, 2Xian went to look for Jiang Fei. Come on, newbies. Let's have a few moves. 2Xian said with a cold smile. Are there any rules? Jiang Fei asked Qin Hao. No. Qin Hao shook his head. Although the dragons were detached from the world, they were ultimately born as ferocious beasts. Although they did not admit it, they still had some special skills that belonged to the beasts. For example, this martial arts demonstration. If it was a human teaching, then they would have to use the moves that their teacher had taught them previously. However, among the dragons and ferocious beasts, they did not restrict this. Their goal was to win. That's good. Jiang Fei smiled. He was best at spiritual power. Therefore, if he was not a match, he could still use his spiritual power to turn the tables. Let's begin. 2Xian stood in front of Jiang Fei. You first. Jiang Fei said as he activated the Eye of the Violet. Although he said that he did not care, he was very careful in his heart. As the saying went, one should look down on the enemy strategically and pay attention to the enemy tactically. Swish! Tu Xin's eyes turned blue. It was obvious that he had also activated his Eye of Violet. It was because of this that Jiang Fei was believed to have inherited the power of the blue-eyed white dragon, even though his eyes were not blue. Then, I will not stand on ceremony. After activating his Eye of Violet, 2Xian did not say a word and directly rushed towards Jiang Fei's face with a punch. Through the violet eye, Jiang Fei had already seen Tu Xin's energy regulation. He knew that this punch of his was ferocious and could not be taken on head-on. Therefore, he dodged Tu Xin's attack and took advantage of the fact that Tu Xin's attack was old. He wanted to attack his armpit. Brat, you are too young. 2Xian laughed coldly. Then, his body twisted into an extremely strange angle. At the same time that he dodged Jiang Fei's attack, he activated the Dragon Shadow Soul Breaker. Be careful! Qin Hao, who knew the power of Dragon Shadow Soul Rend, shouted. However, it was already too late to stop him. At that moment, Jiang Fei felt his body tense up. A dangerous aura suddenly approached him. For a powerhouse, the warning of a sixth sense could not be ignored. Chapter 1929, Chapter 1972, Bloodline Martial Skill that cannot be practiced. Not good! Jiang Fei immediately turned around when he sensed danger. He saw the energy in Tu Xin's body surging. Under the Eye of the Violet, Jiang Fei could clearly see that the energy in Tu Xin's body was circulating in a strange circuit. As the energy circulated, the dragon blood in his body began to boil. Although in Jiang Fei's vision, the energy in Tu Xin's body was circulating as if it was moving in slow motion. This was only the special effect of the Eye of the Violet. In fact, Tu Xin's attack had only taken an instant. Boom! A white dragon shadow shot out from Tu Xin's palm and flew straight toward Jiang Fei's chest and face. Oh no! Although Jiang Fei could clearly see the white dragon charging toward him, the slowdown effect of the Eye of the Violet was only a perception effect. It allowed Jiang Fei to clearly see the opponent's movement and not really slow down time. Therefore, he could see clearly, but he could not avoid it. Boom! The white dragon hit Jiang Fei right in the chest. Big brother! Qin Hao shouted and was about to pounce on Jiang Fei. Hold on! Pai Gang pulled Qin Hao back. He had already noticed the battle on Jiang Fei's side. After all, Jiang Fei was personally arranged by the Dragon Queen. It was impossible for him not to pay attention to it. But Qin Hao was very anxious. This Dragon Shadow Soul Rending was not an ordinary martial skill. It was the bloodline martial skill of the viridescent White Dragon clan. This move was very powerful. Not only did it contain the unique Dragon Breath attack of the Dragon clan, it could also cause powerful damage to mental strength. Therefore, an ordinary person would almost certainly die after being hit by it. Moreover, Jiang Fei was not a member of the viridescent White Dragon clan. In Qin Hao's opinion, Jiang Fei's 1/100,000 th bloodline was negligible. He could not inherit the powerful physical body of the Dragon clan. Just the dragon's breath alone was enough to heavily injure him. Moreover, the terrifying mental strength attack could even kill him. Puff! Sure enough, Jiang Fei spat out a mouthful of blood after being hit by the Dragon Shadow soul-splitting attack. His face was also flushed red. Phew! Jiang Fei took a deep breath. Although he looked like he was in a sorry state, he was not seriously injured. The killer move of the Dragon Shadow Soul Breaker was a spiritual attack. Jiang Fei was best at spiritual power. Therefore, Tu Xin's move was aimed at Jiang Fei's strongest point. If an adult blue-eyed white dragon used this move, Jiang Fei might not be able to handle it. However, no matter how arrogant Tu Xian was, he was still a young dragon. Therefore, his spiritual power was not that terrifying. After this move hit Jiang Fei, it did not break through his spiritual power seal. Although the spiritual attack did not have any effect on Jiang Fei, the Dragon Breath attack made Jiang Fei suffer. Fortunately, Jiang Fei was not an ordinary person, although he had too little dragon bloodline in his body. As a result, his physical strength could not be compared to Qin Hao, Tu Xian, and the others. However, Jiang Fei was lucky enough to have received the scorpion milk from the steel giant scorpion, which greatly strengthened his physical body. Although the steel giant scorpion's intelligence could not be compared to the viridescent white dragon, in terms of energy strength, both parties were of the same level. Therefore, after receiving the scorpion milk, Jiang Fei, who had received the dragon's breath attack, although it was as if he had been hit in the chest by a sledgehammer, it was not to the point where his bones and tendons were hurt. Moreover, even though Jiang Fei was slightly injured, he was not at a disadvantage. Tu Xian had just used this move right in front of Jiang Fei's eyes. It was just in time for Jiang Fei to activate the Eye of the Violet. Therefore, Jiang Fei had seen the energy flow path and the activation method of this move. He remembered it in his heart. How is this possible? Tu Xian was puzzled when he saw Jiang Fei only spit out a mouthful of blood. In his opinion, even if this move did not take Jiang Fei's life, it would still leave him heavily injured and on the verge of death. How could it cause such a small amount of damage? You should try this move of mine too. Jiang Fei tiptoed forward. While Tu Xian was still in a daze, he also used the Dragon Shadow Soul Rending skill on him. The moment Jiang Fei activated the Dragon Shadow Soul Rending skill, he felt something in his body being triggered. Then, a white dragon shot out from Jiang Fei's palm and went straight for Tu Xin's face. Unfortunately, the white dragon shot out from Jiang Fei's palm was too small. It could be considered a compliment if it was called a loach. At most, it could be considered an earthworm. TSK! What a disgrace! Tu Xian laughed coldly. Then, he waved his hand and scattered the little dragon. Just as Tu Xian was about to attack again, Pai Gang, who was standing beside him, said, "Stop!" Upon hearing Pai Gang's words, Tu Xian immediately stood aside obediently. After all, the teachers of the Dragon Breeder Hall had supreme authority. In the Dragon Breeder Hall, even the Dragon Emperor could not interfere with their education. Therefore, if the little dragons dared to disobey, they would not care who your father was. They would beat them up without fail. What's going on? Jiang Fei was a little dumbfounded. His little dragon was too embarrassing. Its power was not enough to tickle others. Idiot! With your bloodline purity, what can you do even if you learned a bloodline martial skill? Tu Xian sneered. I see. Jiang Fei did not mind Tu Xin's taunt. After all, Tu Xian had objectively pointed out the problem for him. F***CK? Is this bloodline martial skill so deceptive? Does it still have to depend on the purity of the bloodline? Jiang Fei was speechless. When he saw Tu Xian use this skill, he was extremely excited. After all, the power of this martial skill was much stronger than the martial skill that Jiang Fei had obtained from the 4 great clans. You guys go practice with each other. Jiang Fei, Come with me,
Pai Gang said to Jiang Fei. When Jiang Fei had used the Dragon Shadow Soul Rend earlier, he had indeed been shocked. Of course, Pai Gang was only shocked because of Jiang Fei's learning speed. He had only taken a glance at Tu Xin's martial skill, and he had already learned this move. What kind of talent was this? It would not be an exaggeration to say that it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Pai Gang had expected the power of Jiang Fei's move. After all, when the Dragon Queen arranged for Jiang Fei to go to school, she had already told Pai Gang and Yu Ting about it. They also knew how thin Jiang Fei's bloodline was. Bloodline martial skills could only be performed by the blood of the green-eyed white dragon clan. Even if outsiders learned it, it would be useless. Therefore, Jiang Fei was able to master bloodline martial arts. On the other hand, it proved that he was indeed a member of the dragon clan. However, this bit of bloodline was too weak.
Teacher!
Jiang Fei and Pai Gang came to a quiet corner.
Jiang Fei, don't be discouraged. Although the strength of your bloodline cannot be changed, resulting in the bloodline martial arts not being fated with you, I still have many common martial arts. The Dragon Queen asked me to teach you,
Pai Gang said to Jiang Fei.
Thank you, teacher.
Jiang Fei bowed to Pai Gang. Although the bloodline martial skill was extremely powerful, his dragon bloodline was only 1/100,000. Forcefully practicing it would not have any good results. Therefore, if he were to learn a common martial skill, it was also a good choice. Chapter 1930, Chapter 1928, Deadly Strike. For the next few days, Jiang Fei went to school with Qin Hao and studied hard in the Dragon Breeder Hall. Because of the Dragon Queen's instructions, both Yu Ting and Pai Gang gave Jiang Fei special training. One of them taught Jiang Fei the dragon race's written language and the principles of the bloodline martial skill, while the other taught Jiang Fei the general martial skill. With his highly developed brain, Jiang Fei had been absorbing all kinds of knowledge crazily for the past few days, especially the dragon race's written language and the principles of the bloodline martial skill that Yu Ting had taught him. Jiang Fei worked even harder. After only 5 days, Jiang Fei had already grasped the basics of the dragon race's written language. Although he still could not read the profound things, the basic daily application was no longer a problem. Moreover, Jiang Fei had his own unique understanding of bloodline martial skills. In his opinion, the bloodline martial skills of the viridescent white dragon clan were more like a special martial skill that required a unique catalyst to activate. The bloodline of the viridescent white dragon clan was such a catalyst. Under the effect of this catalyst, moves that were originally very ordinary and were not even as good as common martial skills would be turned into magic and show amazing power. Of course, this catalyst was not effective on all martial arts techniques. It could only catalyze certain martial arts techniques. These martial arts techniques became the bloodline martial arts techniques of the green-eyed white dragon. After understanding the principle, Jiang Fei finally understood why he could not practice the bloodline martial arts techniques. However, although he knew the reason, he could not change this reality. After all, his bloodline was already like this. It was impossible to change it anymore. Therefore, when Jiang Fei was learning the universal martial skill from Pai Gang, he became even more hardworking. He knew that the power of the universal martial skill was definitely not as powerful as the bloodline martial skill. In order to not be at a disadvantage in front of someone like Tu Xin, in order to pass the so-called trial, Jiang Fei had to seize every opportunity to strengthen his own strength. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 days had passed. Jiang Fei's strength was steadily increasing. After all, although those common martial arts techniques were not comparable to bloodline martial arts techniques, they were still the accumulated wisdom of the viridescent white dragon clan over hundreds of thousands of years. Compared to human martial arts techniques, it could be said that they were much more powerful. Because the viridescent white dragon clan was not a single elemental race, they also had many branches. For example, Qin Hao's branch was of the fire attribute, while Tu Xin's branch was of the metal attribute. As for the Dragon Emperor and the Dragon Queen, they had stronger Yang and Yin attributes. Therefore, when Pai Gang was teaching Jiang Fei, he was not limited to a single attribute. Although he was of the water attribute, as the teacher of the Dragon Breeder Hall, Pai Gang was also very knowledgeable. Although he could not practice many other types of martial arts techniques, however, he still understood the principles. Therefore, he taught them all to Jiang Fei. After Jiang Fei learned these universal martial skills, he even modified them. He fused these martial skills and turned them into dual attribute, or even 3 attribute fusion skills. This greatly increased the power of these martial skills. Some of the 3 attribute fusion skills were even as powerful as the dragon race's bloodline martial skills. On this day, Jiang Fei came to the Dragon Breeder Hall alone. Because Qin Hao was on duty today, he had to go to the territory with his father. Therefore, Jiang Fei could only go to the Dragon Breeder Hall alone. Fortunately, Jiang Fei had already lived in the Dragon Clan for more than 10 days. The Dragon Breeding Hall was a familiar place to him, so he did not mind. However, after school that day, when Jiang Fei was about to return to the Dragon Palace, a black shadow blocked his way.
Kid, we are not done yet.
A cold voice was heard. Although the other party had used a tool to hide his aura, Jiang Fei could still guess the other party's identity to Xian. Although Jiang Fei had suffered a small loss in the battle that day, Xian clearly did not intend to let Jiang Fei go just like that. In his opinion, Jiang Fei was trash that did not deserve to stay in the Dragon Clan. Moreover, he lived in the Dragon Emperor's palace. He must have a close relationship with the Dragon Emperor's faction. As the fourth elder of the Dragon Clan, Tu Xin's grandfather was not on good terms with the Dragon Emperor. Therefore, Xian had too many reasons to find trouble with Jiang Fei.
Xian, are you done?
Jiang Fei asked impatiently.
Brat, you actually recognize me.
Xian was stunned.
Is it difficult to recognize you?
Jiang Fei could not be bothered to argue with Xian. In his opinion, now that Tu Xin's identity had been exposed, it was impossible for her to harm him again. Otherwise, it would not be easy for him to explain the matter to others.
Humph. Then, don't blame me for not being able to tolerate you.
What Jiang Fei did not expect was, this Xian was actually so ruthless. After revealing his identity, not only did he not retreat, he even chose to take the risk and kill Jiang Fei to silence him.
You actually want to kill me?
Jiang Fei frowned. He could feel a clear killing intent from Tu Xin's body. In fact, in Jiang Fei's opinion, although he and Xian were a little unhappy, it was not to the point of life and death. At most, it was just a little unhappy between the two classmates. However, Tu Xin's killing intent had awakened Jiang Fei. This was not an ordinary school. The dragon race still followed the law of the jungle. The current Jiang Fei was no longer the kid who had just emerged from the ivory tower. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he had killed someone. Therefore, when Jiang Fei sensed Tu Xin's killing intent, in Jiang Fei's heart, he had already sentenced this kid to death. Although Jiang Fei had never admitted that he was a bad person, he was no longer a soft-hearted person after he had fused with the Dark Soul. When faced with someone who wanted to kill him, he would definitely not let him live until tomorrow. At this moment, Jiang Fei and Xian were both filled with killing intent towards each other. The two of them had nothing to say. Xian charged forward, and the two of them began to fight. Previously, due to the presence of Pai Gang in the Dragon Nurturing Hall's martial arts practice field, Xian did not use his full strength to unleash his killer move. As the fourth elder's direct grandson, he definitely had more than one Dragon Shadow soul-rending skill. He did not use any other killer moves that were more powerful. After all, everyone had seen him kill Jiang Fei on purpose. Even if he had his grandfather as his guarantor, the Dragon Emperor would not forgive him. However, things were different now. This was a place that he had carefully chosen. No one would come. Therefore, Xian, who was determined to kill Jiang Fei, had nothing to worry about. Facing Xian, who was going all out, Jiang Fei was no longer the same as the Amon from 10 days ago. At this time, not only did he have many Dragon Race martial arts skills, he had also created many Dragon Race fusion skills. Using these fusion skills, although he was still suppressed by Xian, he was still able to fight back.
Kid, I didn't expect you to learn so quickly. But a bastard like you will never understand the power of a bloodline martial skill.
Xian roared. Then, he was ready to use his own ultimate skill. His grandfather's unique secret 10,000 blade execution to end Jiang Fei's life. Sensing the soaring killing intent of Xian, Jiang Fei instantly felt his scalp tingle. His sixth sense told him that if Xian used this move, he would definitely die. Chapter 1931, Chapter 1929. 10,000 blade execution was the fourth elder's secret manual. However, it had its merits. After this move was unleashed, Tu Xin's spirit and energy were all gathered together. He was silent on the spot. His eyes were slightly closed, as if he was stunned. However, under Jiang Fei's violet eyes, tens of sharp blades had condensed around Xian. These sharp blades were invisible. If Jiang Fei had not activated the violet eyes, he would not have noticed it at all. After all, Xian was only an underage dragon. If the fourth elder had personally activated this skill, he would have been able to condense tens of thousands of blades. Moreover, it was these invisible sharp blades. They would only appear when they attacked the enemy. There was no trace of them before that. Facing tens of thousands of undetectable sharp blade attacks, even a top-tier powerhouse with an extremely strong sixth sense would not be able to dodge all of them. However, facing so many attacks head-on, unless one's strength was much higher than a spellcaster's, otherwise, you would not be able to defend yourself at all. Whoosh 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 whoosh. All of a sudden, the sharp blades were activated at the same time and charged straight at Jiang Fei. Meanwhile, Tu Xin's body was filled with killing intent.
F***CK! Do you really think that I don't dare to kill you?
Having felt Tu Xin's determination to kill him, Jiang Fei did not hold back anymore. There was no one around, although it was suitable for Tu Xian to attack. It was also a good place for Jiang Fei to kill her to silence her. Whoosh! The 10th dimension opened up. Jiang Fei did not waste any time and instantly enveloped Tu Xian. After carrying Tu Xian into the 10th dimension, the invisible blades in the outside world disappeared because they lost control. At this time, Tu Xian was brought into the 10th dimension with Jiang Fei.
This is impossible!
Once he entered the 10th dimension, Tu Xian panicked, although he did not know that this was the legendary chaotic space. He had experienced it firsthand when his body was confined and his spiritual power was unable to be unleashed.
Humph! Kid! Now! Do you know what it means to bring trouble upon yourself?
Jiang Fei sneered. His spiritual power was transmitted into Tu Xin's mind. He could clearly feel Tu Xin's fear.
Who the hell are you?
Tu Xin's spiritual power was very unstable. Clearly, he was terrified.
Who am I? I am Jiang Fei.
Jiang Fei laughed.
You are definitely not a dragon. What is your purpose in infiltrating the dragon race?
Tu Xian tried to break free. Unfortunately, Jiang Fei did not seal him. It was because time had stopped in the 10th dimension. Therefore, he could not activate the spiritual power in his body. Naturally, he could not break free.
Whether I am a dragon or not, the Dragon Queen knows best. You do not have to worry about that.
Jiang Fei laughed coldly. Then, he used his spiritual power to hit Tu Xian with a heavy blow.
Ah!
Tu Xian screamed and fainted on the spot. Although he was a member of the dragon race, he was still underage. Therefore, his mind power reserves were still far from Jiang Fei's. After he knocked Tu Xian unconscious, Jiang Fei came out of the 10th dimension. After all, it was not a good place to stay for long. It was better for him to leave as soon as possible. On the other hand, Jiang Fei returned to the warm pavilion in the Dragon Palace. However, the fourth elder's side was very lively. If Jiang Fei kept Tu Xian into the 10th dimension, it would mean that he had cut off all contact with the outside world. In that case, his natal stone had been extinguished because he could not detect Tu Xin's aura. Once Tu Xin's natal stone was destroyed, the fourth elder's faction was in an uproar. After all, this was the territory of the dragon race. As the fourth elder, he was not only superior to one person, but also a prominent figure in the dragon race. Otherwise, he would not have dared to go against the dragon emperor. However, the fourth elder's most beloved grandson had been killed, just like that. How could he remain calm? Therefore, the fourth elder activated all of his powers. A large group of people searched the dragon race's territory in a thorough manner, hoping to find any traces of Tu Xian. Unfortunately, Jiang Fei's 10th dimension was directly isolated from the main universe. Even if the fourth elder could calculate it, it was impossible for him to find the whereabouts of his grandson. Although he could not find Tu Xin's whereabouts, the fourth elder's men had received a piece of news from Tu Xin's men. It was that Tu Xian had a grudge against Jiang Fei. It seemed that she wanted to take revenge on Jiang Fei. After learning of this clue, the fourth elder immediately set his eyes on Jiang Fei. However, Jiang Fei was the Dragon Emperor's man. If he did not have real evidence, it would not be good for him to capture Jiang Fei. However, although the fourth elder did not dare to arrest Jiang Fei, it was not a problem for him to bring people to confront Jiang Fei. However, not everyone could enter the Dragon Emperor's palace. Even the fourth elder would not be able to do anything if he barged into the Dragon Emperor's palace. He would also be in big trouble. Therefore, after working hard for the entire night, the fourth elder arrived outside the Dragon Emperor's palace before Jiang Fei went to school the next day.
Fourth elder, what brings you to the Dragon King's palace so early in the morning?
Seventh elder was the commander of the Dragon King's palace's guards. So naturally, he was the one to ask.
I have something to see the Dragon Queen.
Although the fourth elder wished that he could capture Jiang Fei and interrogate him, he still had to follow the proper etiquette.
May I ask what it is that you wish to see the Dragon Queen? Fourth elder?
Asked seventh elder.
Last night, my grandson, 2Xian, went missing for no apparent reason. At the same time, his natal stone was also extinguished. I suspect that there was a spy among the dragon race that caused my grandson's death,
said the fourth elder.
Oh, 2Xian went missing?
Old Seven was stunned. He did not expect such a thing to happen.
Therefore, I have to trouble you to find a job. General.
The fourth elder tried his best to suppress his emotions. In his opinion, the culprit who murdered his grandson was Jiang Fei. Moreover, the Dragon Emperor and the Dragon Queen were also involved. Perhaps they were the ones who brought Jiang Fei here to deal with him. Therefore, he secretly made up his mind to kill Jiang Fei. Moreover, if he could get hold of the Dragon Emperor and his wife, he might even be able to impeach the Dragon Emperor. He would remove them from the supreme throne of the dragon race.
I will go and report it now.
The seventh elder bowed to the fourth elder. Then, he turned around and entered the Dragon Emperor's palace.
What? That old ghost's grandson is dead?
The Dragon Queen was also stunned when she received the news.
Old Seven, do you think what that old guy said is true?
Mingzi asked from the side. She had been with her mother for the past few days.
It seems to be true. Fourth elder's eyes are red. And he seems to be in a hurry.
Old Seven replied.
Humph. It's best if he dies. After all, his family is not good.
Mingzi muttered.
Sire, you can't say such things casually. If others hear it, they will think that we did it.
The Dragon Queen glared at Mingzi. Then, she asked Old Seven.
What do you think? I think fourth elder is suspecting Jiang Fei. After all, he is the only one who came from the outside. Fourth elder kept saying that the dragon race has a spy. That clearly means that he is referring to Jiang Fei.
Old Seven analyzed. Chapter 1932, Chapter 1930 Confrontation.
Jiang Fei?
The Dragon Queen was stunned. Then, she looked at Mingzi and asked,
Do you think he did it? It's hard to say.
Mingzi began to think. After a moment, she said to the Dragon Queen,
Based on Jiang Fei's character, he would most likely do something like this. However, the problem is that he is no match for 2Xian. Hee. On the surface, Jiang Fei is indeed no match for 2Xian. However, don't forget that he is the one who has obtained the supreme inheritance.
The Dragon Queen smiled.
Supreme inheritance?
Mingzi was enlightened by the Dragon Queen's words. After that, she immediately confirmed.
Then, he is most likely the one who did this. Hee. This kid is really a troublemaker.
The Dragon Queen smiled. However, she did not seem to have any intention of blaming Jiang Fei. Firstly, the fourth elder's faction was not on good terms with the Dragon Emperor. By causing trouble for them, they were helping the Dragon Emperor's faction to vent their anger. Secondly, because Jiang Fei had obtained the supreme inheritance and it was related to the prophecy. His identity was extremely special. The Dragon Emperor and the Dragon Queen were willing to protect him.
Your Highness, what should we do?
Seventh brother asked. After all, the fourth elder was still waiting outside the Dragon Emperor's palace.
Sire, call Jiang Fei over first.
The Dragon Queen ordered. She had to give Jiang Fei some instructions in advance. Otherwise, if Jiang Fei were to spill the beans during the confrontation later, it would be difficult for her to handle it. Although she and the Dragon Emperor were the supreme rulers of the dragon race, the fourth elder's faction was not weak either. Therefore, they could not be unreasonable. They could only rely on their power to oppress others. Otherwise, other factions would also retaliate.
All right.
Mingzi nodded and turned around to leave the hall. Not long after, Mingzi arrived outside Jiang Fei's warm pavilion. At this time, Jiang Fei had just packed his things and was ready to head to the dragon nurturing hall to attend classes.
Jiang Fei, did you get into trouble again?
Mingzi asked as soon as they met. Although the Dragon Queen had already made up her mind to protect Jiang Fei, Mingzi had decided to scare Jiang Fei a little. Otherwise, this kid was always up to no good. The Dragon Emperor and the Dragon Queen would be tired of cleaning up his mess.
Get into trouble? No.
Jiang Fei pretended as if nothing had happened. After all, Tu Xin's identity was not ordinary. It was not a small matter that he had captured 2Xian.
All right. The fourth elder has come to find you. Stop pretending.
Dreamy rolled her eyes and said,
The fourth elder has come to find you? Why?
Jiang Fei continued to act dumb.
Why don't you know?
Dreamy looked at Jiang Fei. However, when she saw Jiang Fei's confused look, she knew that Jiang Fei was determined to act dumb. Therefore, she had no choice but to open her mouth and say,
2 Xian has gone missing. Furthermore, his natal stone has also been destroyed. The 4th elder suspects that it was you. So he came to confront you. Why do you want to confront me? It wasn't me who did it,
Jiang Fei said innocently.
You know very well whether it was you who did it or not.
Mingzi rolled her eyes at Jiang Fei. She did not continue to tangle with him on this issue. She looked at Jiang Fei very seriously. Then, she said to him,
I don't care if you did it or not. You just have to say that you don't know. Do you understand? My mother will take care of the rest for you. I really don't know,
Jiang Fei said with an innocent look.
Yes, that's the attitude.
Mingzi nodded in satisfaction. Then, she led Jiang Fei in the direction of the main hall. Not long after, Jiang Fei followed Mingzi to the main hall.
Greetings, Your Highness Dragon Queen.
Jiang Fei went forward and bowed.
Little fellow, I heard that you have been working very hard in the dragon nurturing hall these few days.
After the Dragon Queen saw Jiang Fei, she did not ask about 2 Xian because she believed that Mingzi had already told Jiang Fei about it.
Hee. Little fellow, your strength is weak and your bloodline is thin. If you want to establish yourself in the dragon race, you will have to rely on more sweat.
Jiang Fei laughed.
You have perseverance.
The Dragon Queen smiled. Then, she asked Jiang Fei,
Have you told Zaire what you should have said? Princess Mingzi only told me a few things that she did not want to do. I did not understand much, and I do not know what happened.
Jiang Fei replied.
Very good.
The Dragon Queen nodded in satisfaction. Then, she said to the 7th elder,
4th elder, please. Yes.
The 7th elder bowed to the Dragon Queen before turning around to leave the palace. After the 7th elder left, Jiang Fei said to the Dragon Queen,
Kid, I'll go wait in the palace first. Okay.
The Dragon Queen nodded. If Jiang Fei was in the palace when the 4th elder came up, people would know that they were colluding with each other. What if Jiang Fei was declared to be in the palace by the Empress? Although the 4th elder knew that they were colluding, at least he was able to keep up appearances. Not long after, the 4th elder and the others followed Old 7 to the hall.
Greetings, Your Highness Dragon Queen. Greetings, Princess Mingzi.
The 4th elder bowed to the Dragon Queen.
Yes, 4th elder. There's no need to be so polite.
The Dragon Queen nodded.
4th elder. Long time no see.
Mingzi bowed slightly in return.
4th elder. May I know why you are here?
The Dragon Queen asked slowly.
Your Highness, my grandson, 2 Xian, went missing for no reason yesterday. After that, his natal stone was extinguished. I suspect that there is a spy in the Dragon Clan. He is the one who secretly harmed my grandson.
4th elder said loudly.
A spy?
The Dragon Queen glanced at Old 7 and said,
Job-seeking general. 4th elder said that there is a spy in the Dragon Clan's territory. Do you accept this impeachment? Dragon Queen. That's impossible.
Old 7 naturally wouldn't take the blame. As a job-seeking general, his duty was to patrol the territory in case someone sneaked in. Now, 4th elder was pointing at his nose and calling him incompetent. So after answering the Dragon Queen's question, Old 7 immediately said to 4th elder,
4th elder, although your position is much higher than mine, you have to use evidence to accuse me of impeachment. Although your grandson is missing, and I sympathize with him, but I can't bear your accusation.
7th elder was a trusted aide of the Dragon Emperor. Although he was polite to 4th elder, his words were also sarcastic.
I have no intention of impeaching the general. The spy that I am talking about entered the dragon race openly.
4th elder said as he looked deeply at Mingzi.
4th elder, why are you looking at me? Do you think that I am a spy?
Mingzi laughed coldly. There were some things that her parents could not say, but she did not have any taboos. At most, she would just let her mother scold her.
Of course, I would not dare to do that. However, the person you brought with you, Your Highness, might not be.
4th elder said with a cold smile. Jiang Fei's thin bloodline itself was an attack point. At this time, he had already thought of an excuse to deal with Jiang Fei.
Nonsense! Jiang Fei is also a descendant of the dragon race. This point has been proven. Do you have any evidence to prove that he is a spy?
Mingzi pointed at 4th elder's nose and shouted.
Sire, don't be rude to the 4th elder.
Although the Dragon Queen scolded her daughter, she was very happy when she saw Mingzi pointing at the 4th elder's nose.
Chapter 1933. Chapter 1931 denied it. Your Highness, I can understand how you feel about protecting your friend. But other than him, all the other members of our Dragon Clan are well-informed Dragon Clan disciples. Could they be murderers? Fourth Elder questioned Ming Zhe. Who knows if 2Xian is dead or not? Maybe this is your trap. Ming Zhe snorted coldly. Hee hee. Your Highness, if you don't believe me and say that I'm lying, then can this life stone be faked as well? Fourth Elder said as he took out a gray stone and threw it on the table. Hiss! When the gray stone was thrown on the table, everyone present sucked in a breath of cold air. This was because this stone was the dragon race's life stone, and Tu Xin's badge was carved on it. Sigh! The Dragon Queen sighed. When the natal stone was extinguished, it meant that a member of the dragon race had died. Although the blue-eyed white dragon race was extremely powerful, there were very few people, even if the Fourth Elder's faction was not on good terms with her. However, when she saw her own race die, the Dragon Queen sighed. Your Highness, do you believe me now? Although the Fourth Elder was talking to Mingze, everyone knew that he was asking the Dragon Queen. Old Seven, go and call Jiang Fei over. At this point, the Dragon Queen naturally could not stop him. Therefore, she said to Old Seven, Yes, Your Highness. Old Seven nodded and turned to leave. How is it? Is it my turn? Jiang Fei asked when he saw Old Seven coming down. Wait a moment. Old Seven waved his hand. Since it was a trap, he had to make it look more realistic. If Jiang Fei immediately came up when they said Jiang Fei, wouldn't they be telling the Fourth Elder? Was Jiang Fei waiting for him in the palace? After about 10 minutes, Old Seven said to Jiang Fei, Let's go! Follow me to the palace. Okay. Jiang Fei smiled. He had already colluded with the Dragon Queen. This was just a formality in front of the Fourth Elder. Naturally, he had nothing to worry about. Not long after, Jiang Fei and Old Seven arrived at the palace. Dragon Queen. Your Highness, I have brought Jiang Fei, said Old Seven. Okay. The Dragon Queen nodded and gestured for Old Seven to leave. Greetings, Dragon Queen. Your Highness, Princess. Jiang Fei bowed again. Okay. The Dragon Queen nodded and said to Jiang Fei, Something happened to the dragon race last night. Do you know? Something happened? What happened? Jiang Fei acted as if it was real. The Fourth Elder's grandson, 2Xian, is dead. Haven't you heard? The Dragon Queen asked seriously. 2Xian? How did he die? We were in class together yesterday. Could it be that he contracted some strange disease? Jiang Fei continued to talk. Kid, you're still putting on airs. My grandson was clearly killed by you. The Fourth Elder saw Jiang Fei coming up. His eyes were red. Although 2Xian was not his favorite grandson, there were very few people in the Dragon Clan. It was even less of a problem if he was assigned to a different clan. Coupled with Tu Xin's death, it was no different from slapping his old face. Therefore, the Fourth Elder was furious. Who is this old man? Jiang Fei pretended to be stupid. This is the Fourth Elder of the Dragon race. Today, he accused you of murdering his grandson. 2Xian, said the Dragon Queen. How is that possible? I have no grudge against 2Xian. Why would I kill him? Moreover, 2Xian is so powerful. I can't even defeat him. How could I possibly kill him? Jiang Fei said innocently. Kid, you don't have to quibble anymore. No outsiders have ever come to our dragon race. This time, when you came, my grandson died. Other than you, no one else could have done it. The Fourth Elder insisted that 2Xian was killed by Jiang Fei. In fact, it did not matter to the Fourth Elder who killed 2Xian. In his opinion, Tu Xin's death was definitely related to the Dragon Emperor and his wife. Now that he had no evidence, he could not drag the Dragon Emperor and his wife down with him. Therefore, he admitted that it was Jiang Fei who had done this. His goal was to kill Jiang Fei and take revenge on the Dragon Emperor and his wife. After all, Jiang Fei was one of them. Hee hee. What you're saying is that I'm new here. So I killed him. Do you have any evidence? Can you think of a better reason to frame me? Jiang Fei relied on the Dragon Queen's support. Therefore, he was not afraid of the Fourth Elder at all. Humph. In the dragon race, my words are evidence. If I say it's you, it's you. The Fourth Elder had already thrown away his old face. He wanted to kill Jiang Fei to take revenge on the Dragon Emperor and his wife. There was another reason why he dared to be so impudent today. That was because the Dragon Emperor was in closed-door cultivation. Right now, there was only the Dragon Queen. He was certain that the Dragon Queen would not fall out with him just because of a mere Jiang Fei. However, the fourth elder had miscalculated. Jiang Fei had a supreme inheritance. The Dragon Queen would really fall out with the fourth elder just for him. Moreover, since the Dragon Queen had already set up a trap, how could she let him break it just by being a scoundrel?
I say, who dares to speak such big words?
Suddenly, a deep voice sounded in the hall.
Oh no!
The fourth elder was shocked. He was very familiar with this voice. This was the Dragon Emperor's voice. He dared to act shamelessly with the Dragon Queen today because the Dragon Emperor was in closed-door cultivation. He could not intervene in this matter for the time being. However, who would have thought that the Dragon Emperor would actually come out of closed-door cultivation? In fact, the Dragon Emperor had already come out of closed-door cultivation. The last time the Dragon Queen went to look for him, he had decided to give up on this closed-door cultivation. However, the Dragon Emperor did not want to meet Jiang Fei so early, so he asked the Dragon Queen to come out and deal with it. However, now, the fourth elder actually used his absence to pressure the Dragon Queen. The Dragon Emperor could not stand it anymore. As a man
who could stand by and watch his wife being bullied. Therefore, the Dragon Emperor walked up to the front desk with an angry face.
Your Majesty!
Although the fourth elder was not on good terms with the Dragon Emperor, he still had to bow when he saw the Dragon Emperor.
Fourth elder, your strength has improved a lot recently. Why don't we spar?
The Dragon Emperor asked with a sneer.
Your Majesty, you must be joking. My strength has not improved for 3,000 years.
The fourth elder knew that the Dragon Emperor was reprimanding him for his arrogant words. If his strength had not increased, how could he dare to speak to the Dragon Queen in such a manner? However, the problem was that the fourth elder did not have any ability to resist the Dragon Emperor. Even if the Dragon Emperor did not kill him, he would not be able to escape this beating. Therefore, how could he dare to agree to such a spar?
Humph! Since you don't have the strength, you'd better be careful when you speak. I don't even dare to say such big words. You'd better restrain yourself from now on,
the Dragon Emperor said with a gloomy face.
Your Majesty, the fourth elder was also overly sad because of the death of his grandson. I hope your Majesty will not take it to heart.
At this time, the Dragon Queen opened her mouth to plead for mercy. Although she and the Dragon Emperor were a couple. However, the fourth elder's faction was quite powerful in the Dragon clan. It would not look good if the two sides fell out. So they tried to mediate the situation in the middle.
I hope your Majesty will not take offense.
At this time, although the fourth elder was extremely resentful, he was stronger than the others. He could only pinch his nose and endure it. Chapter 1934, Chapter 1932. Lucky Star.
Alright. Let's forget about today's matter. You can leave now.
The Dragon Emperor nodded.
But my grandson.
The fourth elder was about to say something else. However, Mengzi, who was standing beside him, seized the opportunity to question him.
You have no evidence at all. Yet, you want to frame Jiang Fei. Do you think that you are the one who can control the entire dragon race?
The fourth elder broke out in cold sweat. It was not that he was afraid of Mengzi, but Mengzi's words were too harsh. If the fourth elder could convict Jiang Fei without any evidence, then wouldn't the Dragon Emperor, who was more powerful than him, be able to convict him without any evidence? When he thought of this, the fourth elder shivered. He knew that he had crossed the line. He could not set a precedent for breaking the rules. Otherwise, the Dragon Emperor, who was more powerful, would play better. At that time, his family would not have a good ending. The reason why the fourth elder could go against the Dragon Emperor was that the Dragon Emperor could not find any evidence against him. Therefore, no matter how unhappy he was with him, he could not blame him. Therefore, in order to maintain this delicate balance, the fourth elder could only give up his previous plan today.
Okay, you can push him away.
The Dragon Emperor waved his hand. He could not do anything to the fourth elder anyway. It would be an eyesore if he was left in the hall.
Yes, Your Majesty. I will take my leave now.
The fourth elder was too embarrassed to stay here and be humiliated. Therefore, he turned around and left the palace. However, he did not stay idle after he left. The old man immediately led his men to search for Tu Xin's whereabouts and search for any traces of Jiang Fei. After the fourth elder left, the Dragon Queen introduced Jiang Fei to the Dragon Emperor.
This is Jiang Fei. Hee. Not bad. Not bad.
The Dragon Emperor looked at Jiang Fei and nodded.
Your Majesty, the Dragon Emperor.
Jiang Fei quickly went forward and bowed.
With such a thin bloodline, To be able to cultivate to such a level in such a short period of time. You can indeed be called a genius.
The Dragon Emperor praised Jiang Fei.
Your Majesty is overpraising me. I only had a fortuitous encounter.
Jiang Fei said humbly.
You don't have to be so humble. The Dragon Queen has already told me about you. Let's forget about today's matter. However, I hope that such a thing will not happen again in the future.
The Dragon Emperor warned Jiang Fei. Although he could forgive Jiang Fei for killing 2 Xian, the dragon race had a small population. He did not want Jiang Fei to kill all the little dragons.
Your Majesty, I am a peace-loving person,
said Jiang Fei with a smile. He still did not admit that he had anything to do with Tu Xin's matter.
All right. Let's just let this matter pass.
The Dragon Queen smiled and stopped the topic.
That's good too.
The Dragon Emperor nodded. When he saw that Jiang Fei refused to admit that he had anything to do with 2 Xian, he decided not to ask. After all, he did not intend to punish Jiang Fei. It was a good thing that Jiang Fei kept his mouth shut.
Oh right. Jiang Fei, how have you been learning in the Dragon Breeder Hall?
The Dragon Queen asked.
Both of your teachers have been very diligent in teaching me. I have also been practicing hard. However, the training of the bloodline martial skills has not been satisfactory.
Jiang Fei answered truthfully.
Bloodline martial skills.
The Dragon Queen sighed. Jiang Fei's bloodline was too thin. There was no way to change that. Therefore, he was destined to have no fate with the dragon race's bloodline martial skills.
Although the power of your bloodline martial skills will be lower when you use them, I still suggest that you master these skills,
the Dragon Emperor suddenly said.
Age? But father, Jiang Fei's bloodline is too thin. Isn't it a waste of time for him to practice these bloodline martial skills?
Mengzi asked, puzzled.
His bloodline is indeed thin. However, it does not necessarily require his blood to activate the bloodline martial skills.
The Dragon Emperor gave Jiang Fei a knowing look.
Not using his own bloodline?
Mengzi was stunned. She did not quite understand what the Dragon Emperor meant.
In any case, the bloodline is only a catalyst to activate the bloodline martial skill. It doesn't matter if he uses his own bloodline or someone else's,
the Dragon Emperor said with a smile.
But Jiang Fei doesn't even have his own bloodline. Where would he find someone else?
Mengzi was even more confused.
He knows.
The Dragon Emperor smiled.
Thank you for your guidance, Your Majesty.
Of course, Jiang Fei understood what the Dragon Emperor meant. Although he never admitted that he had anything to do with Tu Xin's matter. Everyone knew. Who did not know that he had killed 2 Xian? However, the 4th elder did not have any evidence. They had no idea where 2 Xian had gone. To them, 2 Xian was either dead or alive. However, to the Dragon Emperor and the others, they knew about Jiang Fei's chaotic space. Therefore, they could easily guess Tu Xin's whereabouts. Since they knew that 2 Xian was in Jiang Fei's hands, and the Dragon Emperor did not want to punish Jiang Fei, the best way was to make the best use of everything. However, this was also based on the Dragon Emperor's belief that 2 Xian was already dead. If he knew that Tushi was still alive, he might have asked Jiang Fei to let him live. However, the Dragon Emperor's intention was very clear now. Jiang Fei might face many difficulties in the upcoming trial quest. The strength of the bloodline martial skills would undoubtedly help him overcome the difficulties. Moreover, Jiang Fei could not use these bloodline martial skills because his bloodline was thin. Therefore, collecting Tu Xin's blood as a catalyst was a good choice. However, to Jiang Fei, the Dragon Emperor's words were a wake-up call. Jiang Fei's train of thought was much broader than the Dragon Emperor's. After all, the Dragon Emperor was a person of the 5 directions. His train of thought was limited to this world of martial arts. However, in Jiang Fei's world, technology had brought him another train of thought. Jiang Fei could not practice the bloodline martial skills because the dragon race's bloodline was weak. How did the blood come about? It was made from blood-producing stem cells. Where did the blood-producing stem cells come from? Bone marrow. So, what if he wanted to obtain a pure dragon race bloodline? A bone marrow transplant. The Dragon Emperor's original intention was for Jiang Fei to use Tu Xin's blood to make some disposable items. Then, he would use these items to activate the bloodline martial arts. Although this would achieve the goal of allowing Jiang Fei to use the bloodline martial arts. However, the number of times he could use the bloodline martial skill was limited. However, under the inspiration of the Dragon Emperor, Jiang Fei came up with a solution to the problem of having a weak bloodline. This way, he could learn the dragon race's bloodline martial skill to his heart's content.
2Xian. I did not expect you to be my lucky star.
Jiang Fei smiled in his heart. He did not expect this little brat to actually help him solve his biggest problem. After that, Jiang Fei chatted with the Dragon Emperor and the others for a while. In the end, the Dragon Emperor instructed him to study hard and then left. As for the prophecy, he did not mention it to Jiang Fei because at that moment, Jiang Fei, he was still too weak to complete the prophecy. In the next few days, Jiang Fei returned to the Dragon Breeding Hall to attend school. However, this time, the Dragon Emperor and the Dragon Queen were extra careful. In order to prevent the fourth elder from harming Jiang Fei, the Dragon Queen arranged for Old Seven to pick him up along the way. Moreover, Jiang Fei had Mingza accompany him to school. This way, whether it was in terms of strength or status, Jiang Fei had powerful bodyguards by his side. Chapter 1935, Chapter 1933. The complete recipe.
Jiang Fei. These guys seem to be very afraid of you.
As Jiang Fei was afraid of the fourth elder's revenge. When Jiang Fei went back to school, Mingza was also by his side. Jiang Fei shrugged. The reason why these little dragons were afraid of him was because the news of Tu Xin's disappearance had spread. These guys were just like the fourth elder. They all believed that he was the one who killed 2Xian. In fact, it was not difficult to guess. In the entire dragon territory, Jiang Fei was the only outsider. Moreover, 2Xian had a grudge with Jiang Fei. Before he went to intercept Jiang Fei, he had told his two underlings what he was going to do. After that, 2Xian was nowhere to be found. Even his life stone had been extinguished. Anyone who saw this would know that Jiang Fei was involved. However, the problem was that Jiang Fei had done it cleanly. The fourth elder and his people could not find any evidence. The Dragon Emperor had also deliberately protected Jiang Fei. Therefore, even if everyone knew that Jiang Fei had killed 2Xian, they could not convict him. Looking at the fear in the Dragon Breeder Hall's little dragon eyes, Jiang Fei smiled faintly in his heart. He did not care about this. Although the Dream Swamp had promised that Jiang Fei would become the leader of the dragon race as long as he passed the trial, Jiang Fei was not a fool. How could he believe such words? Based on Jiang Fei's current understanding of the situation, the entire dragon race was complicated. Even the Dragon Emperor could not hold his word in the dragon race. As an outsider, how could he become the leader of the dragon race with the supreme inheritance? This was only a lie to a 3-year-old child. Therefore, in Jiang Fei's eyes, the dragon race actually had little to do with him. It would be best if he could kidnap 1 or 2 of them to help him fight the enemy. If that was not possible, after he got the information about the chaotic space, he was ready to leave. Although Mingza and Old Seven had started to be inseparable from him in order to protect Jiang Fei, Jiang Fei still went to the Dragon Breeding Hall to attend classes every day as usual. As there was a solution to the problem of the bloodline, Jiang Fei was even more attentive when he attended classes, especially when it came to the principles of bloodline martial arts and practical combat classes. He was very active. However, during this period of time, Jiang Fei did not carry out the bone marrow transplant because he found that there were always people following him these few days. It could be said that his every move was under the surveillance of others. Jiang Fei knew this very well. The fourth elder had not been able to punish him that day. He must have been feeling resentful. Therefore, he had sent people to monitor him these few days in an attempt to get evidence to prove that Jiang Fei was related to Tu Xin's disappearance. However, when Jiang Fei went to school every day, he had Mingza and Old Seven following him. The fourth elder's people did not dare to act rashly. They could only secretly monitor Jiang Fei in an attempt to find some evidence. At this time, Jiang Fei naturally would not rashly carry out a bone marrow transplant and give the fourth elder something to use against him. Through his studies in the Dragon Nurturing Hall, Jiang Fei's strength increased day by day. When he had a bone marrow transplant and solved the problem of the bloodline, his strength would further increase. At the same time, Jiang Fei was also diligently studying the dragon race's language. After all, the information about the chaotic space was his ultimate goal in coming to the dragon race.
Little Fei, your talent is really amazing. You can actually learn such difficult dragon language so quickly.
One day, Yu Ting said after giving Jiang Fei a special lesson.
It's all because of teacher's good teaching,
Jiang Fei said humbly.
I have a book here. Go back and read it. It will be very helpful for you to learn the dragon language,
Yu Ting said as he took out a book from behind and handed it to Jiang Fei.
Thank you, teacher.
Jiang Fei took the book with both hands.
Okay, that's all for today's class,
said Yu Ting as he waved his hand.
Yes, The students will take their leave now.
Jiang Fei held the book with both hands and left Yuting's study room. It was already very late at night, as Yuting would only tutor Jiang Fei after he had finished all the classes. The young dragons of the Dragon Education Hall had already gone home.
Are you done with your lessons?
Ming Zhe and Old Seven walked out from the other room. The two teachers of the Dragon Nurturing Hall had strange habits. Outsiders were not allowed to watch them teach. Therefore, even the little princess had to wait outside.
Yes! Let's go!
Jiang Fei put the book into the ring space.
What did Elder Yu give you?
Ming Zhe came over and asked.
Elder Yu?
Jiang Fei was confused.
You don't know?
Meng Zhe looked at Jiang Fei with disdain. In her eyes, this kind of thing was not a secret at all.
What?
Jiang Fei did not know what Meng Zhe was talking about, although these gossips were widely spread among the students. Jiang Fei was an outsider from the beginning. Now, in the eyes of the young dragons, he was a murderer. Therefore, no one was close to him, let alone the gossip.
That Yuting is not as young as he looks. When my mother was in school, he was the one who taught. Did Howard not tell you?
Meng Zhe asked curiously.
Age?
Jiang Fei was really stunned. He initially thought that Yuting was just a young dragon. He was not even as good as seventh brother. He did not expect that this guy was actually like a holy monk sweeping the floor.
Anyway, when my mother went to school, he was like this. It has been almost 100,000 years. He has not changed at all.
Meng Zhe shrugged. After all, she was killed by Chang'e tens of thousands of years ago. The Dragon Queen had lived for 100,000 years. It was not surprising.
How old is he?
Jiang Fei asked curiously.
I don't know. My father might know.
But he did not say.
Meng Zhe pouted and said, being born in an emperor's family was like this. Although she was close to the Dragon Queen, to the Dragon Emperor, Meng Zhe was more in awe of her. However, there was very little intimacy between them because they did not have much time to communicate.
Okay.
Jiang Fei nodded. At the same time, he thought to himself,
as expected, all the gods are in the academy.
When they returned to the Dragon Palace, Meng Zhe and seventh brother left. After all, no matter how arrogant the fourth elder's people were, they did not dare to trespass into the Dragon Palace. Otherwise, if they were found out, it would be a huge sin. After returning to his own warm pavilion, Jiang Fei took out the book that Yuting had given him. After learning of Yuting's identity, Jiang Fei paid more attention to the book.
Pa!
The book was gently placed on the table. With the light from the lamp, Jiang Fei could clearly see the 4 dragon race words on the cover.
The complete cookbook.
Ah! In an instant, Jiang Fei was dumbfounded. When he had taken the book, he had not looked at it carefully. However, he had never expected that such a beautifully packaged book would actually be
the complete cookbook.
What did this god mean?
Could it be that teacher took the wrong book?
A thought flashed through Jiang Fei's mind. After all, there was a bookshelf behind Yuting previously. There were many books on it. It was understandable that he took the wrong book.
Perhaps there is another world inside this book.
Jiang Fei tried to open the cover of the book. It was an exquisite book called
The Complete Cookbook.
Chapter 1936, Chapter 1934.
Advice.
When he opened the title page of the book, a row of large words appeared before Jiang Fei's eyes.
Complete recipe.
By the Dragon Clan's god of cooking, Jing Kun. The dishes in this book were all the fruits of my years of hard work. The ingredients were exquisite. The workmanship was exquisite. And it could be called a delicacy. Jing Kun. After turning the title page, Jiang Fei saw the first dish, 9-headed giant python sashimi.
Oh my god. Aren't the 9-headed giant python clan members of the Dragon Clan? Why are they the first dish?
Jiang Fei was really shocked. At the same time, he could not help but break out in a cold sweat for Emolli's Hang, who was waiting outside. After flipping through further, the second dish was stewed great ROC in an iron pot.
Damn. Xia Tianxin's family didn't run away either.
Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. At that moment, he already knew that Xia Tianxin's family was the Golden Wing Great Rock Clan. However, such a powerful family was actually a member of the Dragon Clan in ancient times. As Jiang Fei continued to flip through the pages, one dish after another came into his sight. Then, Jiang Fei realized that the Dragon Clan had almost eaten the entire Myriad Beast Mountain.
Damn it! Fortunately, these guys have gone into seclusion. Otherwise, how would the Ferocious Beast Clan survive?
As he flipped through the pages, the book came to the middle section.
F***CK.
Jiang Fei looked at the title of this section and almost flipped the table over. That was because on the title was written 108 ways to do things with humans. F***ck. I knew it. The ferocious beasts have all been eaten. How could they let humans go? So, they have treated humans as their main dish. Jiang Fei cursed in his heart. Sigh. It makes sense. In ancient times, the dragon race ruled over everything. Everything was their property. What humans? What ferocious beasts? In their eyes, are they any different from ordinary beasts? Jiang Fei sighed. Back on Earth, when humans dominated the Earth, didn't all the other species become food for humans? Even those very smart and cute animals were considered delicious in the eyes of some people. In the eyes of these powerful people, no matter how smart these animals were, they were still low-level creatures. There was nothing wrong with eating them. Therefore, in the eyes of the dragon race, humans and ferocious beasts were the same. They were both low-level creatures. If the taste was good, why not eat them? The dragon race could think that way. But Jiang Fei could not. Although he had 1/100,000th of the dragon race's bloodline in his body, he was still a human after all. Therefore, in the face of such a brutal dragon race, he was still unhappy deep down in his heart. However, so much time had passed. The dragon race had already retired for 1,000,000 years. The dragon race that ate humans back then might have already died. Therefore, Jiang Fei would not blame this hatred on the current dragon race. Moreover, the most important point was that Jiang Fei was not a person from the 5 directions. Therefore, he did not have a deep impression of the dragon race eating people from this world. What exactly does teacher mean? Could it be that he is reminding me that no matter how hard I try, in the eyes of the dragon race, I am only blood food? Jiang Fei's brows were tightly knitted. As Jiang Fei was deep in thought, his hand was still subconsciously flipping through the book. Suddenly, a piece of paper fell out. Jiang Fei looked closely and found that there were words on the paper. Get what you want and leave quickly. The dragons are not as good as you think. Don't get involved in the fights between the various forces. The words were written in the dragon language on the paper. Just as Jiang Fei finished reading, the piece of paper suddenly burst into flames and instantly turned into a pile of ashes. Could this be teacher's advice to me? Jiang Fei's heart shuddered. After understanding Yu Ting's background, Jiang Fei did not dare to turn a deaf ear to his words. Therefore, after seeing the piece of paper, Jiang Fei understood Yu Ting's meaning. It seems that I should not be greedy. Once I have learned the dragon race's language and obtained the documents related to the 10th dimension, it would be best for me to leave as soon as possible. Jiang Fei made up his mind. In the next few days, Jiang Fei continued to attend classes as usual. Yu Ting also behaved as usual. Even the little Princess Mingzi, who was always with Jiang Fei, did not notice any difference between the teacher and the student. After half a month, Jiang Fei finally learned all the language and grammar of the dragon race. At the same time, he also learned a lot about the principles and knowledge of bloodline martial arts. In actual combat classes, Jiang Fei tried his best to learn as much as possible, whether it was openly or using the Eye of Violet to secretly learn. He crazily absorbed all the knowledge he could get his hands on because Jiang Fei knew that he did not have much time left in the dragon race. Dragon Queen, Your Highness, I have already learned the dragon race's language. When can I have a look at the information about the chaotic space? Jiang Fei finally made a request to the Dragon Queen. Of course, that's not a problem. I have already prepared it. The Dragon Queen waved her hand. Old Seven carried a brocade box and walked up to the hall. These are the information about the chaotic space. You can take it back and read it slowly. Mingzi took the brocade box and handed it to Jiang Fei. As they were all dungeons, the Dragon Queen did not ask Jiang Fei to read it in the hall. Thank you, Your Highness. Jiang Fei bowed to the Dragon Queen. Take your time to read these information. How much you can comprehend will depend on your luck. However, the trial is about to begin. You had better make some preparations in advance, said the Dragon Queen. Then, Your Highness, what do I need to prepare for this trial? Although Jiang Fei had no intention of participating in this trial, he still asked to reassure the Dragon Queen. Collect as many life-saving items and healing potions as you can. I will prepare the rest for you, the Dragon Queen said with a smile. Is this trial very dangerous? Jiang Fei asked. Yes, it is dangerous. However, you have the chaotic space with you. You don't have to worry about it, the Dragon Queen replied. I understand. If Your Highness has nothing else to do, I will take my leave first. Jiang Fei bowed to the Dragon Queen. You may leave first. Read more of this information. It might be useful to you.
The Dragon Queen nodded.
Yes.
Jiang Fei bowed and left the hall. In his heart, he thought to himself, goodbye. After receiving Yu Ting's warning, Jiang Fei did not want to get too involved in the dragon race's affairs. Now, he had obtained the thing he wanted the most. Moreover, there was 2 Xian in the 10th dimension. This trip to the dragon race had already earned him a lot of money. It was time for him to stop. After Jiang Fei left, Munza opened his mouth and asked the Dragon Queen,
Mother, do you think he can pass this trial? I don't know.
The Dragon Queen said calmly.
If he can't pass, won't we be wasting our efforts?
Munza asked.
That may not be the case. As long as he enters the trial ground, the prophecy will come true. As for the details, that will depend on heaven's will.
The Dragon Queen said.
Prophecy? What prophecy?
Munza asked in puzzlement. Chapter 1937, Take a Day Off. I am the author's daughter-in-law. Today, the author has a high fever and cannot continue to update. I will take good care of him. Let him get better and continue to update everyone. Chapter 1938, Chapter 1935. The contents of the prophecy.
About this prophecy,
the Dragon Queen looked at Mingza and hesitated for a moment. After all, this prophecy was of great importance. Even her own daughter could not casually tell it. However, Mingza had sacrificed so much talent for this prophecy. At this moment, not only was he heartbroken by the man, but he had also ended up with only a remnant of his soul. In the Dragon Queen's heart, she was definitely ashamed of her daughter.
Fine. I'll tell you.
In the end, the Dragon Queen gritted her teeth and decided to tell this prophecy to Mingza. It turned out that the Dragon Clan had passed down a prophecy since ancient times. According to legend, this prophecy was left behind by the first Dragon Clan member who had obtained the supreme inheritance before he disappeared. The content was actually not complicated. In the prophecy, the Dragon Clan described the 4 Dragon Clans who had obtained the supreme inheritance. These 4 Dragon Clans who had obtained the supreme inheritance would all dedicate themselves to the eternal foundation of the Dragon Clan, and would make great contributions to the Dragon Clan. And the first Dragon Clan who had left behind the prophecy was this Dragon Clan. According to later historical data, the first 3 Dragon Clans in this prophecy had all been fulfilled. The first Dragon Clan helped the green-eyed White Dragon Clan to complete the unification of the 5 directions of heaven and earth, allowing the Dragon Clan to become the overlord of the 5 directions of heaven and earth. However, this Dragon Clan also left behind a prophecy and suddenly disappeared after achieving success and fame. The second Dragon Clan, who obtained the supreme inheritance, was in the midst of a disaster. He turned the tide and was about to collapse. He single-handedly helped the Dragon Clan to block the disaster. Similarly, he also suddenly disappeared after succeeding. The third Dragon Clan who obtained the supreme inheritance could be said to be the one closest to the present. When he was in power, the Dragon Clan was at its most prosperous period. At that time, the Dragon Clan dominated the entire 5 heavens and earth, giving the various clans whatever they wanted. No one dared to resist it all. That cookbook was also produced in that era. From this, it could be seen how invincible the Dragon Clan was at that time, even if they wanted to eat the princesses or princes of other races. These races, including the human clan and fierce beasts, had to obediently hand it over. There was a saying that said that the peak of prosperity would decline. The Dragon Clan's strength had reached its peak, but at the same time, a disaster had also arrived. Although no one could shake their status, for thousands of years, the Dragon Clan did not have any baby dragons born, not even those of mixed blood. Although the dragon race had a long lifespan, which was measured in tens of thousands of years, if their descendants were to be cut off, their race would be wiped out sooner or later. At this time, the third dragon who had obtained the supreme inheritance suddenly understood the will of heaven. Then, he made up his mind and led the dragon race into seclusion. He even lived on this hidden small satellite. In the end, in the second year after he hid on this small satellite, a baby dragon was born. However, even though a baby dragon was born, the dragon race's already weak fertility was still not restored. The rate at which they produced offspring was only 1/10 of the normal rate. Therefore, even though they were living on this small planet on the verge of death, the crisis of the dragon race was still not over. Seeing that their clan members were dwindling, how could the Dragon Emperor and the Dragon Queen not be anxious? Therefore, the fourth dragon that had obtained the supreme inheritance became their savior.
So, Jiang Fei is our savior?
Mingza asked.
Yes.
The Dragon Queen nodded.
However, she did not tell Mingzi the entire contents of the prophecy. The fourth prophecy was actually divided into two parts. In the first part, the fourth dragon that had obtained the supreme inheritance would complete the trial and lead the dragon race to a new glory. The Dragon Queen told Mingzi this truthfully. However, there was one more thing, and that was the last part of the prophecy. During the trial, the powerful dragon race killed the owner of the supreme inheritance and took away his supreme inheritance. From then on, they became the strongest sovereign in the history of the dragon race and led the dragon race to a new glory. With the second part of the prophecy, it meant that as long as Jiang Fei started the trial, regardless of whether he succeeded or was killed, the future of the dragon race would be bright for the Dragon Queen and the Dragon Emperor. Since the future of the dragon race was bright, it would be more tempting to let the Dragon Emperor become the strongest overlord in the history of the dragon race instead of letting Jiang Fei become the leader of the dragon race. Therefore, as long as Jiang Fei started the trial, the Dragon Emperor would look for an opportunity to kill Jiang Fei during the trial. If he succeeded, he would become the greatest overlord of the dragon race. If he failed, the dragon race would still have a bright future under Jiang Fei's leadership. Therefore, this deal would not be a loss no matter what. However, in order to keep it a secret and to make Jiang Fei feel at ease to start the trial, the Dragon Queen did not even tell Dreamy Swamp about the last half of the prophecy. However, no matter how much the Dragon Queen kept it a secret, it was no longer important to Jiang Fei. That was because Jiang Fei did not plan to start the trial at all. He had already begun to plan the same plot as when he was in the Mountain of Beasts. Back in the Myriad Beasts Mountain, Jiang Fei had taken all the benefits and ran away in a low voice. This time, in the dragon race, Jiang Fei planned to do the same thing again. The Dragon Emperor and his wife, who had planned everything so well, would never have imagined that Jiang Fei would not be moved by the authority of the dragon race. He did not even plan to participate in the trial, and was ready to run away. The Dragon Emperor and his wife did not even bother to talk about their sweet dreams. After Jiang Fei returned to his warm room, he opened the exquisite brocade box and took out 3 rather ancient books. Although they looked like dungeons, they were all copied from many years ago. The book at the top was very thin. It was only about 10 pages long. The name on the cover was even simpler. Might Power. Jiang Fei looked down at the title of the book and saw that the name was Wei Hao. Is this Wei Hao the first person to obtain the supreme inheritance? Jiang Fei muttered to himself. At the same time, he flipped open the book. Might Power. As the book only had about 10 pages, Jiang Fei finished reading it in a few strokes. Although the complicated dragon language was very difficult to understand, Jiang Fei was able to quickly understand the contents of the book with the help of his developed brain. As Wei Hao was the first person to obtain the supreme inheritance, he was completely exploring the power of the 10th dimension. His understanding of this power was not much better than Jiang Fei's. It was just that he was relying on the dragon race's own conditions. When he used the 10th dimension, he was much more powerful than Jiang Fei. However, this kind of power was only because Wei Hao was stronger than Jiang Fei. His mind power was also stronger than Jiang Fei's. That was why he was able to unleash the greater power of the 10th dimension. It was not because Wei Hao had a deeper understanding of the 10th dimension. Sigh. Those who cross the river by feeling the stones are really hard. Jiang Fei sighed. He was basically the same as Wei Hao now. Both of them were exploring the power of the 10th dimension on a zero basis. If he had seen Wei Hao's books when he obtained this power, then he would definitely have a higher level of understanding now. However, Wei Hao's books were no longer of much significance to Jiang Fei now. However, the remaining 2 books were priceless treasures to Jiang Fei. Chapter 1939, Chapter 1936, A Gift from Yuting. Jiang Fei placed Wei Hao's My Power aside and took out the second book from the brocade box. He looked down at the cover of the book and realized that it did not have a name. When he opened the title page of the book, there was a line of small words. I never thought that there would be such a powerful force in this world. It was so fascinating to me. There was no signature at the end of the small words. Therefore, Jiang Fei had no way of knowing who the author of this book was. However, he was sure that the author of this book was the second dragon who had obtained the supreme inheritance. Compared to the first book, the second book was much thicker. There were more than 100 pages. It recorded the understanding and insights of this dragon senior towards the 10th dimension. This time, Jiang Fei's speed of reading was much slower. He read almost every word carefully. Every few lines, he would stop and think for a while. It could be seen that this book had greatly inspired him. I see. This 10th dimension seems to be much more profound than I thought. Although he had only read a dozen pages, Jiang Fei had a feeling of enlightenment. However, just as Jiang Fei was about to continue reading and comprehend more of the mysteries of the 10th dimension, he suddenly heard a slight vibration. The vibration came from the tile above his head. Someone is here! Jiang Fei's heart skipped a beat. He was almost certain that there was someone on the roof of his warm pavilion. However, this person was very powerful or very good at hiding. Jiang Fei could not detect the person's aura. After all, Jiang Fei lived in the warm pavilion in the Dragon Emperor's palace. Since this person dared to barge into the imperial palace at night, it was obvious that he had absolute confidence in his own strength. It was a pity that the heavens could not predict the future. One of the tiles in Jiang Fei's warm pavilion loosened. As a result, the person stepped on it and made a soft sound. Although this person's reaction was extremely fast, the displacement of the tile was not even more than a millimeter. The sound made by the tile was very faint. However, Jiang Fei was not an ordinary person in the warm pavilion. Just this small movement, Jiang Fei had already detected the presence of the person. Who is this person? Is he sent by the fourth elder? Jiang Fei thought quickly. However, he quickly denied this possibility. Although the fourth elder was extremely powerful, and he was completely capable of concealing his aura in front of Jiang Fei. Where was this place? This was the Dragon Emperor's palace. Although the fourth elder was powerful, he was not stronger than the Dragon Emperor. Once he was discovered in the Dragon Emperor's palace, he would not be able to bear the consequences. Therefore, the possibility of the fourth elder was quickly eliminated by Jiang Fei. In the entire dragon race, there were only a few people who had dealings with Jiang Fei. The little dragons in the school were the first to be eliminated. They could not even hide their strength from Jiang Fei. They would not dare to trespass into the dragon palace even if they were scared to death. It was impossible for these students. After excluding the fourth elder, the only people who had dealings with Jiang Fei were the two teachers of the Dragon Nurturing Hall and the Dragon Emperor couple. Who is it? Jiang Fei pretended to be reading a book, but his heart was already tense. He had already made preparations. If the other party made a move, he would immediately hide in the 10th dimension. As for resisting, Jiang Fei did not even think about it. Although as a hermit-level master, it was very disgraceful to run away without a fight. Jiang Fei knew in his heart that against this master on the roof, he had no way of resisting at all. If he did not run resolutely enough, he would have to die here. At that moment, the atmosphere inside and outside the warm pavilion had become so tense that it was almost frozen. No one knew what the people on the roof were thinking. They did not move at all. Although Jiang Fei was prepared to run away, he did not dare to act rashly. This kid is quite alert. Right on top of the warm pavilion, a man of medium build was wrapped in a black robe. His face could not be seen with the black veil covering his face. Moreover, his aura was hidden too well. It was almost impossible to be discovered. Forget it. He'll come back another day. The man in black shook his head. It was supposed to be a smooth day. However, who would have thought that a loose tile leaf would expose his tracks and arouse Jiang Fei's vigilance? A breeze blew past, but the man did not make any movements. It was like a wisp of green smoke that slowly faded and disappeared with the wind. It was as if he had never appeared. You? At the same time, Jiang Fei heaved a sigh of relief. The prickly feeling finally disappeared. Who is it? Jiang Fei, who had relaxed, was no longer in the mood to read. He put the basic books into the ring space and sat down. The night passed quickly. Jiang Fei thought for a long time and could not confirm the identity of this person. However, he was certain that he could not stay in the dragon race anymore. No matter who this person was, he would come to visit him in the middle of the night. If he was slightly vigilant, the person would immediately leave. This meant that this person was not a friend. If he was the Dragon Emperor and the Dragon Queen's person, then Jiang Fei would naturally have no place in the dragon race. Although Jiang Fei did not understand why the Dragon Emperor and the Dragon Queen would be hostile towards him at this time. However, even if he was not the Dragon Emperor and the Dragon Queen's person at this time, with his strength, he was too much of a threat to Jiang Fei. If he was slightly careless, even if he had the protection of the 10th dimension, Jiang Fei did not dare to say that he would be able to protect himself. As the saying went, there is no such thing as 1,000 days of being a thief. Jiang Fei did not know who the other party was. He also did not know when the other party would attack him. If he kept his nerves tight for a long time, he would not be able to maintain it for long. However, if Jiang Fei relaxed, then there might not be any tiles protecting him next time. Forget it. I have already gotten what I need. At most, I will not stay here in the world of the five directions.
Jiang Fei made up his mind. At that moment, as the sky was bright, Minza came to look for Jiang Fei to go to school. After all, Jiang Fei had been going to school with Mingza and Old Seven for the past few days. As he had already made up his mind, he knew that this was his last day of school. Therefore, Jiang Fei worked extra hard during this day. After school that night, as usual, Jiang Fei was left behind by Yu Ting. He continued to study the dragon race's language. Although he could already understand the dragon race's books, he still did not understand some of the unfamiliar language.
Do you understand what I mean?
Yu Ting asked as he looked into Jiang Fei's eyes.
I understand. Teacher.
Jiang Fei nodded. He knew that Yu Ting was talking about the note from before.
Yes.
Yu Ting nodded and did not say anything else. He just waved his hand, indicating that Jiang Fei could leave.
Teacher, I will take my leave now.
Jiang Fei bowed to Yu Ting.
Okay. Go back. Take that box. Consider it my gift to you.
Yu Ting reached out and touched a small box on the desk.
Thank you for your gift. Teacher.
Jiang Fei bowed respectfully to Yu Ting. He knew that the relationship between the two had reached its end. Chapter 1940. Chapter 1937 Assassin's True Appearance. After leaving Yu Ting's place, Jiang Fei returned to the Dragon King's palace as usual. In the Dragon King's palace, Jiang Fei bid farewell to Mingza and Old Seven and returned to his own warm pavilion.
Sigh. Looks like I don't have much time left in the Dragon Clan.
Jiang Fei muttered to himself as he looked at the small box on the table. This small box was Yu Ting's gift to him. With a light sound, Jiang Fei opened the small box. There was an exquisite jade ornament inside.
What is this?
Jiang Fei picked up the jade ornament, but he could not feel any energy fluctuations from it.
Could it be just an ordinary ornament?
Jiang Fei was puzzled. He did not believe that a person with Yu Ting's status would be so stingy. However, just as Jiang Fei was fiddling with the jade ornament, another item in the small box caught Jiang Fei's attention. It was a small piece of paper that had been placed under the jade ornament. Jiang Fei initially thought that it was just a piece of paper that was placed under the jade ornament. However, after the jade ornament was taken away, he saw that there were words on the paper.
Go!
There were not many words on the paper. It was just the word go.
Could it be?
Jiang Fei suddenly shivered. When he recalled that someone had been spying on him the night before, Jiang Fei suddenly felt goosebumps all over his body.
Teacher must have found out something. He is warning me.
Jiang Fei thought to himself.
No. The dragon race cannot stay any longer. I have to leave now.
Just as Jiang Fei made this decision, a sense of anxiety and danger suddenly rose in his heart.
Not good.
Jiang Fei shouted in his heart. Then, he quickly dodged to the side.
She.
A sound that was as soft as a piece of paper fell to the ground. If Jiang Fei was not fully focused, he would not have been able to catch the sound at all. Jiang Fei looked in the direction of the sound. In the place where he had just stood, there was a golden needle that was as thin as a cow's hair sticking into the ground. The golden needle that was stuck in the ground trembled slightly. It was obvious that it had just hit the ground. It was so insignificant that even if an outsider came in, they would not be able to detect its presence. However, it was this golden needle that. The cold sweat on Jiang Fei's back had soaked through his clothes.
Kid, you are very alert. But I must complete the mission today.
Just as Jiang Fei was feeling scared, a cold voice sounded from behind him.
Oh no!
Jiang Fei was shocked. Previously, this guy was just trying to assassinate him quietly. If that was the case, Jiang Fei could still escape with his sixth sense. But now, the other party was trying to kill him by force. That would be troublesome. Swoosh! There was no time to look back at the intruder's face. Jiang Fei took out a ball from the spatial ring and immediately activated it.
Ding!
A cold light flashed and hit Jiang Fei's back. Jiang Fei was so fast that he did not have time to dodge. However, he was stopped by a golden light. It was a player's absolute invincibility tool. Although there was a limit to the number of times it could be used, it had unlimited levels of strength. No matter how powerful the opponent was, as long as it was a single attack, it would be blocked.
What a powerful defensive item!
The cold voice muttered. Then, it launched a second attack.
Ding ding ding.
A crisp sound of collision came from behind Jiang Fei. However, he turned back a few times to try to find the enemy. However, the person was too fast. No matter how Jiang Fei turned around, the person kept attacking him from behind. In this way, Jiang Fei could not even see what the enemy looked like, let alone fight back.
What should I do?
Jiang Fei's brain was working rapidly. There was no way that he could activate the 9 revolving astrolabe to escape. If that happened, not only would he not be able to escape from this person's pursuit, he would also bring this person to the main world outside. However, if he could not use the 9 revolving astrolabe to escape, he would always be hit. There was a limit to how many times a player could use a tool. Sooner or later, it would run out. At that time, Jiang Fei would not be able to escape even if he wanted to.
I'm going all out!
At this time, Jiang Fei had no other choice. He could only activate the 10th dimension to escape. Swish! After making up his mind, Jiang Fei immediately took action. A white light flashed, and he hid in the 10th dimension.
You want to escape? It's not that easy.
In the end, the person behind Jiang Fei gave chase. Although the opening of the 10th dimension was only for an instant, this person actually followed behind Jiang Fei and barged into the 10th dimension. As that person had also entered the 10th dimension, Jiang Fei immediately could not bear the burden. He spat out a mouthful of blood. However, after the 10th dimension closed, the mouthful of blood stopped at his lips. Everything stopped.
What's going on?
Clearly, the person who barged into the 10th dimension was also imprisoned. Time stopped in the 10th dimension. Therefore, no matter how powerful this person was, he could not go against this law. At that moment, Jiang Fei's spiritual power left his body. He had finally seen who was ambushing him.
It's you.
Jiang Fei's spiritual power fluctuated rapidly. He had never thought that the person who had ambushed him was Old Seven.
Hee hee. Is this the supreme inheritance? It's indeed magical.
Although Old Seven was imprisoned, he did not panic. He naturally used his spiritual power to communicate with Jiang Fei.
Why did you attack me? Who ordered you to do so?
Jiang Fei asked.
I just feel that the dragon race does not need a leader of mixed blood. Especially a 1 in 100,000 mixed blood like you.
Old Seven said, as if it was a matter of course.
Humph.
Jiang Fei sneered. He did not believe Old Seven's reason at all. Although the dragon race was extremely arrogant, and Old Seven's reason could be said to be very reasonable, Jiang Fei did not believe that things would be so simple. This was the Dragon Palace. If Old Seven dared to make a move in the Dragon Palace, it was either because he was instructed by the Dragon Emperor that he had nothing to fear, or this kid had already risked his life. Otherwise, he would not take such a risk. If Old Seven was a racist, and he felt that Jiang Fei was not worthy to lead the dragon race, then he could assassinate Jiang Fei after Jiang Fei had passed the trial. Now that Jiang Fei had not even started the trial, his chance of success was so low that it was negligible. Unless Old Seven was a fool, he would not be in such a hurry to assassinate Jiang Fei. Therefore, Jiang Fei did not believe Old Seven's reason at all.
You don't believe me? Then, there's nothing I can do,
said Old Seven shamelessly. He understood the characteristics of the Supreme Inheritance very well. Because he was close to the Dragon Emperor, he was qualified to read some confidential documents. He had already read the 3 books that Jiang Fei had yet to finish. Therefore, although he did not know more about the 10th dimension than Jiang Fei, he knew what Jiang Fei could do here. In the 10th dimension, other than thinking and mental strength, everything else was restricted by the rules of time. Therefore, the only method that Jiang Fei could use to extort a confession was mental strength attack. However, as an adult dragon, Seventh Brother's mental strength was very strong. Even if he was not good at using mental strength, it was not a problem for him to use it to defend against Jiang Fei. It was precisely because of this confidence that he was so calm. Chapter 1941. Chapter 1938 really thinks that I can't kill you.
How is it? Is there nothing you can do to me?
Old Seven said proudly to Jiang Fei.
Dot!
Jiang Fei did not say anything.
Alright. Stop pretending to be calm. I know the weakness of the Supreme Inheritance. I'm too powerful for you. When you put me into the chaotic space, you must have put a lot of pressure on yourself. Moreover, the longer you drag this out, the greater the damage you will suffer. Now that time has stopped in the chaotic space, you might not be able to feel anything. However, as time goes on, when you leave, your death will come.
Old Seven said very proudly.
That's right. I can't drag this out any longer.
Jiang Fei understood this very well. Old Seven was too powerful. The moment he was sucked into the 10th dimension, Jiang Fei had already vomited blood due to the overload. If he was allowed to stay here for a long time, the damage to Jiang Fei would be too great. However, Jiang Fei was not willing to let him go just like that. First, he was ambushed by Old Seven. And then, he was heavily injured due to the overload.
If he were to let him go just like that, Jiang Fei would be at a great disadvantage. Hurry up and let me go, Old Seven said with a smug smile. Do you really think that I can't do anything to you? Jiang Fei sneered after a long silence. Humph. You're just bluffing. Old Seven, who thought that he had read the information and understood the nature of the chaotic space, did not care. Hee hee. You people who have never seen the 10th dimension. Just by reading some information, you think that you know the secrets of this space. This is simply arrogant. Jiang Fei sneered. He had been silent just now. It was not because he could not take care of Old Seven. It was because he would have to pay for it no matter how hard he tried. Now, Jiang Fei was destined to be injured. As long as he left the 10th dimension and time resumed, the injuries on his body, due to overloading, would immediately erupt. Therefore, Jiang Fei was silent just now to look for something from Old Seven. Otherwise, wouldn't his injuries have been in vain? Humph! Stop scaring me! Old Seven still did not believe that Jiang Fei had the ability to hurt him. After all, the information was very clear. In the 10th dimension, only spiritual power could be used freely. However, Jiang Fei's spiritual power was not strong enough to hurt an adult blue-eyed white dragon. Alright, you're right. I can't delay any longer. Since I can't find any benefits from you to make up for the loss, I'll kill you as soon as possible to reduce the loss. Jiang Fei sneered. Then, he activated his spiritual power. However, this time, Jiang Fei did not use his spiritual power to attack Old Seven directly. Instead, he began to guide the energy strings that formed his body to change the frequency. Pa la. In an instant, Old Seven's body began to collapse slightly. Moreover, this kind of collapse was a chain reaction. Therefore, the speed of the collapse was getting faster and faster. What are you doing? Old Seven was terrified. He could not understand why his body would suddenly change in this place where time stood still. Damn it! Stop it! Old Seven's spiritual power roared. He could sense that Jiang Fei was using his spiritual power to interfere with his body. However, he did not know how Jiang Fei did it. At this moment, Jiang Fei was focused on controlling his mind power. Therefore, he had no time to bother with Old Seven. If Jiang Fei did not need to put an absolute effort to use this skill, his body would not be protected at all. Moreover, it would take a long time. If Jiang Fei used this skill in the outside world, he would be invincible. However, this was obviously impossible. In the outside world, if Jiang Fei used this skill, he might not even have the time to break the opponent's little finger before the opponent would directly kill him. Only in the 10th dimension, everything was still. No one could hurt his body. He was in an absolutely safe state. Moreover, there was no concept of time in this place. The long casting process was no longer an obstacle. Therefore, the characteristics of the 10th dimension was basically the best location for Jiang Fei to cast this skill. Even a powerful adult blue-eyed white dragon, like Old Seven, would die when his own basic particles started to decay. After seeing his own fate, Old Seven naturally did not want to kill him. He immediately began to fight back. As Old Seven did not understand the attack method of spiritual power, it was impossible for him to hurt Jiang Fei through spiritual power. Therefore, the only thing he could do was to stop Jiang Fei from casting his spell. He used his spiritual power to interfere with Jiang Fei's spiritual waves. However, Old Seven clearly did not understand the principle of Jiang Fei's move. The principle of Jiang Fei's killer move was to change the vibration frequency of the energy string through spiritual power, thus changing the nature of the particle, turning the original particle into another particle. The composition of the human body was very precise. Once the basic particle changed, the original structure would begin to collapse. This was how Jiang Fei's killer move worked. There was a saying that it was much easier to destroy than to build. After Jiang Fei had mastered this move for so long, he could only transform the abnormal particles into normal particles within a certain range. He wanted to use this ability to heal others. If he could not even do that, then there was no need to mention a layman like Old Seven. Although his spiritual power had indeed interfered with Jiang Fei, it was meaningless. As long as his spiritual power interfered with the vibration of the energy string, then regardless of the frequency, as long as it was not the original frequency, then the possibility of it collapsing was extremely high. This was a bit like a genetic mutation. The possibility of a genetic mutation was increased due to inbreeding. Therefore, many people thought that inbreeding would cause the offspring to become stupid or deformed. However, the offspring of the mutation did not necessarily have to be stupid or deformed. It could also be a genius or Superman. However, geniuses and Superman were both excellent mutations in a specific direction.
The genetic mutation was random. Therefore, the probability of becoming useless or a hindrance was much higher than the probability of becoming useful. Therefore, Old Seven's interference was the same. After changing the frequency of the vibration of the energy string, he might become a super powerhouse that was 10 or even 100 times stronger than before. However, the problem was that the probability was too low. It was so low that it was negligible. More likely, his body would collapse. Clearly, Old Seven's luck was not so good that it was heaven-defying. Therefore, he did not catch up to the 1 in a million chance. He could only develop towards the most common outcome, which was a body collapse.
Stop! Stop! Stop!
Old Seven was really afraid at this moment. However, it was too late. It was not that Jiang Fei was unwilling to stop, but he could not stop now. It was easy to change the frequency of the energy cord, but it was difficult to change it to a specific frequency. Moreover, this change had a chain reaction. Even if Jiang Fei stopped now, Old Seven's body would continue to collapse until it was completely destroyed. Unless Jiang Fei could switch all the energy cords in Old Seven's body back to the normal frequency, it was obviously impossible. Chapter 1942, Chapter 1939. The Hunt.
If you want to live, just tell me. Did I tell you to come?
Although Jiang Fei could not stop Old Seven from collapsing, it did not stop him from using this to trick Old Seven into confessing.
If you stop collapsing, I will tell you.
Old Seven said anxiously because his body was about to collapse. Jiang Fei hesitated for a moment. He really could not stop the disintegration.
Ha ha ha.
At that moment, Old Seven suddenly laughed maniacally. Although he was afraid just now, he was still an adult dragon who had lived for tens of thousands of years. Therefore, when Jiang Fei hesitated, he knew that he was hopeless. Under the threat of death, Old Seven completely collapsed. He laughed maniacally. At the same time, he said to Jiang Fei,
"Kid, you're really ruthless. I never thought that I would die in your hands. However,
don't be too proud.
Before long, your end will be even worse than mine. You won't even admit it even if you die? The person behind you must be the Dragon Emperor, right?"
Jiang Fei asked. Because there were not many people who could control Old Seven. There was one fourth elder, and the Dragon Emperor was another. However, if it was the fourth elder, Old Seven would already be dead. He did not need to keep a secret for the sake of someone who was threatening him. However, the Dragon Emperor was different. Jiang Fei had learned about Seventh Brother's identity from Mengzi. His parents had both died, and the Dragon Emperor had adopted him. In other words, Seventh Brother could even be considered the Dragon Emperor's godson. That way, the probability of him betraying the Dragon Emperor was very low. The person who could order him around was self-evident. However, although Jiang Fei guessed that the Dragon Emperor was behind all of this, he did not have any evidence. Everything was based on deduction. Moreover, from the information that Jiang Fei had obtained, he did not know what kind of conflict of interest the Dragon Emperor had with him, and he could not find any reason for the Dragon Emperor to harm him. Therefore, Jiang Fei tricked Old Seven, hoping to find some clues from his reaction to confirm his guess.
Ha ha ha. You don't have to waste your breath. Since I'm already doomed, I have nothing more to say to you.
Old Seven laughed coldly. Jiang Fei did not get any answers from Old Seven. He could not help but feel a little disappointed. Very soon, Old Seven's body completely collapsed. He disintegrated into basic particles and floated in the endless 10th dimension. Although Old Seven's body was shattered, his consciousness did not disappear. Therefore, he became a spiritual vortex floating in the 10th dimension. A spiritual vortex, like Old Seven, was not alone in the 10th dimension. That was because the two players that Jiang Fei had killed previously were now in the same state.
How should I deal with this guy?
Jiang Fei was also having a headache. Although he could easily destroy Old Seven's physical body, he really had no idea how to deal with Old Seven's massive spiritual power.
Forget it. I'll leave it for now. Anyway,
he only has spiritual power left. He won't be able to create any waves in the 10th dimension.
Jiang Fei sighed because Seventh Brother's physical body had disappeared. At this time, the burden that he had placed on Jiang Fei had also disappeared.
Swish.
Following that, Jiang Fei escaped from the 10th dimension.
PFFT.
As he spat out a mouthful of blood, Jiang Fei's legs went limp, and he fell to the ground.
Damn. This kid is really powerful.
Jiang Fei took a deep breath. It was too much of a burden for Jiang Fei to put someone as powerful as Old Seven into the 10th dimension. In just a short while, Jiang Fei had used up almost all of the will core's energy, Moreover, he had used up most of his strength.
Looks like I won't be able to use this life-saving skill for a while.
Jiang Fei knew that he lacked another life-saving skill before the Wakor's energy charged back.
I can't stay in the 5 realms anymore.
Although Jiang Fei did not get any evidence from Old 7, he had enough reason to suspect the Dragon King. Moreover, he had lost his life-saving skill in the 10th dimension. Therefore, Jiang Fei did not want to stay in the dragon race for another second. After resting for about 10 minutes, Jiang Fei was still weak, but he could at least stand up from the ground. Therefore, he immediately took out the 9 rotating astrolabe and activated it. With a white light, Jiang Fei returned to the main world outside. However, due to the 12 times time flow deficit, Jiang Fei did not dare to stay for even half a second. He activated the 9 rotating astrolabe again. Another white light flashed and Jiang Fei returned to the 5 directions of heaven and earth. However, because the location of his return to the 5 directions of heaven and earth was random, Jiang Fei returned to the Chaos Realm this time. As he felt the dense fire attribute spiritual energy around him, Jiang Fei immediately knew where he was.
I have to quickly meet up with Bella and the others. The dragon race will definitely not let this go after they see me leave.
Jiang Fei had a clear plan in his mind. However, his current condition was extremely poor. Even controlling a sword was difficult for him. As he had previously instructed Bella and the others not to use the teleportation portal for the time being, Bella and the others should still be on Old Star. If Jiang Fei wanted to use the communication device to contact them, he had to return to Old Star first. Therefore, Jiang Fei planned to rest for a while. After his body had recovered slightly, he would immediately set off. At the same time, in Jiang Fei's warm pavilion in the Dragon Emperor Palace, a man was standing with his face as calm as water. The woman beside him was also frowning. These two people were none other than the Dragon Emperor and the Dragon Queen.
Old 7 still failed. Not only did he alarm Jiang Fei, but he also sacrificed his own life.
The Dragon Queen sighed.
Sigh. He was destined for this disaster. You don't have to be sad.
The Dragon Emperor said calmly.
But that Jiang Fei has escaped. What should we do? Should I go and catch him?
The Dragon Queen suggested.
No. He has not entered the trial yet. We are both dragons. We must not leave the territory at this time. Otherwise, the dragon race will be destroyed.
The Dragon Emperor immediately rejected the Dragon Queen's suggestion.
But he has already been alerted. If we do not capture him, how could he come back to participate in the trial?
The Dragon Queen frowned and asked.
I heard from Zaire that there is also a 9-headed python girl who came with Jiang Fei.
The Dragon Emperor asked.
Yes. Zaire promised to let her become a dragon. So, she came with Jiang Fei to extract the essence,
said the Dragon Queen. A smile appeared on her originally frowning face.
Since she wants to become a dragon so much, we can use her to our advantage. Go and tell her that as long as she captures Jiang Fei, I will help her become a dragon,
said the Dragon Emperor. All right.
The Dragon Queen nodded and turned around to leave. Soon, the Dragon Queen met Mo Li Shang outside the Dragon Clan's territory.
Because of a little misunderstanding, Jiang Fei has escaped. As long as you capture him, we will let you become a dragon,
the Dragon Queen said directly to Mo Li Shang because of the pride of the Dragon Clan. She was not even willing to beat around the bush with a ferocious beast like Mo Li Shang.
But Jiang Fei has the 9-headed astrolabe in his hands. It will be very difficult for me to catch him.
Although Mo Li Shang really wanted to become a dragon, catching Jiang Fei was not an easy task.
This is your problem. If you cannot catch Jiang Fei within 100 days, your 9-headed python race will no longer be the dragon race's vassals,
the Dragon Queen said coldly. Chapter 1943. Chapter 1940 Blocking the Path. After a short rest, Jiang Fei had recovered some of his strength. Therefore, he immediately rode his sword and prepared to head to Suixing to meet Bella and the others. Just as Jiang Fei was flying toward the teleportation portal, a sword light suddenly shot toward him. Swoosh! Jiang Fei stopped abruptly and let the sword light flash past him. As the two flying swords were too close to each other, they were affected by each other. The person's speed was too fast. For a moment, he could not control the stability of the flying sword. The person almost fell from the flying sword.
Kid! Are you tired of living? How dare you block my way?
The person on the flying sword did not look very old. He looked to be about 18 or 19 years old. But his strength had reached the early stage of the Mahayana realm. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 more sword flashes hovered next to the person. It seemed that they were the young man's bodyguards. Their strength was above the tribulation stage, but they had not reached the level of true immortals.
Young master, are you alright?
The two men immediately asked with concern when they arrived.
Yes.
The young man nodded. Then, he looked at Jiang Fei and said,
Kid, are you in mourning? Why don't you even look at the road?
Hee. Jiang Fei did not want to argue with such an arrogant and domineering second generation. The reason was very simple: good shoes do not step on smelly dog shit. It was an insult to Jiang Fei to argue with such a person.
Apologize to our young master immediately,
an elderly bodyguard said to Jiang Fei. His meaning was simple. He knew his young master's temper. If it was because of such a small matter, he felt that it was not worth it to let Jiang Fei die. That was why he wanted Jiang Fei to apologize. When the time came, he would take the opportunity to console his young master and let Jiang Fei go. The old man's original intention was actually for Jiang Fei's own good. However, there was one thing that he did not understand. With Jiang Fei's strength, killing the three of them would be as easy as crushing an ant. Jiang Fei shook his head. He did not know that the old man's intention was to let him go. Seeing that the master and servant were so arrogant and domineering, although Jiang Fei was a little angry, he still did not want to lower himself to the level of these people. Therefore, after shaking his head in disdain, Jiang Fei planned to leave. There was another point. Although Jiang Fei had recovered some of his strength, his condition was not very good. Although dealing with this small fry, who was not even a true immortal, was just a matter of waving his hand, it would inevitably affect his internal injuries. It would allow his recovery time to be extended. Jiang Fei's injury was not an ordinary injury. He had severely overused his strength. This kind of injury could not be healed by eating the vermilion fruit. Therefore, Jiang Fei tried his best not to fight or get angry. He wanted to recover his strength as soon as possible. After all, in a place like the Five Directions, it was difficult to survive without some strength. Moreover, Jiang Fei was still facing the dragon race's pursuit. He did not want to maintain his current state. Of course, Jiang Fei did not know that the dragon race could not leave the hidden satellite. It was also impossible for them to come and kill him personally. Otherwise, he would not be so cautious.
You still want to leave? Kid, why don't you ask around? Who would leave with their tails between their legs after offending my young master?
When the young man saw that Jiang Fei was about to leave, he could not take it anymore.
Young man, quickly apologize to our young master. Don't make things difficult for me.
The old man who had just spoken threatened. At that moment, the old man was also a little angry. In his opinion, he had already given Jiang Fei a way out. However, this kid did not appreciate his kindness at all. This made his old face a little embarrassed.
Old Chen, why are you wasting your time talking to him?
The young man said impatiently. Then, he said to another bodyguard,
Ade, go and get rid of that kid for me. Yes, young master.
The young man's other bodyguard was a middle-aged brawny man. He was big and burly, with a fierce face. It was obvious that this person was a fierce person.
Kid, you better cooperate. Let me save my time.
The burly man sneered at Jiang Fei. Then, he pushed the flying sword under his feet and charged at Jiang Fei.
Young master, let's move back a little. Don't be affected by the aftershocks of the battle.
The old man was very cautious. He wanted to protect the young man and move back a little. However, the young man clearly did not intend to appreciate his kindness.
Old Chen, you just like to think too much. How strong can this kid be at his age? With my amazing talent, I have only just reached the Mahayana stage at this age. Can he be stronger than me? With Aid's help, he would definitely be defeated in just one move.
The young man said indifferently. It was unknown whether it was because he looked down on Jiang Fei or because he was confident in Aid's strength.
Sigh.
The old man sighed. To be honest, he did not think highly of Jiang Fei either. Moreover, Aid's attacks were vicious. Not only did he not leave anyone alive, but he also killed his opponents every time he attacked. It could be said that the death of his opponent was a terrible sight to behold. Just as the old man and the young man were talking, Ade had already arrived in front of Jiang Fei. He stretched out his arms and grabbed Jiang Fei's shoulders. The moment he attacked, the aura was like a huge mountain pressing down on Jiang Fei. If Jiang Fei was not as strong as Ade, it would be just as the young master had said. He would be defeated by Ade in just one move. However, what was Jiang Fei's strength? Even if he had lost a lot of his strength, a dead camel was still bigger than a horse. As a true immortal, even if Jiang Fei could not use the nucleus of his will now, and his spiritual power was almost exhausted, the strength in his body had not recovered much. However, with his true immortal body, that had been tempered by the heavenly thunder, coupled with the strength of his body that had been tempered by the scorpion milk essence. It was impossible for a tribulation transcender like Ade to do anything to him.
Bang!
Just as Ade was about to grab him, Jiang Fei raised his arms to meet him. Originally, Jiang Fei only needed to think about it, and this Ade would die for no reason. Unfortunately, Jiang Fei's spiritual power was almost exhausted. There was not much energy left, so he could only rely on physical strength to deal with his opponent.
Boy! How dare you! How dare you fight me head-on!
Ade laughed loudly. He felt that Jiang Fei was overestimating himself. Therefore, after he interlocked his fingers with Jiang Fei's and grabbed each other's hands, he planned to give Jiang Fei a vicious blow. Therefore, Ade, who had grabbed Jiang Fei's hands, suddenly exerted force. His hands spread out, wanting to chop Jiang Fei alive. However, Jiang Fei's arms were as if they were made of steel. He actually did not move at all.
Break!
Ade roared angrily. The muscles on his face were twisted. It was obvious that he had used all his strength.
No!
Jiang Fei's expression was calm. There was still a smile on his face. Chapter 1944, Chapter 1941. Taking in a disciple.
Break!
Had exerted his strength again, wanting to tear Jiang Fei into pieces. However, Jiang Fei's expression remained calm. Although Jiang Fei was not in a good condition at the moment. A skinny camel was still bigger than a horse. His foundation was still there. How could Amir had hurt him?
That won't do!
Jiang Fei grabbed Ad's wrist and crushed it. Then, he exerted his strength on both of his arms. Although there was not much strength left in his body, Jiang Fei's physical strength was still there. In an instant, Ade felt a huge force coming at him. Jiang Fei's hands were like steel pincers that locked onto his wrists. As Jiang Fei pressed on his acupuncture points, Ade suddenly felt his arms go numb. He could not help but let go of Jiang Fei's hands that were holding onto him.
You can go down now!
As he was not in a very good condition, and he did not know when the dragon race would come after him, Jiang Fei did not want to make a big deal out of it. Therefore, he did not kill Ade. Instead, he threw him down forcefully. Ade, who was already restrained by Jiang Fei, did not have time to resist. He was immediately thrown off the flying sword by Jiang Fei.
Ah!
Ade cried out. He wanted to stop his falling body in midair. However, Jiang Fei's strength was too great. It was so great that Ade could not resist at all.
Bang!
Following a muffled sound, the earth trembled.
Hiss!
The young master bent down and looked down. In the blink of an eye, Ade was smashed to the ground, creating a huge human-shaped pit on the ground.
So powerful!
The old man surnamed Chen couldn't help but be shocked. Although he looked down on Ade's ruthlessness, he knew Ade's strength. Although he hadn't reached the peak of the Crossing Calamity stage yet, among the experts at the Crossing Calamity stage, he was quite a figure. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become the young master's guard. But now, Ade was thrown to the ground by the other party in just one move. Moreover, the other party only used his physical strength. If he used his full strength, the three of them would probably die here.
Elder Chen, what should we do?
Although the young master was used to being arrogant, he was not stupid. Ade had been taken care of in just a single exchange. Even Elder Chen would not be able to do anything. Therefore, when he saw that his two powerful bodyguards were no longer effective, he began to panic.
Young master, please calm down.
Elder Chen tried to comfort his young master. Then, he took a step forward and blocked the young master behind him. Then, he said to Jiang Fei,
Senior, Ade is reckless. I hope you can forgive me for offending you.
Although Jiang Fei was young, Elder Chen did not dare to treat him like a child. In Elder Chen's heart, Jiang Fei was an old pervert who had lived for an unknown amount of time. Moreover, he was powerful enough to hide his true age.
Scram!
Jiang Fei waved his hand. He did not want to waste time with these people. After all, the threat of the dragon race was right in front of him. He had to gather with Bella and the others as soon as possible and leave the 5 directions.
Thank you for your kindness. Senior!
Old Chen bowed to Jiang Fei. Then, he landed on the ground and dug Ade out of the pit. At this time, Ade was no longer as arrogant as before. Now, he was covered in dirt. Moreover, there was blood at the corner of his mouth. Although Jiang Fei had only knocked him off the flying sword, Jiang Fei's strength was really too strong. When he landed on the ground, Ade had also suffered serious injuries.
Alright, it's already a blessing that you're still alive. Kid, you better watch out in the future.
looking at the hatred in Ade's eyes. Elder Chen was also very unhappy, although his young master was a little arrogant and domineering. In Elder Chen's opinion, the reason why the young master was like this was because of the pampering of bodyguards like Ade. Humph! Ade snorted coldly. However, he did not dare to say anything. After all, Jiang Fei's strength was there. No matter how much Ade hated him, he would not take the initiative to seek death. Young master, let's go! Seeing that Jiang Fei was no longer blaming them, Old Chen wanted to bring the young master away from this place as soon as possible, even though the senior in front of him had agreed to let them go. However, no one could understand the thoughts of such an expert. If he were to go back on his words later, the three of them would not be able to leave even if they wanted to. Handsome, take me as your disciple. My family is rich. A lot of money. No one knew what the young master was thinking. He suddenly rushed to the front of Jiang Fei. The young master's action had almost scared Elder Chen to death. Now, he could not hide from Jiang Fei in time. He did not expect the young master to take the initiative to approach him. Hee. Money? Jiang Fei laughed coldly. Of course, he knew that the money this kid was talking about was not ordinary money but spiritual stones. But so what? A powerhouse like Jiang Fei would not care about such worldly possessions? Yes. A lot of money. Our family is from the Suppression Star. Our family has businesses in the 4 major planets. As long as you accept me as your disciple, you can ask for anything you want. The young master thought that Jiang Fei was tempted. So, he promised again. Oh, you're from the Xie family? Jiang Fei was stunned. He had been in the 5 directions for a period of time. If one were to say that the Xie family was the richest in the 5 directions, it would definitely be the first in the 5 directions. However, other families did not have that much money. Hee. Although I'm not from the Xie family, my family is not bad either. When the kid said this, his face was full of pride. Oh, then, which family are you from? Jiang Fei's curiosity was piqued. I am the direct grandson of the head of the Yen family. My name is Yen Fei, said the kid. Yen Fei? Jiang Fei was stunned. He did not expect this kid to have the same name as him. However, he still had some understanding of the Yen family. The Yen family was indeed a big family in the town star. However, because their family did not have many true immortal level masters, they could not be ranked among the 5 big families. However, because of their outstanding business talent, therefore, they were a wealthy family that was second only to the Xie family. Although the Yin family did not have their own territory planet like the 4 big families, they had their own businesses on every planet in the world of the 5 directions. There was a saying, money makes the mare go. Therefore, the Yin family's position in the world of the 5 directions was not low. How about it? Handsome? Take me in. Yen Fei's eyes were filled with sincerity. All right. Jiang Fei thought for a moment, and then agreed to Yen Fei's request. There was actually a reason why Jiang Fei had made such a decision. He was currently injured, and in a very bad state. Moreover, he was facing the dual pursuit of the dragon race, and the Thousand Beasts Mountain. It would be easier for the dragon race to deal with him. After all, finding Jiang Fei in the 5 directions was like finding a needle in a haystack. However, the Thousand Beasts Mountain was different. Their forces were spread across all the teleportation portals. Jiang Fei wanted to use the teleportation portals to go to your star. That would very likely attract the attention of the 10,000 Beasts Mountain. After taking Yen Fei in, Jiang Fei could use the name of experience points to bring Yen Fei to Sui Xing. When that time came, he could blend in with Yen Fei's forces. Firstly, he would have a cover. Secondly, he would have the support of the Yen family's forces. The people from the teleportation portals would not be so strict. Chapter 1945. Chapter 1942 Identity was terrifying. Young master, please don't do that. Adler and Elder Chen objected almost at the same time. However, although they both objected, they had different thoughts. Adler objected to Yen Fei becoming Jiang Fei's master because he was afraid that he would lose his position after Jiang Fei joined the team. After all, his strength was far from Jiang Fei's. If Jiang Fei became the young master's master, then regardless of whether it was in terms of identity, he could not be compared to Jiang Fei in terms of strength. After a long time, he would not be able to survive by Yen Fei's side. The reason why Old Chen objected to Yen Fei taking Jiang Fei as his master was not out of selfishness. In his opinion, although Jiang Fei was powerful, his origin was unknown. The Yin family did not have many experts like the other 4 great families. If he suddenly joined such a true immortal level expert,
His position in the Yin family would be very troublesome. If Jiang Fei kidnapped the young master of the Yin family and sought personal gain in the Yin family, the Yin family would definitely be in chaos. Therefore, Old Chen was not against Yin Fei becoming his master. Instead, he was against him becoming the master of an unknown person like Jiang Fei. In Old Chen's opinion, even if Yin Fei wanted to become his master, he should first get in touch with Jiang Fei. He should understand Jiang Fei's character and not be so hasty. You don't have to say any more. I have made up my mind. Yin Fei had been spoiled since he was young. How could he listen to reason? If you are determined to become my master, then go down and bow. After the ceremony, you will be my disciple, Jiang Fei said calmly, although he wanted to use Yin Fei to go to Sui Xing. When it came to becoming a master, he would never force others to do so. I have thought it through. I want to acknowledge you as my master, Yin Fei said. All right. Jiang Fei nodded. Then, he rode his flying sword and landed on the ground. After that, Yin Fei landed as well. Old Chen and Anta, who were beside him, looked at each other and followed helplessly. Swoosh! Jiang Fei waved his hand. Earth-type spiritual power surged up, causing the originally flat ground to bulge up and turn into an earthen incense burner. Pa! Jiang Fei extended his hand and pointed. A sandalwood tree branch at the side of the road responded with a second section. Then, under the control of Jiang Fei's wood-type spiritual power, the tree branch was crushed and condensed. Finally, it turned into 3 sticks of incense. Dual attribute spiritual power. Old Chen and Ad were secretly shocked. Following that, Jiang Fei held the 3 sticks of incense in one hand and snapped his fingers with the other hand. A stream of true fire leaped between his fingers. 3 attributes? At that moment, Old Chen and Ade's eyes were wide open. They could no longer accept this fact. Which god was this super expert in front of him? After lighting the incense, Jiang Fei inserted it into the incense burner. Then, he said to Yin Fei, Today, I accept you as my disciple. Heaven is my witness. After the ceremony, you and I will have the title of master and disciple. You will also be subject to the regulation of our sect. Have you thought it through? I have thought it through. Master! Yin Fei lifted his shirt and knelt in front of Jiang Fei. Then, he said loudly, Today, I, Yin Fei, will voluntarily become the disciple of my master. From now on, I will be filial to my master. I will study diligently. If there is any betrayal, heaven and earth will not tolerate it. After saying that, Yin Fei kowtowed 3 times to Jiang Fei. Okay. Jiang Fei nodded and then mixed Yin Fei up. Master, I still don't know your name, Yin Fei said to Jiang Fei with a smile. His words could not help but make Old Chen and Ada roll their eyes. You don't even know what his name is, and you dare to acknowledge him as your master? My name is Jiang Fei, Jiang Fei said with a smile. Hee hee. Master, we have the same name. Yin Fei also laughed. Yeah. If it was not because we are fated, why would I take you in? Jiang Fei smiled. Master, which sect are we? Yin Fei asked. Jiang Fei thought for a moment. He really could not name this sect casually. After all, he was someone who had a master in the 5 directions heaven and earth. Therefore, he could only tell the truth. Your master is a member of the Valiant Martial Hall. My master is the chief guardians of the Valiant Martial Hall. Ji Chunhong and Su Tianhua. What? Before Yin Fei could say anything, Elder Chen and Ad were so frightened that they almost sat on the ground. Although Yin Fei was quite talented, he was born to be a silk pants. Although his family had hired his master to teach him, he did not have a deep understanding of the major forces. After all, he could not come into contact with those important figures. However, Elder Chen and Ad were different. Before they were recruited by the Yin family, they had been roaming the Jianghu. So how could they not know the name of the Valiant Martial Hall? Moreover, it was not just the Valiant Martial Hall. There was a saying that the shadow of a man's famous tree. Ji Chunhong and Su Tianhua were well-known figures in the 5 corners of the world. Especially Ji Chunhong. He was the second most powerful person in the Valiant Martial Hall. His name had already spread throughout the 5 corners of the world more than 100 years ago. Therefore, when Jiang Fei reported the names of the 2 teachers, Old Chen and Ad were shocked silly. They never thought that their young master would be so lucky to have such a teacher with such a deep background. If the Yin family could get in touch with the Valiant Martial Hall, it would be a great opportunity for the Yin family to develop. All along, although the Yin family had a huge amount of wealth, there were too few experts. Therefore, they had been keeping a low profile.
They were afraid that they would anger the big families and be destroyed by them. However, if they could get in touch with the valiant Marshal Hall, everything would be different.
Oh right. You have a senior sister.
Jiang Fei suddenly remembered that he did not only have Yin Fei as his disciple.
Really? Who is my senior sister?
Yin Fei asked curiously.
Her name is Tong Tong. She is the saintess of the valiant Marshal Hall.
Jiang Fei said with a smile.
Oh my god.
At this moment, Ade wanted to slap his own mouth. He had been possessed just now. He actually dared to challenge such a god. Let alone the fact that he was stronger than him. The two of them were like heaven and earth. However, after thinking about it, Ade could not help but feel happy again. To be defeated by Jiang Fei. This matter would be a matter of face. Who was Jiang Fei? The valiant Marshal Hall's revered elder. Ji Chunhong's disciple. The Saintess Master. A true immortal level expert. To be able to survive under his hands. Didn't that also mean that he was capable?
Young master is so lucky.
At that moment, Old Chun was genuinely happy for Yin Fei.
Master, you are so awesome.
Disciples from big families, like Yin Fei, had the ability to suck up to others. This was because he had been used to being flattered since he was young.
Alright. Stop sucking up. Since you have acknowledged me as your master, I cannot let you go empty-handed.
As Jiang Fei spoke, he took out a small thing from his ring space.
What is this?
Yin Fei asked as he looked at the small porcelain bottle that Jiang Fei handed over.
Blood alchemy pill.
Jiang Fei said with a smile. This was the only thing that he could take out at this moment. He also had a rich treasure. Back then, he had taken away so many true immortal level corpses from the Myriad Beasts Mountain. He had refined this item many times. The reason why Jiang Fei had given such a valuable item to Yin Fei was also a form of compensation to him. After all, Jiang Fei needed to use Yin Fei to head to Time Star and then leave the Five Directions world. In the future, the 10,000 Beasts Mountain might find out about Yin Fei's relationship with him. Therefore, Jiang Fei wanted to increase his strength so that he could save his life. Chapter 1946, Chapter 1943. Yin Fei's ambition.
Master, what is the blood alchemy pill?
Yin Fei, who was a little ignorant, asked curiously.
Blood alchemy pill. Is this the legendary blood alchemy pill?
In an instant, Old Chin and Ade's eyes widened. They were not ignorant fellows like Yin Fei. Although they had never seen the blood alchemy pill before, they did not know how it was refined. However, they were very clear about the effects of this divine medicine. It was said that after consuming the blood alchemy pill, the spiritual power of a cultivator would increase exponentially. It was not difficult for a cultivator to advance to a higher level. On the other hand, Yin Fei was already at the Mahayana stage. The blood alchemy pill that could still take effect after he consumed it. Could the level be low? When he thought about how Yin Fei's strength increased rapidly after consuming the blood alchemy pill, Old Chen was still able to maintain a calm state of mind due to his old age. However, Ade was different. In that instant, he even had the thought of snatching the pill. However, this thought only flashed through Ade's mind for a moment. After all, Jiang Fei's strength was there. If he wanted to snatch the pill, it would be tantamount to courting death. Therefore, although the temptation of the pill was great, however, Ade still had a trace of rationality left.
This blood alchemy pill is used to increase strength. Later, we will find a quiet place. After you consume it, you should be able to reach the tribulation stage. As for whether it is the later stage or the peak stage, that will depend on your own luck.
Jiang Fei laughed.
Really? Master, this pill is so powerful.
Yin Fei's eyes were wide open. He had never heard of such a magical pill.
Of course. Can I still lie to you?
Jiang Fei smiled slightly.
Ha ha. That's great. Now, when we go back, no one will dare to look down on me anymore.
Yin Fei laughed happily. Although Yin Fei was the direct grandson of the patriarch of the Yin family, and was very favored in the family, he still had two older brothers. One of them was the son of his eldest uncle, and the other was the son of his third uncle. The son of his eldest uncle was considered the eldest son and eldest grandson of the Yin family, and could be said to be the direct descendant of the direct descendant. In Yin Fei's generation, he was definitely the first priority successor. And currently, the patriarch of the Yin family was also focusing on grooming him. Although the third uncle's child's status was not as high as the eldest uncle's child's, his talent was extremely good, and he was considered the most likely genius disciple of the Yin family to become a true immortal. Only in Yin Fei's case, although his father was ranked second,
He was indeed the youngest among his peers. Besides his two older brothers, he also had two older sisters on his head. Although his talent was not bad, his nature was active, and he could not set his heart to study. Therefore, although his strength was not bad, compared to his talented and hard-working second brother, he was far from it. At this time, Yin Fei's second brother had already reached the early stage of the heavenly tribulation, and was known as the #1 prodigy of the Yin family in the past 500 years. Therefore, although Yin Fei was very liked by his grandfather because of his lively personality, the head of the Yin family only treated him as the youngest grandson and pampered him. He allowed him to live comfortably and provided him with bodyguards so that he would not be bullied by others. But that was all. As for the future of the Yin family, he did not dare to place his hopes on Yin Fei. This silk pants. Under the influence of the family head of the Yin family, Yin Fei's two older brothers were fighting for the position of the first successor. One relied on his status as the eldest grandson, while the other relied on his proud talent and strength. Both of them were secretly cultivating their own forces. And this was exactly what the family head of the Yin family hoped to see. Although the two grandsons might cause a bloody storm in order to seize the position of the first successor, this was not a good thing for him as a grandfather. But for the Yin family, only the successor who had fought his way out of the encirclement would have the ability to lead the family to go further. The two elder brothers fought to the death for the identity of the successor. But Yin Fei's life was smooth sailing, because he was not a threat to anyone. These two elder brothers were considered good to him, but as a descendant of a large family. If you said that Yin Fei did not have any ambition, that would be nonsense. Growing up in such a large family, Yin Fei also hoped to gain everyone's recognition and even become the heir of the family. Unfortunately, in terms of status, Yin Fei was the smallest. In terms of seniority, he was not his match. In terms of ability, although Yin Fei's strength was not bad, compared to his second brother, he was still far from it. Therefore, when Yin Fei saw that he had no hope of fighting for the position of the future head of the family, he gave up on himself. That was why he was willing to be a good-for-nothing. Although he had given up on the fight for the position of the head of the family, at the very least, he could guarantee that he would not have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of his life. However, now, Jiang Fei's appearance had given Yin Fei a glimmer of hope. After all, with this pill, Yin Fei's strength would leap ahead of his second brother. He would become the most likely disciple of the Yin family to become a true immortal. In this way, he was clearly qualified to participate in the fight for the heir. Moreover, with Jiang Fei's identity and the backing of the martial meritocrat's palace, no matter how good for nothing Yin Fei was, he could still guess what his grandfather would choose. Alright, don't be in such a hurry to be happy. Let's find a place for you to take the pill first. Although Jiang Fei wanted to immediately go to the teleportation portal, he considered that his own strength had suffered too much damage. Therefore, he decided to wait for a while longer. In that case, if he encountered any obstruction from the Myriad Beasts mountain in the teleportation portal, he would have the ability to backfire. Besides that, Jiang Fei did not want to harm Yin Fei. After all, a man's wealth was his own crime. If he did not let Yin Fei take the blood alchemy pill immediately, once he left, then the golden pill would harm him instead. Not to mention others. Even Anta, who was by Yin Fei's side, might be able to kill him and steal his treasure. Therefore, in order to store more spiritual energy and prevent Yin Fei from losing his life because of the pill, Jiang Fei decided to delay for another day or two on the planet of chaos so that Yin Fei could consume the pill first. Sure! Of course, Yin Fei could not ask for more. Ever since he knew the effects of the blood alchemy pill, he could not wait to consume the pill immediately. After that, Jiang Fei and the others flew all the way and found a quiet place deep in the mountains. This should be the place. Jiang Fei asked Old Chun and had to clear out a piece of empty land. He also used the illusion vine seed to plant a small manor. Wow! Master, how many types of spiritual energy do you have? Is there anything that you don't know? Yin Fei stared at Jiang Fei with his mouth agape. Although he had already acknowledged Jiang Fei as his teacher, Yin Fei felt that this teacher of his was becoming more and more mysterious. It was as if whatever unbelievable things happened to him was only natural. Hee. I have all 5 types of spiritual power. Jiang Fei laughed. However, his words had really frightened Old Chun and Anta. Throughout the history of the 5 sides of the world, the number of geniuses with all 5 types of spiritual power could be counted on one hand. What kind of dumb luck did his young master have to be able to have such a teacher? Chapter 1947. Chapter 1944 Power Recovery. After settling everything, Jiang Fei let Yin Fei consume the blood alchemy pill. Then, he let Old Chen and Ade protect Yin Fei while he returned to his room and closed the door to recover his power. Although the energy of the nucleus of will could only be recovered slowly over time, and the replenishment of mental strength was also very slow, Jiang Fei relied on the special characteristics of his entire class of spiritual power. When he was meditating and practicing, his spiritual power recovery was still extremely fast. Under the power of the origin, Jiang Fei's spiritual strength was converted into the fire attribute. Then, he used the Crimson Flame Sex martial arts techniques to crazily absorb the wandering energy on the planet. A large amount of spiritual energy began to gather towards Jiang Fei under the power of the martial arts techniques. Vaguely, it even formed a spiritual energy vortex. As expected of a true immortal level master, there are even strange phenomena during practice, Old Chen said as he looked at Jiang Fei's room from outside. After all, the spiritual energy there was so dense that it was almost condensed. Sigh. Why don't I have such good luck? Ade's tone was full of jealousy. Hee hee. This is all fate. I'm already so old. I'm only at the advanced stage of the tribulation. Your current strength is not far from mine. What's there to be unhappy about? Old Chen comforted. However, in his heart, he said with contempt, with your fierce face and vicious heart, how could I accept you as my disciple? Although Jiang Fei's room had already formed a cyclone made of spiritual energy, it would be twice the result with half the effort if he were to train here. However, Ada and Old Chen did not receive Jiang Fei's approval. They did not dare to enter the room without permission. Secondly, they had a mission to complete. They needed to protect Yin Fei, so it was impossible for them to calm down and train. Therefore, although they could feel the dense spiritual energy swirling around them, they could only sigh in their hearts. When they were training, time flew by quickly. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. In these 2 days, Jiang Fei's mental strength had recovered by about a quarter. The energy charge from the nucleus of will had also recovered by about a fifth. However, the spiritual power in his body had completely recovered. Therefore, although Jiang Fei had not recovered to his peak condition, at least his normal combat power had recovered. Only the spiritual power strike and the 10th dimension were still unusable. As spiritual power and the core of his will could not be recovered by training, Jiang Fei stopped meditating and walked out of his room. After Jiang Fei stopped training, the dense spiritual energy vortex gradually dissipated. This caused Old Chen and Old De, who had missed the opportunity to train, to feel sorry for him. How is Yin Fei? Jiang Fei asked as he walked out. He has not woken up yet. However, the increase in spiritual energy is very obvious, said Old Chen. Okay. Jiang Fei nodded. Then, he opened the Eye of Violet and began to check on Yin Fei's condition. Swish! The moment the Eye of Violet opened, Ade frowned slightly. He did not know what Jiang Fei's eye technique was. However, the erudite Old Chen was once again shocked. Green-eyed white dragon's power! Old Chen cried out in his heart. What kind of existence is this Jiang Fei? Could it be that he is the true god's favored one? How could he be able to catch up to the 5 elements spiritual power and the green-eyed white dragon's power? At this moment, Old Chen's feelings were indescribable. At first, he was jealous that Jiang Fei had become a true immortal at such a young age. Now, he could not be jealous anymore. This was like someone who would be jealous of old Wang next door, who had won the lottery for $5 million. However, he would never be jealous of the richest person in the world because he was too far away from him. The two parties were on completely different levels. Jiang Fei took a look at Yin Fei's situation and knew that he was doing well. At this time, Yin Fei's strength had already increased to the middle stage of the tribulation. Moreover, it was still increasing. It seemed that he would not be able to escape from the later stage of the tribulation. As for the peak of the tribulation stage, Jiang Fei did not think that there was much hope. After all, Jiang Fei had only given him an ordinary blood alchemy pill. Jiang Fei could not bear to waste those top-quality items on this nominal disciple, even though Yin Fei's strength had already reached the Mahayana stage before he took the medicine. However, this kid was still too lazy. His strength had been accumulated by the accumulation of medicine and various treasures. He had relied on the Yin family's wealth to obtain his current strength. However, his foundation was not solid. Therefore, it was too difficult to raise his strength to the peak of the crossing calamity stage. Senior, when will young master wake up? With Ade's personality, it was still difficult for him to call a young man as a senior. However, Jiang Fei's strength was there. He did not dare to address him as a peer. Therefore, he could only grit his teeth and call out, It should be about time for tonight,
Jiang Fei said after a moment of contemplation. Then, Old Chen walked over and began to chat with Jiang Fei. After all, he had a true immortal powerhouse by his side. If he did not ask for some experience, he would be letting himself down. Jiang Fei had a good impression of Old Chen. Therefore, he basically answered all of Old Chen's questions. As the three of them chatted, time flew by. Before they knew it, the sky had turned dark. Swish! At that moment, a powerful aura burst out from Yan Fei's body. After a moment, the powerful aura began to withdraw and finally condense back into Yan Fei's body.
It's done!
Jiang Fei smiled slightly. He knew that Yan Fei had already absorbed all of the medicinal effects. As expected, after another 10 minutes, Yan Fei opened his eyes.
Swish!
2 rays of light shot out from Yan Fei's eyes.
Ha ha ha! I feel so strong!
Yan Fei laughed as he soared into the sky. Then, he began to unleash his power. The giant trees in the distance toppled one by one, becoming targets that he was familiar with.
That's enough. Come down when you're done.
Jiang Fei waved at Yan Fei. Although his voice was not loud, it was clearly heard by Yan Fei's ears.
Yes, Master.
When Yan Fei heard Jiang Fei's words, he immediately flew back. This surprised Old Chen. After all, in his impression, his young master had never been so obedient. Even if it was the words of his master's grandfather, Yan Fei did not always listen to them.
Who did you learn this skill from?
Jiang Fei curled his lips. Yan Fei's fire-type skill was really not that good in his eyes.
My family hired a teacher. He's quite strong. He's an expert at the tribulation stage.
At this time, Yan Fei had not yet adapted to his new identity. He still felt that the tribulation stage was an unattainable level.
TSK. Stop cultivating that thing. It'll teach you a set of martial arts.
Jiang Fei sneered disdainfully. Then, he used his spiritual power to compress the Crimson Flame Sect's martial arts and passed it to Yan Fei. Because this set of martial arts techniques was obtained by Jiang Fei, he did not feel any heartache when he passed it on to others.
Thank you, teacher.
Although Yan Fei was a profligate knew what was good for him. He could sense that the martial arts techniques that Jiang Fei passed on to him were definitely top-notch. Chapter 1948, Chapter 1945. After imparting the technique to Yan Fei, Jiang Fei did not have the time to teach Yan Fei in detail. He could already feel the urgency of the time. He wanted to leave for Suixing immediately.
Master, please come with me to the Yan family.
At this time, Yan Fei naturally could not wait to go home. His strength had increased greatly. He had a teacher with a strong background. If he did not go home at this time and show off, wouldn't it be like walking in the night? Jiang Fei pondered for a moment and prepared his words in his mind. Then, he said to Yan Fei,
I'm afraid I can't do it now. I have an important matter to attend to this time. Master, you have something to attend to. Can I help you?
Although Yan Fei was a good-for-nothing, he was still a decent person. At the very least, he knew how to respect his master.
Hee. You don't have to say it. I really need your help.
Jiang Fei laughed.
Hee. Master, feel free to say it. As long as you need my help, I will not hesitate. No matter if it's a mountain of knives or a pot of oil.
Yan Fei said loudly.
Forget it. Why would Master let you do something dangerous?
Jiang Fei rolled his eyes. Then, he continued,
I'm here to secretly investigate something. Therefore, it's not appropriate to expose my identity. I hope you can help me cover for me.
No problem.
Master, just tell me what to do.
Yan Fei agreed immediately.
I'm going to go to your star next. I want you to bring more people with me through the teleportation portal. That way, I can change my appearance again and hide from the eyes and ears of others.
Jiang Fei said.
That's easy. My family has a business on planet Mars. I can just go there and get some people. Master, is 100 people enough?
Said Yan Fei. He was very good at such ostentatious things. After all, Yan Fei had been a good-for-nothing for so many years. He had almost done all kinds of flashy things.
I don't need that many people. Just 20 to 30 people will do,
said Jiang Fei after thinking for a moment. Although having more people was beneficial for him to mix in, it was too big of a scale that would attract people's attention.
All right, I'll listen to you. Master.
Yan Fei nodded and then said to Jiang Fei.
Then, when do you plan to go to your star? The sooner the better,
Jiang Fei said.
All right, let's go to Liansong Prefecture now. There's a matter of my family there. Yan Fei said. Okay. Jiang Fei nodded. Then, they set off and headed to the Yin family's manor. Liansong Prefecture was located near the equator of the planet Mars. Although it was not close to where Jiang Fei and the others were. They were all flying on their swords. Therefore, after half a day, they arrived at the manor. After revealing his identity, Yin Fei naturally received a grand reception here. Jiang Fei and the others also entered the manor. Go! Find 20 to 30 people for me. Be smart and keep your mouth shut, Yin Fei said to the steward of the manor. Yes, young master son. The steward nodded and then went down to do it. Although Yin Fei didn't hold power in the Yin family, he was the direct grandson of the family head after all. This request of his could be easily satisfied. Not long after, these 20 to 30 people lined up in front of Yin Fei and the others. Young master, I plan to go to Suixing to have fun. You guys go and prepare later. Do whatever you want to make it look cool. Don't let young master lose face. Yin Fei brought out his previous playfulness. Yes, young master son. These people were smart and capable people. Now that they could serve the grandson of the family head, they naturally had to seize this opportunity to rise up in the world. After all, once they were valued by young master son, they could be transferred to town star. By then, they would be rich. How is it, master? Are these people okay? Yin Fei said to Jiang Fei proudly. They're all right. Jiang Fei nodded. He did not care about the strength of these people. After all, these people were just trying to confuse the public. After a few hours, these people were almost ready. In order to serve young master son well, the manager of the manor was not stingy at all. He had brought all kinds of good things. He was afraid that Yin Fei would lose face in Suixing. Just when Yin Fei was preparing to leave with a large group of people, a waiter suddenly ran over. Steward Zhang, someone from the main family has come. Please hurry over. The waiter shouted from afar. Someone from the main family has come again. Who is it? Steward Zhang was stunned. He had not finished receiving young master son. Why did someone from the main family come again? I don't know. But they don't look like ordinary people. The waiter was also a shrewd person. Although he couldn't see through the strength of the people who came and didn't know those people, he knew that these people were not ordinary just by their clothes and bearing. Good. You guys prepare for young master son. I'll go and take a look. Steward Zhang then greeted Yin Fei before turning around and leaving. Someone came from the family. Who is it? Yin Fei frowned. He didn't expect such a coincidence. Young master, should we go and take a look? Old Chen asked. I don't care about them. In any case, I have no part in the family's affairs. When they are ready, we will set off, Yin Fei said after thinking for a moment. At this moment, he had everything he wanted in the Yin family. However, he didn't have any power. After all, in everyone's eyes, he was just a good-for-nothing. Therefore, Yin Fei knew very well that those people in his family looked down on him. Now, even if he went over, he would most likely be hot-faced and cold-hearted. In that case, Yin Fei might as well serve his teacher well. With this big backer, would his position in the Yin family be low in the future? Yin Fei did not intend to go over there. However, things were not as simple as he thought. It was only the time it took for Manager Zhang to leave when a sword light flew over from afar. Third brother, why are you here? Before the sword light arrived, a deep voice was heard. Master, this is my big brother. Yin Fei knew who the person was the moment he heard the voice. It was the eldest grandson of the direct line of the Yin family, Yin Kun. If no one asks, you don't have to introduce me. Jiang Fei nodded slightly. Yes. Yin Fei thought the same. He did not plan to expose Jiang Fei's backer right now. He hoped that at the critical moment, he could use his teacher's background to intimidate everyone in the family. Big brother, what else can I do? Of course, I'm here to play. When Yin Kun arrived in front of him, Yin Fei said lazily, Hee hee, I think you're causing trouble everywhere. Yin Kun scolded Yin Fei with a smile. Because Yin Fei was no threat to him, Yin Kun treated him quite well. In fact, it was not only his big brother Yin Kun. Second brother Yin Yu was also very close to Yin Fei. After all, the two of them were already like fire and water in order to fight for the identity of the heir. If they could get the support of third brother, it would be much easier for them to rise to the top in the future. Therefore, the two of them were not bad to Yin Fei. However, Yin Fei was not stupid either. He had always accepted the benefits of both parties. But he had never made a choice. Chapter 1949, Chapter 1946. Why are you here? TSK. What do you mean by causing trouble? I'm not like you. Big brother. I have so many family matters to deal with. If I don't go out to play, would I be cooped up at home all day?
Yan Fei said with a tired look. In any case, he was just a good-for-nothing in the eyes of his family. So he was willing to continue acting now. Although he had ambitions, Yan Fei knew that he did not have any power at all now. So he could not be too ostentatious.
Alright, kid. Be careful later. Grandfather is also here.
Yan Kun said to Yan Fei.
Grandfather is also here?
Yan Fei was stunned. He did not expect that his grandfather, as the family head, would actually come to Mars.
Yes, and grandfather has been in a bad mood for the past 2 days. Don't make him unhappy again.
Yan Kun warned.
I understand.
Yan Fei nodded.
Let's go and see Grandpa. We can all have a meal together.
Yan Kun said.
Okay.
Yan Fei nodded and followed behind Yan Kun to the front yard. Naturally, Jiang Fei and the others followed him. Although Yan Kun saw Jiang Fei's identity, he did not care about it. In his eyes, Jiang Fei was just a bodyguard like Old Chen and Ade. It was not worth paying attention to. Not long after, Jiang Fei and the rest arrived at the front yard. Yan Fei took the opportunity when his big brother was walking in front to turn around and give Jiang Fei an apologetic look. After all, in order not to expose Jiang Fei's identity, he could not treat Jiang Fei as a master and disciple. Jiang Fei nodded slightly. He was not very concerned about this. On the contrary, Jiang Fei was trying his best to hide his identity. After all, the people who were chasing him were not to be trifled with. Be it the Dragon Race or the Thousand Beast Mountain. If anyone knew about Jiang Fei could only run away immediately. Finally, Yan Fei followed Yan Kun into a flower hall in the manor. At that moment, the master of the Yan family, Yan Tingfei, was sitting in the middle of the flower hall drinking tea.
Grandfather.
Yan Fei was still very obedient in front of his grandfather.
Why did you come to planet Mars?
Yan Tingfei had a slightly worried look on his face. However, when he saw Yan Fei, his face immediately broke into a smile.
Hee hee. Isn't it almost your birthday? Grandpa? I'm just going to look around and see if there's anything suitable for your birthday.
Speaking of which, Yan Fei was definitely a top flatterer. At this time, it was still half a year away from Yan Tingfei's birthday. But this kind of flattery came out of his mouth.
Ha! If only you were really so filial.
Yan Tingfei laughed loudly. Although he did not believe a single word of what Yan Fei said, this kind of flattery made him feel comfortable. It was also because Yan Fei's mouth was sweet enough. Therefore, Yan Tingfei liked him the most despite being a silpants.
Grandfather, why did you leave the Jinxing city to come here?
Yan Fei asked curiously.
Sigh. Don't ask about this.
Yan Tingfei sighed. Although he loved Yan Fei more, he also knew that this grandson was always ignorant and incompetent. It was useless to tell him about serious matters.
Oh.
Yan Fei nodded and did not ask further. Although he wanted to get a position in the Yan family, he knew that this was not something that could be achieved overnight.
Grandpa, San Air is here too. Can we start eating now?
Yan Kun interrupted from the side.
Yes. Let's start eating. Let's finish eating earlier. We still have serious matters to attend to.
Yan Tingfei nodded.
Okay.
Yan Kun said to Manager Zhang after receiving the order.
Serve the dishes. Yes. Young master son.
Manager Zhang nodded and immediately gave the order, because the dishes had already been prepared. When Manager Zhang gave the order, the servants began to serve the dishes.
Come! San Air, sit next to me.
Yan Tingfei held Yan Fei's hand and came to the dining table. From this, it could be seen how much he doted on this little grandson of his. Although Yan Kun saw that his grandfather doted on Yan Fei the most, he was not jealous, because he knew very well what kind of person Yan Fei was. He knew that no matter how much Yan Fei was doted on, his grandfather would not hand the family over to him. In this way, he would only use Yan Fei to build a good relationship with his grandfather, and not use any tricks against Yan Fei because of jealousy.
Go and fetch Miss Bei over. Let her have dinner with us.
Yan Kun turned around and said to one of his followers.
Yes.
The follower nodded and turned around to leave.
You guys go down and eat too.
Yan Kun waved his hand at Jiang Fei and the others. In his opinion, Jiang Fei was the same as Old Chen and the others. They were both bodyguards hired by the Yan family. Therefore, they naturally did not have the right to have dinner with their master.
Yes.
Old Chen and Ad agreed and walked down. They were hired bodyguards by the Yan family and earned this money.
Therefore, they did not feel that there was anything wrong with it. On the other hand, Jiang Fei did not want to expose his identity. Moreover, he himself did not care much about such things. Therefore, he did not say anything and followed Old Chun and Ad out of the flower hall. Although Yin Fei felt that it was rude to his master, in order not to expose Jiang Fei, he could only give Jiang Fei an apologetic look. Just as Jiang Fei was about to leave the flower hall with Old Chun and Ade, the servant who had left earlier came in. Behind him was a girl. Huh? Jiang Fei and the girl were walking towards each other. Both of them were stunned. Hobby! The girl cried out in surprise. Bella? Why are you here? Jiang Fei was also very surprised. He had not recovered much of his spiritual power at the moment, so he could not sense Bella's presence in advance. Miss Bei, do you know him? Yan Kun, who was standing by the side, immediately stood in front of Bella. He could sense a threat from Jiang Fei. This was not because he had detected Jiang Fei's strength, but because he had classified Jiang Fei as a love rival. Although he did not know what the term husband meant, Yan Kun clearly felt that Bella's feelings for Jiang Fei were extraordinary. Thank you, young Master Yin. I have found the person I'm looking for. Bella smiled apologetically at Yan Kun. He? Could it be that you are looking for such a person? Yan Kun could not accept for a moment. He really did not understand. The girl he liked to look for why is just a servant of the Yin family. Bella, how did you get hurt? Where are the others? However, at such a close distance, they could also sense Bella's condition. At this time, Bella's body was severely damaged. Even with the protection of the life core, her body was still not fully recovered, and her strength had fallen to only the form synthesis stage. One had to know that Bella's strength had previously reached the peak of the crossing calamity stage, and her combat strength had reached more than 19 million. However, now, Bella's combat strength had only reached a little over 13 million. From this, it could be seen how serious her injuries were. Chapter 1950, Chapter 1947. Black Demon Pool. Sigh. It's a long story. Bella sighed. Then, she grabbed Jiang Fei and said, There's no time to waste now. Come with me. Go? Where? Where are the others? Jiang Fei had too many questions in his mind. The others were captured by Emoli's Hang. I was lucky to escape, Bella said bitterly. What? That Black Widow. She actually... Jiang Fei felt a buzzing sound in his head. In an instant, he understood what was going on. All this while, Jiang Fei had been very curious as to why the dragon race was so slow. Until now, they had not come to capture him. Previously, he had thought that the dragon race was restricted and could not leave the territory at will. However, he had neglected one thing. When they went to the dragon's territory, Mengza had not only brought him along, but also Emoli Shang. Emoli Shang's motive for going to the dragon's territory was very clear. She had wanted to transform into a dragon. Previously, she had even taken Jiang Fei's essence. Now, the dragon only needed to give a slight hint. She would do all the things that the dragons could not do. Most importantly, Black Widow also knew that Bella and the others were in Suixing. Although Jiang Fei had asked Bella and the others to find a place to hide, Emoli Shang could completely rely on the power of the Mountain of Beasts. He sent out a large group of people to search for Bella and the others. It seems that I have to return to the dragon race. Jiang Fei took a deep breath and said, although he had managed to escape from the dragon race with great difficulty. Jiang Zhong and Wei Chung were both captured. He could not sit idly by. Oh right. Where's Natasha? Jiang Fei suddenly remembered that he had arranged a small bodyguard for Bella and the others. When Emoli's Hang found her, Natasha had gone to God knows where. Bella smiled bitterly. Sigh. I'm also stupid. How could I hand such an important thing to a player? Jiang Fei wanted to slap himself. Previously, he had been too successful, so he had completely let his guard down. Therefore, he felt that with Natasha as a bodyguard, Bella and the others would definitely be safe. However, Jiang Fei had overlooked one thing. Natasha was a player. She came to the game to play, not to be a nanny for a group of NPCs. Therefore, whether she had logged out or she had played somewhere else, if that was the case, Bella and the others would lose their protection. Although Bella and Wei Chung both had the strength of the peak of the tribulation stage, with 19 million combat power, they could be considered as the kings in the outer universe. However, this was the world of the five directions. Not only was there a god like Emoli's Hang, but there were also those freaks from the dragon race. In front of these guys,
Even a true immortal like Jiang Fei would not be enough, let alone a peak of the tribulation stage.
Do you know where Emily Shan has taken them?
Jiang Fei asked. Unless it was absolutely necessary. He really did not want to go to the dragon race's territory. Last time he could escape, that was entirely because the Dragon Emperor and the Dragon Queen were not on guard. Now that they knew that he had a treasure like the 9 Revolution Star Plate, they would definitely be prepared. When that time came, Jiang Fei would definitely be walking into a trap.
When you ask me that, I feel like she let me go on purpose,
Bella suddenly said.
Why do you say that?
Jiang Fei asked.
Because I clearly heard her tell Qin Cheng and the others that she was going to take them to the Black Demon Pool,
Bella said.
Oh!
Jiang Fei was stunned. He was just trying to get lucky. He did not expect Bella to actually know such important information. Actually, the reason that Bella was able to escape was because of Mo Li Hang's intention. Speaking of which, Mo Li Hang was not a vicious person. Although she would do anything for the sake of becoming a dragon, Jiang Fei had treated her injuries before. Therefore, she did not want to involve the people around Jiang Fei because of her old friendship. Therefore, Mo Li Hang did not bring Hui Qin Cheng and the others to the dragon race. Instead, he deliberately let Bella go so that Bella could get in touch with Jiang Fei and ask Jiang Fei to deliver himself to her. In Emily Shan's opinion, she could only hope to become a dragon if she sent Jiang Fei to the dragon race. Therefore, this matter was not negotiable. However, Jiang Fei had done her a favor. Therefore, she could be considered to have repaid her kindness by not implicating Jiang Fei's friends and lovers.
All right. It seems like I have to make a trip to the Black Demon Pool.
Jiang Fei took a deep breath. Although he knew that the Black Demon Pool was a tiger's den, he still had to make a trip there.
I'll go with you.
Bella looked straight at Jiang Fei and said firmly.
But you're still injured.
Jiang Fei did not want Bella to go along with him.
That's not important. If you can't come back, what's the point of me staying here?
Bella said firmly.
Miss Bei.
Yin Kuan tried to interrupt a few times. However, at that moment, Jiang Fei and Bella's eyes were only on each other. He felt as if he was a ball of air that was completely ignored by others.
How dare you? If you two have anything to say, get out of here. Don't disturb our meal.
The head of the Yin family, Yin Tingfei, could not stand it anymore. In his opinion, Jiang Fei was just a servant of the Yin family, while Bella was just a girl that Yin Kun had picked up. Initially, he did not support Yin Kun's pursuit of Bella. However, his eldest grandson had never been close to women. Now that he had finally found one, Yin Tingfei had turned a blind eye to it for the sake of the Yin family's future generations. But now, Yin Kun had pursued her bitterly for a few days. This girl was not moved at all. But in the end, she became intimate with the servant. This made the old man a little unable to stand it. On one hand, it was because his grandson was not worth it. On the other hand, he also felt embarrassed. However, as the head of the Yin family, Yin Tingfei was also a person who cared about his face. He could not lose his temper with Bella just because she looked down on his grandson. That would also make him look too bad. So he found such an excuse. He wanted to drive the two away. At the same time, he also wanted to help his eldest grandson vent his anger.
There's no time to lose. Let's go!
Although Jiang Fei heard Yin Tingfei's words, he did not have time to argue with him. He immediately wanted to take Bella away.
Miss Bei!
Yin Kun grabbed Bella's other arm. After all, he was a hot-blooded young man. He would definitely be unwilling to let the girl he loved leave just like that.
Young Master Yin, is there anything else?
At this moment, Bella did not have much combat strength left, so she naturally could not shake off Yin Kun's arm. However, her indifferent tone made Yin Kun's heart feel like it was being cut by a knife.
Aye.
Yin Kun opened his mouth for a long time, but he did not say anything. Actually, after thinking about it, what else could he say? Although he had saved the severely injured Bella and spent a lot of immortal medicine to help Bella stabilize her injuries, it was his wishful thinking from the beginning to the end. Bella had made it clear from the moment they met that it was impossible for the two of them to. He had a husband. Now that his husband was here, he naturally had to leave.